This young man has 1,000,000 ants inside him, and it will keep increasing if he continues to absorb other parasites. But if you don't go after others, they will come after you. Your power will grow infinitely as you defeat enemies. Your ants can merge into a suit of armor. If the number is large enough, they can split and operate independently like shadow soldiers and Van Key. Let's get started. The story has been told and the admin is finished. Hope you enjoy watching. In a small alley in the city, a few thugs are gathered here. Seeing a pretty girl pass by, their eyes light up, exchanging knowing glances, then gradually approaching the woman. The woman could only run forward in a panic, crying out for help, her face filled with terror, her mouth shouting loudly, but the thugs knew well that usually no one would dare to interfere in this matter. The cry for help faded away, and just when it seemed the two thugs had gained the upper hand, a passerby happened to walk by. Stay away from her. He spoke. The two thugs turned to look at him, their faces full of hostility. Dog, stay out of this and get lost from where you came. He still had an ice cream in his mouth, enjoying the cool, refreshing treat, and said, "Run away if you don't want to die." "Ha, what the hell is it saying? Hey, pig-headed, are you done talking yet? How dare you interfere in our business?" He didn't answer, reaching out to remove the bandage on his neck, revealing some traces like tiny insects. "Get out of here right now," because blood from him splattered onto his friend's face. The faint smell of blood lingered in the air, and the still-living thug froze, staring intently at his fallen comrade. What is this? Behind him, something like a monster appeared, with two blood-covered fangs resembling beetle teeth, biting down on someone's arm. Yes, that woman was not a beautiful monster, but a hideous one, with long ghostly hair, pale white skin, long bony arms, and a lower body made of various insects, her terrified screams echoing through this narrow alley. He just ran past the strange young man, not noticing that he was covered in countless tiny black ants that gradually blended his body into the darkness. And yes, this person is none other than our protagonist. Black ants. The next day, the massacre was discovered, and the person who reported it was the thug who ran away last night. All that remains here now is a pile of broken items and some mosquitoes feeding on something unclean. A barrier has been set up, and the investigators in protective gear like insect repellent suits are gathering the remaining clues. At the crime scene, just like a battlefield, they found the lower body wounded and the right arm of a man, with the walls of this alleyway battered and dented in multiple places, chunks of wall falling off. The investigator took a deep breath, unsure what kind of fight could have caused such chaos. According to the surviving witness, a boy seen near the scene was about to make a cigarette to ease his tension. His attention was drawn to a melted ice cream bar with some ants crawling on it, looking for food. A mosquito buzzed by. This place was already a hotspot for insects, and now there are even more. The investigator flicked open a lighter and lit a cigarette for himself. He exhaled, and the smoke drifted toward the mosquito that had just flown in from behind him. The mosquito falls to the ground. The man puts the cigarette pack into his pocket and looks at the ice cream bar covered in ants, muttering, "A boy, let's pause for a moment. To understand better, we need to go back to what happened in 2005. A monster with an insect-like shell appeared in the world for the first time. The arrival of those insects brought no good intentions. They cause damage, physical violence, and even eat people. But the worst part is the truth that most people still don't know. That swarm of insects lives among humans. They are insect humans. The classroom is silent, and all the students are sitting quietly. Are you still convinced it's just an urban legend when some people are working privately and others are listening seriously? They do exist. If you suspect someone is a clone, contact us. The machine encounters bugs. The class monitor read it well. The teacher nodded slightly and signaled the student to sit down. Everyone knows what happened in Namon Ward yesterday, right? It seems the police are certain this case involves the insect-human hybrid, so don't gather after school or you might get into trouble. The students below are whispering and gossiping about the incident. The girl sitting behind the class president poked at her friend's back and asked, "Hey, aren't you living in Fuongnun?" A nodded and asked, "Do you want to go home together today?" Down at the back of the class, some troublemakers were also gossiping about this, mainly to mock the situation. Someone asked, "The same species, huh? Do you believe it?" "Of course," his friend replied, his eyes falling on a mushroom-headed boy snacking at the back of the class. "Because there's also a bug in our class, a honeybee on the podium." As usual, the teacher shifted to the topic everyone disliked most, submitting homework. Ignoring the students' faint protests, he carefully checked and corrected their work before asking the class to turn in their homework after lunch. As soon as she finished speaking, class time was up. The thug sitting at the back quickly ran over to the class monitor's desk, begging her not to submit the homework. "Why are you asking me?" The two thugs said it casually as if it was nothing unusual. Do you think anyone else would do the homework besides you? If they fail, should they sink together, or do you not want that? You don't want to? Don't refuse when I'm still being gentle. He's the typical bully student who always wants to drag others down with him. At this moment, Kami Song approaches and hands a stack of papers to C for Ajia, with his name written on them. Ajia smiled as he took the assignment from Kami's hand, his face slightly blushing. Thank you. After submitting the assignment, he returned to his seat. A black ant slowly crawled onto and around his open notebook. A black ant, he stared at it intently, then reached out his hand as if to touch the ant. Suddenly, a foot from above, still wearing a slipper, stomped down on his open notebook, causing it to jump. The crushed black ant slowly soaks into the page and spreads around. Hey, honeybee, do you have no idea what's going on? Are you just following the teacher's instructions? That thug has given up causing trouble at A's place and is now taking it out on him. You're really annoying. And why did you put a bandage on your neck? Is it a secret kiss? A secret kiss? Huh, do you have a girlfriend? Tell me, you bastard. The two thugs spoke loudly as if to let everyone in the class hear. Then Ajia approached his friend and quietly asked Saren, "What is that, Hickey?" Saren replied, "It's a mark from sucking on his neck, so Ajia can understand immediately." At this moment, one of the two thugs reached for the bandage on his neck, wanting to remove it for Ajia but couldn't bear to watch anymore, and quickly stood up to stop them. The bandage was pulled off and they deliberately reenacted their actions to provoke him. The bandage was completely removed and everyone's eyes were fixed on the spot on his neck. It was just a large black mole, not a love mark, so why did one of the thugs get so furious, rush forward, grab Cam's collar and shout, "You crazy idiot, you bastard! You put on that bandage just to hide that mole?" Listen to me. Suddenly, the words he wanted to say were swallowed back down. He stared fixedly at the mole on Cam's neck, then a tiny ant crawled out from inside it and disappeared. No, it spoke, or rather, it crawled into Cam's shirt at a speed invisible to the naked eye, and he paled, instinctively stepping back. What the hell is that? A bug just crawled out of its mole. Kami Song simply glances away without bothering, while Gavo Chi, who doesn't understand anything, sneers mockingly, "You're just a tiny ant too, stay calm." Meanwhile, the boys are panicking, and Ajia is having a girlish chat with her friend. "So, A, do you like Kami or not?" Ara was startled and nervous, her face flushing red. "What are you talking about? Not at all." Bang Shin keeps looking at A again. Who would believe that attitude when he says that? Cho Ara pouting her lips, whispering, "Well, it's just normal. People who are talented, good at studying, and eat a lot, how could I not like them?" Thinking about Kami Song's statue in her mind, Cho Ajia was completely captivated. The two sets of homework in her hands almost got her forced to the point of losing her temper and crashing her bike in frustration. "Aren't you going to submit your homework? So there are only 2 assignments then?" Cho Ajia nodded. "Yes, Dan." The teacher muttered something under his breath with a strange look on his face, but Ajia didn't pay much attention and thought he must have misheard. Did the teacher just say something, right? Just looking at the teacher with that friendly, smiling face, a strange feeling temporarily suppresses Ajia's emotions. The teacher organized the 2 parts of the assignment and said that you and me-san could go home, while those who haven't submitted their work must stay behind to pick up the papers after class. Let Ajia leave the teacher's room, muttering to himself as he walks. If I tell them to stay and go outside, those 2 will start saying vulgar things again. Since Saren has to stay, maybe I can help her out. It's pretty scary to go home alone because of that. Wait a moment, Mon also lives in Neiman Ward. Should I ask him to come with me? Her steps slow down slightly as Kami Song now stands in front of a laboratory, looking into a mirror and apparently just reapplying a bandage to her neck. Kamison calls her. "Hey, do you know? The homeroom teacher said those who didn't do their homework have to stay and clean. But you and I can go home right now." Cam nodded and said coldly, "Okay." Oh, he hesitates for a moment, then casually asks, "Do you want to go home together today? You also live in Neiman Ward, right?" "Sorry," Cam Song coldly said, "I have something to do." He turned and walked away, leaving Ajia standing there in surprise as the scene faded to the garbage incinerator. A group of students stayed here, working hard because they didn't do their homework, but the gangsters, after cleaning a little, already became dissatisfied and started shouting loudly. Bang Saren frowns and reminds him, "Let's finish quickly and go home." Another student sighs and asks, "If I finish cleaning, will I get credit for the homework?" "Of course not." Bang Saren also ran out of options. Her attention shifted to her close friend, sitting not far away, holding a broom and squatting on the ground, sweeping back and forth. "What are you doing?" Choa-ji replied, "Sweeping the floor." "Why aren't you home and instead cleaning here?" Choa-ji tearfully turned to look at her. "I'm waiting for you. I'm not joking." Bang Saren curiously stepped closer to Choa-ji and asked in a low voice what exactly happened. Choajia quickly recounted how she suggested going home with Cammy, but was rejected, and Bang Serene sighed. Ajia can't escape her fate of being a pawn anymore. Overall, it's a bit harsh. Isn't he being way too stiff? Ara snorted and said, "You don't know anything, do you?" He is very kind. Down at the gathering area, some people are working, while others are just standing around. The two thugs looked at each other for a moment, then walked away. Behind the shed where tools are stored, there is a passage that can be used to escape. The brown-haired guy with a broom in his hand asked with a smile, "What were you rambling about earlier?" The big guy replied, "I'm telling the truth, a little ant crawled out of my neck too." "Ants? What the hell is that? Is it okay to leave because you're talking nonsense?" The big guy snorted. "Don't mess with me. I'll play it again tomorrow, so make sure to remember that." "Ha ha, you're the one who didn't look carefully. Unfortunately, it seems they won't make it until tomorrow because in front of them is a giant monster with 4 bright eyes and a foul-smelling mouth full of sharp fangs." "I told you." Fresh blood splattered and hit the face of the tall thug. Near the house where the tools are kept, there is a student sweeping the area. Coincidentally, one of the two thugs' heads rolled out and was blocked by her broom, with some blood still splattered on her leg. Maybe today will be the most unforgettable day of her life. A scream echoes out, drawing the attention of the students picking up trash. The girl's face was pale. She moaned and hurriedly ran away. "Run quickly. It's a bug creature, a bug creature." "I told you so. That insect is crawling out step by step, covered in blood." "I told you. I told you." It keeps repeating that word as if haunted or something. The infected creature is running now, and the students, seeing such a terrifying creature for the first time in their lives, are thrown into chaos. Between life and death, the strength of an ordinary person is always fragile when facing something terrifying. They run, and the mutant creature chases after them. Run. That is the only words still echoing at this moment. But how many ordinary people can run fast enough? A few students caught by it immediately lose their lives. Fresh blood splattered everywhere with each brutal strike, hitting the students running ahead. "Run! You must run!" At this moment, a student wearing glasses who was closest to the scene of the slaughter rushed forward, his face covered in the stench of blood, making him panic and lose his mind. "I can no longer tell what's real anymore." Bad luck. Saren was grabbed by the shoulder and pushed back as he was pulled along. Yes, this situation has arisen. Someone runs away and accidentally tramples their friend, causing Ajia to stop and quickly go to help Bang Serene up. "Get up, Saren, we need to run now." Saren was knocked out after hitting his head hard on the ground, and that monster is already in front of us. The huge shadow stretches across the ground, blocking out the light, tears falling non-stop as Ajia dares not breathe. The foul stench of the insectoid creature invading his nose. "I told you so." It repeats as Ajia stands trembling and says, "Don't come any closer." I told you, I told you." Its slimy, disgusting mouth opens to reveal the teacher's head. It's still that gentle tone. "Class president, the teacher told you to go home after class." "Teacher? Is the teacher a clone?" Choara stared intently at that familiar yet disgusting face. "Why, you should run away." But there was no way to run away. Choe's appearance seemed to only further provoke the old man. The old man roared, "Please listen to what I'm saying." He clasped his hands together, raised them to the sky, then slammed them down forcefully. Anyone hit by this move would definitely be shattered, their arms torn off and falling to the ground with a swarm of black ants surrounding them. Ajia bravely raises both hands to shield her friend, awaiting death. But unexpectedly, death did not come black ants who. She opened her eyes, turned her head behind her, and saw someone had just appeared. A person fully covered in shiny black armor, surrounded by countless black ants floating in the air. Is it a black person? At first glance, it looks scary, but it seems like someone who came to save them. Ajia feels reassured and faints, tears still streaming down her face. Kami-song approaches, one hand supporting Ajia. If she knew she was in Kot's arms, she would probably be very happy. The teacher's severed arms lie on the ground, covered in blood and a swarm of ants. He stares fixedly at the creature before him, muttering, "A black ant hunting its own kind. I know you." Black ant stares intently at the guy as if assessing its prey. "Why did you kill your own people? Are you fighting to protect humanity?" Suddenly, the old man shouted angrily, "We, the chain of food, have surpassed evolution and dominate everything. They are not the pathetic protectors of humanity who babble endlessly." The black ants silently launch their sharp claws directly into the middle of the old man's stomach, just below his sharp teeth. The giant body of the old man crashes into the warehouse wall, causing bricks to fall, with a dent on his body from the punch, while the ground is covered in blood and the bodies of several students. Black Ant does not approach, continuing to attack the teacher while leading Ajia and the Zing gang to safety, one person carrying one on their shoulder and another in their arms. He gently places them down on a nearby clean cardboard box, his voice low, calm and cold. Fighting to protect humanity? No, this isn't a fight. I'm just hunting you guys to eat. What are you talking about? You're not only killing your people but also eating them? You trash? Then stop assuming you can eat me. I will eat you alive on behalf of the fallen comrades. The old teacher rises from the rubble, his 4 eyes on his belly glowing, his head also hidden inside. You bastard! The old man roared, curled up, turned his outer shell into armor, and charged at him. Fallen leaves on the ground are blown into the air. Black ants spread their legs wide and cling to the giant body of the beetle. He braces his legs firmly on the ground, but still cannot stop his opponent from pushing him backward. Behind him there was no longer empty space. Instead, there was an old iron fence. The fence had also been torn apart by the 2 of them, and the black ants were pushed into the trees behind. His body was so hard that several trees fell to the ground, some even smoking, as the teacher slowly dragged that heavy body toward him. Killing a black ant like you only gets in my way. An ant is still an ant. With that, the old man leapt into the air, then curled himself into a perfect round sphere. A sphere even harder than steel that can crush anything beneath it. Die already, you damn black ant. Thanks to gravity, the heavy body of the old man falls from the sky below. Is this life going to be wasted here? No, there's no way the story could end just after Chapter 2, with the heavy body of the insect falling, crushing the ground into pieces as if a small earthquake had just occurred here. Black Ant couldn't escape in time and was hit painfully by its own hard armor. One hit alone wouldn't destroy Black Ant's armor, but a few more times would be a different story. Each hit came one after another, pounding down like a pestle on rice. The ground where the Black Ant lay had caved in into a large patch. His body seemed to have no bones, broken in many places, truly miserable. But he was not dead yet. One of the characteristics of the ants is that they can still survive. The old man pondered as if preparing to deliver a final blow. Black Ant looked up and ordered his swords to move, while above, the fierce face of the teacher, encased in a round iron shell, appeared incredibly adorable. The old man roared, his face contorted. I'll make you die in a very elegant way. Black Ant. Seeing the increasingly larger and more rugged face of the teacher, Black Ant immediately shouted and moved. A loud explosion echoes. The ground seems to have just experienced a tremor. Dust and debris fill the air. On the ground, the characteristic purple blood of the insect human is splattered. Ha ha ha, now I know what it feels like to be crushed. Teacher Ha-Hey laughed loudly, but he felt that something was off. Looking down below, the black ant was still safe and sound, while he himself was pierced through his tough shell by something, with fresh blood pouring down onto the ground. The old man let out a gasp, horror-stricken as he looked at the black ant beneath him. The massive hand of the black ant was piercing through what used to be his mouth. What's going on? You're hiding your weapon. The black ant did not respond, and once again ordered the swarm on his body to move. The leg that had not been disarmed to serve as a weapon moved again. The swarm split apart, and his remaining leg was freed from its armor. A swarm of ants clung to his arm as if ready to sweep everything away. The ants gradually disappeared, and his thin arm was replaced by a stronger, larger one. The 5 sharp claws seemed capable of destroying anything. The teacher he lifted in his hand was already beginning to panic inside. The terror on his face was clear as the old man roared, "Hey, hey, let me go." The black ant replied coldly, "If you want." Then he withdrew his hand, fresh blood spurting out towards him, tearing off the old armor scales with bits of flesh and blood still attached, and then his other hand grabbed the old man, throwing him forcefully forward, his round body like a balloon floating in the air, fresh blood dripping along the path he flew. A few pieces of armor occasionally fell off as Black Ant, who had been standing a distance away, suddenly moved beneath him, lifting him up with his huge arms, his black ant mouth wide open as he let out a series of screams, sounding as if countless ants were crying out. Then the giant body of the old man was slammed down onto the ground, causing the earth to crack and break apart, with more scales continuing to fall off and the face of the head teacher contorted in pain as he let out endless groans. What the hell is this power? Before I could recover, I saw myself rising above the ground, and that distance kept growing. Yes, once again, the black ant lifts him up with both hands, his legs dangling in midair. What? Could it be that it doesn't listen? Despite the desperate screams and pleas from the teacher, the black ant once again screeches, its sharp white fangs clearly visible, while the teacher's legs flail in the air, seemingly only big in size but powerless. The old man helplessly shouted, "I didn't evolve to repeat this meaningless life." The 5 claws of the black ant dug into the exposed flesh beneath the broken scales of the old man. Bright blood flows down from above along his arm, paralyzing pain contorting his face as wrinkles and thick fat bunched together. He stares ahead and says hopelessly, "I already submitted my homework." The old man's body was completely shattered, torn into many pieces by the sharp claws of the black ants, fresh blood spraying like rain. From above, fragments of his flesh fell, his glasses shattered beyond repair. The black ants turned their backs to the old man and coldly said, "Go now." The swarm of ants rushed out like a hive of bees, sweeping away the remaining flesh of the teacher here. Flesh and blood are smeared everywhere, with swarms of black ants crawling over them. Kami-song slowly walks away, unaware that behind some nearby trees, another insectoid being is watching him silently, not joining the fight. The hunting season ends with a victory for the black ants. Not long after, the bug exterminator team arrives at the scene to handle the case. There are also a group of reporters huddled together here, trying to get some hot news from the scene. Looking at the tragic scene before him, Pio sighed softly. "You're late again." The big guy nodded at him and then squatted down, sighing in admiration. "Yeah, we prepared a lot. It's like a battlefield, and the only thing we know is that it's a fight among the same kind. But what reason do they have for fighting?" A childhood memory rises in Pio's mind. He pondered. "Fighting to protect, is that it?" At this moment, a harvester operator approached and called out, "Captain, the student facing the bug has woken up." The girl said that someone in black saved them. Pio turned to look at the staff, a hint of surprise on his face. They quickly moved outside the fence. NR shows no remorse for leaving you as bait for the instructor while he escaped. He obediently says, "The instructor is a very scary insect person, but because of my friends, I couldn't run away. I reported directly to the harvest machine. I took a few pictures. Do you want to see them?" He then took out his phone and opened the photo album but only found blurry, darkened pictures. The guide staff saw this and couldn't help but mock them. If we had recorded that scene, wouldn't we be in such trouble? When the black box fails, after all, the journalists will just cause chaos. Pio takes a deep drag and says, "Don't worry. This is no longer just an urban legend, but will be brought to public attention. They will believe that?" The blonde-haired man frowns, his face darkening. They won't be convinced that the clone actually exists until they see it with their own eyes. When they arrive, Ajia is also on the phone, reporting that she is safe to her family. Seeing them arrive, she was momentarily stunned, then turned off her phone, picked up the inhaler, placed it to her mouth, apologized, but smoking at school made a "poe" sound. She put the cigarette back into her case and extinguished it. "Sorry, this uncle is a heavy smoker. This isn't tobacco but insecticide. I'll smoke less if you don't like the smell." She nodded slightly, looked at the two of them, and calmly recounted everything she knew. When the homeroom teacher, no, when that monster tried to kill us, a black figure appeared. "A human? Why do you say it was a person who gave it?" Ajia replied, "I feel like they are very similar to humans. I fainted immediately, so my memories are a bit blurry, but I am sure that person was different from an ordinary monster. That person saved us." As she spoke, Ajia's expression relaxed slightly. After all, she was talking about a life-saving benefactor. Pio pondered thoughtfully. "Yes. When cleaning the incinerator, did any students miss class?" And A nodded. "There's one person. Do you know who that student is?" After the bug sweeper finished cleaning, it was already completely dark outside, with a full moon hanging high in the sky. Kami-song arrives home. His grandmother is sitting in the living room watching TV, and as soon as she sees him, she stands up, smiling happily, and says, "My good boy, come in quickly and let's eat." His grandmother is a small old lady with curly white hair and a kind face, and she points to the dining table and gently says she has prepared many of the dishes her grandson likes. Kami-song looked in the direction her grandmother pointed. On the dining table, there was a feast with enough food for 4 or 5 people, definitely not just for 2. Kami-song hesitated a bit. "Grandma, I'm not hungry today." Grandma was a bit startled, staring intently at her grandchild, who had a few scratches and dirt on him. "What happened?" "Oh my God, not again. Are you hurt anywhere?" Grandma anxiously touched his body to make sure he was not hurt before letting out a sigh of relief. Kami-song slightly bowed his head and softly said, "I'm sorry. I prepared food for you." "Hey, don't bring up those things. Oh my, it's fine now." Grandma gently waved her hand and smiled, saying, "I'm fine. Go rest now." Kami-song nodded softly, and before entering the room, she reminded her, "Don't clear the table. I'll eat tomorrow morning." The door to the room is closed tight, and only then does Grandma let 2 streams of tears flow down. Heaven is so indifferent. What did my granddaughter do to deserve this? The evil forces outside his apartment are silently causing a bizarre and terrifying phenomenon. The ants crawl along the wall and into the room near the top of the building, the windows slightly ajar as if deliberately allowing the ants to enter. Because of its size, the room is pitch dark. Only the light from the TV shines out. On the TV, a female reporter is delivering a news report about the urgent insect monster. This afternoon at a high school in Goro District, a terrible event occurred, causing many students to die from insectoid creature attacks. The identity of this monster was revealed to be Mr. Im, the homeroom teacher, shocking many students and colleagues. That teacher looks very normal, but killing the students in his class for not doing their homework, can you really believe that? They live in a society where killing is second nature. This is truly horrifying. It would be so good if they all died. The ants crawl in from outside into the hole on the neck of the doll, then he closes his eyes and everything fades into darkness. The scene shifts to an abandoned building where a team of police officers has been dispatched to carry out their mission. This house is believed to be the center of the mass child disappearances, with the room outside suspected to be the hideout of the bad guys. A few police investigators, guns ready in hand, cautiously observe inside. They have checked the second floor and are now entering the third. The lead officer cautiously moved forward, occasionally knocking on the small walls nearby. They moved quickly, but inside, some people couldn't help feeling worried. After all, such an ambush is very dangerous, and anyone could die at any moment. Inside a room on the third floor, the officer leans against the wall as strange noises echo behind him. He peeks inside, but upon seeing what's inside, he's so shocked he almost can't speak. On top of the building, there are countless cocoon-like structures resembling butterflies, with many smaller cocoons hanging below, about the size of children. Outside the building, a small truck is parked not far away, where the police unexpectedly arrived. There are 3 people from the Beat Harvester organization in the car, leaning their ears on the steering wheel, looking outside with a bored expression. I hate waiting so much. Can't we just rush in and rescue them? The young man named Sam sitting next to him adjusted his tie and said, "We are still under evaluation by the government. The police have priority to investigate until the clone appears at the scene." As he finished speaking, the radio suddenly crackled with a message. Harvester. The police investigation team requests backup from the bug sweeper and asks them to arrive at the scene immediately. Sam tightly pulls at his tie, grimacing like a monkey eating chili, while Tae looks extremely pleased beside him. "Hey, why have you been trembling all this time?" Sam replies. "Right? It's just in vibration mode. Don't get your hopes up about the sound settings." Pio pulls out a cigarette from his pocket and interrupts their conversation. "Stop joking. Let's go now." Up on that building where countless cocoons hang, the police are using knives to cut through the suspended cocoons. A fully protected police officer cut the cocoon while anxiously asking the captain, "Shouldn't we wait until the harvester arrives?" The captain, while rescuing the hostage, replied, "The target is a parasite. If we delay even a minute, we will die." "Captain, this child isn't responding." The captain tore off his cocoon and said, "Open it so they can breathe." Ken was taken out of the vehicle, revealing the faces of the children inside. He's still alive. The police officer also used his knife to tear open the bag. "Are you okay?" But instead of an answer, a strange voice like insects in anger responds. The police captain was puzzled and looked over to ask about the child's condition, only to see something emerge from the bag, piercing through the police officer's head, causing his baseball cap to fall off. "What are you doing to my child? I am asking what you are doing to my child." The low-level creatures that just emerged from that cocoon look like flies, ugly and terrifying. A swarm of other flies is also flying around the room. The police officer outside, on high alert, felt like he had just inhaled a cold breath. He spun around and fired his gun repeatedly at the creature, but all he got in return was its fury. The bullets are embedded in the wall, the creature disappears, and the other police officer is dead. Is this thing faster than a bullet? The creature? The team leader stared blankly at the red object rushing toward him, his mind suddenly paralyzed, and now there was no way to escape in time. But before the creature could attack the captain, something like a bullet was thrown to block its attack, breaking the arrow on its head in half. The police officer was still in shock. That bullet was almost hitting his head, and his earpiece was torn apart. At a tall tower not far away, Sam collapsed onto the metal floor, holding a sniper rifle in his hand, cocked the bolt again, loaded the bullet, and prepared for a second attack. The first shot missed. This thing is really fast. The tiny mosquito-like thing stopped in front of the police officer, angrily shouting, "What are you all doing? Are you shooting at me? What are you doing with my money?" I'm furious now. It rushes again towards the police captain. Even if its horn on top of its head is broken, dealing with ordinary humans is no problem for a bug person. The captain holds the child tightly in his arms, his face twisted with fear. But despite the terror, he remains responsible. Truly a good person. The fly hadn't even attacked the police yet when a stick was already raised to block it. I lit my pocket with one hand and held the stick with the other, sternly asking, "What are you talking about?" "Hey kid, I am the bug sweeper." Tai roars, swinging his stick forcefully to smash it directly into the head of the creature that looks like a fly. It immediately gets stuck to the wall with a single strike from Tai's stick. But of course, it can't die yet. Bu approaches me and casually calls the police officer to quickly get the children out of here. The police officer knew that staying here would only be a burden, so he quickly grabbed the remaining children and ran away. The fly, seeing them leave, hurriedly rushed after them and roared again. "Where did you take my money?" Pitt took a long drag and exhaled a cloud of blue smoke. "Why is my body like this? Why is this happening?" Pio calmly said, "You are intoxicated by this smoke, so be good and tell me where the children you kidnapped have been sold." "That damn black ant doesn't show up, but the flies keep pestering me." "You're the fly," Tai said casually. "There's nothing black, shut up all of you." The fly rises into the air from the place where its proboscis was pulled out. Countless other proboscises fly toward us and Pio. Pio takes a deep breath, her cheeks puffing up, then blows out a cloud of smoke even larger than before. The green smell of insecticide filled the room, clearing away the swarm of parasitic-looking flies, while Pio nearby kept smashing the approaching flies with his stick. Taking advantage of their distraction, the monstrous fly flew out of the abandoned house, seeming to try to escape. Tai urgently shouted, "Sam, he's flying outside!" But in response to their voices, all they could hear was Sam's groaning in pain. Sam had been hit by an arrow from that fly and couldn't shoot to stop it anymore. He sighed and muttered, "Damn it, how dare he go meet the combat team leader?" Pugh nonchalantly said, "Let's go, there's nothing left for us here." Since the incident with the duplicate creature, a 1-week school closure order has been issued. The memorial service for the children who lost their lives continues. Noso, the first to report to the insect harvester machine, received the Brave Citizen Award while A was scrolling through his phone, feeling extremely annoyed. Did he do anything? Saren, after brain surgery, refused all visits. Damn it. Cho Ah-jia sits on the park bench, cursing in anger. One of the two children wearing insect masks suddenly runs over and scares A-jia with the mask. A-jia stared silently at the insect mask in front of her before firmly tapping the child's head a few times. Hey, I told you not to do that." The child ran off laughing and said, "I will tell Mom and have Era yell at you. Your mom is also my mom, so I will scold you first." Watching my brother run off, I pouted and muttered to myself because I have to take care of this mischievous little devil since I don't go to school. I really hate it. I don't know if my sister has gone through anything that would make her so reckless, and suddenly a voice from behind shouts out, "It's that cursed little brother." "Come back, Ara," angry as she scolds. "This boy, I told you to stop. Are you deaf?" Her younger brother is now staring intently at her fallen flag, which seems to have just come back from shopping, holding a popsicle in his hand. "Ah, Cammy is finished." Cammy isn't in a hurry either. Since she has ice cream in her hand, she shares a stick of ice cream with each of them. All three sit on the bench eating ice cream. Cammy Zong still has her usual appetite. They ate from one tree to another just before Ajia and her brother finished their ice cream. She suddenly remembered the question from that uncle at the bug sprayer machine that day. Were there any students absent when cleaning the furnace? Someone asked Ajia why she kept worrying so much. Maybe she's just being nosy. "My son, did something happen to you that day?" It was like an uncle who's addicted to smoking came to see you. Kami-song, still holding her ice cream, tore open another ice cream bag and whispered a sigh of relief to Ajia, then leaned back on the bench to continue eating her ice cream. After finishing, she handed the empty ice cream sticks to her younger brother to play with, and while he was stacking them, he saw a soccer ball rolling over. Sister, I'm going to play soccer." Ajia nodded, still reminding the boy not to run out of the playground. Suddenly, Kami-song bit down hard on her ice cream, making Ara look over curiously. Kami-song stared straight ahead, clenched the ice cream stick with her teeth, pressed her other hand down, then let go. It kept happening over and over again, making Ajia extremely curious. I wonder what's wrong with him. Before she could sit down and rest for long, her younger brother made her unable to stay still any longer. The two kids suddenly ran out of the park. My younger brother pointed to the bushes and said, "The balloon is gone." Choajaya quickly said, "I'll find it." "Wait." But the two kids have already run off. Choara pouted and complained, "I told you to wait, but you didn't listen." Kami-song stood up and proactively offered, "I'll go for you." "You stay here for AG, I was about to say I'll go, but Kam-song just stepped forward confidently. He looked down at the masked fly child holding a ball, staring at him, and asked, "What are you doing here?" Outside, Choe's younger brother had already escaped and obediently ran to his sister. "Has Choel returned? Have you found any signs?" Choel shook his head sincerely and replied, "No, he told me to go to my sister's place." Behind the trees, he is standing facing the fly, looking at it with a very hostile attitude. This is my territory. It seems to be a fellow creature. I almost caught my prey the same way I hunt, but I missed it. Not only that, yesterday I got robbed by those bug harvesting machines, but I'm still in a good mood. It seems you haven't awakened for long, so I'll let it go. But if you step into my territory, I will get angry. Cam Song said nothing, only removing the personal tape stuck to his body. The black ants immediately swarmed onto him. The territory? Cam Song could see the terrified face of that kid behind the fly mask. What did you say? The clueless fly hesitated and stepped back a few paces. What? You. It's not because it's scared, but because it's angry, and the ball in its hand is also crushed. Black ant, the same species hunters. Something's wrong, and it laughs strangely, the sound of insects. I've been waiting for you, speak. I've heard a lot about you lately. Is it true you eat your own kind? Next is me. Arrogant kid, I'll grind you to dust. Dare to break the rules of the insect race and eat your own kind, and just take your head, and the larvae will hatch immediately. I will also become a parasite. The brat has transformed into one and rushes toward him like a blazing red arrow. The head pierced through by the mutant fly instantly disintegrated. The ants scattered, but they quickly flew back to his head, returning to his armor. The fly hovers in the air, its wings making an unbearably annoying sound. He looks up at the fly, which is exactly like its species, using that irritating noise to circle around him at a speed invisible to the naked eye. So, I'm fast, aren't I? Thinking about killing both mice and birds makes my saliva flow nonstop. You can't catch me, huh? You just stand there watching, huh? Completely frozen then? He shakes his head, indifferently sighing. Ah, it's too noisy. With a final word, he grabbed the insect monster and slammed it to the ground. This one was among the weaker creatures he had captured. Blood of purple color gushed out from the fly's mouth, and its red eye seemed to shatter in an instant. It appears this fly was weakened too much by the insect harvesters, or because he was too powerful. Outside, A's family still patiently waited for Cammy to return. He stepped out from inside with a red mark on his cheek. Did you find his shadow yet? Cam Song nodded. I found it. Let's go home, Choe happily said with a smile. You're so good. That's right. I finished cleaning up everything you were eating. Ara frowningly says it's because she wants to eat more ice cream. Exel pushes his sister aside, looks at him and asks, Can I eat them all? Ajia is completely helpless with his younger brother, but Cammy Song shows no sign of anger, his lips curling into an incredibly gentle smile. Ao took his hand and shook it, saying, Please, can you let me eat too? Cam Song nodded gently. Yeah, just eat it all. Ajia was a bit stunned, not expecting him to also know how to smile. After getting 2 ice creams for A, she happily ran over and took her sister's hand to show A to Gia, worriedly saying, Sorry, can the kid eat it all? Cam Song nodded and smiled. Yeah, I'm full now. A gentle breeze blows through, causing leaves to fall. In that forest, a fly has died, blood seeping into the ground, while a swarm of black ants is devouring it, swallowing everything left. Although that incident happened, the school couldn't stay closed forever. On the first day back after the event, Cam Mi-song still arrived at school quite early as usual. Behind him, a few students were still sighing and complaining. A week off was truly wonderful for them. They were fine and still casually discussing their hobbies and interests. Cam Song coldly followed behind with no particular expression on his face. When Ajia arrived at her class, she was holding a bouquet of yellow flowers, but was informed that the class was closed. The third-year class is temporarily closed, and the remaining students are assigned to other classes, with A placed in the 5th grade class. She stood silently in front of the classroom door for a long time, looking at the bouquet in her hand. I'm no longer the class president, but I'll come by every day to visit you guys. Go to the 5th grade so Ara can confirm there's still an empty seat at the back of the class and sit there. Feeling bored with nothing to do, I took out my phone to play around and scroll a bit. Everything feels like a dream, but it's all real. A gazes at her phone, filled with messages she sent to the Zinbus group, but there's not a single reply. Ara puffs out her cheeks and leans on the desk. She's fine with changing classes. Why would she be involved with No So Rang? Just look at his attitude. Bragging to his classmates is one thing, but honestly, it makes people dislike him even more. And now he's even more exaggerated, adding salt to the wound. A blonde-haired student sitting at the back of the class, unable to bear the noisy buzzing of flies nearby, scoffs and then stands up, walking over to No So Rang and punching him squarely in the stomach. No So Rang, weak and trembling, fell to the ground with a thud. He looked furious and confused as the person who kicked him shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing? You're too noisy, you bastard." This student's name is Lai Zin. The guys who were talking to No So Rang earlier quickly ran over, forcing a smile and saying, "Are you okay? Ain, are you okay? Sorry about that." Why are you pouting and asking, why do I have to apologize to him? That guy's friend whispers softly. He's the class president. No-So sat quietly like a little kid by the classroom door, making way for Lie Jin to go out. If AG saw this scene, they would whisper to tell Zin about it. My classmates say Lie Jin goes somewhere every day. It feels like he just shows up for roll call and then leaves. Outside the classroom, Lie Jin just stepped out and happened to meet Cam, who had just arrived at the new class, and they faced each other. Lion looked at him. He looked at Lie Jin. They brushed past each other, one going outside, the other entering the classroom, and as soon as he saw a familiar face, Agia waved and greeted him. Cam finished, "Why are you only arriving now? I thought you couldn't find the new classroom." Kamzong went to her spot by the back window, put down her bag, and Agia cheerfully asked, "See it yet?" "The girl you just met is the leader of that class. I didn't expect her to sit next to me." She said, "No." So Rang is noisy, so she kicked him, and I felt very comfortable inside. "I see." Then he took out a bag of chips from his bag. Cammy eating constantly is no longer surprising to Agia. She kept talking, even though Cammy occasionally responded with just a few short words. I was a bit bored after changing classes, but surprisingly, it started off so well. Probably so. He replied and shoved the snack into his mouth, chewing voraciously as if starving for years. At the podium, the teacher continued teaching as usual. The obedient students sat and studied. The sky was still blue, as if some terrible event had never happened. Cammy suddenly clutched her stomach growling. Agia heard the noise and turned to look at her. Since there are only a few familiar faces left in the class, Agia became more confident and even took the initiative to invite Cam to lunch, which he didn't refuse. The teacher on the podium continued teaching. Suddenly a blurry image appeared in his mind. Tommy Song's face changed slightly. "I can't go. I'm infected." But that voice still kept calling to him. As the class ended, Gia turned to invite him to lunch, but before he could finish speaking, the person had already vanished from the desk like a flash. Seeing the empty table, Gia sighed and said, "Maybe he's very hungry, so he's going to eat alone." He's hungry, very hungry, but normal food can only barely fill his stomach and isn't like a bug person. Cam skillfully exited the classroom and ran off. Today is the first day students are back at school, so the bug harvesting team obviously had to pay a visit. The visitors are Pew and Tai. They were walking and discussing about some insectoid creature which seemed to have been killed by someone. Anyway, besides them, there's another diligent one. "Why do you call it a mosquito?" I asked the captain again. "So why does the cuckoo call itself a cuckoo?" As soon as they entered the school gate, a figure rushed out from inside and bumped into Pew. "Captain, are you okay?" Pew shook her head, watching the student cross the street without paying attention to anything around him, to the point that even the truck driver was annoyed and scolded him. "Let's go," I muttered with a frown. Probably just another troublemaker. They went inside the school to meet the principal and then had a meeting with Mr. A. He sat across from the girl and explained his purpose. "I came here to find the student who was absent from the cleaning area near the incinerator, the one with the mosquito incense smell that Agia still remembers." She honestly said, "He has gone home." Because of hunger, Taye suddenly wondered, could it be that the vagrant from earlier? Pio pondered silently. He took a business card out of his shirt pocket and asked, "Can you give this to your friend?" Gia nodded. "Yes. Today, they are only doing this for the same reason." After giving the business card, they will head to the hospital. It seems the next target is to meet with the Sarin gang, so Agia can see the business card, which has information about the pest harvester machine and the team leader of the insect extermination squad. The scene shifts to beneath an abandoned bridge where a parasitic creature resides. The 4 sturdy ports look exactly like the dead monster mosquito that Pio and Tae mentioned. Steady footsteps sound from the darkness. A shiny black ant leg. Yes, today's target for the black ant is this mosquito. It hovers in the air as if controlled by some force, but no, it is still alive. Seeing the black ant approach, it descends to the ground, the mosquito's claw resting on its chest as if bowing. The black ant approaches step by step, and the mosquito also moves closer, but with some stiffness. The black ant wastes no words and immediately charges to attack the mosquito. The strange mosquito hesitated, using its large claw to clash with the blackened arm, knocking away the black arm, then leapt into the air, using its 2 hind legs to kick hard into Kami's chest. But he slightly lost his balance, leaning backward, yet felt nothing strange because that mosquito seemed less talkative than his other opponents, only a terrifying buzzing escaping from its mouth. It lunged again, this time aiming for the black ant's head. The black ant tiptoed and leapt forward, punching the mosquito's head with such force that it seemed like the person's head might come off. But the mosquito didn't fall, it immediately stood up, moving in a stiff, awkward manner. The black ant frowned. By now, he also realized that the movements of the creature in front of him were somewhat strange. These movements were not normal, so he looked around carefully. Above the mosquito, there is something like a centipede clinging to a thread connected to its puppet body. The black ants temporarily remove the armor on his hand, and the ants gather into a floating sphere in his palm. Let's see if it works. He swung his hand and threw the ant ball in his hand toward the string. A swarm of densely packed black ants cling to each other and swarm onto the mosquito, biting into its flesh like a hive. They quickly move along the mosquito's body. At this point, the mosquito no longer attacks, ignoring the swarm of ants crawling over it. Each joint on the mosquito's body is connected by a thread that extends straight up to the ceiling, with someone controlling these mosquitoes to fight. Above, his ants have filled the strings. It seems the puppet master has also realized that the black ants have discovered the controlling threads. He clicked his tongue and cut the connection with the mosquito himself. With no more strings to hold it, the mosquito wobbled and then fell to the ground as the black ant slowly approached, picking up the remaining silk on its body to examine. The swarm of ants crawling on the ground is disgusting. What about the silk? He hadn't yet understood what was happening when the nose corpse in front of him, which should have been just a lifeless body, suddenly moved, its head drooping, then lifting up, turning to stare at him intently. From its mouth, it opens wide to reveal something like a bomb. Yes, it is definitely a bomb, because it just opened its mouth. 4 bright holes on the bomb emitted blinding light. The black ant still hadn't had time to run away. Having encountered such a terrifying battle for the first time, the bomb exploded with a bang, smoke billowing everywhere, and the heat scorching nearby plants to wither. Outside the blast, 2 other mutants were standing there. It seems that they are the ones who planned this attack, and one of those 2 monsters was secretly observing Kami-song from afar. The black ant near the explosion was directly hit by the spear, its black armor covering its body with a slight reddish hue. Amazing. Black ant, the hunter of its own kind for the first time, caught off guard. A silkworm butterfly steps forward, stomping on Black Ant's shoulder with a hint of sarcasm in its voice. Is this the first time you've been caught off guard, and now you want to kill me like a fly? Well, if the flies disappear, we'll have a hard time too. The bombers are coming, their voices deep and hoarse, like an old man over 40, complaining that the customers demanding fresh meat are piling up over there. We don't deal in children. Your hunting caused quite a bit of damage, so you'll have to pay the price. Go to hell. The moth's leg twitched slightly as he took a step forward and kicked off the black ant's head. Could it be that the black ants are finished here? No, there's no blood, only countless black ants slowly escaping from the armor, leaving just the shell behind. Escaping quickly indeed. At this moment, the exploding bug suddenly shouted loudly, "Watch out above." Somehow, Kami-song managed to escape from the shell that covered him and launched an attack from above. Currently, only his 2 arms are covered with ants. He clenched his fists, used the gravity to fall, and struck directly at the center of the caterpillar butterfly's head to punish its arrogance. The caterpillar butterfly couldn't react for the moment, and Kami-song didn't waste the opportunity, rushing toward the bomb beetle and delivering dozens of punches. Bom nu. Bokothang tronkanchian visukman kuakuchikode, tu no. The outer armor of the bomb almost got a hole punched through by Kami-song, and his face was beaten to the point of nearly deforming. That damn bastard leaned back, took advantage of the gap to dodge, and at the same time created distance, launching a bomb attack towards Mi-song. The bomb from the old man's hand exploded upon contact with Kami-song, a burst of scorching heat hitting his face. He crossed his arms in an X shape and took cover behind them, as if the pain was nothing. He charged again, his hands covered in black iron armor, aiming to attack the bomb again, this time directly at its face. But threads from behind shot out and tightly wrapped around his armored arm. His arm stopped just a few centimeters in front of the bomb, while the toadfly behind was pulling his arm, as if trying to protect the bomb. Maybe the explosive bugs are not as strong as the silkworms. Seeing Cam's human form, the silkworms are furious. Use your head and think. You're too arrogant. In your human form, what the hell can you do? Kami-song clenched his teeth and glared at the moth soaring into the air, trying to control himself from above. His arms trembled stiffly, struggling to break free from the moth, but he couldn't escape, and even moving slightly was difficult. His body suddenly felt as if something had wrapped around and controlled him, with the silk in one hand. Meanwhile, he spun in the air and delivered a roundhouse kick from front to back aimed at Kami's face. Song. He took a deep breath, one pupil reddening, his arms reluctantly raised to block the attack, but unable to avoid injury. The silkworm exerted force, and Kami-song was kicked back, his whole body in pain, fresh blood oozing from him. Kam Mi-song collapses to his knees as the enemies approach and aim their grenade launchers at his head. At this distance, how could avoiding be anything but an impossible dream? Kam Mi-song was startled. His consciousness just returned, but he was overwhelmed with panic and hurriedly roared to move. The armor leaning against the wall gradually disintegrated, and the black ants quickly dissolved, flying toward Kam Zong and merging to form a suit of armor, with every second and moment potentially deciding his life or death. The hunting session is over, the energy of the bomb has fully accumulated, the coldly indifferent explosion team said. And then a loud explosion rang out once again, even bigger than the previous attack the old man directed at the black ants. Part of the bridge was also affected by the explosion, with a large section broken off, revealing a pile of long steel beams and chunks of concrete falling down. At this distance, with such a huge explosion aimed directly at the black ant, he would surely die. But just before firing, a branch reached in, lifting the explosive's arm and causing the blast to miss its target. You'll get fined for setting off fireworks in the park. Tai appears, grabbing a long iron stick to hold the explosion bug's arm. Cammy lies on the ground, smirking. What do insects use as money? A leaf? Oh. He shouted and swung his stick to attack the explosioners, but they stepped back, not intending to fight. To be honest, he knew he wasn't their match, but then another voice sounded from behind them. The two monsters are surrounded from both sides. Pooh calmly steps forward, one hand in his pocket, the other lighting a cigarette. Now they're back here, smashing everything. Why do you keep crossing the line? Are we too lenient? Is that right? Then we can't do it. These insects take them out all at once. Pooh doesn't look like his usual clumsy uncle right now. As expected, those seemingly careless guys are usually the most dangerous. The bombers shrugged and took out a bomb from their arms that looked just like the one they had stuffed into that mosquito's mouth. Pio frowned slightly. These insect people really never know their limits. They didn't use the bombs in their hands to attack them, but triggered them themselves. A thick cloud of smoke spread everywhere, along with a foul burning smell. This is more like a smoke bomb. It can help them buy some time to escape. Behind the silkworm butterfly, its two large wings spread out, carrying the explosion away from the battlefield. I stare up at the sky helplessly and say, they're gone now. Those winged insects are really annoying. Pio Tramengam wonders if we requested helicopter support. I shrugged and pointed to where Cammy had just sat. It's a pity, but wasn't it a black one we caught? Pio let out a sound, almost forgetting about it. But when they looked at the spot where the black insect had just sat, there was nothing there. It seemed to have escaped using the smoke explosion. My heart skipped a beat with fear. If the captain finds out what we missed this time, he'll be even angrier than a pot boiling over. Somewhere not far away, Kam Mi-song staggered back to his house, covered in dirt and fresh blood, breathing heavily and leaning against the wall to move forward, quickly making his way home. Are you really that hungry, little one? Not even finished bathing yet. Oh my God, with this look, you didn't have anything to eat today again? Not a single bite was eaten. Cam Mi muttered, I need to fill myself with something else. He scooped a spoonful of rice and meat, chewing ravenously, some grains sticking to his lips, extremely hungry. After finishing the meal, he took a shower. Changing into clean clothes, Cam Mi-song returns to his room. He locks the door and suddenly collapses backward, not from injuries from the recent battle, but as if something more stimulating had triggered him. Cam Mi closed his eyes tightly, veins bulging, his teeth clenched to keep in the moan, then suddenly remembered the question from the old teacher he met a week ago. Why did he kill his own kind? Are you fighting to protect humans? To protect humans? Cam Mi-song gritted his teeth, sweat streaming down his face, as if he wanted to tear his shirt apart. The chest opened up to reveal a body covered with red patches and faint streaks. Protecting humans, that's not it. Destroy the law of the divine insect and devour his own kind. Things like insect laws. His shirt was torn off. Cam Mi-song trembled and tensed up, trying not to scream. His body is covered with countless black streaks intertwined with red. Insect laws. Go to hell. Eat them. Keep eating. Eat them all. Bin. He can no longer hold back. Kam Zong tilts his head to the sky, screams in agony, fresh blood streaming down his face and nose. He now seems like he could bleed to death at any moment. Blood streaks intertwined with the pitch-black ants cover his entire body. I absolutely won't let them eat. The darkness is just another abandoned warehouse. Inside the warehouse, a strange person dressed in full protective gear is holding a large rope. No, more accurately, that rope is made from strands of silk. The other end is connected to 3 large plastic bags as if they contain people inside. The person in protective gear stops in front of a sealed iron door. Inside is a cold storage, an ideal place to preserve corpses regardless of temperature. The 3 bodies are carried inside one after another. If this wasn't a secret experimental site, then there is only one answer left. The ones inside these large fur-covered bags are the food for the insect creatures. The person inside the large fur-lined bag doesn't seem to be fully dead. The faint, ragged cries for help reach the transporter's ears, but it's just noise. There's no chance of rescue. The dying man was thrown in with the dead. He desperately looked at the person in front of the door and begged, "Help me! Help me! Please!" But all I got in response was a closed iron door. This is the base of the two clone beings who attacked the black ant. They are still furious because their plan to capture the black ant was foiled. The old man slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth and muttering, I didn't expect those harvesting machines to show up there. If those guys hadn't appeared, we wouldn't have to increase the cargo and personnel." The old man turned around and harshly told the person who had just transported someone into the cold storage, and it turned out to be Lai Zin, Kamison's classmate. "What increase? Do you think I like this job?" The man frowns in discomfort. His name is Trang Don, a mutant who clearly looks like he'll end up being prey for the black ant someday. Wait a minute. On second thought, Lao Tap Tin walks toward Lai Jine, grabbing her sleeve and staring at her intently as if inspecting. "Your school uniform looks like that kid's, so do you know the identity of that black ant?" Lion frowns and pushes the old man's hand away. "What are you talking about? So annoying. How could I possibly know that guy?" Trong Dion said thoughtfully. "I don't care. If you're classmates, that's even better. If not, find them. Find them and kill." Lai Jane suddenly sat up and shouted, "Do you think I would do dirty things like killing that guy?" "I came here for my own purpose." Before I could finish speaking, the savage old man reached out, grabbed Lai Reozin by the neck and squeezed tightly. "I told you to do whatever I say. Dirty. You good-for-nothing, lacking determination, and yet you dream of touching the heavens?" Suddenly, a loud barking interrupted their argument. It seems someone who doesn't know the rules just broke in. No, it's the prey that was caught and is desperately trying to escape. Despite the dog chasing from behind, he kept running with all his might, desperately begging for his life. The sound of barking dogs echoes from the base as Trangjon approaches, watching the surveillance screen. The cold storage door is wide open, and some of the prey inside have already escaped. Trong Dion frowned and asked, "Did you forget to lock the cold storage door?" Liranjine, still recovering from being choked earlier, was filled with malice towards the opponent, but had to hold back and answer. "No way. Good, because if you make a mistake, I won't forgive you, since humans are often foolish and mess things up. Let's keep talking." The old man transformed one of his hands into an insect shape and walked toward Lyrain. "So, what do you want to say?" Lin said. "I want to stop here. Let's end our cooperation." So that's it. It seems Trang just pressed some button on her hand. Outside, the man who was fleeing suddenly froze and could only cry out a few "A" sounds. His body temperature changed so rapidly that the pigmentation of his skin shifted visibly. His whole body turned red, and the 4 holes in his chest suddenly glowed, as if he had just realized something was coming for him. His face twisted in horror. "Stop, stop, it's too late. The bomb has already exploded." A big explosion interrupts the conversation between the two mutants. The cold-blooded bombers casually say, "I know how to deal with those who get in my way." I repeat, 4 holes suddenly appeared on Lyrain's chest. I don't know when he sneaked the bomb inside, and his body gradually transformed completely into a mutant. He ordered to kill the black ant. The next day during lunch break, students had already rushed to the cafeteria to fill their hungry stomachs at the food station. There is a first-year student asking the canteen lady for more sausage, but getting refused. Behind him in line is No-So Rang, holding his lunchbox from the cafeteria. Except for her food-serving area, Kamison's spot is definitely the loudest, because he always eats a lot and at a fast pace. He hasn't finished 1 tray yet, but he's already eaten 10 trays. Next to Kamison, who is eating like a starving tiger, Ajia stares at him in shock, forgetting to eat himself, probably thinking the person serving the food is not eating as much or as fast as him. No. Sojiang was surprised and wondered how Kamison could digest like that. Today, he seemed to eat more than usual, but Kamison paid no attention to anything around him and focused solely on eating. The spoon in his hand suddenly fell to the ground with a clatter, and a few sharp sounds rang out. Kamison froze, and the ants started biting him again. Damn it. Ugh, it hurts so much. He clutched his arms tightly, red rashes starting to appear on his body, and seeing him suddenly freeze. Ajia, sitting nearby, asked anxiously, "Are you okay? Do you have a stomachache?" Suddenly, No-So Rang approached and, for some reason, started causing trouble with him. "What are you doing? It's hard to even get an extra sausage, so why is someone just eating here so recklessly? Maybe your dad is the principal of the school?" Ajia's goodwill towards No-So Rang was already not much, and every time they met, it only worsened. She frowned and scolded, If you don't know, just stay silent. He already paid for most of the food. No, So Rang deliberately raised his voice and elongated his tone. Wow, 10 points? I see, that's impressive. But its food intake exceeds human limits. So are you a monster? The whole family ate in complete silence, all eyes fixed on the two of them, until Era suddenly stood up and shouted, "What is there left to say? What nonsense are you talking?" No Soang chuckled softly, just like the demon who fell into the furnace that day, right? It was just because of the assignment that he was eliminated. The people around also started whispering and murmuring about him, but for now Kamison was only feeling fine. The pain from the swarm of ants biting inside him made him turn pale and tremble all over. No Soang kept stirring things up, as if he had no fear of death at all. Inside him, the ants became harder to control, gnawing through his flesh more and more, while Kamison's vision gradually blurred and faded. No, So Jiang still keeps causing trouble trying to be a hero again, but someone like him will probably die young. It's too noisy. Kamison reached out with one hand, grabbing No So Rang's head and covering his mouth, veins bulging on his hand. The bites from the ants on his body were multiplying, proving that No So Rang was all talk. Only then did he realize he almost touched the wrong person. Kamison tightened his grip, making it hard to breathe, his eyes surely bloodshot. Are you worried about A? Stop it. Kamison gritted his teeth and swung his hand forcefully, throwing No So Rang backward, causing him to collide with a girl who had just come back with her tray, which spilled all over his head. Kamison no longer had time to worry, so he hurriedly ran away from the cafeteria. Lejine also noticed his movements, while No So Rang could no longer bark. The pile of food dumped on his head, along with the suffocating feeling of pressure Kamison caused. After all, he's just a coward. Leaving the cafeteria, Kamison rushed to the rooftop with only one thought in his mind. I'm starving. My hunger still isn't satisfied, and the ants can no longer be controlled. He gritted his teeth and struggled to run out onto the rooftop. The personal ice pack on his body fell off. Kamison gradually lost consciousness, and the ants crawled out from his neck, forming the shape of a small ant with blank eyes and bulging veins, while the black ants screamed loudly, their eerie sound like thousands of ants crying out in hunger. Hey, insect-human lion, standing on the silk threads with one hand in his pocket, looking down at the black ants, are you advertising everywhere? Am I really a black insect creature? Honestly, I don't hold any ill will towards you. It's just Lijin transforming and jumping down from the silk thread, having just become a parasitic insect. The one on his neck blended with his voice, a voice full of desire. Parasite, hand it over. He charged towards Lijin, and the parasitic ants on his body also rushed forward, unlike their usual black armor state. This time, he truly lost control. Lijin interlaced his fingertips, calmly watching the black ant rushing toward him. For the sake of his goal, he can only be the villain. From Lin's hands, long, thin strands of silk appear. They are flexible but also much stronger than most ordinary weapons. The black ant charges at Lai Rain. She instinctively raises her hand, using the long silk in her hand as a weapon to block the attack, but the black ant on him directly bites into the silk as if trying to devour it completely. A black ant crawls toward his eye corner. Kamison slowly opens his eyes, regaining consciousness. The ants are still crawling on him, covering his entire body. Kamison's limbs are tied up as if he is trapped inside a body of some sort. At the end of each limb, 4 huge black ants are biting onto parts of Kamison's body, as if they want to carry out the 4 ants' dismemberment punishment, then turn him into meat. The swarm of ants behind, also eager to devour him, Kamison screams in pain and despair. Please leave me alone. How much more blood do you want me to shed? A black ant slowly approaches from above, its sharp mandibles on either side of Kamison's head. He freezes, hearing his own heartbeat. He could feel the sharp teeth of the ant digging into his neck, and the ants crawling on his body still weren't enough. They kept demanding food. Suddenly, a red ant appeared out of nowhere. It rushed to attack the black ant about to eat Kamison's head, and he stared in amazement at the creature that just saved him. The blood of the ant spilled, and in an instant, 5 huge black ants wanted to tear him apart. Now, he has been eaten by the red ant. He coughs on the ground, staring intently at the appearance of this strange creature. Kamison suddenly wakes up, lying on a clean bed with the hole in his neck still open. This is Kamison sitting up, confirming that he is in his own room, with the pain much reduced. Kamison looked confused, touching the area near the hole in his neck as if to explore. This is really strange. I don't remember anything after facing him on the rooftop. What happened next? With the ant so quiet, could it be that I've finally dealt with him? Came and touches the hole on his neck, still unable to fully believe it. Grandma was sitting on the sofa watching a movie when she saw him come out and asked, "Have you been sleeping all day and just woke up?" Let's eat. Camison shook his head. No, I don't need it. Grandma was a bit surprised. Aren't you going to eat? Did you catch insects yesterday? Camison shook his head and reached out to take the milk box from the fridge. Is that not the case? How did you get home? Grandma replied. Don't you remember? A short-haired blonde girl carried you home. Blonde hair? Camison tilted her head back and took a big sip of milk. Grandma asked again. Was it because the girl was covered in blood that she helped you home? At that moment, she was stunned. The little girl with blonde hair was also covered in blood, and her appearance was quite extraordinary. Isn't it because there's no other way that you brought the child home? Kemen shook his head. No, we're just classmates. Lion, who was in his arms, had escaped from the bad person's trap, like avoiding being eaten, but more importantly, he was still alive. Then why didn't the ants say anything? Suddenly, an image flashed into his mind. A gloomy old man stares fixedly ahead. Camison, the clone, is frozen in place and doesn't respond even after his grandmother calls several times. All he can see in his mind now is that bug calling out to him, near an empty lot by the train tracks where a train just passed, likely the last of the day. Trang and Lai Jane are standing here, as if waiting for someone. Trang Daeon glances at her with a scolding look. Your face has made everything more complicated. Li Jine frowned and said, I did my best. My best. Then I have to kill it first. Leon, covered in bandages, really had to hold back not to rush and hit the old man. What the hell? Do you think you can talk that way when I look like this? If you want to kill him like that, the old man could have done it himself. That guy is a monster. Trang stared at her intently as if assessing her. Suddenly, the old man turned his head and looked in that direction. It's here. Lion, surprised, turns toward the gaze of the old man. There truly was a figure hidden in the darkness, blending in so well that unless you looked carefully, you could never spot it. Another train passes overhead, illuminating the section below the track with its lights. It's Black Ant, stepping onto the grass and slowly approaching the two of them. Don't let me down this time. The old man then transformed into a bomb-exploding beetle, while Lai Xin beside him also changed into a silkworm butterfly, but still with a tense attitude as if ready to rebel at any moment. She rushed forward and said, If you have time to talk nonsense, support me instead. Black Ant also charged forward as if he didn't know Lai Rain, and was unaware that he had taken him home. Lai Xin paused, planted his left foot as a pivot, raised his right leg, and swept it across his hips forward. The Black Ant froze, raising its hand to block a punch from the silkworm butterfly, then shifted its stance on the ground. It ordered and swung its arm, preparing to deliver a punch toward Lai Xin. The swarm of ants gathered around his hand, forming 5 large fingers. When the punch made contact with Lai Xin, his arm was several times larger than his body, and his lower body had already been disarmed. The tough outer shell covering Lirio Xin shatters into tiny pieces. Her body trembles and is sent flying backward. Damn it. Li Jine was struck so hard that the lower part of her mask shattered. She struggled to stand up from the ground and stared intently at her opponent. He's gotten stronger. Hey, where are you going? Li Jine looked panic-stricken at Black Ken, who was turning his back on her. She hurriedly shouted, Still not over yet, but Kamzon coldly said, Step aside. His opponent tonight, or rather his prey, is the explosive group over there. The old man still maintains his arrogant and condescending attitude, immediately insulting Lai Jin as soon as he collapses. Useless. Lai Jin struggled to crawl forward, grabbing his leg from behind, trembling as he asked, Wait, what did you do? Because I helped you once. Now you're feeling sorry for me? Don't look down on me like that. After all, if I don't catch him, my goal, my revenge against the heavens won't come true. So that's how it is. Lai screams as she drags the worm across the ground, grabbing its leg tightly like a worthless, lowly insect. It seems like he's talking but forgot that he himself is a bug. Hu Kawan fires at him. What are you going to do? Stop it. Don't do that, nya. He sneered and delivered a few more decisive blows, pushing Lion even deeper into despair. You really don't know anything. You think I will really help you get revenge? Lide looked up in confusion. What do you mean? Trang chuckled, his eyes narrowing. In this world, no clone dares to oppose Thien Trung. According to the final plan, I will just hand you over to Heavenly Swarm. Camison remains silent, temporarily not intending to interrupt their conversation. He is also assessing the situation in his own way. Lidi grits his teeth, closes his eyes tightly, and screams, as if trying to vent all his long-held anger. You bastard, I've always endured and done the dirty work you ordered. What's it all for? Now you're telling me it's all meaningless again? You bastard. John Trang thumbs up in a V shape, but he's actually just trying to trigger the bomb detonation. He calmly said, That's right. That's the fate of useless things like you. You won't have to go alone. Hold on tight to that leg. Damn it, I can only curse. Because right now she can't do anything anymore. As for Camison, he doesn't want to die like this. He ordered the swarm of ants to move again. The black body that was in front of Lai Rain suddenly disappeared, leaving only a few remaining ants on the ground, but they were also moving away. Trang Dion looked around in panic, then vanished. Where did she go? Moving too clumsily. Old Ko calms himself and then detonates the bomb. The bomb explodes right in front of Lai Rio Jane. The old man laughs loudly as if the villains think they've killed the main character. The remaining embers fade away as the swarm of ants gathers in a spot not far away. Trang shouts loudly, "Why are you just standing around talking when we're supposed to be fighting? Ha! This time you're lucky, but there's a minefield ahead. Step anywhere, and it'll explode. Just jump into the fire pit." The black ant ignores the idle words of the old man echoing in his ears. He is desperately rushing forward, his current speed still not enough, aiming for his hand but needing a little more. Just a little more. I don't know when, but the black on his body suddenly mixed with red. That red ant is back again. Moreover, another explosion rang out, followed by several more. The shadow of the black ant glided ahead, triggering continuous blasts, yet he showed no sign of injury. Now Trang Don finally feels fear, and the old man instinctively steps back, the large bomb in his hand gradually gathering. What's going on? The bomb was launched, the black ant tilted slightly to one side, and the bomb flew far away. If it had been Trang Dian himself, not knowing what was happening, he would be furious. He didn't understand anymore. Suddenly his speed increased, but it was too fast. Just a moment ago, Trang John was just a tiny dot, and in the blink of an eye he was already approaching the old man. I can't control this speed. He reached out and grabbed Trang's head, but he didn't stop and kept running, tearing the old man's head down, finally coming to a halt. The black ant legs clung tightly to the ground. He stopped, his whole body covered in a few red streaks over his black armor, holding the exploded bug's head in his hand, with flames still burning the grass behind him. What is this power after all? He wondered as the scene was eerily silent. A few gusts of wind blew by, and the flames flickered faintly on the red grass, illuminating the dark night. Lai Di stared in shock, eyes wide as he looked intently at Camison, his whole body covered in red, unlike the black ants with flames still blazing behind him. In his hand was the severed head of the bombers. What the hell is he anyway? Lai Reojine wondered. The black ant looked at his reddening palm again, and the swarm of black ants moved once more, the red color fading away. On the ground were the corpses of the bombers and the old man's head. The black ants separated from his body, gathering into countless floating black clusters in the air. Camison turned his back to the explosion bugs and ordered the black ants to eat and then return. He moved toward Lizen as the black ants were ordered to fly over and cling all over the explosioner's head. They are writhing in a terrifying way. Liane is still unable to escape the shock of what has happened. She stared intently at the young man in front of her, at the swarm of ants that had just devoured a person a few minutes ago and who were still her comrades. Lion paused on the grass with a few black ants still on his body. The black swarm of ants stands out starkly against his white body. He looks down at Lai Rain kneeling on the ground, his cold, emotionless gaze as if he could kill her at any moment. Even Lai Jin thinks so. Maybe this is the end of her life. The revenge is over. She closes her eyes tightly, waiting for her execution to be carried out. But he just walked past indifferently, not intending to eat her as she thought. Lideon was stunned. What does this guy mean? She gritted her teeth in anger and shouted, "Hey, stop! Don't leave so quickly. Tell me why you saved me. Do you have a plan? Is it true that you also have a reason to oppose Heavenly Trung? Please, if that's the case, I also calmly cut in. Tell me what happened yesterday when the ants came." Lai Jin looked at him in surprise. "Did you really not remember anything from yesterday? What exactly is this guy? I've never heard of this kind of insect human before. The ant on his shoulder is even bigger than usual, and its current state is more than just out of control. It's frantic, and seems driven purely by instinct." The large head of the black ant lunged forward, aiming to swallow the person in front of it, when suddenly Camison shouted, "Stop!" Lion saw death just inches away, grabbing the black ant's head, but his expression didn't look like he had regained any reason, more like a sudden burst of rage. He shouted, "Don't follow your instincts." The black ant screeches, turning its head and lunging backward, trying to bite back at its host, while Camison has once again lost consciousness. Lion gritted his teeth as he stepped forward, stomping on the black ant's head and then binding it tightly with his silk to prevent it from attacking Camison. Damn it. I did that unconsciously. I don't even know why I did something that's not good for me anymore. Does this monster have its own consciousness? Damn it. Lydin clenched her teeth and ignored the swollen red spot on his chest, where instead of just black ants, a strange red ant had appeared. Camison suddenly screamed, as if he had encountered a pain so intense it drove him to despair. The black ant suddenly shattered into pieces and burrowed into Camison's neck. Lejin almost collapsed forward from losing her balance. Fortunately, their nerve endings are quite good, so Lin quickly regained her balance. She stared blankly at Camison as the black ants had now dispersed. They are returning to his body. You bastard, what exactly are you? I thought about it for a long time, whether to kill you or sell you, but suddenly I had an idea. If it were you, maybe you could destroy the heavenly trunk. You might be my only trump card. That is why I helped you back then. Lin stood up and spoke to everyone with his most sincere tone. Black Ant, no. Mission. Think carefully, now you have also become a target of heavenly worm. Since Trang Daeon has died, the supply of food from humans has greatly decreased. If we dig deeper, finding out about you is only a matter of time. So of course, they will target you. Right? Family, friends, everyone you've ever met, even just in passing, they will hunt down all the people you know and those who know you. I will help you, so fight alongside me. If I or you act alone, it will be very difficult. But if we work together, we can do it. Kamen turned to face her, coldly revealing his true intentions. You helping me? No, it's just that you have nothing, so you're looking for something to cling to. I don't care, and I'm not concerned about them. He reached out in front of Lai Rhine, and the swarm of black ants appeared once again under his control. No matter what it is, I will eat it all. He reached out and squeezed Lizen's small face with just one hand. Lion was forced to open her mouth as the swarm of black ants frantically crawled inside her body. A writhing mass of ants burrowed within. This is definitely a feeling she never wants to experience again in her life. Truly terrifying. The next day, in first grade at school, the teacher entered the classroom, looked over his students, and then began the morning attendance. Camison has one. Kim Min has one. Camison is sitting under the desk, doodling in her notebook, while a swarm of black ants and a single red ant are fighting in the middle. Lian, the teacher repeated. Lian, still not here. So A turned to look at her empty desk. The teacher frowned slightly, looked around the class, and asked, That kid who always looks distracted but has never missed a class. Where did he go? Anyone close to Rio Jine, please call him. The boys who are with Lai Rain are afraid she'll get hurt, so now they mock and talk behind her back after hearing the teacher's question. No way, she has no friends who would hang out with her. No. So Rang said to his thug friend, I heard there was an accident at Nemenchai yesterday. Maybe Rain, right? I've seen him go there a few times. If it were us, we'd be the bosses of this class now. Sounds like we're really the top, huh? Later, after class, you two stay behind. The smiles on their faces stiffened. Lai Jine slowly walks into the classroom from behind them. We're doomed. Their faces grimaced as if they had just eaten a chili. Lejine entered the classroom and raised his hand to speak. Lai Jine is here. Camison silently continues to doodle in his notebook. He muttered softly. The insect battle near the dark path yesterday had taken place, and the bug-gathering machine's people quickly gathered here, setting up a barrier to keep outsiders out. The fire is almost out and only a few weak guards remain here. All that's left is a prosthetic leg that the ants couldn't eat. The insect human with a prosthetic leg. Just bring it back first. It seems to be the one shot by us the other day, exceeding its ability limit. The person holding the prosthetic leg gently shakes it, and a pill drops from inside. It's not exactly a medicine, more like a capsule or a pod. Right now, a burly man in a sleeveless shirt is standing in front of the barrier being stopped by an employee. The person holding the capsule froze for a moment, glaring at the newcomer, then strode forward, warning with the cigarette in his hand containing insecticide hybrid, This is a dangerous area you can't enter. Surely they didn't expect the dangerous creature to be the one who naturally came to this area like him. His arm was cut off at the shoulder, the cigarette falling to the ground, blood spraying all over the floor. Hang roared loudly, his eyes filled with bloodlust. It hurts. It hurts so much. It's the insectoid creature. With Hanrang's arm, the bug-sweeping machine operator here realized it was time to enter a state of alertness. They gradually drew their weapons, but the big insectoid creature showed no signs of fear. To these insectoids, humans are simply prey. A cruel look appeared on his face as a series of alert messages were sent out, but that was also the moment death came for them. The giant insectoid creature, with a human-like appearance, simply struck lightly and annihilated those people. With brutal force, fresh blood splattered across the ground, staining his arm red. Only the researcher remained, having picked up the capsule from Rayan's prosthetic leg. But now he was so panicked he couldn't think, only screaming out loud and clutching the small dagger in his hand, too terrified to move. He growled like a beast hunting prey. The hunt is over. He took out his phone, blood-stained hand, and called one of his accomplices. I've completed the sample. No issues. The man nodded, then looked at the larva in his hand. In the middle of the yellow shell, there was a sleeping larva, and soon there would be another bloody storm coming. The scene shifts back to the classroom. Today is a rather peaceful day with A sitting between Lizen and Camison. The teacher is still giving a lecture at the podium. Suddenly, Lizen wrote something on the sticky note, rolled it up, attached it with a rubber band, and handed it to Camison. He didn't bother to look, just raised 2 fingers to pin the note, not knowing what Lin had written. Inside the note was a neat line that said, "See you at the back gate after school," with an adorable little bear drawn beside it. After school, Camison went to meet Lin in person. She had been waiting there beforehand, and there were a few other students around, so they couldn't talk loudly. Lijin leaned against the wall and said with a smile, "This is the first time we've talked at school like this, isn't it? It's so normal that it's a bit embarrassing." "Nick is what? Are you pretending not to know what the hell is going on?" This has to go back to last night when Lin was bitten by a swarm of black ants crawling into his mouth, inside his mouth, teeth, tongue, and then down to the throat. The sensation of the ants crawling inside, as if searching for something inside Lai Rain's body, or eating from the inside out. But it seems like the ants are just searching for something, or warning her, because when she opened her eyes, she was still alive. She could feel something rising from her stomach. Lijin quickly sat up, vomiting violently, with small fragments mixed into the stomach contents she expelled. There are a few small black ants floating on top. This is the bomb that the insect placed inside her. The ants helped her escape this threat. "You helped me like that and then left. So let's work together, agreed?" Lion happily suggests that cooperating with someone strong is always beneficial. Camison coldly said, "Don't get it wrong, you're just a backup meal. One day when I'm starving, I'll eat you." Lijin jumped in surprise, showing fear as he stepped back. "You're chicken now, huh? How could you be so weak?" Seeing Camison slowly remove the bandage from his neck, Lijin was truly terrified. She hurriedly said, "Think carefully, have you forgotten what I told you? Sooner or later, you will also become a target of the heavenly swarm." Thean Trung's only goal is to eliminate humans and climb to the top of the food chain. To do that, they nurture their bodies and eliminate anything that stands in their way. So, if you keep going it alone, Camison will step in and cut off Lizen's words. "I don't care." Lizen sighed. "That hurts me." In the classroom, Ajia looked down at the 2 of them and couldn't help feeling jealous. She turned away to avoid seeing them talking to each other and sighed in frustration. Since when have they been close? They don't seem to have anything in common. Right now, the boys in the class are looking at their phones and whispering excitedly about something. Above, a short video is playing on the bug harvesting machine. He also has a pretty special armor on him. Looks like a combat armor for fighting insect creatures, and it seems pretty cool. In the research room, the person wearing that armor is having the parameters adjusted by the scientist. Outside, Dr. Man, Pio, and Sam are also observing. Pio looks down and asks what I think. I looked up at him. "Not bad, but do I really have to wear this?" Pio waves the small stick in his hand. "Recent incidents have taken 4 of our team members. We can't just ignore this anymore. If they increase their survival chances, we have to too." Dr. Man smirked. "Just watch and you'll see. Let's get started." The door opens. I asked in surprise, "Wait, you're not giving me weapons?" Dr. Man replied, "This test is to check the armor's features. Personal weapons can't be used. Then just open your right arm instead." I stare fixedly at my arm that has turned into a sword, wondering what this short blade can do. Anyway, I am a high-level combatant, but I had no choice. The clone has already been inserted. Dr. Man is really in a hurry. He hasn't even had time to say he's ready before it's done. Dr. Man doesn't care about that guy, just orders the beetle to transform. The beetle man grits his teeth in defiance. "Shut up. Don't order me around." "Want me to kill him?" Pew murmured thoughtfully. "Killing him is fine. Just do your best. The captain is truly ruthless." The beetle grinned and then started transforming into a clone. Hee. It's been a while since I last killed someone. The door suddenly closed and the beetle who was standing in front of it vanished. No, to be precise, he used his speed to burst forward and suddenly ambush him from behind. He shouted, "Die!" Then the long red arm stretched out towards me. I took a deep breath, twisted my waist to turn my whole body backward, and used my weapon to block the attack. I stepped back a bit, away from the beetle, a smirk forming on my lips. Ha! Look at that. I'm quite satisfied with this. His eyes fall on the short sword he initially dismissed. Dr. Man says proudly, "Isn't that right?" "It increases its physical strength by 80 times the normal level," Pio warned with a frown. "I can't afford to be careless. He's a beetle-human hybrid with a speed of 300 km/h. As soon as he finished speaking, the beetle flew over, using its speed to surround me, forming a large patch of blue and red to the naked eye. Focus, and the hard shell froze, then charged at me to attack. He raised his hand to block the mechanical arm pressing against his cheek, a cold sensation spreading through his skin. Damn it, who doesn't know about that? He must crush this dung beetle to pieces. His arm swung a horizontal strike through the air, slicing across the dung beetle's abdomen. Anyway, this one is only fast. If it misses the rhythm of the fight, it can't recover immediately. Using his right foot as a pivot, he swings a powerful punch into the soft middle of the beetle's abdomen. Blood sprays across the ground in splotches of purple, looking quite gruesome. It jerks backward. Ha 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 ha, that's interesting. He laughs loudly, his face looking even more terrifying. His arm is now paralyzed from the second strike by the beetle, making it seem unlikely he can continue to move. I worryingly ask, could it be hit in the same spot on my arm? Piutram Gam said, keep fighting and see how long the armor can hold up. Frowning, he shouted, what? Come on, try it yourself. At this moment, the beetle once again charged at me with its speed, attacking him in the fight. If I make even a small mistake and create an opening, I will definitely be the one to suffer. I am being choked by the beetle, struggling to breathe, my face gradually turning purple. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging. Damn it. Everyone present there obviously wouldn't let me sacrifice myself for this experiment. An electric current was fired to paralyze the beetle. Dr. Mann from above warned, don't worry, if it gets hit, that insect clone will be shocked by the 100,000-volt current flowing through. This is also a defensive feature of the armor. That beetle is paralyzed and stiff. After the check, a machine reaches out to grab its body. I stared in shock as it was taken away before me. Then he hit it a few more times. Dr. Mann said, capturing the parasite alive is very important. Put it inside, hitting the glass face too hard. Hey, uncle, I am also my mother's beloved child. Jiam had to keep persuading him until he calmed down, and after finishing the experiment, Pugh also left. The beetle man returned in human form, restrained by two of the insect harvester's men with a long collar. These mutants are really perverts. Even in this situation, he's still smirking and saying, see you next time. This damn bug, so damn it. How dare it joke around with me? Next time, I will definitely crush you. Pugh slowly walks down the corridor. Surrounded by white-painted walls and blinding lights, he walks while thinking about recent events. The recent incident caused our troops to lose 3 members in a row while still unconscious. If someone like him awakens, equipping armor could change everything. Why would something sudden like this happen? I need to check it out. Pugh turns and heads to the archive room. There is no one inside this room at the moment. The shelves above are neatly arranged. Pugh approached, flipping through some documents, not sure when he started reading, his coat thrown aside, surrounded by scattered books on the ground. Now, it's almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Having been absorbed for so long, Pugh stretched and lowered his glasses. It's useless, I can't find it. Just wasting time. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a book hidden in the corner of the shelf, looking quite old. Curious, he pulled the book out of the shelf. He rubbed his eyes and decided to check this book one last time. What is this? Outside the book, there was a neatly handwritten title, Ant Colony Campaign. At the same time, Lijine was extremely frustrated because Kamison refused to listen to her. She shouted loudly, come on, be serious. Even if it's a celestial trung, my real goal is just to kill that person. At the same time, Pai had skimmed through a few pages of the book until he reached a page with no information, only a photograph. Above is an image of a woman with a child. Below appears to be a type of mutant, but the page is half burnt, so it's hard to see clearly. Next to it is sample 002, showing a man and a mutant named Kyrier. Returning to the conversation between Lelzen and Kamison, Kamison became agitated upon hearing Lin's true target's name. He grabs her shoulders tightly and coldly commands, say it again. Eileen is a bit surprised because she has never seen this state of Kamison before, but she still obediently repeats what she said earlier. The enemy I want to kill is the leader of Tien Trung, Kyrier, and my childhood memories fade into dust. That was the kind face of your mother before she was killed by that monster named Kyrier. His mother reached out her hand and told him to run quickly. Behind her, the monster Kyrier was surrounded by raging flames, burning everything. She reached out to touch his face, feeling the warmth of her son's last touch. The scene shifts back to the school, where students are still leaving after a long day with their books as usual. Hey, little ant, what do you plan to do today? Play with me. Kamison, chewing candy, frowned and said she didn't like it. Li Jane asked with a smile. Hey, where are you going? Kamison said coldly, I don't care. What are you doing? Going hunting? Are you also interested in hunting here? Kamison said as he pulled Li Jane's hand away from his shoulder. Don't be rude. Take your hand off. Li Jane sighed in regret. What a pity. I was going to invite you to eat meat to celebrate the day we became allies, but then the word meat came up, and he snapped the candy stick in his mouth. You furrow your brow in anger. Eating human flesh? Lion flinched nervously, quickly waving his hands to correct himself. What are you talking nonsense about? I don't eat human flesh. I'll buy you some really delicious meat, so let's go. You can trust me to take care of it. Before she could finish speaking, the figure of the ant walking beside her had disappeared. This guy really loves to eat. As soon as they mentioned it wasn't human meat, they rushed ahead, and at a restaurant called King of Meat Buffet, Lizin and Camison quickly found an available table. They skillfully grab a pile of pork and start eating. Camison stares intently at the burnt piece of meat on his claw, wondering, I guess it's edible now? When will it be ready? Lorraine sighed helplessly, still alive. Wait a little longer. The buffet staff member looked at the shop owner and sighed, saying, Hey boss, I think those two bastards are going overboard. They already took way too much meat. The shop owner frowned and said, You can't say that in front of the boss. At first they took a lot of meat as if they hadn't eaten in years, but they won't be able to eat much of it. The staff member asked again. I know that. But if they all leave so much behind, what can we do? The shop owner calmly said, We will find based on the leftover meat. What are you worried about? And as for the students, how much can they really eat? If you keep worrying about those things, how can you run a business? That's how it is these days. But the employee looked at the table with two extremely hungry people and felt very worried, while the manager remained completely calm. Camus quickly picks up two large pieces of meat and puts them in her mouth. Lajine, sitting opposite, feels helpless, but she also swiftly rolls up a piece of meat with raw vegetables and swallows it. You really don't know how to eat, do you? It's better to eat with raw vegetables for better flavor. Time passes slowly, and now the owner finally understands what true fear is because of the eating speed and amount of these two. It's completely abnormal. Lajine sat back in her chair, looked at him, and started a conversation. Hey, are you just going to eat without saying a word? How do you know Kyriere? Camison just chewed on the noodles in his mouth and swallowed quite a bit before saying, I don't really know either. What are you saying? He probably touched your family. My story isn't anything special either. Both my father and mother were killed by him. Even now, I can't forget what he said when he let me go and walk away. I don't kill my own kind, but I don't need those lowly things. My kind, wake up now. Camson took a bite of the large pork belly and swallowed it without showing any interest in Lin's story, not even responding once. Li Jine sighed and said, Hey, I'm serious about this, but I don't think I can keep communicating with Camison. If he's not done eating yet, then you'll just have to continue with your eating career. Seeing the meat shrink, he called the boss to bring another grill with 2 more portions. The current boss's face was more wrinkled than a chili-eating monkey, and even if he brought out a box, they would still finish it all. But if it goes on like this, it's not going to be okay. The owner is so worried he's sweating like rain. The old man called his staff, muttering curses about those 2 damn kids sitting there. How can they eat so much? In the end, after finishing those 2 portions of meat, a tiny ant and a silkworm moth were chased out of the buffet shop, and before leaving, Camison looked back at the store with a lingering regret. If it's all gone, we can just eat more again? Lajine sighed in exasperation. It's really disappointing. Should we keep eating or go get some drinks? Of course we're going for drinks. The 2 of them quickly found a nearby cafe. Lizin ordered a strawberry smoothie, a vanilla sake, and a fuccino for Kora, and waited a moment. What would you like to drink? She turned back and shouted loudly, asking Camison from afar. He immediately listed a drink, a chocolate ice cream, and a coffee with cream. Does the boss remember everything? Just ordered food, his insect sensor activates again. He looks around, noticing many people walking by and chatting happily. It looks normal, but it's definitely a clone, blending in with these people. Next to him, some scumbag is trying to seduce the girl he just convinced to come home with him. This man is definitely a clone. Camison can sense it, but he's still maintaining a human form to deceive the girl, with a look of madness in his eyes, yet she remains completely unaware. As they pass by, Lajine approaches with 2 bags full of drinks. She stepped closer to him, looked where he was looking, and asked in surprise, What's wrong? Why are you trembling like that? Are you trembling after looking at those 2? Too bad, huh? Kamen whispered. They're duplicates, let's go ahead. Li Jin hurriedly chased after him. Why are you running so fast? The bus slowly stopped, and Jia A stepped down from the car, looking up with a slightly sad expression. It was the hospital where Bangxin was receiving treatment. She approached, hesitated in front of the door for a long time, took a deep breath, then calmed herself and stepped forward, softly smiling and saying, Sir, I'm here. Don't you want to see my face? Then I'll leave the gift here. Remember to check it out. I'm leaving now. Dad is sitting alone in the room, knees drawn up, sitting silently in the dark, a tear slowly rolling down, and outside the door is a letter with a ring set with a blue gemstone. Ajia left the hospital feeling extremely conflicted. The doctor had to cut Bang Zezin's hair for surgery. Without doing so, it would be life-threatening. But A had been looking forward to his debut opportunity so much. He was very happy to have passed the audition. He had been waiting for this DOS opportunity for a long time, but lost it because of that event. At this moment, a woman who seems to be a nurse walks over to Ajia, and he can't help but glance at her a few more times. Because this female nurse seems to be incredibly beautiful, Bang Serene still sits cross-legged on her bed in her private room, with the bright moon shining outside the window. The hospital door suddenly opened. Bang Zerin glared fiercely at the door and shouted, "What the hell? Why don't you listen? Please go, but she's not someone you know. There's no one outside." Suddenly, a soft, alluring female voice echoed, "Hey, kid. Why are you so angry?" It was the nurse you saw earlier for Ajia, but as soon as she entered the room, her nurse's uniform disappeared. "Are you angry at everyone?" "Can't control your anger." The girl sticks out her tongue, and a small capsule appears from her mouth. This is the thing that the big guy took back from the old man's prosthetic leg during that battle. Her thumb gently brushes her dry, cracked lips from Bang Xin's illness. She asked with a smile, "Do you want to kill everyone you find annoying? I will help you do it." She chews the capsule, one hand holding Bang Xin's mouth open. The capsule disappears, or rather, it has been transferred into Bang Zezin's body. Zin's pupils suddenly constricted, their eyes changing color with veins bulging. "All right, have fun." She sneered coldly as she looked at the fragile girl writhing in pain before her. Bing Zane clenched her mouth shut, her face paling and her body curling up as if something had just invaded her normal cells. In the quiet night, the desperate, agonized screams of the Zin gang echoed through the hospital room. The girl's fragile body kept sitting up and then collapsing back onto the bed frame, unable to control the endless pain, while the strange woman beside the bed looked so excited that her cheeks blushed, as if watching someone suffer during a transformation was her twisted pleasure. That evening, at an extremely luxurious villa, the girl, still unaware of what Camison's insect man had discovered after dinner, went to visit the upstairs of the house as if it were her own. Inside, there was a swimming pool, and the insect man approached her from behind, smiling and saying, "What's so surprising? Anna, I'm quite shy about this, so just enjoy yourself." The man put his hands in his pants, then kicked the girl in the back, causing her to fall into the water. The girl floated up out of the water, her hair and face soaked. As she hovered above the water, she looked at the man and said, "But oops, the water is too deep. You overdid it." Her legs floated beneath the water, as if something was about to come and pull her down. She called out a few more times, but no one answered. "What's going on? Where did everyone go? Let me play by myself like that." The girl puffed her cheeks and muttered in blame, not knowing that her grandpa hadn't gone anywhere. He just stayed underwater, giving a strange smile as he stared up at her leg like a monster swallowing a person. The girl swam a few laps below, feeling a bit exhausted, and headed toward the shore. "I'm exhausted already." But just as I was about to grab the edge of the pool, something suddenly grabbed my leg. She was so scared she stood upright, staring fixedly at what was grabbing her leg. It was a man's hand. The surface of the pool rippled again. The girl was unsurprisingly pulled underwater, bubbles rising around her as she gradually sank. Suddenly she snapped out of it, regaining consciousness, and instinctively tried to swim back to the surface once more. But there was no way to move anymore. Simply put, he was dead. The handsome man sat cross-legged on the water's surface, looking at the floating corpse in front of him. So boring and annoying to go hunting myself after a day of earning money and free meals. I should fill my stomach first, right? The guy opens his mouth, ready to enjoy his delicious dinner. It was supposed to be safe on the water, but now a black ant is crawling across his face. He stared blankly, still holding the dead body's neck in one hand, then looked toward the pool wall where a dark figure was standing. It had to be the black ant. He stood in front of the glass door, looking inside. And it didn't take long for him to decide to smash the glass barrier to get inside. A delicious dinner interrupted. A charming insect person who doesn't get angry isn't an ordinary insect person. Damn it, what the hell is this? Amid the shattered glass, the black ant lunges forward, using both legs to deliver a powerful punch right to his stomach. This kick is so strong that his internal organs beneath the fat layer feel crushed. The damn crazy bastard, where did he come from? And what the hell are you doing, you bastard? He runs on the water, charges forward, and unleashes all his anger and frustration into a punch, hitting him with a painful blow. The black ant's body wavered slightly and fell toward the pool. If an ant fell into the water, it would be doomed. But it's okay. This time he's not fighting alone. The silkworm butterfly is right behind him. The threads wrapping around the hand form a bridge. Around the duplicate, the threads also appear and intertwine rapidly, forming a large cocoon that tightly encloses the beast inside, leaving only a head visible, with a few more threads being spun out. This time, they hung the drowned girl upside down, her arms dangling, water dripping from her body and splashing into the pool below, creating a somewhat eerie scene. Lai quickly retracted her silk, bringing the girl up onto the shore. She quickly checked her over, and it seemed like they arrived just in time. This person has only been suffocated and can still be saved. Inside the pool, the charming zombie is tangled up in Lizen's silk, but his face still shows a fierce expression, as if a small mistake could turn others into prey. "Ha, what are you guys doing? Why are you blocking others from eating?" The girl is temporarily safe. Lijine returns to fight alongside Kamison. "Damn it, how dare you guys mess with me? Can you handle the consequences? Are you confident?" Kamen coldly said, "I don't care, I'll just eat." Then he moved forward, but Lizin suddenly blocked him. "Wait, not yet. If all those guys come out, we'll definitely find something. Black Ant's reputation among the insect people is probably the worst there is." A fellow hunter. He chuckled mockingly, but the anger in his eyes was impossible to hide. "Hey, old man, I just heard rumors about you, Black Ant. You look more damnable than I thought, but you say you're hunting me?" "You guys?" the man sneered, his smile gradually fading as half of his face transformed into a monstrous form. Lion sharply shouted, "You won't escape that trap anyway. Answer our question now." He glanced at the cocoon on his shoulder, which was being sliced open along its length. "Do you know who I am? Damn you guys." Kamison frowns and orders Lyrain to step back quickly. A sharp slash across the ground, cutting through rocks and even capable of slicing water in a pool. The space in the room is filled with sharp orange blades spreading everywhere. Lion, unable to escape in time, is hit on the shoulder by one of the blades. Kamison, of course, couldn't avoid in time, but he managed to raise both hands to cross and block it. The ground was covered with a slash from that insect creature, as if it had been heated by molten lava. It was crimson and still radiating heat. The pond was steaming, and this room was filled with countless such cuts. The cuts are still red and swollen, while Lizen and Kamison are standing across from the water spider creature, quite a distance away, lucky to escape. "You only caught a few small shrimp and already dared to attack a member of the heavenly swarm?" A sharp, arrogant leg stands upright on the water's surface, its entire body pointed and sharp, with two thin orange swords in its hands that seem to be radiating heat. Perhaps they are the ones that carved countless wounds in this room. This is his form as a celestial trung. The water spider insect, Raisha, he exhaled in admiration. "Arrogant, truly arrogant. Try hunting me if you dare." He held his stance and stared intently at the two of them. Kamison and Lin also knew that their opponent today was not to be taken lightly. Liazen immediately pulls out her own rope and controls it in her hand, while Kamison orders the ants to move onto her arm. The figures of the two of them disappeared. The rope in Lizen's hand had transformed into a long, beautiful blue-colored cord. But if you think it's easy to cut, you're very mistaken. Kamison's hands had already taken on their complete form from the very beginning. They both attack simultaneously, water spider. Sina stands still there, gracefully and elegantly blocking their strikes with her sword. In the vast space, his voice echoes, "Nah, water sword." The sword in his hand moved across the water's surface, leaving a trail behind it. He struck, lunging forward, both swords shining brightly, with water swirling around the blades. Lin and Kamison were cut by a swift sword strike so fast it was almost invisible. Neither of them had time to react, only realizing it after they were hit. Behind them, Jishna didn't even bother to turn around to see if her opponent was counterattacking. They seemed to be pierced by water, with several black ants scattered across Kamison's armor, and two sword-shaped holes appeared on his chest, remnants of that attack still visible. The water spider raised one hand in front of its chest, the other hand holding a sword hanging loosely, as if it had just finished its fight with a hiss. It then advanced, swinging its sword to strike at Lizen, who was flying up to lift Kamison into the air. How many disadvantages does a water ant have to fight underwater? She flies at her fastest speed to reach the shore. The lingering pain from their attack still remained, and the ants on Kamison's hand gradually dissolved, returning to their black armor state. Lizen was confused and wondered what kind of technique that was. He can control water? Even if I get close to him, the surrounding water will move closer and he'll kill me within his territory. The water-controlling ones are really troublesome. The members of Thien Trung are the dominant and overpowering among the insect people. But Lai Jine didn't expect that this water spider would be so strong. Before figuring out what strategy to use next, Kamison was saved again by her and charged forward, truly stubborn beyond measure. As he rushed forward, he shouted for Lai Reojine to release her silk onto the water's surface. "That idiot," Lies inside, but could only follow his orders. If she got closer, she would die. I don't know what she's thinking. Relying on the silk above the water from Lin, Kamison easily jumps on the water towards Jichna. Actually, he's not rushing in recklessly. He's trying to test the mysterious red power source he discovered in the previous battle, intending to unleash that power once more to see what it can do. Jichna coldly turned his head and looked at Kamison as if looking at an ant, and indeed, it was a black ant. A sword swung across, and the forest above Kamison's head fell down. Luckily, this one is made from ants, so it can come back together. Kamison sighed at the two troublesome swords, but still managed to land a punch on Jichna, though it didn't do much damage. Relying on Lizen's silk, he struggled to stand on the water and kept punching Jichna. Jichna swung his sword to block and counterattack, but his speed seems to be slightly slower than Kamison's. A punch lands successfully, hitting Jichna right in the middle of the head, making him pause for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered another punch to his elbow, causing the sword in his right hand to loosen. The next strike was to the other shoulder, and one by one the swords were dealt with, while Kamison also exerted quite a bit of effort. But he didn't care. Moreover, suddenly something shiny sliced off half of his outer mask, causing his attack to falter. Half of Kamison's face was revealed, showing that even in the moment of confrontation with the insects, he still wore an angry expression, as if he wanted to kill them all, chewing them up like that. The two swords dropped by the water spider are now embedded in his leg, and two more swords appear in his hands. He casually asks, "Do you see the two black pouches on my back?" "4 swords, this is my true form." Sword engraving, the man coldly shouts the technique's name, and all 4 swords strike out simultaneously, slicing across Kamison's body. 4 fiends, fresh blood spouting from his body, staining the water red. The black ant armor could no longer withstand such injuries. Jichna, holding his sword, ignored the few thin, long threads reaching out, and asked with a smile, "So what? Does it taste amazing?" Jichna, still lost in thought, suddenly kicked him in the back of the head with such force that he almost transcended death itself. The silk thread in Li Daodine's hand tightly pressed against his face, causing the mask covering Jichna's face to shatter. But he does nothing. His legs turn into swords, stabbing into the water, launching a piercing attack from beneath the surface aimed directly at Li Jine's stomach. She gets hit, and the tethers in her hand loosen. Damn it! Li Jine swore and quickly grabbed her silk threads to control them. The sword that the tangle of silk aimed at first was pulled into the air, and I considered it as losing a sword. Seizing the perfect opportunity created by his ally, Kamison leapt into the air and grabbed Jichna's sword with both hands. The X-shaped bloodstain is still bleeding, surrounded by a swarm of black, filthy ants. Na glared up at the sky. Damn it. As soon as he cursed, Kamison plunged into the water, using his own sword to pierce through that tough shell. Being stabbed with his own sharp blade, it must have been an extremely unpleasant sensation. The broken mask has taken away any remaining calm. Jichna is almost berserk, fighting instinctively without precision. He roared, "You bastard," and swung his remaining sword horizontally. Kamison gritted his teeth and raised his hand to block, blood splattering along with the swarm of ants. He gritted his teeth and drove his sword deeper into Jichna's chest, then ordered the ants to crawl along the blade and into his body. Being ravaged by the ants must have been an extremely unpleasant experience. A restless, prickling sensation spreads through the body. Jichna screams out loud, veins bulging on his face from the pain, thinking today might be his last day. But the appearance of the fourth person here seems like a salvation. A barefoot man steps inside slowly, seeming a bit surprised, muttering in admiration as if the situation ahead is somewhat troublesome. As Lin and Kamison just reacted, a punch was slammed straight into Kamison's face, causing a shock of pain. It was the big man who had killed Lizen's 4 people to retrieve that larva capsule. Kamison's body was instantly slammed into the wall, creating a large hole. He slid down, blood streaming down his body. On the water's surface, where the silk threads are, Li Zin is lying unconscious as well from Jichna's earlier move. The big man approaches, carrying the unconscious Jichna on his shoulder, and casually comments, "These people are interesting. I always welcome the strong." He finished speaking, then flicked a card toward Kamison. The red card with the Zichsot Club logo was pinned directly to the wall next to Kamison's head, along with his final message before Kamison gradually lost consciousness. "Come visit us. A new day begins, just another ordinary day for everyone." Probably so. In a small alley, a man is leaning against the wall, fiddling with his phone, seemingly waiting for someone. A girl wearing a crop top, shorts, and a mask slowly walks over. Clearly a style that doesn't match at all. Seeing the person approaching, the man hesitated for a moment before raising his head awkwardly and saying hello. It turns out you're the one I've been waiting for, and suddenly he looks embarrassed, scratches his head and asks shyly, "Are you a high school student?" "I don't doubt you. It's just that you're not wearing your uniform." The high school girl nodded slightly, and the smile on the man's face immediately became inappropriate. He must be a pervert. He scratched his head awkwardly and asked, "Let's not talk here. Let's go somewhere else." The girl shook her head and then stepped closer to him. "Here." The guy froze for a moment as the female student lowered her mask, revealing the beautiful face of Bang Saren. She repeats here, seeing that soft, beautiful face, how could a lecher like him resist? Sweat already pouring down his face, and he agreed, without any doubt. Bang Saren tiptoed to kiss the man, who closed his eyes, feeling elated from the first kiss, but before he could enjoy it for long, he sensed that something was very wrong. Bang Shin glanced to the side with a cold look, while the man beside her was trembling. His face suddenly dried out and gaunt like an 80-year-old, and then he collapsed quickly, already dead. Bang Saren retracts her tongue, its long tip with 3 blood-covered fangs. In front of her is the desiccated corpse of the man. A woman approached, Donda smiled and asked, "Is it tasty, our little one?" Then she went to hug Bang Shin and asked, first time tasting the human flavor. "How do you feel?" Bang Shin licks the blood on her lips, deep in thought. Then the girl gently smiled. "Yes, very delicious." In a tunnel, the subway speeds by at a dizzying pace. Many people on the train are heading home. They had no idea that today would be a day of no return. A strange man stood in the middle of the train corridor, pale and trembling, with dry, cracked lips, muttering to himself, "I'm hungry, so hungry there's no other way. I'm sorry, but I'm so hungry I'll eat happily." He opened his mouth to reveal a snake-like tongue identical to the one from the train, and the tongue shot out to pierce the neck of the man in front, with 2 others behind him like a venomous snake claiming an innocent life. Fresh blood splatters across the floor of the train as chaos erupts, blood continuously pouring down. The chaotic screams and pushing and shoving, but everyone was doomed to be devoured. That long tongue struck like lightning, taking every life it touched. The man bends down, drawing nutrients from a dead body in front of him, surrounded by corpses, blood on the ship's wall and glass. At school, it's still a normal day, just to make going to school more cheerful. Suddenly, she saw a familiar figure. Kami-song walking ahead as Ara ran up, gently tapped his shoulder, and called out with a bright smile like the sun, "Hey, Kami-song." Kami-song looked in her direction, and it would have been a stunning scene if his face hadn't been beaten into a pig's head. Ara took a few seconds to recover, then asked in surprise, "Why did it turn out like this?" Kami-song muttered. "Yes, I did get into a fight." "Fighting? So you lost?" I won, but I lost." Ajia sighed in relief. Ma helplessly reminded, "Why does a kid like you keep causing trouble? Stop it already." He shook his head. There was no other way. What kind of rebellious age is this? I was about to continue talking to A, but had to stop because a familiar figure was standing in the classroom, looking out at the blue sky through the glass window. She happily ran over and called her best friend's name. "Saren?" Saren turned to look at her, having just rushed from the door to hug her best friend tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. "How are you feeling? Are you okay yet?" "I couldn't visit again. I was so worried, you silly thing." Bang Saren forced a smile, her hair now cut short and uneven. "Because my hair looks like this, you'll notice when I lose it. Here, let Ara smile and say this. Why do you look so good with this hairstyle?" "Oh, you already have that bracelet." "So beautiful, that's right. Mi-song is also in our class," Choara whispers softly. Jane asked curiously what was wrong with that face, and Cho-A-ji honestly explained. "He said it was from a fight." Saren pointed to the empty desk next to Cho-A-jia and asked if that was a vacant seat. Cho-A-jia hesitated before explaining that the entity of this class is named Zin. Basically, someone came to take attendance and then left immediately. I don't know if the entity mentioned today is attending class because today she's lying at home, fully bandaged from her wounds. Still not out of bed, resting, Lyrain suddenly scratched her ear, wondering who dared to insult her like that. Suddenly her phone screen lit up, and the message was from Menin. "This guy is really crazy. His recovery is amazing. He's already able to go to school. I can't attend roll call today. Finally, this day has come." Lejeune turned around, held up the red card, and stared at it intently. "That is the name of the club that the man gave us last night." After just a few words of conversation, the most annoying person in this class finally arrived. No So-jiang just entered the class and went straight to Bang Shin's seat, deliberately provoking her. "Oh, who is this?" "I cut my hair so I didn't recognize you. It's the former intern." "I'm coming right now. Is the wound on your head okay?" "Ah, look at this scar." "What should I do?" It's really creepy. It must have hurt a lot, but at least it was just a fractured skull at the back of the head, so it's somewhat lucky. The others clenched their teeth to survive and run for their lives, but they all lost their lives too. As expected, only those who must live will survive. In that case, I also feel less guilty about you, since you're still alive. Bang Saren grits his teeth, veins bulging on his face. She glared at No So Rang, standing next to her as if she wanted to devour him alive, while Kamison also sensed the presence of the parasite. Before Bang Xin could do anything, her close friend rushed forward and punched No So Rang, knocking him out cold. The glasses he was wearing fell to the ground, and the scene grew suddenly quiet. Who would have expected that the gentle Jia could strike such a ruthless blow? Bang Xin also didn't expect her friend's actions. Her breathing gradually slowed, no longer hurried with anger like before. Can this crazy guy not apologize properly? You can stop feeling guilty. Can someone who threw their friend to be prey and ran away just to survive really say that? Hurry up and apologize to Saren properly. Don't just stand there stunned by that surprise punch. He rubbed his reddened cheek in confusion and said, "All right. Sorry for throwing you down and running away." Then he approached and picked up his glasses. In a corner unseen by anyone, this cowardly guy mutters a curse under his breath. Truly a worthless piece of trash. Kamison remains seated there, not interfering, because he's still preoccupied with the strange power he's sensed all along. Not quite stable enough to be called a human, his gaze falls on the Xin carriage. She doesn't realize Kamison is watching her, because all the hostility is focused on No So Rang's back. It seems this time the main goal is revenge. On the subway train, the carriage was filled with the foul stench of rusty metal. Above, only a single, larva-like worm was crawling forward with its fleshly body. The door to the train compartment opened, and a burly man stepped in, wearing a suit of armor with the scythe machine emblem. He walks in, looks around, and mutters, "This place is really messy. This is Ko's younger brother from the low group, a combatant of the beetle harvester machine. That larva is completely unconscious now. It saw the newcomer, its long tongue sticking out, wanting to continue devouring him. It frowned and cursed. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Who is this guy?" Another person stepped in, looking quite similar to Ko except for a horizontal scar on his forehead and carrying a huge blue spear in his hand. This is Lo's older brother, the other member of the lock group. "Is this a larva? Not only are there mature insects, but also these larvae?" Ko asks curiously. "I don't see anything different from the others. Should I kill it? Should I let it live? Are you joking with me?" Captured and brought back to the headquarters. Dr. Man can leave it to that old man to deal with. That larva rushes forward and opens its mouth wide, revealing sharp, fiery red flesh inside behind its jagged teeth. But it moves relatively slowly. I crouched down and drove my sword straight into its head. Who dares to attack my brother? One hand holding the larva's head, the other firing 3 consecutive shots into its head. Lo stood watching his brother beside him, silently exhaling. "Don't go overboard. The less damage, the better, don't you know?" Suddenly, the larva went berserk, swinging its tail forcefully at Lo, knocking him back into the glass wall of the ship behind. The armor shattered the tough glass face, and Lo sat on the blood-stained chair surrounded by broken glass, anxiously looking at his brother, eager to run over and check, but the situation didn't allow it. While he was distracted, the larva suddenly stood up, its terrifying head lunging toward Ko, but he had already grabbed the shiny black skin with his large hand. He frowned and said, "With this strength, you can't crush me. I am completely different from my weak brother." At this moment, Lao had also recovered Kaka after the surprise attack. He rushed forward, taking advantage of his brother's control to swing his sword powerfully, cutting off the larva's head, standing steady in the air as he looked at his blood-soaked brother and softly asked. The weaker brother, Ko, calmly replied, "No, it's not. I'm sorry. Damn it, I was trying to catch him whole, but I cut him all to pieces." "Are you insulting me?" "No," I shake my head. "No," I told myself only. "I'm not too worried about it." He stepped forward, kicked the larva corpse, and quickly packed it away. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a tiny thing on the ground. This is a small worm slowly crawling out of the corpse. It suddenly turns its head as if it has detected the thing. Then it lunged at him, stabbing straight into his body. Seeing his brother suddenly act so strangely, he chuckled and asked teasingly what was going on. "Why are you trembling? Do you need to pee?" Ignoring the strange thing moving on Lo's forehead that looked like a worm, they quickly gathered their loot and returned to the headquarters. It seems this time, Lo was parasitized by his brother's deadly parasite. Branch B fly swatter, a normal day with everyday activities happening. Lo and his brother just returned to the headquarters carrying a larva, and loudly called, "Dr. Man, look what my brothers and I brought back." Seeing this, he'll be so surprised. Lie beside him muttered softly, "That old man is really about to die." Immediately, someone looked at his brother. Before he could confirm his own suspicion, Sam and I both spoke up to interrupt his attention. "I've heard about that. Are you two fools? I heard the boss caught the larva." "Too bad. What should we do now? We caught them first." Ko approached and said angrily on the way home, "If we hadn't stopped at the rest station, we would have been faster." The bandit clicked his tongue and wondered which fool would go into the rest station during working hours. He frowns, looking down on Kim Chui-don. My gaze falls on the body of the larvaco and the head that Lo is holding, with a mocking smile on his face. "Why does your target look like that?" "It's too heavy, so we had to cut it up and carry it back. We caught the target intact, even if a little was burned away." Suddenly, Lo pulls out a bag and brings the larva's head in his hand forward. As he passes by, he deliberately bumps into the guy's shoulder, causing the sword on his back to fall. Frowning, Tai looked at Lo and muttered, "I tried to shoot gently. This is the difference in perspective between us and the Fool brothers." Sam thinks he acted disrespectfully towards his brother by withdrawing. After all, none of them expected a parasite to be able to parasitize inside a person like that. In the laboratory, Dr. Man was dissecting a specimen that he and the others, along with Sam, had collected when he received news that the brothers had also captured something like this. Dr. Man frowned, his face covered in blood. The old man used tongs to pick up a small dead larva inside that worm, staring at it with a look of extreme discomfort. Again, I wonder who caused this. The old man then placed the dead, blood-covered larva into a chemical cup. The scene shifts to Camison's classroom. The bell rings, signaling the end of class. Students quickly pack up their books. One after another, they left, and since it was my best friend's first day at school, I couldn't just let her go alone, so I ran over to her. Being a good friend means lifting her spirits. "Saren, are you heading straight home?" Ajia winked and asked, "Do you want to go have some hot pot?" There's no reason for Bang Xian to refuse. They quickly found a pretty good hot pot restaurant, and of course the prices were suitable for students' budgets. Sitting in the restaurant, Bang Xian looked down at the hot pot ingredients, then at the two people sitting opposite her. She glanced at the male student sitting beside Ajia. "But why is he following us? Are you two on a date?" Kamen picks up a meatball and puts it in his mouth, while A is momentarily stunned. He chews the meatball and then stares intently at Bang Xian. Bang Saren suspiciously looked back at him, feeling as if their gazes were sparking with electricity. This tension is almost deadly. No way. She quickly looked around. Just as the meat in the hot pot was cooked, it was time to eat. I happily picked up a piece of meat and skillfully rolled it up with her chopsticks. Camison picks up 3 pieces with 1 chopstick, and after finishing the hot pot, they each enjoy a cup of milk tea for dessert. Camison walks behind, while Bang Saren and Camison walk ahead, chatting happily. If it weren't for that incident, their lives would have continued like this forever. Suddenly, Bang Saren's phone rang. Her eyes briefly showed a cold expression as she looked at the screen. Bang Saren, feeling a bit awkward, turned to Cho-A and said, "Sorry, Ara, I have to go to extra classes now." "No, I had a great time hanging out with you since it's been a while. See you at school tomorrow." Cho-A-Jia waved goodbye to Bang Xin and left with Camison. Bang Xin turned her back to them, unaware of her current expression, as only the large scar on the back of her neck was visible. Camison silently looked at her as if pondering something, but decided not to chase after her and went home with Cho-A-Jia. Cho-A-Jia cheerfully said as she walked away, "It's lucky that Saren seems happier than I thought. We have to hang out again tomorrow." Suddenly, Cho-Ara stopped, clapped her hands together, and pulled out a stack of papers from her bag. "I forgot the history documents for him, and they need to be submitted tomorrow. I went to give it to him and then came back. Sorry, you should go home first." Camison reached out and grabbed Ajia's wrist as a gentle breeze blew by, the setting sun shining brightly, perfectly matching the romantic atmosphere. Camison also didn't find anything strange and directly said, "Don't go." On Bang Saren's side, she also just received a phone call, not about being busy with extra classes, but because she had a date. A white car stopped in front of her, and a middle-aged man inside waved eagerly, his lascivious gaze unmistakable. He smiled and said, "Get in the car." Bang Serene gently licks her lips. It seems today is her main course. If Ara leaves now, she will witness that scene. At least Camison wants to keep this always lively girl away from the darkness of the world. He earnestly says, "He just appeared, so the teachers will understand." Gia's face briefly flushed, hearing Korat say those words and seeing him hold her hand like that, who wouldn't listen. Camison softly said, "Let's go home." Ara nodded slightly. "Yeah." Back with the Siren gang, she just got into that man's car when their classmates, who are close friends with No So Rang, saw the scene. The guy next to No So Rang said, "That former idol trainee girl, it's because of her that you got beaten up today. And it was a girl who did it. That girl is really strong. Your dad's car looks so fancy. I'm so jealous." No So Rang said in surprise. "Do you think it looks like your dad's?" the friend asked again. "So what if not? He doesn't have a father, you idiot. Now you're finished. Brand new bike." By evening, at a place filled with colorful lights, it's clear this is a nightlife spot. The wound has also healed. Lion leaves the house, dressed to impress, attracting quite a few stares along the way because of her eye-catching appearance. She looks calm and indifferent on the outside, but inside she's feeling so regretful she could die. She originally thought it was just for fun, so her outfit might be a bit over the top. "There are so many people watching, I just hope they don't check IDs. That club doesn't seem like an illegal place at all." It's a tall building with a glass-like red exterior. Lady froze, expressionless, thinking to herself, "Oh no." Seeing the long line of people pouring in, Lizen was truly speechless and said, "Is this entire big building covered with flags?" And this long line, waiting in line, is really a hassle. Damn, this really is a different world. She quickly took out her phone to text Camison for help, but all she got was a brief reply. "I'm hungry. This kind of leech really is useless. We're here now, so there's no way we're giving up." At this moment, a voice that sounded quite familiar called out to her. It was the voice of a man over there. "Is this your first time here?" Lijane turned back, her eyes showing a hint of surprise. "This guy? That man probably doesn't recognize her because his pickup lines are cheap and cliché. That guy is Park Min-gun, the water spider demon from Richna." Standing outside the club, he grinned and asked, "This girl? Her voice sounds familiar, doesn't it? Have we met somewhere before?" Pingun's whispering temptations kept echoing in her ears. "Don't worry, it's okay, come here." The sudden flash of light makes Li Jin stop for a moment. She opens her eyes and sees a large nightclub with people dancing under the dazzling lights. The girl's dressed quite boldly, surrounded by men. Li Di leans back, staring ahead. In her eyes, she is just a supporting character. Only the dazzling lights above are the main focus. "What do you think? Shall we go inside?" Unexpectedly, when she turned to look at her, she was gone. Since silkworms are creatures easily attracted by light, Li Rain ran over to the hanging flashing lantern, reaching out to touch it. Staring intently at that light, she suddenly remembered that it wasn't just now. The atmosphere here is truly suffocating. Bei Minun stepped forward, leaning on the railing and looking down, smiling as he said, "This is nothing. If there were tiny turtles like over there, the atmosphere at the flag assembly would heat up quickly." Li Di looked down. "This place seems just a flag assembly on the surface. But if we want information related to Heavenly Worm, then there's no choice but to reveal it." Li Jin took out the red card from her pocket and softly said, "I was actually invited here." Bingun looked at the card in her hand and let out a faint sigh of admiration. "So it turns out it's not this side, but the other side, huh? Then let's enjoy it together." Lel Jin follows Park Min-gun down to a lower level of the cap. It's quite deserted and quiet here. She asked curiously where we are going. Bingun pointed to the elevator in front of us and said, "Almost there. Once we get in, just go down." Lion looked at the elevator with a door 7 or 8 times her size, surprised and asked how it could be so big. The elevator doors opened and they both stepped inside. VIPs, of course. The space has to be more special. VIP? Lion looked at this elevator, which is even bigger than her room. Bingun swiped the card on the elevator's verification panel. "This whole area is red, just like the boss's style here." Holding the invitation card, he smiled and asked, "Not everyone gets an invitation. You must be quite lucky with the boss, huh?" Lion forced a smile. "I'm the type to attract others' attention." Mr. Minun asked curiously what kind she is. "After waking up." "Praying mantis butterfly," Lizen chuckled softly. "Dead beetle. Besides that," Lizen asked, "what about over there?" He smiled and said, "The giant water spider from America." They talked back and forth for a while, and the elevator only went down to the 6th floor. "We're here." As the elevator doors opened, Lizen looked forward with a hint of anticipation. This place was filled with insect people, so the drinks must already be served. Next to her, Park Min-gun was still enthusiastically introducing, saying she would probably like it a lot. What should I do? Li Jin stares intently at the light ahead, welcoming to the club. The noisy sound of the crowd on the stands. Hula kills and fights. Below, monsters and humans are battling each other, bloodied, excited, and frantic. Both humans and Trung Nahan are watching intently from the stands, some shouting, some excited, with bets placed on each match. Lydie stared blankly, looking at the scene below the arena and then up at the stands. She wondered if this really was the VIP room of the club. Below, the crowd has already seized the chance to escape and kill the insectoid fighting them. A group of excited people are shouting above, with blood of humans and insects splattered across the ground. This is lawless and chaotic. The light in Lee Daozin's eyes gradually dims. At this moment, another opponent appears. The next battle is between the giant beetle and the 3 humans. The giant beetle roars. This one is of the same species as the one Kamison killed. It let out a screech and stomped its foot down hard, causing the 3 people gathered in front of it to die before they could even react. Lifting its foot, its body was flattened, and some parts like arms and legs were torn apart. Up in the stands, the atmosphere grew increasingly intense as thousands cheered for a battered name. Lijine instinctively stepped back, murmuring in shock, "What is that? How could a human be like that?" Bingun looked at her in surprise. This reaction was truly beyond imagination. "Don't you think it's not suitable?" Lijine heard her heart pounding in her chest, and her breathing became a little difficult. Betting on the battle between humans and the insectoid creatures, this scene is truly unbelievable. It's really disgusting. Uncle Minen approached her and said with a smile, "Enjoy this place." That terrifying figure is Queen Rach, the top star of the lawless heaven and earth. Rach has no rivals in strength or race. Of course, there are exceptions. But as she finished speaking, a punch hole was punched into her chest, a powerful arm twisting into it, breaking her armor. Rach remains standing there, blood covering her body. In front of her is another insectoid creature, entirely wrapped in red. The crowd on the arena immediately erupts in anger. "Red, you bastard!" P. Meenan frowned, clearly displeased with Jess's actions. That guy said to go easy, but Leyland tries to smile and asks P. Meenan cruelly, "Does this violence have any meaning?" "Yes, it does. It brings excitement and pleasure to humans, and the insectoids will gain honor." "Honor?" Leljin asks. Park Meenan responds, "It is the envy of all the clones and the chance to become a divine clone, but when will they finally seize that opportunity? Being strong isn't enough. You also need the right mindset." He shrugged. After finishing, Bingun wondered whether he should also consider appearance. He paid no attention to the gaze, but he could sense some evaluation from Leyland. "So this guy has also gone through that disgusting process and climbed to that position?" Bingun then took out a small zip bag, inside of which was the larva, and said with a smile, "There are other ways to become a divine insect. Are you interested?" He said, then placed the small package into Lizen's palm. She stared intently at it, wondering what it really was. Park Mai-noon hadn't even had a chance to explain how to use it to her when someone came to call Perun away. It was a creature, yet dressed in a suit like a human. He looked for his brother. Uncle Minoon sighed and complained. "That guy really startled the guest. All right, let's go. Wait for me here for a moment." But the person suddenly with that card skillfully scans the elevator and goes up. Mr. Meenan watched the elevator door closing and asked suspiciously, "Where are you going?" Lynn, clutching her stomach, forced a smile and said, "Oh, I suddenly have a stomachache. I need to use the bathroom." Mr. Minen wanted to say there's a bathroom here too, but the elevator door closed, leaving only herself alone inside. Only then could Lijine finally relax a little. "This is truly madness," she muttered. "Kamison, you must stay downstairs tomorrow." Park Meenan seemed to realize he had just been caught, and he was extremely annoyed. It really was a waste of effort. The employee wanted to say something else, but he swung his hand and cut off his head, then shook off the blood on his hand. He looked at the corpse with utter contempt. "I told you I'd go right away." Damn it. The next day, school was just an ordinary day like any other. Today, Li Xin arrived at school early in the morning. As soon as she opened the door and stepped into the classroom, she saw Kamison sitting at his desk eating a snack. Li Jine charged forward aggressively, kicking Kamison in the head, but he leaned back. Only the tip of the breadstick broke off, the bag of snacks still intact in his hand. Li Jine kept attacking him repeatedly, but he easily dodged and even managed to eat a few more sticks. Enraged, Li cursed, "Damn it, do you know how hard I worked yesterday? I can't swallow my rice anymore. I haven't been able to fight back." Li Jane leaned on her knees, catching her breath. "Anyway, I found some shocking news." Kamison still has the candy stick in his mouth and gives her a thumbs up. Upstairs, the female students who just arrived are discussing something new that happened. Li Jin looked around the classroom, having just fought with Kamison earlier and not paying attention. Now taking a break, he noticed the strange atmosphere in the class. Outside the classroom door, A and Bang Serene had just arrived. All eyes in the class turned to them again. Crazy. The sarcastic remark was spoken, and the atmosphere grew a bit tense. Choajia stared blankly at the classmates surrounding him and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Ara forced a smile, looked around the class and asked what everyone was doing so early in the morning. "Did something happen?" But instead, all I got were judgmental looks from my classmates, all staring intently at Bang Serin, with a few even daring to whisper loud enough for her to hear. With that uncle, he's really terrifying. Even though he's just an intern, their relationship makes Era a bit nervous. Realizing those people are talking about Saren, she becomes even more worried and reaches out to hold Saren's wrist, asking, "What are you guys talking about?" "Hey, who is that pretty girl?" Lin said. "But it seems like the atmosphere is a bit off. Turns out this school isn't as peaceful as it looks on the surface." Camison, who arrived early, also knew where this rumor came from, but he didn't say anything. Just bit into his snack as Ara pulled Bang Xin's hand, wanting to lead her outside the classroom. But at this moment, Noso suddenly appears and looks for trouble, still with his teasing tone and mischievous face as always. "Where are you going? You also know about the rumors about yourself, right? Oh no, she said she saw Bang Serene get out of a luxury car yesterday." He asked if that was your father and was very jealous, pointing at the classmate walking with him. "So I was trying to explain to him that that's not your father. The Saren gang doesn't have a father, right?" "Oh no, if there's no father, how could he be driving his dad's car? I was really worried about you because he looked so fierce." "Who do you think I am? I was the Brave Citizen Award recipient, so I took a taxi to follow those two." As I suspected, my gut feeling was wrong again. The guy took out his phone, and there was a picture of that uncle entering the hotel with the Siren gang, a fallen trainee chasing after a dream. That was really pathetic. He deliberately emphasized those words, but just for a moment he almost felt fear, because he was the one who took the photo of them entering the hotel, not what happened afterward. "Don't smile like that, no. So Reng, you're a bad idol, so don't blame me. From the very beginning, you haven't been worthy in your thoughts." Bang Serin silently stared at his photo. Lizen, unable to look any more from below, asked Kamison, "That bastard ruined the mood again? Let me fix him one more time." Kamison nodded. "Maybe that's the case." His gaze shifted, looking at Kamison, sensing the turbulent and dangerous anxiety now. This time it might be impossible to stop it. Any normal person. Yeah, even in this class, only 3 normal people can step up to stop that bastard, and Aegea is one of them. She grits her teeth, her voice cold. "Are you losing your temper?" Noso rang. "Huh." Ara shouted loudly and threw a punch at Noso rang again. "No." So Rang trembled in fear, whimpering a few times before quickly stepping back. It seems the punch from yesterday still left a scar on his mind. But Bang Zane stepped in front of Aegea, holding her back, causing A to be stunned and swept away by Bang Saren's guidance. Bang Saren approached and whispered to her, "Go out of here before Aegea can react." She saw herself leaving the classroom without knowing how to respond. The last thing she saw was Bang Xin's gentle smile. She said, "Let me do it." Then the classroom door slowly closed, trapping A outside, leaving only Shin in the room behind her. My toothless scumbag friend said that was close. Almost got beaten up. No toothless guy sighed in relief. "Oh my God, if I get hit, I'll report him to the school for violence. Don't you dare report me, this guy." Habang Saren suddenly burst into loud laughter, as if pouring all his frustration into it. "Ha, I want to stay a little longer, but..." Kamison frowned and said, "No way." Lin, who was nearby, snapped out of her trance, looked at him, then at Bang Serene. Could it be that Noso and that useless friend of his are still awake teasing Bang Saren? No. So Rang keeps flicking his ear asking what this crazy guy is doing? Hey, let me do it." Then he approached Zin's car and said with a smile, "Hey, crazy guy, let me apologize on his behalf, all right? Can I apologize now?" But he put his hand on Saren's shoulder and asked with a smile, "How much you can pay back?" "Lately I've been making a lot of mistakes and need a pretty big amount." "I'll message you." The smile on his face froze because what looked back at him was Zin's car gang transformed into a monster. 5 pairs of eyes glaring with murderous intent as if they wanted to devour the others alive. Lai froze. This was the first time a familiar classmate had turned into a monster like this. Kamison truly felt helpless and even more annoyed because he knew Bang Saren was not a zombie, but for some reason after that incident, she became one. In the classroom, Noso Rang's friends kept retreating in fear, but there are no more chances left. Bang Saren swung her hand, delivering a punch that caved in his cheek, blood spraying out along with his teeth. The classroom fell into chaos, with people falling over the podium, screaming and hurriedly backing away from Bang Saren as far as possible. No So Rung was so scared, she collapsed to the ground. A few students near the back of the class hurriedly ran outside, but how could Bang Serene let them go? She subtly turned her head, her hand suddenly stretching out, knocking over the desks and chairs against the door to prevent them from escaping. While Aegea was worried outside, she saw 2 chair legs piercing through the classroom door, along with a series of sounds. She froze for a moment before snapping out of it, pounding on the door outside and loudly calling her best friend's name. Bangsi Zin. Bangsi Zin inside the classroom. The door has been completely blocked by desks and chairs, and the upper door is guarded by Bangsi Zin. Kamison and Eljine are standing at the back of the classroom. All the students are panicking. The door is blocked. What can we do now? Lai Jin frowned and asked, "Shouldn't we be the ones to step in for this?" Kamison shook his head. "Too many people are watching." No Sojiang is still hurriedly taking out her phone to report again, but it might be too late. Because his crime is the worst, the Saren gang is also targeting him. She stood there coldly commanding, "Hey, No So-Rang, come out." The students all stepped back, making way as No So-Rang slowly moved forward in fear. A few students whispered from behind, "Report it. Everyone report it quickly." As soon as he reached the first row of students, No So-Rang stopped. The people around instinctively stepped back, pressing against the wall to leave No So-Rang standing there alone. This time he really has to pay for the crime he committed. Bang Xin's arm suddenly stretched out, grabbing No So-Rang's neck and pulling him closer. No, So-Rang's phone drops from his hand as he is lifted up and pressed against the ceiling. Bang Saren roared in anger. "Everything is because of you. My dreams have been trampled by someone like you. All of this is because of you." And from her mouth, a snake-like tongue appeared. It extends out in front of No So-Rang. No So-Rang whines and says, You insect." Bang Saren trembled with anger. If you don't exist, just don't exist. That snake with the big mouth is about to bite No So-Rang. No So-Rang was so scared that he turned pale. At this moment, Kamison stepped forward and said to Bang Saren, "Stop. After doing this, how do you plan to face Choe's family?" He looked outside the door, and Bang Saren also looked over. Outside, Choe is still anxiously pounding on the door, asking, "Shin, are you okay? What's going on? Open the door." "Saren?" I don't know why Saren's gang is choking me, still trying to fight back, and I say, "You bugs, is this damn gang just going to stand and watch? Hurry up and report it." The guy opened his mouth, saliva and sweat pouring down his face. Blending together, he's truly a scumbag until the very end. Do you all want to die with a shattered head too? No one looked at him because they all knew that the Zin gang just wanted to settle scores with those who provoked them. If they report now with their phones, wouldn't they be falsely accused? Stop pretending to scream and shout, damn it. Stop just standing there doing nothing. Hey, you idiot Kamison. Stop standing there and report to me. Hurry up and report so the drone can come and kill these guys. Hurry up and report. Bang Jin suddenly chuckled softly. "Listen, Kamison, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to report it. Understand? Thanks to you." Bang Sering gently smiled, and then she pressed. No So-Rang tightly against the wall with her long arm, step by step moving closer to him, as the memory of that day slowly replayed in her mind like a slow-motion film. The day No So-Rang deliberately grabbed her shirt, threw her back and ran away, then casually lied to the media to save his reputation, while Bang Sering, after waking up, could only sit alone in the hospital, lost and sad. No Sojiang returned to school life, shameless and happy. In the hospital room, only Bang Zin was there, with no visitors and no desire to see anyone. No So-Rang went out with friends, mocking others, not knowing who would be the next victim if he survived. Sometimes Bang Zejin just wants to die to free herself. Then the day she returned to school, No So-Rang arrived and said, "Oh, who is this?" "As I said, if you're alive, you'll find a way to survive. Since you're still alive, can I stop feeling guilty about you?" Siri looked at him coldly and said, "That's what you brought on yourself. Today, even if I kill you, can I feel less guilty about it? But just killing you like this isn't enough." Zin's gang member was rummaging through something with their backpack in hand. It was a bunch of familiar larva pills that had recently appeared on the market. "They are the same color as her hand. I will let you taste the horror just like the suffering I had to endure." Kamison was seeing this type of drug for the first time, so she wasn't quite sure, but Lai Reo Jin recognized it at a glance. Bang Se-Jin approached again, forcing No So-Rang to open her mouth, holding a handful of larva pills. "The most tragic moment for you in that suffering. I will let you die." "No, please." "No." So-Rang, terrified, struggled and kicked Bang Saren in the stomach, trying to push her away, but couldn't match her strength. He shouted, "Get lost, you damn insect. Get out of here. Why me?" "Why me?" Bang Saren didn't say anything, only gently lowered the pile of medicine. A swarm of larvae falls from the cocoon. No So-Rang stares intently at that moment and then says, all of them falling into his mouth. Bang Saren coldly laughed as he strangled No So-Rang into opening his mouth to swallow. The pills disappeared, and the transformation of his body happened rapidly. A foul, insect-like smell with visible veins on his face. He writhed and rolled on the ground, And of course, no one dared to come near. His body swelled up into a yellowish, wrinkled skin, not shiny like the worms, with his hair still intact on his head. Her face swelled up gaunt and tense, her eyes turned bright red with bloodshot veins, and her mouth transformed into a round shape filled with sharp fangs. Lai stared in horror at the transformation happening before her. That potion was what the water spider used to manipulate her. Was that its purpose? In a room filled with the smell of insects, with gnashing teeth writhing on the floor, legs completely turned into tails, and wrinkled, disgusting hands, Bang Saren calmly asked, "So what?" Bang Saren stared blankly at the sky, unaware that her body had transformed, leaning against the window with the blue sky behind her, feeling like she had become something she once found utterly disgusting. To you, someone who is no different from an insect, there probably isn't much difference either. Outside, the teacher arrived at the classroom and immediately pounded on the door when he saw it was locked. "Open the door? These kids still won't open it." "What are they doing inside?" Ara worriedly asked about that. "I don't know either." Saren turned to Kamison and said with a smile, "You should greet Eighth-sama." "Oh no, it would be better not to meet again. Right now, I really hate people." "Goodbye." She leans back against the window, so sudden that even Kamison couldn't react in time, startled and taken aback. The room still smells strongly of insects. Only now do the students realize that Bang Sari has jumped down below. Outside the classroom, the teacher forcefully kicked the door, causing the chair on it to fly out and hit the student who had been knocked out earlier by Bang Saren, waking him up confused, still with the red mark on his face. The teacher forcefully opened the classroom door, panting and shouting, "Be quiet, kids!" Hearing the teacher's voice, No-So-Rang turned around, wanting to say something, but was met only with fear from the other person, and the teacher instinctively stepped back. "Mutant, damn it!" The unconscious guy just woke up and thought it was Bang Saren, so A, who just arrived, immediately believed him. He quickly pulled out his phone and hurriedly reported, "Damn it, this is the opportunity." If possible, he could also become a brave citizen. But A just stepped forward and snatched the phone from him. "Don't do that!" He frowned and shouted. "What are you yelling for?" "Do you want that monster to eat us?" Ara shouted. "I told you not to do that." "Are you crazy? You should be reporting that damn monster." "Let go quickly." The two of them struggled for a while, and the phone in his hand flew out and fell in front of No-So-Rang, who was dazed and still stunned. "The call has already been transferred, and a voice on the other end says, 'This is the bug collector. How can we assist you? Are you calling to report a clone?'" "No." So-Rang stared blankly and hoarsely asked, "Report? Who is it?" He slowly approached the window, trying to see outside and find out who that insectoid creature was, but all he saw was his own insectoid reflection in the mirror. "What about me?" No way. He panically broke the window, each shard reflecting his terrifying appearance. He writhes as the huge tail crashes around the classroom. No way, no way. A student standing at the back of the class almost got hit by that tail. If not, Lai Rio Jane nearby managed to pull her back just in time, leaving only a few desks and chairs damaged. The tail swung toward Chojia standing at the door, just as Choe almost got hit, and Kam Sono rushed to embrace her and pull her back to save her life. While No-So-Rang looked up to the sky and screamed. "It's not like that. I would never become something like an insect." Then he rushed out of the classroom. "I have to run away now. I will absolutely not die. I will live. I will live. I must survive." The classroom is deserted. There is a large empty space in the middle of the classroom. That's where No-So-Rang was earlier. The scene is eerily silent until the sobs of grief break the peaceful atmosphere. Kamison glanced over, realizing that the person crying was Ajia. She closed her eyes tightly and wiped away the tears streaming down her face. Kamison stands beside her, looking towards Lin. Lelin nods slightly. They quickly left the classroom, and judging by the situation, there probably won't be any more lessons. As soon as they stepped outside, Kamison started to question. "The Saren Heavenly Insect Gang?" Lelin nodded. That girl seems to be working with the Heavenly Bug. The drug she forced into her mouth looks like the one I received from the Red Soot, which is said to be a way to become a Heavenly Bug. The cocoon Lin received last night is still intact in her zip bag. If that's the case, neither of them planned a solution together. Chase after me. Before Saren jumps down, Kamison has already set a trap. As for Lizin, she attached a thread to herself. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, then without saying a word, they sped up and ran after the signal she marked, chasing to a place that looked like an abandoned underground parking lot. They stopped outside, catching their breath. It really is far away. Kamson looked around. It seems to be nearby. There it is. The ant signals, and Lin also notices. She points toward Bang Serene walking inside. It looks like she just wiped her tears. Is everything still okay? The two of them approached and called Bang Sin. Wait a moment, we have something to ask. Let's talk for a bit. Bang Saren turned around, Lai Jin froze and asked in surprise, Are you crying? Bang Saren shook her head. No, it's nothing, you guys. Suddenly, a beautiful woman stepped out from inside. Stay still, I am here. I hate it when someone dares to touch my things, so who is it? Who is the damn fool that touched my stuff? The sudden appearance of the fourth person surprised Lizen a little. She quickly said, We don't understand what you're talking about. We just have something to say to that girl. Bang Saren looked up at that girl and called out to Hannah with concern. But judging by her expression, it was clear she couldn't ignore it. The person who just stood there suddenly disappeared. Truly vanished, not just moving at an extraordinary speed. Camison was startled and looked in one direction. At that moment, Hannah approached and kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him flying far away, completely ignoring Liraine standing nearby. Lai Rio Jine stepped back a few paces, her clothes covered in dirt. Hannah spun around, her eyes fierce, throwing a punch sideways at Liraine beside her, then suddenly changed direction. She rushes forward, reaching out to touch Lin's lips, sighs. It would be a shame to kill her. Then suddenly disappears again in front of Lai Jizin, wrapping around her head from behind and gently stroking her blonde hair. Lilin flinched as if something wet had just covered her, and this feeling was truly terrifying. Han bites down hard, blood oozing from her ear as a purple liquid. Lizen spins around and punches her in the face, shouting, What the hell are you doing? But she had already stepped back about 10 meters away. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Hannah's eyes showed a hint of surprise. What is that? Are you already a monster? Meeting someone for the first time and licking their ear really put me in a bad mood. Lejine shouted loudly and transformed into a parasite. The threads from her 5 fingers resemble claws. Hannah gently dodged aside, her gaze falling on those threads. Caterpillar butterfly, not bad. Then the one over there must also be a monster, right? She looked up at the top of her head where Camison had just used the swarm of black ants to transform and jump to attack her. He fell to the ground, throwing a punch at Hannah, but before it could land, she teleported away to a distance. And looking up at the destroyed ground, the force he exerted was no ordinary power. He truly shows no mercy to anyone except the insect people. My first punch was dodged. Camison quickly turned around to look for Hannah's figure. You can't catch me with those stupid moves. My skill makes me disappear right before your eyes. If that's the case, then it's really difficult and I can't be touched at all. Lejine frowned and asked Camison cautiously. After a moment of thought, he said, Try charging in again. Lin helplessly sighed. Are you really that stupid? You just keep rushing headfirst into everything? Nearby, Bang Saren stared blankly at Camison inside the swarm of ants, unable to hide his astonishment. Is Camison also a parasite? She watches his movements as he orders the ants to move. A leg breaks free from the armor, replaced by a thick arm. Han looks at the black ant in front of him and coldly comments, truly rushing in foolishly. It's useless. Before she could finish speaking, a strand of silk suddenly struck from behind, slashing across her neck but leaving a cut that let purple blood flow down. While Camison was attacking, Liraine set a trap with silk woven into a star shape around Hannah. She looked grim, and losing focus during the fight was not an option. The black ant charged forward, stopping just before the strands of silk and then delivering a powerful punch to her head. Did it hit? Too bad. It missed because she quickly raised her hand to block with her arm, while her other hand transformed into a bug shape, but only limited to one arm. On her striped arm, there's also something that looks like a poison needle. She growls, How dare that guy make me bleed with this? The needle in her hand pierced Kalamit's body, causing blood to drip as silk threads cut into her. Caught off guard, he couldn't defend, and the needle went through his armor into his flesh. Camison instinctively felt the spot heat up as Hannah's gaze fixed on the fresh blood flowing from the needle wound. What are you? Why is the blood red? Before she could understand fully, Lejine hurriedly rushed in to save the person, her other hand transforming into a monster-like form. She raised her hand towards Lizelle and delivered a precise strike, the needle extending straight into Lizelle's shoulder. She gritted her teeth, braced herself, and shouted, It doesn't hurt at all. Han seemed not to notice, because the real poison was not that needle. She pulled out the needle and punched Camison again, sticking out her tongue to lick the red blood on it. How does human blood taste? At the same time, the spots where the needles pierced Lizelle and Camison suddenly swelled up and turned red, as if about to explode. She softly said, Boom! And a loud explosion erupted. And strangely, the color of the explosion matches their blood, one red, one purple, like this toxin is made from blood. Lizelle lost an arm and Camison's chest was shattered, fresh blood oozing out. The front of her chest blistered from burns, her breathing becoming hurried. On one of her arms, the white hair was now stained red, and the connecting cord had turned a dark red. She chuckled softly. Are you exhausted already? No, you can't give up now. I haven't even started yet. She's still very interested in Camison's blood and wants to take him back for experiments. Wait, there's a misunderstanding. They are both just visitors. I told them to come here because they wanted to learn about that drug. Are you serious? Bang Xin nodded firmly, yes. Han was lost in thought, then suddenly his face, which had been full of murderous intent, changed completely, and he broke into a bright smile. Who is that? You should have told me earlier. I almost killed those two people. She laughed loudly and turned around, also releasing the clone. A moment later, she came out with a rip bag containing the larva inside. But what should I do now? I only have one pill left. Just as Jine was about to suggest a future meeting, Camison cut in directly. That's not what we need right now. I want to hear an explanation first. Hannah is very patient with clients. She holds that ripped bag in her hand, smiling as she says this is a special medicine that, once absorbed, can grant immense strength. On the contrary, if humans eat it, they will turn into mutated larvae. Eating that kind of larva would naturally be 100 times more effective, even better than taking medicine. Li Jine asked in amazement, What? Are you saying to eat the larvae? Hannah chuckled as she looked toward the two men running over to them. If you see it with your own eyes, you'll understand quickly enough. Then she went over happily, calling out to those two over there. Wait a minute. They just turned around and hadn't even greeted each other when suddenly one of them was shoved a capsule into his mouth. His body immediately transformed, veins bulging on his face, his skin turning yellow and gaunt. In an instant, he had become a yellowish larva, just like the swarm of larvae recently caught by the insect harvester. Damn it, it's this form again. Li Xin cursed, really too traumatized by this kind of thing. Can it be changed to a different form, please? Han chuckled coldly. This is a gift to apologize for what happened earlier. Eat it and you'll become stronger. Well then, enjoy your meal. Then she walks over to put her arm around Bang Saren and leaves, leaving the larva behind with a message. If you're satisfied, just find Hannah at the Red Claw. Before leaving, Bang Sin kept glancing back at Camison a few times, before gradually disappearing, leaving only a larva behind. This is really serious now. What should we do to fix this? On the other side, the poor friend running with your buddy was suddenly attacked by a larva. This is definitely one of the most terrifying experiences in life. Dealing with a giant parasite is already hard enough. A single inexperienced larva is nothing for Camison. With just a few basic moves, he completely defeated that larva. He fought brutally, blood splattering everywhere. Lejine hurriedly ran over, grabbing his shoulder and shouting to stop him. Hey, stop it, you crazy person. Get a grip. What are you doing right now? Are you planning to eat this? Wake up. That's not how it should be. Ignoring Lai Reo Jane shaking her shoulder, Camison simply said 2 words, Experiment. Then he ordered the ants to leave his body, tell them to eat and go. The ants immediately rushed to bite and tear the larva in front of him, a mass of black covering the larva. Camison stood there silently watching this process instead of leaving like he did before. Liddy stared blankly at him, then at the larva, then at the swarm of ants. Oh, with that cold expression. It's as if he's actually devouring the live larva transformed by the man, while the poor friend who hasn't turned into a larva yet keeps feeling his emotions plummet from one moment to the next. First, you were turned into a larva, then a swarm of terrifying ants started crawling all over it. Lejine frowned and asked if it had to be like this. That was the person who was still healthy just a moment ago, Camison said coldly. Now she really is angry. She frowned and cursed. This crazy guy, you think differently from the other insects, but you also went crazy because of the power, right? How are you different from those bugs? What does a chicken know? Camison glanced at Lejine, cutting her off as usual, then looked away silently. At this moment, the man suddenly froze. He stared intently at his friend and then shouted as if he had just found a glimmer of hope. Turn around. That man trembled as he spoke. The larva on the ground slowly disappeared. The swarm of ants still crawled over his body, but his body now looked a bit human. He struggled to get up, coughing uncontrollably as if something was stuck in his throat. The curled-up thing was surrounded by a swarm of black ants as Lion nervously asked questions. What is going on? He said. Ever since the Saren gang, I've always been cautious. This existence always makes me feel uneasy. The man opened his mouth wide, coughing uncontrollably. He struggled to sit up, turning his head on the ground, his face now looking a bit more human. From the snake-like tongue, a yellowish worm crawls out, and when the man completely pulls the worm out of his body, he returns to normal. The swarm of ants from the man's body rushes toward the worm, while the remaining ants on Camison's body continue to tirelessly secrete a substance to heal his wounds. Lijine stands beside him, looking at the creature on the ground. Is that their true form from the potion? But is it okay for the ants to eat that? Does what the ants ate affect you? Cayman replied coldly, as if it had nothing to do with him. I won't know until they return to my body. The ants don't take long to completely digest that worm. As soon as they finish digesting, they line up and slowly crawl back into Camison's body through the hole in his neck. Only a few of them had entered, and suddenly he showed an unusual expression, as if he was about to lose his mind any moment. Veins on his face bulged red and prominent. Camison trembles and gasps for breath. Lijine anxiously asks, are you okay? Before losing his mind, Camison growled, get away from me. The ants are almost back inside his body completely. Blood vessels bulge and spread from the hole in his neck as if parasitic worms are inside. Muscles tense, and he grits his teeth, enduring the pain that is consuming him, while the swarm of ants once again covers his body, forming a thin black layer, and the scene shifts to the gaudy red-lit club. This place is as noisy and lively as ever, with lights so bright they hurt your eyes. He put down the bottle and said, let them in. As soon as the person arrived at the door, swearing erupted. The door closes. Hannah steps inside, followed by Bang Saren. This girl's temper really isn't good. She swears at the slightest provocation. Damn it, I still need to get permission from others before I can come in. That big guy is the one who saved her from drowning that day. The club director, his name is Gong Dyun. He looked at Hannah and smiled, saying, of course, if you want to come in, you need the director's approval. Hannah approached casually and took a chilled bottle from the bucket. Don't be rude. Our relationship can't be ranked above or below each other. The bottle cap pops open. She tilts the entire bottle and takes a big sip, revealing a wound on her arm. Gongdon leans back on the chair and asks with a smile, what's wrong with your arm? Did you get into a fight somewhere? Hannah put the bottle down and sighed, just going over business matters. She's so fierce because she's small, Gong Darun muttered. She's pretty good at fighting. She should promote the Tiandi Wu Fa a bit. Hannah sneered contemptuously. Gong Darun opened his mouth to accept the piece of apple as the beautiful hand fed him. I heard there's a pretty famous guy lately, and our place is short of recruits. Hannah snorted coldly. Who would bother to find out what I want? Gong Run, chewing an apple, said, that nasty girl is in such a hurry. A large amount of medicine, about 50 pills, went missing yesterday. Hannah frowned. 50 pills? So it was stolen after all? What kind of management is this? No. Gong trembled as he stood up. If she wants to get angry with me, it will be very difficult. Because of the culprit, he was walking very slowly but suddenly lunged forward, with one hand grabbing the entire head of Bang Zezin, big enough to crush her head in one squeeze. The main culprit is this girl. The customer outside, playing nearby, hurriedly ran away to avoid the shattered glass from the window above for some reason. Gong Run clenched his fists and said sharply, this girl, you dare to steal my medicine. You're just a little puppy who doesn't know fear. I'll crush you into nothingness. With that, a slender thigh was placed on his shoulder and a needle pointed at Gong Dae's neck, making him freeze. At this moment, the two beautiful sisters with armrests transformed into half-human, half-beast forms, each wielding a sharp weapon like a sword against Hannah, creating a tense and striking standoff. Hannah completely ignores the thing on her neck and stares intently at Gong Run as she declares, touch my people, and it's death, right? Gong Jun chuckles softly. So, who is holding those medicines? Tell me, where is the demon medicine? He gathered all his strength. Bang Saren felt like his head was about to explode. That needle prick into Gong Dae's neck makes him tremble, fresh blood trickling down. He growls and says, go. Han saw that his people were about to be overwhelmed and grew extremely anxious. What the hell is this crazy guy planning to do? She shouted and pushed away. You crazy dog. Poor Zinkar, crushed by that hand. This bastard seems to think you can just speak without taking your time. If you keep pushing like that, no one will confess. The fragile girl quickly reached out to grab his arm, trying to move her head into a better position to talk, then shouted, no way. I'm the one who did this to get revenge. The drugs have already been eaten up. Gong Run suddenly laughed, looking like a truly vicious thug. I already know. I know where you took her and what you did. Saren's heart skipped a beat as she stared fixedly at the person in front of her. Suddenly the pain disappeared. Gong Rin let go, leaving a clear thumbprint on Bang Seren's cheek. Hannah quickly retracted her needle and rushed to Shin's side to check on the girl. Are you okay? The savage laughter of Gong Dyun echoes throughout the room. He laughed as if he was about to cry. Ha ha ha, how did you come up with such a crazy idea? You're even more mischievous than your master. Haha, does this guy know? Bang Xin, furious and indignant, could only stare daggers at Gong Jun, while Han glared at him, knowing he was still up to his tricks. This mean-spirited guy. Gong Jun just smiled faintly. Last night, when I found out your pet was the culprit, I followed it. They're probably heading here now too. He licks his lips. 50 of them took medicine, I will eat them all. Inside the city, the residents were evacuated quickly, and only the bug-sweeping crew remained to chase the fleeing larvae and insect-human hybrids, with the target being Non-So Rang, who was currently shedding its shell beneath the underground sewer. Hearing the noise, Non-So Rang turned back and looked behind, making some savage sounds. At this moment, someone shouted, and the swarm of bug harvesters charged forward, using their weapons to pierce through his ugly hide. No-So Rang howled in pain, having lived a human life, now finally being punished in the way humans do to insect creatures. Damn it, why am I the only one left? Still that same dirty, irritable attitude. He intended to drag a few more people to die with him, but a cold sword sliced through, and the attacker was Pio. Non-So Rang didn't even have time to yawn before collapsing to the ground. Pio remains dressed in pure white with no stain. Holding a bug-killing cigarette in his mouth, a sword in one hand and an electric whip in the other, he coldly shouts loudly, his eyes looking at the insect-like creatures as if they were pitiful, weak trash. He turns around and orders the surrounding staff to catch the insect creatures, but as soon as they step closer, they feel like they are stepping on loose sand in the desert. The staff fell into chaos, with some sinking deep into the sand. The larvae disappeared, replaced by 2 others emerging. Nepio was shielded by those in front, so he hadn't seen the new enemy that just appeared. He walked over and frowned, asking, "What are you guys doing?" "Well," Beek Mingung chuckled softly. "Let's just take our belongings and go ahead. He seems too strong." The kid with the crooked teeth followed him, huffing dismissively. "Then let's attack together." "What do you mean go first? Let's finish this quickly." Behind them, only the head of the larva remained partially buried. The wind blows. A few of the beet harvester's workers are still struggling in the sand to avoid being buried. Pio looked at both of them and slowly slid the sword into its sheath. The long sword was completely contained within its sheath. The shell with the bug sweeper symbol on it, Bingung and that little ant boy are both very surprised. That guy, with that relaxed way of smoking, he's already given up fighting, hasn't he? "Captain, the burying speed is faster than we expected. Now is not the time to act nonchalant." Pio still hasn't drawn his sword and just stands there, looking at that little kid, then asks, "Is that the lion ant? Why are you so different from the other larvae?" The red insecticide symbol on Pio's sword turns blue. He muttered, "We'll see when we open it." This brat really has an inflated ego. Pio is just teasing him a little. It was furious and ready to attack and tear apart the opponent, but inside it was still very confused. A few people sank down, only their faces showing, and they became even more panicked, hurriedly shouting, "Captain, now is the time for Pio to act." He raised his sword, leaned forward to balance himself on the ground, and with his other hand he lifted and placed the hilt of the sword on it. Just a moment ago, it was a sword. Now he used it as if it were a gun. What is the Lion King panicking and asking? Where does he plan to do something from? Backman Gum stared ahead and whispered, "Something is coming. Be careful." But it's too late. The lightning from Pooh's sword gun shot out precisely, hitting the lion ant's body and temporarily paralyzing the kid. This arrogant bastard, Park Minum bit his lip and cursed, no longer standing aside but transforming into a water form. Pio acted swiftly, adding another shot to charge up his energy. He charged forward, advancing with the sword gun. The strike from the sword was also the barrel of the gun, with a specially crafted lightning bolt aimed at the swarm of insects, moving almost as fast as lightning, while he also raised his water-covered sword to cut across the path of the incoming lightning. The sword lion was pulled back suddenly, and for now, it couldn't be saved. Park Minim's earlier strike saved it from being pulled again, but inadvertently put him in a situation where he was also being pulled. Bingum stared in horror at Piyu, completely surrounded by that strange blue electric aura. Even the counterattack is useless. The lion warrior can no longer fight. Its techniques have been nullified. The swirling sand on the ground has disappeared, and the staff members quickly climb up, taking the opportunity to retrieve their weapons. Pio leads the group forward, moving as fast as an arrow. He shouted loudly, "There must be a reason why these guys are blocking us. We must recover the larvae." The soldiers obeyed the order and hurriedly went to work. Pio root kiem ra, dauk songwa kiem kuan hen nuots, Quan mat nhan nhovi met moa, dothwak trong mieng suit bikanchat. Gahulan anhmat dung laitrenthan kiem maukam kua nhen nuox nhan ra dolavatfam angui hiem. The water spider angrily said, "You are the one." Showing off arrogantly, he drew his other sword from his back, and from the start of the fight he used both swords at the same time to prevent any miscalculation. You really are a proud fool. So what? 2 swords are too much for you? The area of the water spider's attack keeps expanding, the golden glow of the sword sweeping across the sky in several strokes, before clashing with the green sword in Pai's hand. Pai leans forward slightly, shifting his weight onto his legs to brace himself, but both swords attack with full force at the same time, making it difficult for him to withstand the assault. He puffed his cheeks and took a deep breath as the cigarette burned wildly. Pio quickly stepped back and simultaneously blew a stream of green smoke into the water spider. As expected, the water phantom lost Pio's trail in the green smoke. He looked confused at the blurry scene before him, a discomfort rising in his throat. He swung his sword to disperse the smoke with the wind, quite troublesome. The lion-shaped insect behind was quite influential, coughing a few times, and the smoke gradually disappeared, leaving the person in front nowhere to be seen, until he felt a strange, powerful energy suddenly appear behind him. At that moment, a figure jumped down from the sky and struck hard at the water spider's arm, causing paralysis to spread through his body. Blood spurted out, and the water spider glared and cursed. "You noisy human." Pio coldly replied, "I will capture you along with the larva." And suddenly the ground beneath his feet trembled slightly. With his extensive experience, he immediately leapt back into the air, not knowing when the lion ant had awakened to restart the sand vortex, probably triggered by the smoke. They lunged at Pio, he stepped back, and the 2 staff members quickly moved forward, using their weapons to push the tentacle back. Suddenly something sharp and red shot up from the ground. The spear-wielding employee only managed to say one word, "danger," before that red thing pierced through his chest. This is the tongue of the larvae that used that thing. The spear suddenly felt fear and regret, hurriedly calling Pooh for help, but it was too late. The creature, resembling a snake, retracted, dragging the unfortunate worker down into the sand. The call gradually faded away, leaving only the protruding leg that eventually disappeared. The death pit was activated once again, damn it. "Are you pretending to be dead after seeing the lion ant in the sand pit?" The lion ant seems to be angry. It asks in a cold tone. "What is he?" The guy with glasses. "What exactly is he? What is he?" The first team member's head was buried in the sand and suffocating, face pale. The Lion King said, "There's no time now. Isn't it to collect items first?" Biminim shrugged helplessly. "I told you to gather the items first?" Lion Ant let out a sound and then remembered that it was originally the one who suggested fighting. Below, the head of the no-so-wrong larva sank even deeper. Water Spider sighed and shoved the 2 swords back into the 2 holes on its back. "Let's just go back and set up the flag." A few staff members are eager to chase after them, but Ho-Tu-Thon in front doesn't give them the chance. Pio again raised his sword, trying to fire a shot to stop the 2 bugs from leaving, but the problem was, the insect scythe symbol on the sword didn't turn blue. The machine's out of power. Even the good weapons are draining too fast. Near them, the ground seems to tremble, and the buildings appear to be cracking apart. Lion Master's voice sounded calmly. "Just bury it." Countless rocks and dirt poured down, sucked into the hole. There was no way to chase after them anymore. The beetle harvester workers hurriedly ran to call Pio to retreat, and he also agreed to let his subordinates escape this chaos, while he himself, wounded twice, used some rocks to charge forward. "That guy is really brave." The lion ant murmured in praise. "I thought you came to fight again, but no matter how much I dislike insects, I remain calm and just grab my subordinate before quickly returning above ground." Lion Ant's head peeks out from the sand and says, "I will strike when we meet again." Pio frowned and muttered. As the speed of the hole's suction grew faster, he widened his stride and hurriedly jumped up on top. In an instant, they found themselves in a scene of desolation and ruins, with buildings buried beneath the shifting sands and dust everywhere, making it hard for the surviving staff to even breathe freely. "Those damn insects," Pio cursed silently, his eyes like he was looking at the pests of society. He finishes his current mission with a new order for his men, to investigate all the nearby installations. Now it's their turn to hunt. On a quiet, moonless night, a bugman desperately runs away, seemingly being silently followed by someone behind him. The mutant froze in shock and turned around, only to see the wasp person with a murderous gaze slowly approaching behind him, causing him to scream in disbelief. A fellow hunter. He screams in despair and stops. Suddenly, a swarm of ants flew out from behind, causing him to turn his head back. At this moment, another ant appeared. The 2 insect people just stared at him without saying a word. their cold eyes making the insect hybrid extremely terrified. Huh. What is this? When he saw the insect person about to raise their hand to attack, he shouted loudly. There are even two fellow hunters. A loud thud like tearing through the quiet night. The insect creature was cut into pieces, only its body lying scattered on the ground while the ants devoured the remains. The ant person silently left without looking back after finishing, and now it seems that a spot is missing in the main girl's classroom. The shameless boys placed funeral flowers on her best friend's desk and wrote insulting words, Nungrp, monster. Seeing the words written on the desk only made them more proud, not regretful. Ha ha ha, monster. More flowers too, ha ha ha. A fat guy is looking in the mirror to fix his appearance, showing his teeth and complaining. Damn it, I probably have to spend all the money I earned from deliveries on fixing my teeth, so A and Lynn can sit still without saying a word. The whispering of the girls in the class echoes. I heard she's an intern at an entertainment company. I'm really surprised. Seeing No Dong get beaten up so badly, after all he is a monster. Suddenly a voice rang out, drawing their attention. They told Ajia to step back and said, You're not a monster, you're my friend, so watch your words. The others reluctantly replied, Oh, sorry. Lian was also very surprised to see her like that because her impression of Cho Ajia was that she was a rather shy girl. Cho Ajia turned to leave, and she silently thought there was a bunch of people talking behind her back. Lian asked her, Are you okay? She only replied indifferently. Goen, you were in the class that day too, right? Is Sign really a monster? Jensen replied coldly. Your friend, besides being carefree, doesn't hurt anyone. Not a monster. The female lead clenched her lips at that. Is that so? Actually, I'm really scared. As she spoke, she recalled the moment when it happened, standing outside, hearing screams. I could see what was happening inside the window, but I was too afraid to look. I'm afraid I'll see Saiyan turn into a monster. I don't want to see that. As she spoke, she sobbed uncontrollably, trying to wipe away her tears with her sleeve. Rain didn't want to see her cry, so she turned her head away with a blank expression. But inside, she was comforting herself. Don't worry, there's a way to switch scenes to a building under construction. Inside, the ants are now devouring and enjoying the corpse of the insect just defeated. Kamison stood quietly from afar, observing everything. He thought to himself that after absorbing the larvae, the number of ants would increase so much that they would spill out of his body. So after several failed attempts, we created a new body and assigned it the task of hunting. The monster, after finishing its meal, crawls towards the main character with a piece of meat in its mouth and a strange purple gemstone, then rises and roars. Kamison simply asked coldly if it was all eaten. He thought to himself, but the ants were still the same as before. The monster continued to roar. He stared coldly and said, Don't eat any more. The monster reacted even more fiercely, and he thought to himself if it wasn't satisfied, it would attack again. Then he threw a punch at the monster, causing it to vanish into tiny ants. His hand now grasped a gem containing the insect inside. The other insects approached one after another, and suddenly he realized something, clutching the gem tightly, sensing the presence of another species. They are entering the tunnel with 3 of them. He thought to himself, this is a good opportunity to test his strength. Kamison, without hesitation, jumped down from the high floor, the surrounding ants forming a armor that clung to him. He landed successfully and quickly rushed toward the ambush point of the insect creatures. As they approached, he suddenly realized that in an instant, one of their auras had vanished. He quickly looked for a hiding spot and assessed the situation. Suddenly he heard their loud arguing, You damn dog, you called me here just for this? The annoying beetle insect RT responds with a grating tone. Huh? Do I want to crush these bastards or not? Lately, because of Yeongjin's control, I haven't been able to act freely against you. Today, be my punching bag. He assumed a fighting stance and warned, Stand firm. The other guy hearing that gets furious. He shouted, You lowly flybug trying to crawl onto my head and sit? Bora, the rhino, beetle, monster. Bila speaks up. In the lawless martial world, I can only play with you once, and then we won't meet again, right? Is that right? Saying that, he charged forward, aiming his horn to attack. He shouted, Die! The beetle scarab creature easily dodged, causing him to crash into the wall in front of him. The dung beetle mocked, Ha! This dog is truly beyond help. Suddenly, the rhino insect counterattacked, but was immediately caught off guard by the dung beetle. You think just by charging around with that big body you'll beat me? You're really a bunch of stupid bugs. Then the beetle immediately punched through the rhino's body, causing him to bleed painfully and collapse. Hey, you've just been watching all this time. Why don't you join the fight? The black ant with a cold gaze stepped forward and replied. While above the bridge, vehicles still moved busily, but no one seemed to notice the thinning face as below. The bridge was bearing the brunt of attacks from the 2 insect mutants underneath. Is the beetle insectoid Red facing the black ant or Kamazan himself? Red reactivated his joints and asked, "Are you a bloodthirsty Visu? What's your name?" Kamazan remained silent, making him annoyed. "Are you mute?" He rushed forward to attack and provoke. Shouldn't he have left his name before dying? Then he shouted fiercely, throwing a powerful punch at you, demanding to know your name. Suddenly, he was stunned to realize that what he had just attacked was only another Kamazan head. He backed away in fear, but it seemed like you never moved from your position. He was surprised. Kamazan the black ant responded, and the sword formations began to appear before him. Kamazan exudes an incredibly powerful aura, with a fierce ant head behind him as if ready to devour everything. He coldly replies, "That is the last name you'll hear before you die." Trungnan-ret laughed loudly and said, "So it's you then." He angrily prepares for his next attack and scolds, "You are a crazy guy who turned Na into a mess. I want to fight you one round." He then throws a punch that knocks away the surrounding ants, the punch coming close to his face. Red shouted, "Show me your strength." But he didn't respond at all, only dodging attacks with agility. Z's name was very surprised to see that suddenly a praying mantis shot out from his hand. The boy felt a slight tremor. He retracted his previous arm and said, "I also want to test my skills." Suddenly, the arm that had been missing reappeared, even more resilient than before. Razor clenched his fist and shouted at you, "Fight properly." At this moment, Kamazan swiftly dodged the attack and also slipped through his arm, leaving him with a look of shock as the swarm of ants began to appear and latch onto his body. "It's your turn to attack," and Red easily dodged. He mocked, "What kind of punch is that? Even with my eyes closed, I can avoid it." Before I could finish my sentence, he had already taken the powerful attack you threw. Red was knocked back to the opposite wall, the bridge above trembling slightly, smoke from the cave gradually clearing to reveal the intense battle between them. Shivering, he questioned himself. What was that just now? I clearly saw the path of that punch, but with that speed and power, he shattered all my expectations. "You bastard." He looked up and saw Kamazan approaching. He thought to himself, his stuff. Kamazan asking for his name surprised him. "What?" Kamazan looked at him with contempt and mocked him. "Wasn't it to leave your name before dying? Your words have ignited his fury." "That damn bastard." Saying that, he clenched his fists together and a bright light immediately appeared. Kamazan didn't hesitate and launched his next attack, accidentally punching through his tough defense. Surprised, he stared at him from inside and said, "Damn it, I didn't want to go this far." Trungnan-ret ordered, the outer defenses gradually expanded. Sensing danger, he immediately dodged the attack with a look of unease. Above the bridge, a bus passes by, but no one notices. Below the bridge, a crack has appeared, gradually widening and unleashing a terrifying surge of power. The driver panicked and swerved in another direction, causing chaos among the passengers. The car narrowly avoided an explosion, but was also on the verge of tipping over the bridge. The two clone beings are still fighting fiercely to regain their honor, as the car is about to fall, and the screams of everyone have caught their attention. Unable to ignore the impending disaster, Kamazan uses his ant head to distract Z and then goes to save the people. Red was surprised and shouted at that guy. The car was slowly rolling down, and the people inside were panicking. Kamazan immediately jumps up, grabbing the car from behind. He uses all his strength to lift the car, but it seems one person alone isn't enough. Red's voice rang out from behind, the arrogant one. He was stunned, turning around to see Z easily grab his headgear. He sneered, "Do you think you can stop me with this trash?" After saying that, he placed the ant head down and helped lift the bus with you, making you even more surprised. After safely setting the bus back on the ground, the person inside the hot-high vehicle came out and thanked him, also surprised to learn that their savior was a clone. Red then started to approach him, glaring and saying, "Arrogant guy, leaving me behind to do something else." He continued to charge forward and attack, declaring, "The second match begins." Kamazan let out a sigh and used one hand to block his attack. Before he could be surprised, he was slapped and turned face down. He promised himself to persevere, but that slap cracked his tough mask, revealing his swollen face. Kamazan gripped his neck tightly and lifted him up. Black Ant's mouth opens wide as if about to swallow him. Suddenly, Kamazan pauses for a moment, hesitates, then throws him to the ground. He opened his eyes and only saw your figure fading away. "Damn it, Black Ant, I will definitely crush you." Kamen quietly leaves with a cold expression as Gia strolls through the alleyway and calls home with the city already in the late afternoon. "Yes, Mom. Where are you right now?" she replied. "I'm going out for a little exercise. Your mother reminds you." "What kind of exercise?" "Mom already heard everything," Ale said. "Every day after school, I go looking for the genuine car. On the other side, her younger brother feels upset." "Mom, why are you saying that?" Gia tried to explain. I really want to find the jeep too, but now is not the time. I was really just going out to exercise, she said so loudly that she didn't notice someone listening behind her. Your mother from the other side scolded. What do you mean, not really? If you keep wandering around like that, you'll end up just like this. She helplessly replied, Okay, I understand. I'll go home right away. She sighed and turned off her phone, silently thinking that Ail's luck had run out, as she gazed into the distance and whispered to herself, Today is enough. Then, suddenly, a voice called from behind, making her turn around. Are you saying that the real bike is the one I know? A boy holding a milk carton says, but Ajia has no idea that he is the celestial being Mo, known to humans as Cheong Rang Kiu. He stared intently at her and asked curiously, Are you friends? Let Ara, naive and trusting, follow the boy as she questions him. Do you really know where Scene is? He replied indifferently. Yeah, I know. She asked further. What is their relationship? He hesitated for a moment and then replied, Yeah. You mean me? I'm the senior. Hearing that, she wondered, Senior insect person. He was surprised. What? How do you know? The girl casually replied. I was just guessing. She asked him, Is Jin's car still in good condition? He responded indifferently. Living well, you mean? Man keeps clinging to her and won't let go, so it's almost like a kind of sickness. Ajia silently thinks, Is man always this clingy? So, you mean he's still doing well, right? Thinking that, she hesitated before telling him, Well, I'm leaving today. I have to go now because you said he's still healthy, so I thought I didn't want to add any more burden. He turned back and asked, What is good for Ajia to say more? I guess he also has some good friends now. He chuckled and said, Friends? Are you saying now that we're friends? Why is it so romantic? It's so embarrassing. Because I was hungry, I brought you here to catch and eat you. Ajia is stunned. Seeing the swarm of bugs crawling on the tree made her even more terrified and stepped back. He continued, If Shin knew I had eaten her friend, how do you think she would feel? Her legs trembled as she stepped back. She asked him, What are you talking about now? Now, as for me, I never liked that girl from the start. I ran away many times to survive, was hunted down by humans, and finally discovered I was a lion ant. And now I have this position. As for that girl, Mangan keeps her close, and she spends her days comfortably in this world. Seeing her wide-eyed expression of surprise, he wondered what was wrong. What is it? Why are you so surprised? Well, how could humans understand? Era screamed in fear and ran away. He still calmly said, What's going on? Where are you running to? His body is gradually transforming into a parasite. If you run now, it's already too late. Era screams desperately as a mound of sand lifts her into the air, the mutant laughing triumphantly. What are you doing? Let's eat. The bugs he commanded immediately rushed to attack her, and she screamed in fear. Suddenly, two monsters were cut down by an unknown strike and fell onto the sand, surprising Ajia, and above them appeared another insectoid creature. It was none other than Lai Jine. Muro's owner was surprised. What? Before he could get a clear idea, she curled up and lunged down, delivering a kick to him. She realized that around her, threads had been wrapping her up, lifting her out of the sandstorm. The clone Mose exclaimed in shock, What's going on? Who are you? A little old man of some kind of ant species called me by this name. Sis. She coldly turned to look at the insectoid creature, also removing the silk around Ajia to help her land safely. Lejine said, Run away, quickly for Ajia to retreat without forgetting to say, Thank you. The bugs, following the command of the clone, rushed to attack. The girl coldly used silk to bind them, then knelt down crossing her arms, causing the silk to tighten and shatter the bugs. Blood splattered all over her body. Moss, witnessing everything, was stunned. What? Why did you suddenly show up and ruin someone else's meal? Should I bury you alive too? She sneered at him. Wow, that's really cute. What a funny story. You resemble both these things and other beings. Are you also a divine insect? He arrogantly replied, Oh, that's right. Ah, now I get it. You're that girl, right? The one who fought Sichna to death. I heard there were two of you. Are you okay fighting alone? She thought to herself and then took the prepared pill in her hand. This guy is right. If she fights head-on with Heavenly Trunk alone. He was surprised to see what she was holding in her hand. Yeah, how do you have that? She thought to herself, Indeed, this is the only way to use this power. They can't eat. This is for me to eat. Mo clone panicked. What are you doing? Put that down. She glared at him and decisively put the pill into her mouth. She thought to herself, the best way. Seeing he couldn't stop her, he decided to use force, and countless tentacles sprouted from his body, aiming straight at her. He shouted, You bastard! She pursed her lips and swallowed the pill, and just as his attack was about to strike, she vanished without a trace. Thick smoke obscured the insect man's view, and he wondered, one pill is already too much. Eating that one pill won't cause any big change in Manhwa. Suddenly, invisible slashes appeared from ahead, slicing his tentacles into pieces. He was surprised and asked, "What is this? I thought you were eating a larva, not a pill." Lai Zin's voice rang out. "Fake ones like you could never understand. Real power." At this moment, she has evolved into a silk-colored caterpillar butterfly form. Seeing Lai Jin's new form, the clone MO was filled with horror. "Is this real power?" The girl sneered. "You're just a fake." Without hesitation, she immediately charged forward to attack. She delivered a strike as if to shatter his face, but he was completely unable to fight back and only cursed at her. "You bastard." She successfully pushed him up high while gently grabbing his two arms. He screams in fear, "No, it's not me. I'm not a fake." "She already acknowledged me. I am the only larva." Then he sticks out his long tongue and tightly grips her neck. He jumps up happily, having succeeded, but his monstrous tongue cannot bite into the girl's neck. What is this fake product? The fangs try to bite into her neck but leave no mark. The girl explains, "My outer shell is woven from steel threads. Your ordinary bite can't do anything to me." She gently takes hold of his tongue, causing him to panic, as countless threads emerge from her hand and wrap around his tongue. She coldly said, "I will cut you into pieces." The threads now crisscrossed and wrapped around his tongue. His mind was in utter chaos now. Is this guy too strong? This is real power? No, this can't be happening. His tongue was immediately cut off. He cried out in pain, "Stop talking nonsense. I don't acknowledge that." Then he quickly crawled down into the nearby sand pit. Lai clenched her hand around his tongue, her face looking down into the hole with contempt, as he burrowed deeper inside, muttering, "You damn bastard, you're definitely going to die. I won't run away. I will become stronger and seek revenge because I still have the ability to evolve." As he finished speaking, a thick web suddenly appeared before him, wrapping around his body and tearing into pieces. The web was then lifted up, forming a pouch that held the corpse and hung from the tree. Lyrene snorted and couldn't help but marvel, "Great Tien Trung, now we've finally caught one. The real fight begins." Suddenly a voice interrupted, "Then let's get serious." The second person enters the fight. Li Jin immediately recognizes the water bug, and she feels annoyed. Why does it have to be now when there are no black ants? No, with my current strength I can handle it alone. That guy immediately recognized her too and asked, "An acquaintance? Where is that black ant so you're not alone?" He used the sword in his hand to cut into his chest and said, "The ants he put inside me are still crawling around inside me. If I don't kill him, this will never end," the girl replied calmly. "Ah, I know that uncomfortable feeling too. I will help him deal with that pain," she said then, and countless threads shot out from behind to attack him. Seeing the threads rushing toward him, he didn't look discouraged and coldly replied, "Ha, all right, let's see what you've got. Try me." He skillfully combined the two crossed swords to block her attack, but now the silk threads had become thicker and sharper, gradually destroying his sword. He sighed. Indeed, the power of the medicine is no joke. His sword was shattered by her, and he thought to himself, "If I slack off, I'll be doomed, but with that much left, how many words are still remaining now?" The girl continued to charge forward with her attack, but he only drew his sword to defend himself, showing no resistance at all. He calmly dodged her deadly attacks and silently counted down 4-3-21. Just as she was about to rush in and deliver the final kick, he quietly responded, "It's over." The girl suddenly gasped for breath and collapsed to the ground. Her short hair reverted to its original shape. She suspiciously looked at her hand, then turned back. "Really?" "The system reports that the effect of the medicine lasts only a short time, sir." At this moment, the sword of that celestial assassin was pressed against her neck. He coldly said, "Follow me obediently." Back at the male lead's apartment, he is casually eating cake and drinking tea while watching TV with his grandmother. The news reports, "We have invited Zhong Qidong, the youngest martial artist in the Indochina boxing tournament." The person on TV greets hello, and the host cheerfully responds, "Hello. Is Camison's grandmother really admired by the whole country?" The host's voice rises. "In the last title defense, you didn't give your opponent a chance to score," the reporter asked. "What caused the scar on your cheek?" He calmly replied, "I was bitten by an insect." Camison suddenly focused on the guy on the screen, catching the reporter off guard. "What? I didn't expect a world-class Zheng Qiyang player to be attacked by insects. It's not a Trung Nhan, right?" He immediately denied, saying, "If it were a Trung Han, how could I stay here?" Another news report interrupted. "Here's the news at Ninos. On Friday morning at Non Mountain, a number of insectoid corpses were discovered. Suddenly a message from Aegea appears. "Camison, you're not coming to school tomorrow either?" Seeing that, he thought to himself that he still wasn't ready to go to school yet, as he hadn't fully controlled the population. The message from Aegea continued to be pushed up. Why aren't you going to school? Camison, are you not going to school tomorrow either? Sign also skipped school today. The homeroom teacher is very angry, Camison muttered. Probably he received another emergency food message. Why didn't you go to school? When you go, buy some ice cream. Today, we're having pork on rice. Is there any school where students skip classes like this every day? The scene shifts to a ruined arena. Below, a crowd is fighting each other amid the cheers of the spectators in the stands. Lijine is now being beaten by other insect-like creatures. What is this? So you're wondering where that drug came from? Turns out it was that girl back then? You're so reckless. Suddenly he saw Lizin's bag trembling, and out of curiosity he took her phone. He looked at the screen, a lecherous smile spreading on his face as he cursed the bastard. A message notification from Kine appeared on the screen. What are you doing? Go back to Camison's house. Are you going to sleep now? I obediently answer. Yes, Grandma. I won't go to school tomorrow, and Grandma's perfectly fine with her grandson. Whatever you want to do is fine. Taking a week off from school and not going for another day doesn't make any difference. Hearing that, he felt reassured and prepared to go back to his room. Suddenly, his phone rang with a message from the emergency food reserve, sending an image. As soon as he clicked to view it, his face instantly changed. The photo sent from the other side shows Lil Zin's shattered mask lying in a pool of blood with a familiar Clob 6 business card on it. Inside the Exot building, in a dark basement filled with many prison cells, someone is approaching with hurried steps. He is Park Mining Gun. He glanced at a cell and called out, "Hey, are you dead?" Inside, Lizin is slumped against the wall, soaked in blood. Bin Gun reproached, "How come you have no strength at all like this?" "You're disappointing the customers who already paid you," Lijine weakly said. "Get out." He replied slowly, "So the pill you stole that day was the last one, huh? What can we do about it? That medicine is gone now. Some little larva has stolen it all." His tone is strangely calm. He continued, "I think we have a pretty deep fate together. What exactly are you doing?" "What is Nich?" The girl replied coldly, "Harmful insect extermination." He immediately asked, "What the hell are you, book creeper? You're just an insect too." His face dark, he looked at her and said, "I didn't let you live for no reason. Among compatriots, there's something called friendship, so I let you live." Pin told her, "The next match is about to start. Get ready because this one is special for you." He deliberately emphasized and then turned to leave. The scene shifts to the arena, where an enthusiastic insect-human MC speaks up. "Well, you all arrived just in time today. The crowd below is going wild. Next is the main event, with only one survivor among the competing contestants. In the hellish race, he is the insect-like creature serving as the unholy MC of heaven and earth." He slumped down and announced loudly, now starting, as he took turns introducing each one. The first contestant and the main character of the Hell race, the fiery newcomer Sis, enters. Lijine walks onto the arena with a blank expression, seemingly forced. The MC continues to introduce the rules of the match. The Hell race, according to Robu's rules, where opponents are added every minute. If you don't kill your opponent within a minute, more enemies will keep coming. He emphasized dramatically and headed towards a brutal death, not keeping everyone waiting. He orders, "Come on, contestant number 2, move in." The second clone has the shape of a dung beetle. When he sees Sio, he rushes forward wildly. Wow. As soon as he appeared, he charged at him fiercely. Shish, with a calm and indifferent face, just glared at him. "Hey, aren't you going to get ready?" "You are number 1, Red," he replied irritably. "Do you want me to join in such a ridiculous game? I'd rather be the main character if that's the case, then I might cooperate." "It seems that Red doesn't want to follow my orders," Bin Gun said angrily. "Kill enemies and sabotage the business before Red's fist is slammed into his face." Red looked at him with a displeased expression and said, "Or you and Gong Jun." Park Min-noon, hearing this, became furious. "Oh, even the boss is such a rude bastard." Both face to face, Min-noon wears a sinister smile and reminds him, "Because you are a competitor, I'll let it go. But maybe I should teach you a little about hierarchy." Red also didn't hesitate to provoke him. "Do it." Just as the battle is about to begin, Ping-Un's phone rings. He answers with an annoyed tone. "What's going on?" The person on the other end said sincerely. "You have a big problem." He pressed for more details. "What is it? Speak properly." A panicked staff member replied that the elevator taking the VIP downstairs had disappeared. Bin Gun was stunned. "What?" After shutting down the machine, his face darkened. He said to Z, "Hey champion, get ready to go." He turned to look at Red with a cold gaze. "Because your opponent has arrived." Cha-Cha looked stunned. "What's going on?" Siege has easily defeated her 4th opponent. Does she ignore her wounds and become more determined to fight? Lijin is now exhausted and kneels down. The MC continues speaking. But the fifth contestant, Kwaian JC, is already standing behind her. Sue's eyes widened in horror. The monster roared and stomped the ground so hard it could send she flying into the air. She let out a cough and spat blood. But before she could land, she was struck by a deadly punch from the wire and was thrown away. She rolled a few times on the ground, lying weakly beneath it, coughing painfully. But what responded was the footsteps of two other competitors entering the stands. The main character speaks unexpectedly. Now contestant 678 is stepping in one after another, but let's not call it cowardice. Everyone here is no stranger to the fact that the universe has no law, right? He sits above the stands, more excited than ever. He said, "Come on, let's reach the peak of death." The countdown from 1 to 0, then back to 60 seconds surprised the father. He angrily shouted, "Who the hell dares to appear now?" Someone is slowly approaching from one of the arena entrances. Dad was surprised. Someone was coming from behind the ninth contestant. Before he could finish speaking, the ninth contestant's head was cut off. Black ants swarmed over his head, and a familiar foot stepped forward, crushing his head. "I am..." Dad shouted loudly, "Who are you?" Bingan above the stands also looked down to assess the situation. He smirked with satisfaction. "Damn it, it really has arrived, hasn't it?" On the stands, giant ferocious triclones are gathered. Lijine, hearing the commotion, faintly opens his eyes. Camison the Elder shouted angrily, "You are an unregistered contestant, get out." Then he threw a punch at Camison, but he remained calm and composed, watching him. His words sound a bit annoyed. It's fine. The black ant head returns to its owner, wrapping around his arm. He takes the opportunity to use it as a gun, aiming straight at him, the black ant's mouth wide open, releasing a burst of energy through the insectoid's arm in front of him. His arm immediately melted away. Camison still stood calmly there, clearly stating, "I don't repeat myself. Tell me where Lysin is and lead me there." The countdown clock also couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded. Cam's son coldly said, "Bring him here." Your black ant head turns into a gun that gathers energy and fires forward. The bullet speeds towards with unimaginable velocity, piercing through the zombie's body and causing him to melt instantly. Lijine slowly wakes up after the recent shock, astonished by what is happening. "You idiot! When did he learn that terrifying technique?" she shouted in anger. "Hey, you idiot, I got caught up in it too. I'm here." Her voice caught Camison's attention, and he turned to look at her. Lian shouted happily, but before she could finish speaking, a sword was pressed against her neck. She looked in surprise at the person behind her, the arrogant Park Mingan, and said, "It's been a while, little ant." He saw his behavior and became furious, mocking him as nothing but a water spider. Then he raised his gun, energy gathering at the barrel. "Are you going to shoot?" Seeing his teammate in danger, he was furious and hesitated, unable to shoot immediately. Mingun then ordered the remaining insect creatures, "Get to work and kill him." The horde of insectoid creatures charged at Minsun, who was also ready to fight. Another shot is fired, instantly knocking back the insectoid creature, and he raises his gun again, preparing to shoot the large insect in front of him. The bullet is fired, and the insectoid creature seizes the opportunity to pick up another insectoid and throw it straight at the barrel, and as expected, the shot hits the small insectoid, and making him melt. Jay now clenched both fists, ready to put all his strength into crushing him. Misun was a bit surprised, but his attack quickly responded, and smoke billowed up. Minin smiled smugly. "OJ, you finally learned to use your head, haven't you?" Ryojin witnesses everything and feels utterly stunned beyond words. Minin reassures her, "Don't worry too much, you will have to die too." He immediately gives an order. Jay brought him here. He obediently followed, but before he could stand up, he fell down. Minin was surprised and annoyed, saying, "What are you doing, kid? Hurry up before the insect cord screams," and he gradually melts and explodes immediately afterward. Bingan, stunned, darkened his face as the blood-soaked, coldly determined Kama's son stepped out from his corpse. Minin grimaced and said, "You really blew it up, kid. You're stronger than before, huh? Looks like even as a larva you've absorbed something." Ryojin beside him cheered, "Black Ant, well done." The crowd in the stands was stunned. They whisper and speculate, "Who is that intruder?" Mi-sun looked at him with a cold gaze and said firmly, "Bring that kid here." Ryojin looked a bit annoyed. "Hey, earlier you called my name." He replied, "This is my emergency food supply." Mingun glared and then smiled eerily. He said, "Are you having fun? Look at these guys." Then he pressed his sword against Resin's neck, forcing her to grit her teeth and endure. The crowd in the stands shouted angrily, "Are you the manager here?" "They're all dead now. What do we do about our money?" "I bet 2 million on that round, and I even put 100 million myself. Is this how you do business?" Hearing the curses from the stands, Minun could only grit his teeth and say, "I apologize on behalf of the management for humanity's actions. I will return the money." So he couldn't hold back any longer and angrily shouted at the audience, telling them to shut up and place their bets again. Damn VIPs. At this moment, the crowd started to back away in fear, their faces changing as they began to question themselves. What do you mean for you two to compete? I'm so angry that Mi-sun feels like she's been used as a betting pawn. He coldly said, I will kill you immediately, you bastard. He glared at him. Don't get too confident, your opponent is behind you. Mi-sun hesitated and looked up at the next player entering the arena, a familiar figure appearing that made the black ant in his head gasp in surprise. The next player spoke. I've met you, Black Ant. He is none other than the beetle clone Red, who is now warming up his arm to prepare for battle. Mi-sun asked suspiciously. Revenge? He replied bluntly. That's right, saying that he charged forward with momentum. Let's begin. The black ant doesn't hesitate and moves into attack. Suddenly he was amazed to realize that the insect's attack just brushed past him. He delivered a direct critical punch to Minun's face, catching him off guard. Lin was freed, while Minun was punched away by Red. Enraged, he gritted his teeth, grimacing, quickly got up, wiped the blood from his cheek, and glared fiercely with anger. You little brat. Mi-sun and Jazin froze in place, looking at them with suspicion. What's going on? Red turned back to look at the two of them and said, I saw everything up there. I even shed tears. His eyes welled with tears as he continued, Go. Red clenched his fist tightly and glared at Minun. He sighed and said, I was very impressed with your friendship. Revenge can wait, leave it to me and go. Friend Meander, with the words comrade and a black-headed ant before Rain, couldn't help but giggle. Friendship, huh? Suddenly Mi-sun lifted Rain and carried him on his shoulders, surprising her, and coldly said, Stay there. He quickly ran out while Rain was shouting, Can't you take me out another way? He then reminded him about her noisy behavior. Min had now transformed into a monster form. He said, Ha, so you're trying to cause trouble, huh? I'm tired of cleaning up your mess. The Zet insect human also slowly approached. Ha, 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 ha. Since he did well, I saved him. If he were useless, I would have to kill him. Min Woon replied. Ha, ha, ha. You're finally just a cocky kid, so let's go. They both rushed forward at the same time, their attacks about to end their opponent. Min Woon coldly said, Let's end today. Mission in vain hurriedly ran to find an escape. She asked him how to get down from here. Do you have a key card? He replied coldly, No. Rain wondered why. Then what should we do? Mi-sun replied briefly, her words shattering her unexpectedly. She looked up at the dark tunnel ahead and couldn't help but marvel. Only when she crazily stepped inside did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. We're out now. We're probably going to die. Hurry and get out. Suddenly, fragments of stone cracked and fell from above the basement, catching Mi-sun's attention. He instinctively stepped back, and sure enough, a muscular man dropped down from above. He delivered a powerful punch to your face, splattering blood everywhere. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said, How can you be responsible? Destroyer and obstruction to business. There is no other answer but to kill you. A murderous aura radiated from him, terrifying the two people. He glared at them. Isn't that right? These bastards. A few hours ago, Gong Jun was still gulping down a bottle of wine. He let out a very satisfying sigh. Well done. Next to him were two beautiful girls and a giant larva on the table, and he looked at the prepared feast with great delight. Is that right? Since it's a 50-egg larva, where should I bite? A girl with a stern expression spoke. Do you think the boss also knows about this? She stared intently at the larva with a clear look of desire. June looked annoyed and replied, So what if I know? Are you afraid I'll steal what I've already eaten? She added, But you should also inform that person first. Seeing her drooling with desire, he reminded her to wipe her mouth and then spoke. He lifted the larva with just one hand. He slowly said, Kijima, that person has already reached the top of the insect hierarchy, so this is unnecessary. He lifted the larva in his hand and shouted excitedly, How cool will he look? That power? I'm really curious. So I also have to try reaching that top position. Then he opened his mouth wide, ready to swallow the larva. Suddenly a noise from outside drew his attention, and a frantic clone worker reported in. Boss, is there an intruder? Is the intruder strong? The other stammered. That, because of the intruder, the VIP elevator has disappeared, and now he's heading toward the lawless world. Jun put down the larva gun and questioned, It's not broken or damaged, but vanished. He approached the staff member and pressed his finger against his forehead, angrily saying, So you came to ask me to deal with him? The staff member, terrified, tried to explain, We need to catch up with him first, since it seems he's heading toward the lawless world. Humph, so you're not strong enough to stop him then? The guy trembled and replied, Boss, about that. Jun immediately jabbed his finger into his brain. He mocked him as a useless loser and irritably said, well, maybe I should work up an appetite before dinner. Returning to the present, Camison is being choked by his hand. Men are in so much pain that they can no longer resist, blood staining his hand. Lai crouched down, staring at the scene before her in horror, her face turning grim. What? Jaejun glared angrily at Man with intense hostility. Lai Jin looked at him, terrified that he could lift Sun with just one hand. She thought to herself, after the demon, this was the first time I felt such overwhelming, terrifying strength. Seeing how fragile Mi's son looks, he smirks confidently. Ha ha ha, don't be afraid. I'm not taking any money. Instead, let's have a fun fight. After saying that, he threw Mi's son far away, causing him to crash into the opposite wall and shatter it. Jin could only stare in shock, her body stiffening as she dared not look back at his swift attack that passed by before she even had time to react. When she turned her head, he delivered a powerful kick to Man, causing him to bleed heavily, and Jaejun, with a fierce expression, repeatedly attacked the wound, making it hard for him to fight back. The more he kicks, the more he reveals his pleasure. Look at this. Try to be stronger. Is that all you've got? Mi-sun shouted, and he slapped you again. He yelled, no, I told you it's not allowed. His hand clenched your head tightly, and he shouted, don't give up. Not enough, not enough. Show me your strength. His face flushed with anger when suddenly a black ant lunged from behind and punched him in the face. However, he was unharmed. The black ant opened its mouth to swallow Jun, but he quickly used his hand to deliver a punch that knocked the ant away. What is this? It's cuter than before. Before he could attack, he suddenly realized his arm was being restrained by something. Jaejun turned his head and saw Jin doing his best to hold back the strands to block his attack. She frowned, thinking to herself, it's already this strong, just in human form? Even if she releases all her silk, she can't withstand it. Oh wow, look at them. They really are just a bunch of pathetic bullies. Suddenly he shouted excitedly, that's right, it's it. As he finished, a surge of power retaliated against them. Jaejun roared wildly, be even more brutal. After speaking, he quickly turned around, pulling Ryo-jin back and also grabbing the Black Crown's head. The scene shifts to the arena, where smoke billows and Z the Trungnan's hands are now soaked in blood. He glared across at Mingun, who was crouching in front of the shattered wall, and Red coldly said, you are not my match, Gina. He glared at Red angrily and told him to shut up. It's not over yet. Red steps forward and raises his middle finger. Don't get cocky. Gina also refused to back down and shouted at this arrogant brat. Suddenly, a huge explosion appeared from behind, drawing their attention. Mission and Jin are thrown back into the arena, both covered in wounds, staring in horror at what lies ahead. Are you the one here? Gina's familiar voice made him fear. Boss! Emerging from the smoke, Jeju strides out confidently, sneering as he says, what do you look like? Totally pathetic. Ha 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 ha. Gina exclaimed in panic. I have no face left, no matter what. Before I could finish my sentence, Jaejun suddenly lost his temper and shouted in his face, don't say such weak words. You are a subordinate of Gongjun. Hearing that, he immediately bowed his head and lowered his voice, saying, yes, boss. Red is a bit surprised. Gongjun. The people in the stands looked full of suspicion. What? Gongjun. Wow, he's crazy. That guy's really tall. It's the first time I've seen him in person. Did he just defeat that aggressive black guy with his bare hands? No. Jaejun immediately changed his attitude and greeted the audience enthusiastically. Hello, VIP ladies. I am the director here. The whispering of the crowd continues, still looking exactly like a crazy person. Suddenly he spoke up. I was a bit hungry after relaxing my muscles all this time. Have you all eaten yet? Jun's face immediately darkened, a sinister smile spreading across his face as he continued. I was in the middle of a meal, but I had to come out here. Since the guests are all here, I should entertain them. He said that and immediately signaled to Gina, let's go eat. Gina was a bit surprised. What do you mean by that? That can wait for later. Jaejun glared at him and gave the order. Open it. Gina hesitated for a moment before finally obeying the boss's command. A door above gradually opens. Ryoan, surprised, says, what are they planning to do now that the ceiling is opening? Suddenly, a strange object fell, causing her and Mon's faces to darken. It was a human. The boss slowly approached and calmly said, come on, everyone, don't be polite. The human who just fell down inhaled a cloud of poison gas and gradually turned into a disgusting insect. He trembled loudly. Jun looked at them with a strange expression and then confidently said, it's better than I expected. Z-Mutant was stunned to see this. The damn bastard's upper door kept opening wider and wider, bringing down the mutated humans and the swarm of insects. Jun casually bites and tears in front of everyone, then declares, let's start the meal. Seeing the writhing bugs before him, Lai Jin couldn't help but be terrified. What is that? That's terrifying. Suddenly Cam spoke up. Well done. Reo Dian was surprised. What's so good about that? Misun said with a blank stare. That time, you did your best to prevent him from absorbing the larvae, so let me handle the rest. Dejin turned to look at Red, feeling a bit uneasy. We definitely need to stop them, but how long can we keep them from coming? Is Red questioning if they're interrogating us? Then he calmly replied, just leave it be. Jin suddenly realized something and asked curiously, So, who are you guys? We each introduced ourselves, Jess said, and Si Gongjudu was now devouring her food. He looked at the main characters with curiosity and turned to ask, Hey, what are you doing with the food? Right in front of you. Eat up, don't keep hunting forever. It's sad to see us waiting for food prepared by others. Even if you wanted to eat this, you wouldn't be able to find it. Daejun sat comfortably on the larva, tearing into it and enjoying it deliciously. Suddenly he notices there's something inside. Oh, so that's what it is. That is a smaller larva parasitizing inside. The frost creature was extremely shocked when it saw this. He immediately rushed forward, surprising Resin and Mon as Rain shouted in panic. What is that idiot doing? He's completely crazy. Damn it, I also suddenly heard Misun's voice from behind. Lai Rain, run away, she asked in surprise. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Misun replied straightforwardly. I said I came here to save you, so if this place saves me, you should go. Ryojin was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, What are you talking about? You're not the emotional type at all, are you? Stop pretending you don't care. Just endure until you absorb the larvae, right? The man reluctantly agreed. Fine, Ryojin replied. Okay, I can't hold on for long either. Saying that, she suddenly disappeared. Man was a bit indifferent. He summoned his black ant clone and said, Just eat it all. The black ants didn't hesitate and rushed to devour each larva. May's armor had also split into small clones that moved in to tear apart the food. Man orders, eat up and then come back. He looks at his remaining armored ant hand and mutters to himself. Is that all that's left? A voice asked. Gongjun had caught his attention. Before he could put the larva into his mouth, he opened his eyes and saw Red's fist right in front of him. I immediately bit his hand, causing the centipede pain. Hick this beast. Then he raised his other fist to attack, but was grabbed by the other guy who grimaced and shouted, Do you know what you're doing? He shouted angrily, throwing Red aside in surprise, but luckily a web caught him before the spider could fall into the audience. Red vaguely felt this sensation was too familiar. Lejine shouted, Run quickly, let me help you. Red rushed forward towards Daejun before he could feed the larva into his mouth. He quickly realized and turned around to scold, Are you just going to let others eat it? Red immediately threw a punch that hit his face directly. Along with the contact from Izin's threads, Z easily launched a series of attacks at the boss without any hindrance. Red exclaims, Oh, this is so powerful, I already have a good friend. Red then clenches his fist again and delivers a powerful punch that sends the boss flying away. He quickly regained his balance to avoid being pushed back further and leaned his head back to laugh loudly. Red surprised, What are you laughing at? Ryojin behind, worried, Could it be? When Jaejun turned back, he smiled smugly after catching the larva. It's really delicious. The feeling of power surging through every vein, he shouted in excitement. That's right. This is the taste he craved. As he spoke, Jun's muscles tensed up fiercely, and he charged aggressively towards the two of them. Red was surprised. An attack from that distance? He immediately summoned his shield to block the attack. The powerful punch from such a distance could shatter the opposing wall and also knock back Resin and the VIP guests. The girl was stunned, unable to believe it. Most of the force was just wind, but the punch's destructive power was no longer active. Daeju snorted and then turned to ask him, Do you want to try eating it? He then turned and walked away, muttering to himself, I have to finish eating. Red still looked angry. He rushed forward and shouted, Damn it, where are you going? I'm not done with you yet. Jin hurriedly shouted to stop. No, because she no longer fears herself. R's attack was about to hit Jun, but was blocked by him, who struck back, causing him pain. R tries to use barrier, but it's ineffective. He is kicked away and crashes into the opposite wall, immediately destroying his outer armor. Rain was stunned, realizing he had been wrong. There's no way to beat this guy. This bastard is a real monster. Jun devours each larva one by one, then lifts another larva and says, This is the fifth one. Cuckoo. Now its body is also heating up, so I guess I should stop. Suddenly, he notices this larva's face looks a bit different and asks in surprise, What is this? Why does his face look like that? There's a smaller larva hiding inside their mouths. The male protagonist's cold voice rang out as he turned away. The entire ant legion now swarmed the larva, surprising the boss. The parasitic larva is now in the hands of the main character. He coldly says, "The last one I will eat." Actually, it's about 100 of them. Seeing the main character calmly taking the spoils and even enjoying the Jaejun ants, Jaejun gradually lost his composure. He asked again, "Have you finished eating?" "You?" This idiot is doomed. The remaining people in the arena hurriedly tended to their wounds and fled. Jun glared and declared, "I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. Before they get digested, I'll swallow you quickly." Black Sword, my son, is not afraid at all. He summoned the black ants and without hesitation said, "Come here." The black ants immediately created many clones around Mai. Your arm is now covered by the ant's head, forming a gun. Calmly, you point the gun at the boss and give the order. "Go on, chew it all up, that kid is leaving." Seeing the main character and the formidable army of black ants in front of him, he couldn't help but be amazed. "Kamsu, huh? Are you getting too excited again? This is interesting. About 11 of them, right? With my condition, there's no other choice left, right?" Men coldly pointed his gun at him and ordered, "Hurry up and swallow that guy." The black ant army rushes in, making Jaejun even more frantic. "Ha ha. All right, come on then. I will tear you apart and leave no one behind." The swarm of black ants rushes forward at once. As expected, they are no match for Jaejun. With just a few punches, their numbers are dwindling. Seeing they cannot attack, they cling tightly to control him. He angrily shouted, "Use your strength. If you keep clinging like this, it won't be fun at all." He stomped his foot down in anger, causing the ground to crack immediately. The nearby black ants merged into one, clenched their fists, and aimed to crush Jun, but he was only pressed down slightly. The strength of the ant legion was not enough to pin him to the ground, let alone kill him. But that couldn't stop his excitement. He shouted loudly, "That's more like it? Try struggling a little more." And then he clapped his hands on the black ant in front of him, causing them to disintegrate immediately. What he didn't expect was that after destroying the black ant in front of him, 2 shining guns greeted him, their barrels aimed straight at him. Misun ordered the explosion, and the 2 black ants in front immediately activated their guns, unleashing 2 massive energies toward him, leaving him no chance to escape as the black ants clung tightly to his legs. The energy source hit him directly, followed by a barrage of gunfire, and he clenched his teeth to endure, luckily ordering more shots to be fired. Thick smoke billowed up, and Lai Rain couldn't believe his eyes. Is it over? Misun also stops shooting, looking ahead with suspicion, when from the thick smoke a savage smile appears that terrifies Misun. A foot slowly steps forward, revealing a massive insectoid with sturdy armor, and that voice speaks out. "Well done, this. This is it." The armored insect, an insectoid eye gun in human form, man couldn't help but be amazed. He stepped closer, wearing a sinister smile, and said, "You're brave to still fight in my original form." He stared at Man and said bluntly, "I like you. You must die at my hands for sure." Man immediately ordered his 2 clones, "Go." They charged forward, simultaneously aiming their guns at Igozit. A shot was fired. Yosit also rushed in, throwing a punch that instantly shattered both his clones and the incoming energy. And the punch was so powerful that it tore a large piece off the opposite wall. Man, in shock, quickly ordered, "Gather up quickly." Ait smiled with deadly intent and sneered. "It's too late." He rammed the protagonist with his shoulder, causing him to be thrown back instantly. Lian frantically shouted the villain's name, but it didn't stop him. Yogit continued forward and slammed him against the wall. Misun could only scream in pain as he watched his fragile figure, and he said, "The price of 100 larvae is this." Then he swung his hand and slammed you against the wall. Misun kept coughing up blood. He gripped your head tightly, lifted you up, and said with a look of boredom, "Is it over now? The original form looks so awkward. Is there anyone who died without collapsing? Well, I guess there's no other way then. I'll take the remaining 10. The male lead suddenly speaks in a disjointed manner. "You eating?" He was surprised. "What's going on?" Misun repeated. "Just eat me." They gather. He stands frozen for a long time, still not understanding what is happening. When from the hole earlier, black ant clones rush in en masse, tearing Misun's body away from his control. They started tearing him apart wildly. Yogurt was stunned and exclaimed, "What is this? Are you trying to end your own life?" A black ant clone from behind opens its mouth wide and swallows you. The black ants, after successfully absorbing the host, smile eerily as they look at him. Yogurt laughs excitedly. "What the hell is this shape?" "Very well, I've been waiting for you to appear." Then, the 2 monsters charged at each other. It's hard to predict how the battle will turn out. The staff told Gina that the boss has escaped from the arena. Gina's mind is filled with thoughts, trying to awaken the boss. How much stronger can you possibly get? "Black insect." Gina turns around. This isn't the right time, and surely this situation has already been reported upstairs, right? Then he will definitely come. Heavenly Bug Hexapoda thought, immediately ordering his men to take the money and leave. Today is the day the red number disappears. The staff member asked in surprise. What? Where are you going? He calmly replied, the situation downstairs. Before he could finish speaking, footsteps approached them, accompanied by the man's voice complaining. Ah, what a hassle. Gina was very surprised. Who are you? The man coldly takes a cigarette and says, take me with you. The distance between me and this humble place is quite far, so I can't find a way out. He glared and ordered, show me the way. The stadium wall had completely shattered and was unleashing continuous attacks on man. The force of his punch caused the opposite wall to cave in. Mission refused to give up and immediately countered with a punch. Yogurt takes advantage of the opening to grab Mission's shoulder. Both of them engage in a fierce battle. Mission was knocked away by him. A beam of energy shot straight into Yosit's face, making him even more excited. That's right. Suddenly, a beam of energy shot past his face, surprising him a little. Misun's hands had now turned into claws in front of him, with a tail growing from behind, and his body was bent close to the ground. My son has now evolved into a scorpion form. His tail gathers energy and then releases it forward. Igoit uses his stiff wrist to block the incoming energy attack. He dismissively says, his structure is quite simple. However, mine is even simpler. Saying that, he didn't hesitate to charge forward with his shoulder and ram into Misun's tail, immediately causing the energy to change direction and attack straight at the VIP guests. Screams echoed as Tran Na also couldn't withstand the pressure and quickly exploded. Lai Jin was still waiting outside, and upon seeing the recent shock, she couldn't help but be amazed. Is Kamison still fighting now? She turned to remind Red, hey, stay alert. This is not the time for that. Red is still stunned, coughing up blood. He reassures her, I'm fine. Over there, Mon and Yogurt are still fighting fiercely. Mai's attack is getting closer and closer to him, but he still arrogantly says, no one can stop me. Lai raises her fist again, emphasizing once more, no one. He then delivered a punch that broke the protagonist's arm. The boy refused to give up, biting and tearing at his opponent's stiff arm before using his remaining claws to strike back. But it only scratches his armor, making him even more proud of his strength. He smirks a sinister smile. All your efforts and your struggles in these final moments will be trampled under my feet. With that, Kamison was immediately struck by a flurry of punches that tore apart his body. Seeing Kamison gradually vanish before his eyes, he didn't have time to rejoice before turning his head and watching the severed parts of Kamison reconnect. He was stunned, unable to believe what he saw. That disgusting bastard. However, he still remains very confident in his abilities and challenges Kamison. That's right. Keep rushing forward recklessly. No matter how many times, I will break everything apart. He charged, but before he could strike, his arm was cut off by some strange force. Looking at the arm thrown far away, he hadn't even felt the pain yet when doubt welled up inside him. Why? This can't be happening. What are you doing? You little bug, how dare you? Then shifting from suspicion to fury, he shouted loudly, how dare someone like you do this to me? Die, die, disappear from my sight. The angrier he got and the more frenzied he attacked, the more exhausted he became, while Misun's body easily healed each wound. He was filled with suspicion. Something was off. He clearly used all his strength to crush him. So how come the more he fought, the more it felt like he was being devoured alive? At this moment, he has truly become a madman, laughing loudly. Someone like you daring to eat me? That's hilarious. I am the top predator. Hunting is my rightful domain. As he finished speaking, his limbs were torn into large pieces, and he shouted loudly, you bastard, you lowly insect, how dare you do this to me? When he looked up at Mon, his appearance had completely changed. All the injuries he had relentlessly inflicted are now gone from your body. He stared in shock, astonished at you. What is this? This feeling is pure tension. It's like the feeling of terror when facing that guy. Only then did he realize that death was near. He trembled and shouted, save me, save me. A voice echoed that made his spine chill. Too hungry, Egazit has now been torn to pieces and turned into a feast for the black ants. Misun now seems to have lost all consciousness. He bites and tears at the corpse before screaming. Your screams successfully drew Jason and Rest's attention. They looked at Mon in front of them in shock as they saw him had defeated the boss. A horrifying mistake beyond words. Jin softly calls your name. But when he turned his head, his eyes were bloodshot and he had a creepy smile. I'm starving. Misong turned to look at the two of them, both stunned by Man's unusual appearance. Rain wondered, is he laughing? Red asks her again. Is that something to pay attention to right now? His eyes turned red. Clearly, he has gone mad. Before they could react, Mi-song rushed in front of Lai Jizin. Red shouted, "Be careful!" Mi-song tightly grips Jin's neck and lifts him high, while his tail pushes Red into the wall. Red grits his teeth. "Not this again?" Mi-song lifts Ryo Jane and then wears a sinister smile. Rain struggles to resist. Her eyes show clear horror as she tries to call Kamison. His cold gaze meets hers. He grins and says, "Let's eat." Suddenly from behind, Red rushed forward and threw a punch to free Jin. Jin shouted loudly, "Hey Kamison, wake up, don't you recognize me? Is your touching friendship ending just like that?" That's really disappointing. Black ants? As they rushed to attack, before they could reach Mi-sun, he coldly uttered a single word, "Invasion." His eyes instantly blazing red, and the ants swarmed around their bodies. Ryo Jine panicked. "Damn it, these damn ants are eating us." Around Mi-song, a dense source of dark energy is emanating. His bloodshot eyes coldly watch his two friends being devoured by the ants. From within those crimson eyes, Mi-song is bound within his own inner turmoil. All around him, there was a swarm of black ants. He tiredly spoke up. "Yeah, I'm tired of this too. Just eat." Suddenly, a loud noise echoes as another monster approaches. This doesn't seem to be the first time Mi-sun has encountered this. You glare and ask, "Is it you again?" Fire ant? In front of you now appears a giant red ant. It crushes the black ant blocking the way and moves closer to you. Mi-sun orders, "Stop. I'm also tired. Let's live." A deep voice echoes as a light suddenly appears above the fire ants' heads. Mi-sun is stunned. Mi-sun's eyes widened as the light combined to form the shape of a woman, and his expression immediately changed. In the end, the red ant emitted a wave of sound that pushed back the black ants. The advancing ants were also blown away. The powerful sound wave forces Mi-sun to cover her ears with both hands, eyes tightly closed. When she vaguely opens her eyes, that voice speaks again, insisting she must survive. As she spoke, the figure of the woman gradually disappeared. The red ants also retreated backwards. Sun tries to hold on, questioning and trying to keep it from leaving. Wait a moment. And after a moment, could it be returning to reality? Sun's body was in pain and screaming, and the black ants gradually disappeared. Because of it. Red and Jason are both very surprised. The ants are dissolving. Jin anxiously calls out to his friend Kamison, who is still clutching his head in pain. Seeing Sun's armor gradually disappear, Jay quickly runs over to support him. She is extremely worried. Hey, stay calm. Are you okay?" Suddenly a tear fell onto Ryo Jin's shoulder. Mi-sun leaned on her shoulder. Her face tear-streaked as she said, "Mother Rain can never understand this guy's unpredictable temper." She silently thought that suddenly he had gone crazy and started crying. Even though she didn't understand what was happening, she immediately comforted him. "Don't worry, it's all over now." Red couldn't help but feel secretly happy seeing how close they were. He snorted and said, "I understand now. It's more than friendship between you two. Sorry, I have no place to fit in." Ryo Jine, embarrassed and angry, immediately threw me towards Z so he would take responsibility for getting him to safety. Seeing Can-Ham gradually cracking, Rain said, "Enough, let's get out of here. This place is going to collapse any moment." They hadn't gone far when a well-dressed man in a suit spoke from behind. "Sorry to bother you. When did he get here?" The man crouched down to assess the situation, with 3 more identical bodyguards standing behind him. His face darkened, and he said, "Is this your doing?" Red stepped forward cautiously to protect the other 2. He signaled for him to step back. "They're quite strong." The man glared at them and said seriously, "I want to leave work early, so stop wasting time and get to the point." Before he finished, Minen angrily shouted, "How dare you touch my boss? I will kill you." Then, the 3 bodyguards all rushed towards them to attack. The man bowed his head and sighed. "I want to go home now." And then, the 3 bodyguards were immediately torn to pieces. The man grabbed Mingun's head and pushed him down hard onto the ground, then straightened his neatly pressed suit and said, "This is because you dared to interrupt me, making me repeat myself. How troublesome. Listen carefully. I'm here to deliver a message. This is a message from Kojima. The man is none other than Thien Trung Luke Jiak, played by Gunu. I'm watching you. We will meet again soon. Until then, you must stay alive." Number 1. Red and Lizen both felt confused by these words. Red was suspicious about the name Kojima. The man warned, "Don't casually mention his name. Things won't end with just injuries." Rain sharply asked, "Who are you?" "Are you also a celestial bug?" Red suspiciously guessed. "Here to deliver the leader Kojima's message directly. Are you one of the 6 powerful leaders of the celestial swarm, the 6 drums of Kojima?" He straightforwardly replied, "Yes, Gongjun also has the potential to reach this position." But unfortunately, Jin's face clearly shows surprise. He is stronger than that monster. Besides Kajimasa, there are 6 others. The man replied, Enough. According to plan, you will soon be punished for acting against Lord Kajima's ideals. Then he ruthlessly stomped on Gunmin's nearby body. Red suspiciously asked, Isn't it that you guys don't interfere with each other? He replied, Even if you have extraordinary strength, you don't need to fulfill Lord Kajima's wishes. Insects are the result of evolution that only the noble chosen ones possess. Those who are powerless try to attain that nobility through trash like drugs. Kajima's grand plan is to make insects become the top species in the food chain. With the celestial bugs at the top, Gongjun is nothing more than an insect. The celestial bugs are fighting fiercely against humans, ending with their destruction. I want to kill everyone who obstructs that plan immediately, but I have to make a proposal to you guys. Join the insectoid. The 2 of them were stunned to hear that. Ryan shouted angrily, Shut up, why am I risking my life? It's all to take revenge on Kajima. Hearing that, he reacted even more fiercely, then responded carefully and thoughtfully about Merritt and Jarrett. So my answer is not to become a member of the Heavenly Swarm, right? Their faces darkened as they both flipped him off and cursed. Motherfucker. He was stunned by what he saw. What do you mean? What kind of war is this? Destroy humanity. You just point your finger at my son. You probably don't know what the situation was like when we fought them earlier. I can only fight those who are stronger. Got it? Red is a bit arrogant. Can you fight someone stronger than Gongdae-jun? Even if it means fighting to the death, don't give up. Jin also speaks up now. If you're here to discuss business, you've come to the wrong place. You want me to join those who killed my family? Her expression clearly shows her straightforward determination. I'd rather choose death. He suddenly burst into loud laughter, covering his mouth with his hand, and asked, What on earth are you guys talking about? Are you still conscious? Haha, it's been a long time since I last laughed so loudly. You guys always come up with stupid lines. I already know what you want, so after I finish laughing, I will return your feelings. Then he threw Minen's body to their side. I will give this to you. Minoon, weak and collapsed on the floor, keeps spitting out blood. Rain angrily said, What is that, using this name as a reward? The man replied, I heard from Mr. Kojima that one of you has to eat insects to survive. Anyway, that one who ran away. It's up to you whether to let your people eat or kill. See you next time. Then he and a green bug disappeared, and the atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. Red finally took a deep breath and said, Ha, the insectoid hexagon, everyone, now let's go. After saying that, the 2 of them carried Min-sun and flew out. As they successfully escaped the underground chamber, Ryo-D looked at the surroundings and couldn't help but marvel. I wonder if everyone has been evacuated already. She then noticed that Mingun's body had been pulled up at some point and shouted angrily, Why are they dragging his body along? Red reluctantly replied, If we leave him down there, it would be too cruel. Plus that place is about to collapse. I plan to use a sandbag instead. Suddenly, footsteps of a group approached. Book Reaper protected them. We found them. The insect person was spotted in the underground lobby, and a member signaled, This is number 3. We are entering Klob 6 Shots building. After locating the explosion site, the remaining staff rushed to attack them with weapons. Rain gritted her teeth and said, Damn it, it's Reaper's smoke. Then she used her threads to hide everyone's faces. What are you still doing, you idiot? Hurry up and run fast. The Reaper squad is firing at them. Red quickly used his hard shell to dodge the attack. He threw a punch and said, Don't get in my way. He then punched the ground to block their pursuit. Another officer quickly relayed the message that the insect was escaping outside the building. The officer looked up and saw the 2 insect people and the centipede jumping out of the building and flying away. As they got farther and farther, his gun couldn't reach them. He looked at them in shock, unable to believe they were insects. A team member on the scene reported capturing 1 insect, predicting it was the last remaining one at the scene. I will check again and then come back. Pio is responsible for monitoring the situation remotely. He said you've worked hard. Thinking to himself, we are taking another step forward. Pio calmly enters a room and says, I apologize for being late. All eyes on him. The place where he is now is also where the Box Reaper meeting will begin. At the Box Reaper headquarters, all the members are gathered around the meeting table. Branch D South, the branch manager Sheech suddenly speaks up, calling for a meeting of the leaders like this. I'm curious to know what's going on. Branch A, Jungdi, branch manager Yoon, added, I guess it's because Jean or Bio called us together. Of course, this is caused by those with higher positions, said Chinansi Cheon-nam, the branch manager Tuton, in a group setting where rank is important, and the branch managers are also very disappointed with the current situation. Branch Iang Awan's branch. Chief Min seems a bit annoyed for acting superior. After all, Jin and he have different ranks. Since we were still agents, he was demoted and no longer the branch manager. His original rank was director. Stop being so harsh. How about listening to what everyone has to say? Branch Manager Kungnam, Branch Nan, spoke up. It's not just about rank. I heard that recently there have been many incidents and accidents in the area you two are in charge of, and we've lost quite a few members. As a result, the image of Bee Reaper has become very bad. Captain Zin of BS Combat Team says, "We know what you all think of us, which is why we are here to develop strategies to prevent future sacrifices. Unmock strategies to prevent pointless sacrifices." What is that? What's going on? Even if a disciple has left your side, you should still call them back, right? Un kept speaking more passionately, pointing his finger at Zin's face and laughing loudly. Yeah, that's right. The subordinate under your command has received the insect factor and has been promoted to special class as the combat team leader. Nan gently reminded him to speak about that friend in front of her. But Un immediately retorted, "No, did I do something wrong?" It signed up for a dangerous experiment to protect its master and is now charging into the battlefield as a special agent. Yet someone coldly turned away from it. Yeah, what's wrong with accepting insect elements? Actually, you're just jealous, aren't you? Zin replied. You've been opposing me all along. This is where the insect catchers gather to absorb Reaper energy. But why are there insects mixed in and buzzing like this? He looked fiercely at Un and said coldly, "Should I kill it?" Un, feeling provoked, was extremely angry. What insects? This bastard branch forced Kungnam Branch Manager to complain. Ah, shut up for a moment, what else? Hurry up and finish it. Branch B. Captain Zin finally spoke up. Branch Chief Yem is right. Both of you stop. Let's get to the main point. As everyone knows, we have been losing to the insects repeatedly, but today, we are here not to dwell on that. Today, we are here to prepare for the insect attack and to defend against a possible full-scale war. The branch chief has some questions. So, preparing for a full-scale war means the insect army has taken a new action, right? Zin replied. Yes, recently the insects have been acting quite erratically. At first glance, they seem to be acting independently, but they have gathered around strong and intelligent individuals, forming a group called the Celestial Insects. In fact, it seems like they have formed a structured organization, Branch Chief Nan wondered. The celestial bugs pierce through the sky. Are they trying to reach the top of the creature hierarchy? Minji is startled. Aren't those insects supposed to fly in the sky? The branch manager said seriously, I have fought the celestial insect myself, and I am sure they are completely different from ordinary insects. Un replied sarcastically. Ha, do they also have brains? Jin replied coldly. So, in order to fight against the insects, we need to have their enemies. Then he pulled out a stack of documents from his pocket. This is the Encasto project. The other branch managers took turns looking at the pictures in the notebook, wondering who these people were and if the person in the middle was a star. Zin, holding the project, suddenly stops at a page with information about the two Kojimas. He asks Po, "What is this book about?" Suddenly a voice spoke up. "I will explain." Dr. Mann from the Ministry of Science and Technology slowly walks in. "I don't know where you found that book, but you should stop reading it. I personally have a very painful story related to it." Pew asked in surprise, "Is this book yours, Doctor?" He replied bluntly, "No, it belongs to my disciple." Ho asked further, "How much does the doctor know about this project?" "Is the doctor directly involved?" He didn't deny it either and replied, "Of course, because I am always monitoring from beside." The Answer Project is a secret initiative established when Bee Reaper was still a small research team, before becoming the combat unit it is today. It is a research project aimed at creating enemies of insects. The research was very successful and created 3 enemies of the insectoid. One day, an unintended explosion occurred. The explosion swallowed everything, leaving only a single specimen to be taken out, which was quite surprising. So, where is that experiment now? Why haven't these details been made public? The doctor shook his head slightly and said, "I only know that much. I don't know the rest because my superiors haven't given me any instructions." Po looked away in disappointment, the remaining specimen in hand, but the man of science continued. If a strength comparable to that of insects was needed, it seemed there was no other way. Besides injecting insect factors, he replied with a savage smile. Everyone present was extremely shocked. Jin glared at him, and he, more excited, continued. The results of those who received the insect factor are very good, unlike the fierce confrontation between Jine and the other members. Po hadn't finished speaking when the old man burst out laughing in excitement. The truth has been proven. Even On's branch has a specialized team that has completed the insect factor injection. Is that all? I'm talking about that friend of yours. Jane's disciple, who was operating as a special member of the organization, was already very strong, but through that experiment he became even stronger and is now considered the next branch manager. Isn't it great? Back then, participating in the experiment was much more dangerous than it is now. Thanks to that guy, my insect factor injection is now more stable. Zin suddenly slammed his hand down on the table, causing it to crack. His face looked extremely uncomfortable, the crack spreading wider until it split in two. Everyone present was very surprised, including the old scientist. Din called out to the old man and said sternly, "Doctor, that's enough. Come here." One by one, the branch managers stood up, and Un couldn't help but sneer. Anyway, pretending to be an elder is very exhausting. It's a matter of human dignity. How many more people have to die because of that stubbornness? Doctor, don't be discouraged. I fully support your research, Omi. So when will we proceed with the enhancement experiment for our team that we discussed last time? They whispered to each other and then smiled with hidden meaning. The branch managers took their leave one after another, approached Jin, and called his name. Jin hurriedly apologized. "Don't say anything about that kid. Let's get back to." At the B branch of Book Reaper in Area B, she was suddenly stabbed in the chest, fresh blood splattering. The attacker was her brother Lo, his knife bloodstained. Lo's eyes glow with a terrifying red as he looks at his younger brother. With a thud, he stabs the knife into him and then coldly turns to leave. He muttered as he walked, "Wake up." In front of him was the forbidden door of B Reaper. Lo touched his thumb to the fingerprint scanner. The door opened, revealing a massive creature. Lo's face suddenly appeared with 6 red eyes. Lo said, "Welcome him. I'm waiting here, Kijima." The alarm siren blares loudly as a giant creature slowly steps forward. Lo rejoiced loudly. "Kijima, please help us." He immediately knelt down with his hand clasped and said, "Wake up at any cost." The giant creature reaches out with its claws, squeezing his head and making him even more delighted as he keeps calling out to Lord Kijima. A deep voice echoes, "Are you going to awaken your mutant kind?" Lo was stunned by that. Kijima sneered, "Don't joke anymore." As he finished speaking, he crushed Lo's head, splattering fresh blood all over the wall. An emergency alert sounded. "This is a secret weapons warehouse in Zone A. Warning of intruders. All team members wearing masks immediately spraying insecticide SS. Security personnel quickly appear in front of Kijima and point guns at him." She was seriously injured by Lo's sword. Lo was crushed by Kijima, and even her brother Lo was defeated. The warning from the staff only made everyone more terrified. The soldiers didn't hesitate and kept firing at him. An employee looks clearly terrified. How did they manage to get all the way here on their first try? Could it be that they have bypassed all the insect defenses around the base? Kojima said coldly with a hint of meaning. The pathetic things are gradually losing their minds. "Where is Kay?" Kojima swung his hand and beheaded a nearby staff member. Everyone around watching was terrified, but it was already too late to run away. Just a flick of his hand was enough. All the security guards were cut in half. Kojima emerged from the flames, his eyes blazing with deadly intent. The scene shifts. At this moment, a car speeds toward them at an extremely high speed. Inside the car, Din and I are very anxious, trembling as he asks, "Captain, where are you?" Pyo quickly reassures him, "We're almost there. Is everything okay over there?" She called to remind Pyo to hurry up and get serious. Only one clone had infiltrated. Hearing this, Kijima and the others were extremely shocked. "What do you mean?" Rin asked Pyo suspiciously. "Isn't Kijima the result of the clone battle? But how is that possible?" "Damn it, how am I supposed to know that?" Tai quickly sped up and shouted, "We're almost there. Hold on a little longer." Suddenly, the headquarters in front of them started to burn. Pyo was stunned. Could that fire column be? The flames grew fiercer and then suddenly exploded, and Tai quickly stopped the car, a wall of orange fire blocking their view. All 3 of Pyo's people were stunned. How is that possible? I slammed my hand on the steering wheel. Damn it. Pyo gazed into the distance, a deep voice echoing, "Not here." Kojima steps out of the fire, Jin frowning in anger as he glares at him. That bastard is Kijima. Hearing the noise, Kijima turned around. The car door opened, and Pyo, holding a weapon, stepped out to face him directly. Pyo's face shows clear hatred. He takes out a cigarette and commands in a firm voice, "Let's go back to the headquarters." Suddenly, Jin shouted from behind, "I will fight too!" Pyo reminded him, "You weren't supposed to be part of the fight. Go now." Yen stood firm and fearless, gripping his sword hilt and shouting, "That bastard, I will kill him." Pyo-chan lit a cigarette and replied, "I won't stop you because I also have to kill that bastard." So the 2 of us with flames of hatred in our hearts joined swords to fight the monster. Kojima sneered, truly pathetic, and all 3 charged forward to attack. The scene shifts to a house with luxurious, spotless interiors, prompting admiration. Such a beautiful house. Why is it only me who's excluded while all the duplicates are living so well? It's really frustrating. Then she turned her attention to the dazzling object in front of her, and Jane couldn't help but be surprised. "Wow, what are these? Golden jewels." She curiously approached to admire a certificate that no one could touch, but Chi-Rang was unbeatable as the WBC Eastern champion. Chi-Rang just finished his shower and said, "If I join a bigger tournament, blood tests are inevitable, so I'm already satisfied." Rain, remind Jin to go wash up, he's starting to smell. So the owner of the Red Beetle is a human named Sheng Chi-Rang. Rain sneers, feeling a bit envious. That kid, you said you sucked nectar, lived upstairs, defeated humans, and made money easily. Must be nice. Chi-Jiang quickly retorted, "I always defeat bugs to make money, and do you know how hard it is to fight just enough so humans don't die?" Rain straightforwardly replied, clearly aware of that. Chi-Jiang was a bit surprised to hear that. "What? Have you ever fought a human before?" Ryo Jane hesitated for a moment before confirming. Chi-Jiang placed a medical kit on the table, where Mi-sun was unconscious on the chair. "He's curious about this kid." Ryo interrupted him. It seems fine. He's a fast healer anyway." Chi-Rang frowned and said, "No, not that." Chi-Rang jumped up when he saw the black ants scattered all over the house. He shouted, "You're wasting your time bringing him back. Damn it, what the hell are these things?" Ryo Jine annoyed him a bit. "Is this sesame seed or what?" Lion finished disinfecting Mi's wound and softly said, "The wealthy champion? Please understand him a little. He lives with his grandmother. If his grandmother sees him like this, she will faint." Zhejiang felt a bit helpless and asked, "So why not take him home with you?" Rain straightforwardly replied, "I haven't cleaned up anything yet." She thought to herself, climbing onto the sofa looked so messy. Jigyang suddenly remembered something and pointed at her, then said, Black ants are different from us, right? Over there, even the blood is red," Ryoin said coldly. "Probably so. Jigyang feels that the message Kijima left might also be intended for this person. They are the #1 existence. What are those two to each other?" Ryan also expressed it. "I'm quite curious too," she told Chi-Jiang. "But anyway, that doesn't matter. I saw it. The look of pure fury in his eyes when he mentioned Kijima. Kami is also the one who wants to kill Kijima more than anyone else." The blade swung down, stabbing straight in, but Pijo and Jin's attack didn't hurt Kijima at all. Kijima raises his hand and swings his sword. Jin and Pijo immediately step back. Kijima quickly swung his hand again. Pijo and Jin quickly moved apart to avoid his slash. Suddenly Jin was surprised to see the ants appear around them. "Ants?" Pooh responds with a castle in the true sense of the black ants. Jin twirls his dagger and says, "Truly fitting. These tiny bugs are beyond our imagination." He then threw his knife at Kijima. P also charged forward, urgently telling Jin to run away. Jin's knife combined with P's energy successfully pierced the monster's chest, and a loud clang echoed sharply. Jin charged forward fiercely, swinging his remaining knife and slashing down hard on Kijima's shoulder, causing blood to spray from his body. Jin's face is full of rage. He shouts, "Look at you! What are you really, an insect person or a great demon?" Kijima coldly replied, "Do you think cutting me like this will defeat me?" Jin's eyes showed clear disgust at the sight of his blood, truly a disgusting color. Jin lunged forward, swinging both knives behind him, and said sternly, "Let me dye your entire body with that color." The knife pressed against Kijima's neck, but he showed no sign of flinching, as Jin repeatedly swung his blades, blood splattering everywhere. However, he managed to stand firm and said, "This body is the king of insects." Jin's expression was extremely shocked, and he smugly added, "I am Kijima, reigning above all creatures." Then he coldly stepped past Jin, casually grabbing one of his arms and one of his legs. Pyo shouted anxiously for Jin. Jin furrowed his brow in anger, and despite having only one leg, he kept rushing forward to attack, slashing Kijima's arm with his knife until it was cut off and fell to the ground. Kijima, surprised, turns around to see Jin collapse to the ground, grabbing his arm. Kijima sneers, "You're not ordinary, but is that all you've got?" He calmly walks past Jin, while Jin has now fused his arm with the one that was just cut off. He silently thought, "This is the limit of humanity." Suddenly he realized something and shouted loudly, "Joe, run away!" Kijima now appeared in front of Joe, leaving him stunned. He didn't rush to attack, but asked, "Do you know what K is?" P's mind immediately wrestled with what K could be. He looked around, seizing the moment to find even the smallest clue. I hesitated for a moment, then replied, "K, if you're asking like that, it must be something very secret. What do you want to know about it for?" Kijima sternly replied, "Do not even think about scheming in front of me. The box contains great power. As long as I have the boy, the insects will become immortal." Pio's eyes are full of suspicion. "What is that thing?" Before he could finish speaking, the car sped toward him and rammed into him. The driver inside shouted at the wheel and yelled, "Get out of here!" "That disgusting insect." Kijima said coldly, "Resistance is useless." As he spoke, he swung his hand and immediately split the car in two. The car exploded instantly. Tai safely escaped, and he assumed an attack stance before saying firmly, "Captain, I will hold them off." Tai turned around and urged Captain, "Run ahead." Pooh angrily replied, "How long can you resist?" He is already in a monster-like state. Kojima slowly steps out from the flames. Suddenly, a torpedo shot down from the sky. Kojima reached out to catch it, but it immediately exploded. A helicopter attacking from above gradually descends to their location. A familiar voice speaks up. "Captain, are the two of us okay?" Sam stepped out of the helicopter, carrying a large gun in his hand. "Sorry for being late. Get on the plane. I will provide support." Tai approaches Jin nervously. Jin quickly took Kojima's arm and reminded him to take good care of it. The ground is now filled with smoke and fire. The helicopter is flying away. Is it over at this point? The bombs have already been dropped. It's just a matter of retreating. Kojima calmly walks out of the flames, looking up at the sky. That kid still isn't dead. The next day, under the blazing sun, dragonflies flutter everywhere. Only the main character and Jin are present in the classroom. Rain sighed. Damn it. My son checks his phone and sees a series of messages from Aegea asking if he will participate in the practical research. "Are you planning to pursue graduate studies? Tomorrow is our field research trip." "I don't know why, but the schedule has been pushed up," Rain shouted angrily. "Damn it, I already said I wanted to join the fall field trip too. Why did Ha have to reschedule it when we're not around?" "I forgot my phone, so I couldn't check the schedule either." Suddenly her face darkened, and she said firmly, "If that's the case, let's go too. What if we go to Poang? Do you have any ideas?" Ryojin stroked her head and smiled smugly. "If that's the case, leave it to me." The two are waiting at the school gate, and Yin looks a bit proud. "It seems we will get to Poang no matter what. Don't worry, I can go faster than anyone else." Suddenly, the sound of an engine caught their attention. "Oh, did you hear that?" This engine sound. A red car stops in front of them, and a foot steps out. Shireng leans on his car and says, "Ha, those arrogant guys. Let's go eat." That's how they move right in front of me. No need to say how excited Ryojin was. Sitting in the car, she couldn't help but marvel. So impressive. Truly someone successful. Chijiang smiled smugly and said, "Call me Big Brother. Ha ha." Rain cheerfully replied, "Let's go, Big Brother." Misun, sitting in the back, opened her phone and asked her grandmother, "How far is Pong from here?" "I plan to go for a field study," my aunt replied. "Open the Kimkija and then head out onto the national road." "Yes, I understand." Misun slightly curled her lips into a smile. The group cheerfully shouted out loud, "Let's go." Focus on practical research. From above, a dragonfly separates itself and quietly observes the main male characters. In the sky, a swarm of dragonflies is flying around. One lands on a blade of grass. Immediately after, it was pinched by two fingers on its wings, preventing it from flying. The dragonfly was lifted up as the man said proudly, "You see, that's my hunting ability." A soldier praised. "That's really impressive." Suddenly, he asked, "Admiral Kim Rang-rin, do you catch dragonflies like this every day? Aren't you bored?" He immediately replied, "Hey, damn it, it's the season for catching dragonflies now. If not now, then when else would I catch them?" Kim Hang held the dragonfly high and said, "This is a seasonal specialty." Very delicious. He stepped forward, muttering, "You really can't miss this." He suddenly stopped and held the dragonfly out in front of the soldier. "Right, say hi." "Ah," the soldier's face shows fear. Kim Hang nervously asks again, "Isn't it impressive?" Sei-hai screamed in fear. "The peak, the peak!" Hang Zin's face immediately changed, and he clenched Sei-hai's mouth with his hand, frowning as he said, "Shut up, you bastard, and tell me, what's all that noise?" Sei-hai stammered, "It's a rich source of nutrients." Hang Zin, looking pleased, said, "That's right. Protein is always excellent, isn't it?" Suddenly his face darkened. He ordered, "Open your mouth. That damn Navy brat." Sei-hai, trembling with fear and tears in his eyes, looked at him begging for forgiveness, but there was nothing he could do except open his mouth for him to put the dragonfly in. Sei-hai fell down. Hang Jin threatened him to swallow it. If he spat it out, he would put it back in. The soldiers turned away, accompanied by mocking laughter. "Ha, Navy Kim Hang likes to joke too much. Really? How many dragonflies did you eat this afternoon?" He casually replied, "I ate 5, I've had enough." "Damn it, if I don't eat, I'll be kicked out of the ranks. Do you guys know how lucky you are to have met me?" Ha ha. That soldier took the opportunity to flatter him. "Ha ha, thanks, man. Are you going to have a smoke?" At this moment, only Sei-hai is left struggling, bitterly trying to swallow the dragonfly in his mouth as tears fall down. The scene shifts to the football field, where Sei-hai is now playing the role of a goalkeeper. He hunched over, trying to hold something back, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He couldn't understand why his body was like this, unable to breathe. Now the opponent has brought the ball in front of the goal. Seeing the opponent preparing to shoot, Hang Zin shouted loudly to warn, "Hey, the ball is coming. Block it quickly." The striker didn't hesitate and shot the ball, and she was still gritting his teeth, enduring. That's why the ball immediately flew past him, and the opponent scored a brilliant goal. Hangrang hurriedly ran over and punched Ji, shattering his glasses. He shouted, "Damn it, you damn Navy bastard! Do you know this is the supply station for the Army or not? What kind of business are you running? You're just a damn dog." The goal scorer earlier didn't step in either. He put his arm around another forward and asked, "Hey, why does that kid keep bullying him? Still trying to exclude him from the group?" The other hesitated for a moment and then replied, "That's just because I don't like him." Zihai was beaten so badly his face swelled up and he weakly lay on the ground. Hang still wouldn't let go of him. "You little brat, I'll find you again tonight when I work the night shift." Zihai thought to himself, feeling truly pathetic. "It's almost time to start. If anyone is unwell, raise your hand." The soldiers below reply in unison, "We are not." "Over there, your trembling friend." "What's going on?" Hung glared threateningly. "You bastard Navy soldier." Zihai gritted his teeth and tremblingly said, "My soldier ZY is just a little hurt." The officer still looked worried and asked further, "What's wrong with your face?" Zihai shouted, "I got injured while playing football." Hongdi smirked and said, "Just a soldier getting injured during a football game. No need to worry about it." The officer replied, "All right. Since it's autumn now, wear a coat to avoid catching a cold. And if anything inconveniences you while working, report it to the officer on duty." "Hey, Marine, are you okay? I'm sorry about earlier, so you can relax now. Tomorrow I won't make you eat a dragonfly." Zihai's face darkened, and he said nothing as a dragonfly appeared inside his body. Hang feels a bit annoyed and turns to ask Zihai, "Are you listening? What are you thinking?" "I said I'm sorry, damn it." That irritable attitude again. The dragonfly inside Hai's body gradually distorted, and Hong Rong angrily raised his hand to strike him. He shouted, "Anyway, Navy soldiers can't just loosen up. I have to hit you for you to listen, right?" Then he swung his hand to hit him, but he quickly dodged. The dragonfly was becoming more and more deformed. "Hey, you coward, are you going to run away? Did I just treat you like a human being and you act like a bastard again? Today, you're going to die with me." Zihai still responds out of habit, speaking in a disjointed manner. "Private Ann and Hai." Hajin looked at him in shock. Hai's glasses fall off and a strange mist surrounds him. Hajin's face darkens as Hai has now transformed into a dragonfly-like insect. He called out twice. The Navy officer immediately tensed up. "Damn it." The next second, a beam of light emerges from the watchtower as the scene shifts. A bus is speeding down the road. The TV on the bus is broadcasting a very sad live news report about a gun accident at the Navy base in Pawang. There is currently no detailed information about casualties, but some say a soldier has defected with guns and ammunition, and residents of Pawang are advised to stay indoors as much as possible. A passenger on the bus, upon hearing the news, silently wondered if this was the end of the world. "Wait a minute. Isn't the place they're talking about Pawang?" Then the man turned to ask Baktai, "How much longer until we reach the inn?" Uncle Tai replied, "We're about 10 more minutes away." The man urged, "I hope you hurry up." "Is this edible?" He was immediately rejected by the girl, who said no and told him not to bother her. Jia A sat absent-mindedly looking out of the window at a dragonfly, feeling a bit disappointed after being rejected, thinking that from that day on everyone would see him as a loser. Damn it. Thinking quickly, he turned to hand Ara the candy and said proactively, "Hey, are you going alone too? Do you want to eat this? If you do, you'll be coming with me on this field trip." Choa Jia confidently punched him, making him step back involuntarily. The candy dropped to the ground and she coldly said, "Don't be rude, or I'll blow everything away." That bastard angrily turned back to his seat. Damn it, this field trip was really pointless. Ajia suddenly notices the candy that fell to the ground and reminds her to pick it up. As she bends down to retrieve it, a flying insect suddenly passes by. He immediately raises his gun and kills all the passengers on the bus, leaving them too stunned to move. What is this? She turned to look at her friends who had been shot dead. Only she was lucky to survive. Suddenly, a noise came from the roof of the car, and a dragonfly-shaped creature with glowing red eyes appeared, ambushing outside as Deng Qijiang's car sped down the road. They are completely relaxed, unaware that danger is looming right in front of them. Seeing Mi-sun looking dazed, Qijiang asked, "When did you guys become like this?" Reo-jin was surprised. "What?" "Since when?" Qijiang repeated. "When did you all awaken?" "What's going on? Why are you suddenly asking about that?" she thought to herself. "That bastard pretending to be innocent, he's quite the know-it-all. It's nothing really, just the right moment to break the tension. Let me tell my story first." Reo-dian immediately nodded. "All right, let's go." During the fierce storm of my first year in high school, unlike my peers, I was interested in sports, so I started boxing, quickly earning the title of the new king, and I wasn't afraid of anyone. That was when a notorious kid from Incheon provoked me on the street, and I gave him a good beating. The next day, that guy brought a gang with him, and I ended up covered in injuries. Xijang at that moment thought to himself, damn it, this is so embarrassing. Just these guys gathering together, and I'm already like this. I absolutely cannot let it get worse. I had to kill them all. At that moment, Deng Qirang couldn't contain his anger, and he awakened. The first time caught Qirang by surprise because he was a bug. The second time, he started to suspect that he had become an ordinary beetle. So, when Xijang became a member of the Crimson Fever, he asked Hannah, the one who created the larva serum. She replied, "You know this, right? Humans, whether they want to or not, come into contact with about 100 types of insects throughout their lives. Bites, stings, eating. These are like the genes of special individuals that cannot be fully absorbed into the body quickly. They just slowly seep into our bodies, and humans gradually become infected, just like insects. Their appearance and blood no longer resemble those of normal humans. They just blend into the crowd and live their days normally. And if those triggers are activated, the insect genes will enter the body and become part of their flesh and blood. Becoming a complete insect means awakening." Xijang slowly recounted that it was only then that I realized I had eaten or come into contact with many insects, including that girl. After Sichu took her away, she disappeared somewhere. "That girl is so beautiful," Rain complained. "You talk a lot." "Now it's your turn," Xijang said. Ryojane pouted and reluctantly replied, "If you say so, then I must have also eaten or come into contact with some insects. My father is a farmer, so I go to help him." On the way back home, Rain's dad reminded his daughter that a fly was in the car now, so she should quickly close the window. Rain, still playful at this moment, was immediately caught by a fly that flew into her mouth, and her father, seeing this, was extremely worried. "What's wrong, honey?" Rain clenched her throat tightly, trying to cough it out. She told her father, "The bug flew in." Her father asked, "Where?" Ryojin pointed to her mouth and said, "It's here." Her father urged her to spit it out quickly, but she whispered, "I swallowed it," and her father shouted in panic, "Why did you eat it, child?" Returning to reality, Ryojin indifferently gazed at the distant sky. She said, "For several months after the day my parents were killed by Kojima, I awakened, and thanks to that, I survived. That guy didn't kill his own kind." Is that so? Sorry about that." "Hey, Black Ant, it's your turn now. When did you get so angry?" Masun coldly replied, "When I was young, I don't remember the exact details." Jin nodded slightly, saying if it was from when she was little, she might just not remember. Xijang suggested me try to recall if she might remember a little. Rain hurriedly reminded him to drive quickly. The sky is about to fall. The sign indicating the arrival at the pit has also appeared on the road now. "Hey guys, we're almost there." Ryojin, hearing this, becomes very excited, then suddenly looks ahead. "What's going on? Are those cars turning back?" There are also more soldiers on the road. Xijang salutes a loyal soldier. The soldier salutes you again and reminds you to turn back. Xijang was surprised. "What do you mean?" "Is something wrong?" he whispered. "The students here need to join the field survey group." Rain also played along and begged with clasped hands. Misun suddenly felt that something was off. The soldier spoke. "It's probably because they are suppressing the deserters up ahead, so it's very dangerous. Turn back quickly." A loud noise rang out, and the soldier said, "It seems it's already started. Turn back immediately." Xijang turned back to the two of them, full of suspicion. "Gunfire?" Ryojin feels a bit uneasy. "I wonder what's going on." "What about the other classmates who went ahead?" Misun suddenly spoke from behind. "Let's go." Xijang looked confused. "What are we doing? You said we should go back and look?" Misun replied, "Not really." Mi-song's eyes are bloodshot as he sternly says, "There's an insect person ahead. Hurry up." Xijang turns to salute the soldier and says, "Yes, Trung Than, you've worked hard. We will turn the car around up ahead." He also nodded in reply. Trung Than. Qirang's car gradually sped up, making the soldier from before extremely panic-stricken. "Damn it, I didn't expect something like this to happen either." Other soldiers quickly stop him. "Hey you, stop right there." But the main character's car still shows no intention of slowing down. The scene shifts to the attack site, where guns are aimed upward and continuous gunfire erupts. And soldier signals to open fire, and in front of them is a dragonfly-like monster. He skillfully weaves through each shot. He rushed toward the soldiers and immediately tore them to pieces. Another soldier hid in a corner, repeatedly muttering, requesting backup. He uses the instrument to notify the other side. He tremblingly says, "Squad 1 has been wiped out and the target is now collecting the soldiers' weapons. He is very skilled with weapons." The zombie lifted each gun, while the soldier on the other side kept moaning. Please. We want rescue team. Please, save us. He didn't realize the clone had thrown a grenade in front of him. The grenade exploded instantly, sending up a cloud of smoke and fire. The soldier thought his ears were sealed shut and he was doomed, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself rescued by two mysterious people. He couldn't help but be surprised. A girl with purple hair spoke up. It's okay now. She ran over and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. If you're an insect, let this Reaper handle it. Then she turned to look at the clone in front of her, who was pointing a gun at them and muttering non-stop. She immediately stood up to face him and coldly said, Don't be arrogant, are you confident? Behind her are two B Reaper members. A blue electric current radiates from her hand. That girl is none other than Kay on Nam's branch captain. The dragonfly clone pointed his gun at the branch leader and said, Assay? Her cold gaze looked at him. It's useless. The shot was fired. Two BBB members immediately used their cloaks to shield her. They immediately charged forward. The insectoid also hurriedly flew up. He kept firing his gun at them, but all shots were blocked by the BBB's cloaks. From their hands, blades of jade green sprouted. They launched their blades at the insect creature. The blades, connected by a wire, quickly took away the two hands of the dragonfly. The blades pierced deep into his wings and immediately released a surge of electricity, causing him to convulse violently. Nan then charged forward from between her two allies. She scoffs, You've become a bug but only use human guns, and raises her fist. Then we are not on the same level. Nan punched forward, her fist emitting a blue electric aura. She unleashed her maximum power and struck directly at his face. He was knocked back by her punch, and his deadly strike missed her, leaving him trembling from the electric shock. He collapsed to the ground, still dazed, his eyes suddenly wide open. Nan rushed in front of him, threw a punch at his body, then attacked relentlessly like a storm. When she raised her fist, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, Annex. Nan paid no attention, and looked at him with a murderous gaze. She said, You bastard. This action of hers has triggered painful memories from his past. Hangjin in front of her clenched his fist and shouted, You bastard. His eyes gradually returned to human form. He tremblingly said, Stop. But Nan didn't listen and directly punched him in the face. He shouted loudly, Stop, soldier. NG. Nan was surprised as half of his face gradually returned to a human appearance, and he kept saying, Please stop. Please stop. Nan was stunned for a moment, then continued, Kim Kang Navy. Nan stared at him intently before turning to his teammate and saying, Hey, he still has some reason left. Capture him alive. The other two members immediately obeyed. His arm gradually restored, and he muttered, Kim Hang Jin, you bastard. Torn memories flooding back, filling him with rage. How dare you? He shouted. How dare you do this to me, you bastard? His arm now had taken on a new form. Nan's two subordinates immediately reacted, hurriedly warning, Captain, it's dangerous. The insect man's arm had now transformed into two guns. He shouted loudly, Try some yourselves, you bastards, as countless fierce dragonflies burst from the gun and charged at them. The swarm of dragonflies attacked them, and Nan's subordinates quickly blocked to protect her, with blood splattering all over Nan. Her face showed clear horror as she watched her two teammates fall one after the other, their heads completely destroyed by the swarm of dragonflies. Hai's vehicle had now evolved into the immortal dragonfly deity, Asay. Are you crazy, these damn bastards? Asay calmly flies up and looks at her miserable defeat. Tears welling in his eyes, he points the gun at Nan and says, Attack now. The swarm of dragonflies rushes forward. Nan realizes he's commanding something. Then he gathers all his energy into his right arm and raises it. The blue electric current instantly electrocuted the swarm of dragonflies. Her eyes showed clear fury. I will kill you. Seeing the clone gradually fly away, Nan shouted loudly, I absolutely won't let you slip away. She then gathers all her strength into her hands and points straight at the sky. That power forms a sphere of energy and shoots toward him. The energy sphere hit him instantly, causing him to stagger, but he suddenly sped up and flew away. Nan cursed angrily. That bastard, you better chase after him and say, I will hunt you down. Transition to the scene where the school bus on the field trip has been sealed off. The police ordered everyone to step back. Rain quietly sneaked into the vehicle. She was surprised to see the name and high school sign, but inside it was covered in blood and gore, yet not a single person was in sight. She asked curiously, Where did everyone go? Outside, Dung Chi-rang was talking to a man nearby, and he was very surprised. The man said, I don't know either. By the time we arrived at the scene, the bus was already empty. He couldn't help but be curious. Are you a teacher? You look familiar. Reo Jane suddenly notices a broken window. She looks toward Qi Jiang, but he just shakes his head. The man asked another person, "You say there are no records of being transferred to the hospital? That's strange." Kam and Song is now searching through the forest, and the other side asks him, "Have you found that guy yet?" He replies, "Not yet." He is still moving very fast. "How are the kids?" The head on the other side hesitated for a moment, then replied, "That's a big problem. I haven't seen the others at all." Mi Song was extremely surprised to hear that. Reo Jin said, "The fact that so many adults disappeared in an instant clearly shows he's hiding them to use as food. We must find them before it's too late." Mai's expression grew even more serious. "Okay, I understand. We also need to gather together soon." Mai finished turning off the device, then removed the bandage from his neck, and the ants inside the mole gradually crawled out. They surrounded Mi Song, forming a suit of armor. Mi Song's eyes looked into the distance before quickly speeding up and running forward. Ajia's face was filled with fear. "Is anyone there?" Ara was stunned to see a zombie walk in, as she quickly hid behind a row of seats, feeling extremely panicked. "Is it a clone?" A heavy atmosphere suddenly enveloped the entire vehicle. She looked over suspiciously. "What's going on?" "He's leaving again." She opened her phone, secretly thinking that the thing going out there is really dangerous. "First, I need to report this first." Suddenly, a liquid drops onto her phone screen, making Ajia panic and turn pale. She looked up and saw that the clone was hanging from the roof of the car, staring at her with greed. He smiled broadly. Truk was eating happily, then he opened his mouth wide. When Ajia opened her eyes again, in front of her was the blood-soaked corpse of her classmate. Ajia screamed in horror. Around her, bodies piled up everywhere, from passengers to soldiers, all scattered throughout the room. The blood-soaked figure made Ajia tremble with fear. "What is this? Where is this place?" She looks up at a large hole in the wall. Suddenly there was a noise, and the mutant man had returned. She was terrified and collapsed. The insectoid creature, following its old habit, said, "Tat Thang, Bin Nat Anshi will go inside." It mumbled a few words, then suddenly exclaimed that it was starving. He landed among the soldiers' corpses, thinking to himself that Truk was having a delicious meal and directly biting into a corpse alive, causing Ara to close her eyes in fear as it frantically tore apart the body, a look of joy clearly visible in his eyes. He suddenly stood up, blood splattering everywhere. The zombie's body had now transformed into a different form. He kept muttering, let Ajia cover her mouth with her hands, urging herself to run away quickly, or else she would be eaten. Suddenly, a ringing sound came, and she hesitated, turning her head back. The insectoid creature also heard the noise, so she quickly picked up her phone. Why does it have to be now? Suddenly, her eyes lit up. The caller was Kam Zong. She turned down the volume and answered the phone, hearing the voice on the other end say to Ajia, "Are you okay?" She was too scared to say a word. Misun understood and said, "Okay, wait there. I will come find you." The imposter suddenly appeared right behind Ajia, her face darkening. When she turned to look, he spoke in a cold, drunken voice before grabbing her neck and lifting her up. Ara's eyes filled with tears as she clenched his arm and said, "Let go." I said, "Let go." Her scream brought back memories of him being bullied. Taehyung Jin, holding a dragonfly in one hand and squeezing Hai's neck with the other, screams in fear. "I don't like this. Please let go of my hand," Hain said contemptuously. "Let go? You motherfucker, are you ordering me around?" A's furious gaze fixed on her as he tightened his grip on her neck, causing Ara to panic and desperately beg for help. "Please, save me. You said you would come to save me." A car opens its mouth wide, ready to swallow her. She quietly calls out Cammy's name one last time, and suddenly, the swarm of ants appears out of nowhere. The black insect person arrived just in time, punching the mutant directly in the face and tearing off his arm, successfully saving Ajia. He was caught off guard and hurriedly retreated. Ajia at this moment vaguely opened her eyes, silently calling out Kam Zong. The black ants had now tightly embraced her, and he stared fiercely at A with deadly intent. The insect man's arm fell off. Ajia seemed to remember something and turned her head to look at that familiar figure. She thought to herself that, at that moment, the black-clad Ace stood up, glaring at Mi Song, noticing the intruder. Mi Song picked up a marble and threw it forward, and the ants quickly swarmed around. A head of an ant appears. It speaks, "Please." Ajia is stunned as he looks at it. Ase's arm gradually transforms into a gun. He aims it at the two of them and orders, "Start shooting." Mi Song quickly ordered to protect her. The ant head immediately wrapped around Ajia. Mi Song rushed forward alone, and A shot out the larva bullets towards the ant head. Ajia screams in fear as Mi Song speeds up, skillfully dodging each shot and working together to attack the chattering larvae blocking the way, while Ase's eyes now show the image of Mi Song raising his fist. As expected, he was immediately hit in the face by a swift punch, but he didn't give up and quickly countered Mi-song with a punch. Mi-song responded with a fist to his eye. He seized the opportunity to hold him tightly, but he luckily slipped away and pointed the gun at him. Mi-song was very surprised as the insect bullets shot through his body, causing him to bleed. A flying vehicle rises above with his swarm of larvae. Mi-song is a bit surprised, but he immediately orders to surround and trap him. The swarm of larvae surrounds Mi and then charges at him all at once, tearing his body apart. The ant's head still holds A to protect her, and the girl inside is extremely anxious. What on earth is happening? Seeing Mi-song cut in half, he aimed his gun to finish him off, but suddenly something leapt up. Mi-song suddenly woke up and ambushed him from behind. Before he could turn around to fight back, Mi-song had already raised his sharp claws and swung them, knocking Ace through the wall. He fell to the ground but quickly regained his stance. Mi-song slowly approaches, then raises his gun and fires at him. Mi-song blocks with both arms, his eyes burning red like blood. You order. The black ant swarm gathers. A large swarm of black ants surrounds Ace in shock, forming countless shapes of ant people and wearing strange smiles. Mi-song slowly approached, suddenly noticing only a fragment of his leg and a torn wing on the ground. He looked up to the sky in shock, realizing he had already carried Ajia and was fleeing. Ajia screamed in fear, "Let me go, you bug," and Mi-song rushed forward. He summoned Mong Taeyeon and scolded him, "Idiot, stick close and catch him." Mong Taeyeon immediately merged with Mi-song, transforming into wings to help him chase after him. Ajia saw them as her last hope and thought to herself, the person chasing from behind. Could it be Ace who suddenly spoke? Why would he try to save you? Why is no one saving me? Why? AX tearfully says, I hate everyone. Mi-song is panicked. Ajia looked at him in shock and he immediately threw her down. Everyone, go and die. Saying that, Ace gathers all her strength, causing the gun on her arm to swell up. He pointed directly at Ajia. Mi-song managed to catch her just in time. The shot was fired just in time, accompanied by a giant, fierce larva. Mi-song quickly embraced Ajia and ran away. A voice rang out, "We've got him." Mi-song suddenly turned around and Nan, the branch manager, appeared and executed her deadly insect-killing fist move, channeling a large surge of blue electricity into his body, causing him to convulse to death instantly. She looked at him emotionlessly. Mi-song stood outside witnessing everything when Nan suddenly called out to him. While I was still speaking kindly, quickly let her go. Nan flew in front of you, emitting intense electric currents from her body. She gritted her teeth and said, "The girl is obstructing my killing." Captain Nan thought with great suspicion, I saw it. Her eyes paused when she saw the insect holding the woman, and her face flickered with surprise. She silently wondered just before the lightning struck. The scene in front of Nan Truong-Phi was the black kid holding the girl. A tangled thought arose in her mind. Was it because she truly wanted to save that girl? That could never be true. Nan Truong-Phi's gaze sharpened as she soared high, her serious face observing everything, and she continued to think to herself, that bug probably has no reason to do that. Then she asked him, "Are you planning to take that child hostage?" That bug spoke a strange language not everyone can understand, but when she heard it, her face hardened with anger and her eyes bloodshot. She gritted out, "Don't talk nonsense." Then she threw a punch really hard, hitting the bug right in the face. The bug was knocked far away, and as the girl fell from the bug's grasp, she rushed over with a worried expression, quickly helping the girl down to the ground and covering her with a blanket. Then the leader stood there, her eyes fixed on the bug. Her next move was to activate her skill and soar toward the bug. The little kid below slowly opened his eyes, his gaze dreamy before narrowing and letting out a soft sound, looking up at the dazzling fight scenes in the sky, and he truly couldn't believe what he was seeing. He opens his eyes in surprise. The leader is punching the bug, then grabbing its shoulder with one hand and preparing to strike with the other. Nan Truong thought to himself, what the hell is this bastard doing? He's only defending himself. Nan Truong kept punching, his face showing clear anger, but the black beetle opposite just blocked without fighting back. Nan Truong wondered if the black beetle really had no intention of fighting back. Her face briefly froze, then a huge lightning bolt struck down from the sky into the ground, and dust and smoke obscured everything below. "What are you?" Nan Truong asked the black bug, her voice full of suspicion. Nan Truong stands there. She irritably asks, "What the hell are you? Do you really want to save that girl?" At this moment, the black bug said, "That's right. Its voice is as cold as metal. Is that okay?" Nan Truong replied, 387 people. Her eyes darkened. Nan Truong clenched his fist and said, "That's how many of my colleagues were killed by the duplicates just yesterday." "And then what?" Do you still want to protect humans? The village chief, furious, shouted with blazing eyes, Do I look like I care about your empty words? Suddenly, a loud scream erupted from behind. No way. Nan Truong paused for a second, turning back in surprise at the source of the sound, as the shouting continued. No, you can't. Please don't hurt that person. At this moment, Blackbug and Captain Nan are both very surprised. Their eyes slightly widened. Captain Nan asks, Is that person? The kid approached and asked, Are you the insect harvesting company? The one that defeats the bugs and saves people, right? The girl approached softly, but with a determined look in her eyes and said, He's the same. Defeating the insect monsters and saving me. This isn't the first time either. She stepped closer to the two and said, So, that's why. But Nan Leader, not understanding, frowned and said, Hey kid, shout out, it's dangerous. But suddenly the girl stepped forward, the black insect spreading its wings to protect her and saying, Please stop. Nanjang's face grew serious now, clearly trying to stay calm and explain. Her voice deepened as she tried to make the girl understand everything clearly. She said unclearly, That thing is a parasite. It's a parasite. Her face hardened as if she couldn't contain her anger. He continued to try to explain that they harm and kill humans like that, even though it now seemed like he had saved her. Her eyes slightly furrowed, as if truly worried. She spoke, But what if he's hiding something and planning to do something to me? Nan Truong continued seriously, his eyes filled with concern, wondering if your family and friends are also threatened, and if it's really worth risking everything. The short-haired girl stood silently for a moment, her gaze suddenly lowering as if pulled back into painful memories she wished to forget. She recalls that terrifying moment, countless people lying down, the little girl's face now clearly showing fear and confusion. Tok Tin was standing beside her, her voice growing more frantic. You don't know how your teammates face someone like that, do you? They were just killed by a clone master like him. Nan Truong's eyes darken, and her face becomes serious as if she's trying to hold something back. Then she says solemnly, To protect humans, they were all killed by the monsters created by those very humans. The female leader standing beside suddenly clenched her fists, her eyes showing clear anger as she snapped in a more furious tone, saying that they all were killed by Kijima, who fought against the monsters. The dark creature opposite, hearing that name, paused briefly, a look of surprise flashing in its eyes as it silently thought, Kijima. In Hanlong, why would Kijima attack the company and deceive the bugs? Is it because they are obstructing him? Still, there's probably no need to act directly, because he likely will act himself after realizing the threat, discovering his existence, and attacking the bug-gathering company. Could it be? His eyes flashed with worry. At this point, head nurse Nan no longer hesitated, firmly pushing her aside with a clearer, more assertive voice. She advised, Do you understand what I said now? Step aside. The girl still tried to stay calm, her voice pleading but still trying to hold her ground. Listen to what I say. But the leader Nam no longer had patience, her tone sharper and interrupting angrily. Get out of the way or you'll get hurt. Suddenly, Trung Den reached out, grabbing the child's shoulder and pulling him over. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone was stunned. Suddenly, Trung Den spoke up, telling everyone to stop. This voice surprised everyone, all eyes turning toward the source as if they couldn't believe what they were hearing. Soon after, the black clone's body gradually transformed, pieces of its skin falling away to reveal the shape of a man. His eyes light up with determination. His voice is calm. I told you I would save everyone. The entire black clone body shatters before everyone's eyes, revealing the man's real body with clear skin and a determined face. He says, Just leave it to me to handle what Kijima is after. He hesitated and asked, Is it Kay? My voice is certain I know. The scene shifts to someone tightly bound at the wrists and ankles, almost unable to move, sitting still. Right beside that exhausted face is a black creature crawling back and forth. But at that moment, the man's eyes suddenly lit up with a fiery glow. That gaze seemed to wake from a trance, and Mi-sun's voice rang out. I know where he is now. In the van of the destroyer squad speeding down the road, the vehicle moves steadily without anyone speaking, and the atmosphere feels heavy. Inside are the rescued girl, Nan Truong, and a man. The girl who was just rescued is now sitting quietly in a corner, her arms wrapped around herself, her eyes lowered, her face still showing sadness. Nan Truong is holding his phone, speaking in a steady but tired voice. This is the mail from the mail frame sending to the North Medical Department. Her voice suddenly grew heavier as she reported that the mutated insect was a deserter from the Navy, and during this process, 2 team members were lost. He paused for a moment as if emphasizing the importance, then continued, mentioning that the black ant entity was captured alive and holding information about the ongoing case being transferred to the nearest main medical station. Once we arrive, we will immediately conduct a public interrogation, so please prepare all defenses. The official vehicle did not stop anywhere and drove straight through the hospital gate. Nan Leader stepped out of the car first, her face still as cold as usual. She told him, "My staff member is the male branch manager, not the male." The staff member nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, please come in." Not far away, the Red Lotus was hiding behind a large tree, her icy cold eyes watching every move of the official vehicle as it drove inside. Inside the car, two mysterious people sit silently in the back, their faces serious and expressionless, just watching. Then one of them speaks. Shung Chi-jiang says, "I never thought I would have to come to the headquarters of your father someday." The other person, with messy blonde hair and furrowed brows from anger, said, "What is he really trying to do? I can't even tell what he's thinking anymore." As the scene ended, they suddenly shot forward like the wind, rushing to the place of the fight with determined eyes, their faces tense as if facing something very serious. The woman angrily hits the man next to her and says, "Stop!" Shang Qijang is startled, turns around and shouts, "What are you so surprised about?" In front of them, the Harvester Company is there and the scene makes both of them stunned. Are they really capturing Tin Kamison? Deng Qirang is almost going crazy, so furious he's about to blow his top. What is going on here? He grits his teeth, ready to change, and says, "I will handle that woman in charge first, the rest you deal with." The blonde-haired demon looks annoyed and angry, hitting back and saying, "Don't give me orders." Then she punched him in the face, making him tilt his head with a swollen red face. Furious, but just enough. The blonde hair still frowned and said, "Because it wasn't me who did it." Suddenly, both of them were surprised to see a small creature appear before their eyes. Deng Qijiang blinked and looked carefully, asking, "What is that? What is this little bug?" The insect keeps buzzing and yellow-haired person frowns in surprise, saying it's a fake. Suddenly, from the back of the creature, it farted out countless black clumps that gathered into a circle and appeared with the words, "Do not do anything." Tak Vang, wide-eyed, asked, "Is this what Kamison is saying to us?" Deng Qirang looked at the words and nodded firmly, continuing, "That must be it." The insects gather again and form a line of words behind them. Tak Vang sighs in frustration. "What bad luck, seriously, what do you mean?" "I was about to save him." Deng Qijiang next to me shook her head and sighed tiredly. "Let's go to the car together." Then, the three of them, two at a time, headed to the car. Inside the hospital, the group was moving forward. At this moment, a doctor stepped out to greet us, saying the branch has worked hard, she has no injuries or medication. The leader replied yes first, then everything was silent. "This girl is the survivor from that scene. So, that woman." "Yes." Then the nurse cheerfully said, "Can you walk now? Let me take you to the treatment room." The girl obediently followed the nurse, but her mind was still a bit worried, her eyes glancing at the clone. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the chief to say, "You need to go to the examination room now. Follow me." Kamin finished and replied, "I understand." The nurse and the victim went to a different place. As she walked past, she suddenly heard the noise, and inside the patient's room, someone was shouting, "Are you planning to implant that thing into my body?" The angry man shouted loudly, "Don't torment or drive someone crazy next to a man." Another person tried to calm him down, saying calmly, "I understand you, but this is just the opinion of the researchers and medical team. Those people now think that guy is the nurse, look back and say everything is very chaotic now because of the accident that happened earlier. Please follow this way." "Are these human experiments?" "Yes, yes. Going inside, you see a group of scientists after injecting insects, and they are hybrids of unknown origin, sir. The man in front of you has a large scar next to his mouth. You understand better than I do." That's all he said. The person opposite said, "You will accept." Remembering what that man once said, "If you want to protect everyone, this is the only way, so I will inject insect genes into myself, please forgive me." The man in front of me with numerous scars and broken arms and legs said my disciple was heavily criticized and expelled after receiving the gene injection. "Isn't that all my fault?" The man said, "But now I can no longer rely on the power of the bugs, and moreover, my faith never wavers." His face grew serious, his eyes showing a hint of determination. The man in front of him raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat annoyed, and asked if he was planning to fight in that condition. The $1,000 he remained expressionless, just smiled softly and replied, "Of course." At this moment, P.O. smirked confidently and said that even with just one arm and one leg, he couldn't change the fact that he was the strongest insect collector. The young man, smiling with overwhelming confidence, said, "Of course. Even like this, I'm more useful than you, so be grateful." At this moment, Pew picked up his phone and answered, "Yes, I understand." Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he stared in disbelief at what he just heard. He suddenly turned and left with a stern face. while the friend beside him looked a bit confused and asked what was going on and where he was going. He took off his bandage, saying as he walked away, "I'll go have a cigarette and come back." His steps hurried as he left. Outside the door, he looked straight at the man in front of him, his face tense. "Are you here?" Pio chuckled and said, "So still full of energy. Who is this student?" Tokting nearby quickly nodded and said, "Yes, it's this kid." She added confidently that the person who said he understood the main purpose of Kijima's fire ant project that Pio mentioned. Pio furrowed his brow, surprised as he looked at the kid. The leader stood straight and clearly introduced him as the #1 result of the Black Ant Project. Inside the tribunal, the three of them looked at each other as if they hadn't fully processed the information. Meanwhile, on the other screen, countless people were watching, some staring in shock. At this moment, Pio frowned in thought, wondering if the #1 in nature referred to this woman or if it was actually about this kid, then shook his head and interrupted me, saying he would ask a few questions. Does he know about the guy named Kijima who claims to be the king of the humans? Or in other words, is he the result of the project similar to that name? Kami said nothing, her face turning cold, and replied, "Don't lump me together like that." The message to Q was also faint and unclear, but I know what kind of person he is. You continue in a slow voice that Project 2 is a combination of the strongest insects, and the Ancat Shoe Project is currently led by the Heavenly Lord. What is the purpose of what he calls the connection that Pew keeps asking about? Common remained silent, only speaking vaguely, describing a container created to hold everything and nothing. But in Pew's mind, waves were rising. He silently thought, what they call a connection is information. Even the high-ranking leaders don't have. Even the current officials don't know if the information about this kid is true. At this moment, Cao Song-ha stood up and said, "He is my brother." Everyone inside was extremely surprised and wide-eyed. They asked, "Are you brothers or what?" The atmosphere immediately became lively as Cammy on the other side looked around, observing countless surprised and whispering people. "You said you knew his location, right? Can you lead us there? If you can give a specific location, I've already called the manager of that place." Everyone stared at each other in surprise, not knowing when they had called or who. Pio started to feel tense inside, thinking, should I call the manager? Suddenly, a man walks into the interrogation room. Outside, the two guards look up and ask, "Hello, sir, do you have any business here?" The man looked serious and replied, "I came to see the taller son." The guard approached and whispered into the leader's ear, who then looked at the migrant with a serious expression. At this moment, he shouted to stop the interrogation. Pio immediately frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "What did the leader ask?" Kamen remains deep in thought, silent as if his mind is spinning with 1,000 things. At this moment, Mr. Hello stands up and all the staff in the room quickly follow. He says the representative is entering. The door opens and the old man walks in 1,000 steps, his eyes shining like flashlights scanning the room. He looks around and then says, "Please come in, representative." "Thank you. Kim the driver, what is everyone doing?" "Are you all just gathering here to enjoy the view?" "What's there to see?" Her voice was rough but also a bit humorous. The old lady walked in, everyone was scared, then they lowered their heads and said, "Hello." She raised her hand, revealing a dazzling array of precious gold shining brightly. Everyone cheered happily, welcoming the representative. The old lady smiled softly, both gentle and mysterious as she greeted everyone. The person entering was the founder of the insect harvesting company, Jane Ock Zoom. "My little darling, time to eat your meal." "Is that the representative we're seeing for the first time?" The man lowered his head and said, "Hello. I met the representative before. It's been quite a while now, right? Are you still well?" The old lady smiled and said, "I'm fine. Is everything handled by Secretary Kim?" "No, President Kim is in charge and Director Kong is also doing well, right?" The director then pointed ahead and asked, "Are you here to meet this guy named Kamison?" The old lady was right. I came to see him. He is my grandson. Then she laughed. At that moment, everyone in the room was surprised. "Yes, what did you say?" Everyone was shocked. "So, is what the representative said true?" "Where are you going, ma'am?" "What is Captain Land saying now? The representative? Could it be?" Everyone looked at Kamison and said that the person he called was indeed him. "Kamison, you didn't do anything, but suddenly the bugs swarm around and break all the restraints on you." The man in front looks surprised and says, "Kamison, sorry, but I need to deal with this for a moment." The male leader was surprised and asked, "How could you remove it so easily?" Land leader, furious, clenched his fist like a lightning bolt and said, "Don't resist." Kamison says, "I am not resisting, but my grandmother might be very sad if she sees this." At this moment, an old woman enters the room. She smiled and said, "You hug Grandma's little dog, then Grandma runs over." Camson looked at her and said, "Grandma, the old lady is happy you haven't eaten anything yet, right? She bought braised ribs for you." Mapio was very surprised. Is he really the representative's grandson? Then does the representative also know about that project? So, how much has she found out so far? Pio then said, "Hello, I haven't seen the old lady's representative in a long time." It's been a long time since the old lady smiled like that. Did she scare everyone half to death? I'll explain now, but let's eat first. In the dining room, the old lady said that everything was prepared by her. Enjoy your meal, everyone. The old woman is cheerful while everyone else has countless thoughts. At this moment, the old woman said, "President Kim is also here. Come quickly." President Kim stood and said, "It's okay." Pio also said, "Chairman, please sit here and eat. In front of you is a very sumptuous table." Camison ate the ribs happily while eating rice, as if starving for 45 years. Everyone's eyes shone like stars. Truly an incredibly delicious dish. After finishing her meal, the old lady put down her chopsticks and said, "Let's begin now." At this moment, the old lady's face became very serious as she recounted events that happened before the company was established. 18 years ago, that grand building was filled with countless insects on the trees inside the chairman's office. "I would like to report the revenue for the first half of 2005. The old woman said, "Yes, Secretary Kim, wait a moment." It must have been when she was very young, she said. "Sorry, I was on the phone with my son." The old lady asked who the son was that was living like that. The young man kindly replied, "What do you mean, living?" "Of course, I'm eating my mother's homemade porridge." "Have you tried the braised ribs yet?" The young man said, "Of course." Everyone in the West is going crazy over how delicious it is. "Mom, the old lady is so happy she might as well be eating the ribs herself. The braised ribs are just average, normal. Next time, I'll send more for you." Is the young man very happy? It seems like this time you're getting a promotion. The old lady was happy. Who the hell is messing with her? Wow, what's going on here? Then the old lady chuckled and said, "Mom's wish has come true after all. That promotion, that's the promotion." Secretary Kim also said, "Oh, congratulations, President." At this moment, the old lady said into the phone that last month was also good, but it has to be. Have you listened to yourself or not? The young man now said cheerfully, "Don't worry, Mom knows I'm doing very well." Suddenly, someone above called out, "Sang Kim Tae, huh?" The young man listening to the phone also paused and then said yes. The man said, "There's a murder case. Get the car ready quickly. Are you surprised now? Yes?" Then he heard the command and told his mother on the phone, "I have to leave now, I'll call you back later." The old lady, hearing this, also worried and said, "Okay, don't get hurt. Be careful." The old woman hung up, then sadly said she loved him before turning off the phone. At this point, Secretary Kim smiled and said, "I think the chairman feels reassured having a son." The old lady sadly tries to reassure herself, "But I'm worried it will be injured for too long and want to die. I told him to take over the business peacefully, but he insists on becoming a policeman like his partner. So, how could I stop him from doing that?" Secretary Kim then said thoughtfully, "That means he really respects his father. The chairman has developed Gomi very well, but I think perhaps she raised her son even better." The chairman then sadly said, "Let's just look over the report now." Secretary Kim said, "Yes, the revenue of both has increased by 23% compared to the same period last year. Improved internal benefits have boosted employee performance, with China's total revenue accounting for 30 to 40%, and customer reactions have been quite positive." While the two were discussing the report, her son had to go to a place where someone was dead. But Choi Seung-jun was surrounded by countless insects. A half-demon man who has already killed his colleague then said, "What are you?" and shot at the insect, then asked, "What kind of creature are you?" But the insect still didn't move or die. Its red eyes stared ahead in fear, more bloodshot than before. Then the husband said, "I will kill you and Phi too." They angrily said, "Die." Wow, I can only scream in despair. This is a monster. Sometime later, after hearing the news, the old woman's screams echoed in the sky, Yigo and crying uncontrollably. Her son was gone, and she shouted alone, "How can she go on living, this little boy?" The doctor entered and said, "The autopsy results are in. It's crazy. These wounds couldn't have been caused by a human." So the old woman is furious. "What are you talking about?" The old woman cried out in grief, saying, "The only explanation is that it was an animal attack." "Do you really believe that?" Receiving her son's body, she kept crying. "Sit at the chairman's desk, Grandmother Secretary Kim." The old man said quietly, "Yes, Sir Chairman." She said that no matter what it takes, we must find the one who killed my son. Secretary Kim said, "Yes, Mr. Chairman." Then she left the food company and went with the man in front of her to find an answer to this. "Mr. President, what do you want to say?" Secretary Kim hurriedly reports, "The guest has arrived." After hearing that, she frowned slightly, her tone showing her displeasure. "I told you not to let anyone into the room." At this moment, she turned around with a hint of curiosity as she listened to the other person say that their son had something to say about her son's death. Yes, this caught her attention. Her eyes fixed on the man in front, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. They both fell silent for a moment, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. She asked in surprise, as if she couldn't believe it, "What are you talking about now?" "Huh? So what killed my Western civilization was bugs." "Yes, it's true." At this moment, the man in the white shirt stepped forward, presenting numerous images and seriously said, "We call them insect people, Mr. President." Hearing this, she frowned, her expression slightly suspicious, her hand tightening the teacup, then slowly asked, "The investigation team said it was an animal, but now you're saying it's bugs?" After a moment, she put down the cup, her eyes staring blankly ahead, and asked tiredly, "Who are you?" That young man still stood firm and answered decisively without hesitation, "We are not joking." The man standing nearby spoke evenly, but with seriousness. "We forgot to introduce ourselves. I am Dr. Seicho, currently researching a project to combat parasitic worms." We approached the chairman hoping she could help with this project. The chairman was a bit startled, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. "What?" The man immediately responded. "If that entity was the one who killed the chairman's son, we will find and eliminate him in her place, and please promise to support the research costs for our fire ant project." The old woman sighed softly and said, "I really want to find the one who murdered my son and kill him," but her face still remained guarded. She took a sip of tea and said slowly, "But if what you say has no basis at all, how can I believe it? If I can't be sure, I won't invest." The man nodded and said calmly but confidently, "I will show you." At this moment, he turned to the door and loudly said, "Come in." The door creaked open slowly. Then someone entered, and the two people in front of him suddenly looked extremely surprised, their eyes wide with disbelief. Suddenly, countless insects swarmed towards the soldiers who just appeared, and the scene truly terrifies the old woman. She shouted, "Ah, monster!" trembling as she turned to Secretary Kim and said in a shaky voice, "Alert immediately." Secretary Kim's face turned pale with fear as she stammered, "Yes, yes." The man then stepped forward, raising his hand to soothe, and said, "Quickly, Tich, stay calm. The one standing before you now is humanity's hope, and also my daughter." His face shows pride and seriousness. "The prototype of the Anka Project number 0 is Kamajin. It is Kamajin, the woman in front of us." She was surprised, her eyes wide as she stared intently. She asked, "Is this magic? Is there really such a thing in this world?" The man continued, "So, Chairman, are you interested in this project yet? We will provide more details in the research room." He said, "I will wait for the chairman's response." A luxury car is driving along the road. The chairman steps out, looking cold and suspicious. She walks inside and asks Kim's secretary, "Are you sure we're at the right place?" Secretary Kim said yes. This is the research room the doctor mentioned, and the scene before her is extremely destroyed, making her frown. The doctor rushed over, looking frantic and saying, "The chairman has arrived, or maybe we've been waiting for her." He gestured with his hand and said, "Please come in." The old woman looked ahead with a contemplative and somewhat suspicious gaze, then said, "Let's go." Secretary Kim obediently followed. "Yes, sir." The three of them proceeded inside, walking along the path and paying attention to numerous pictures of all kinds of reptiles. "Oh DS, oh my, the world is so vast. What are these things?" According to my investigation, Dr. Cassell is a very famous entomologist worldwide, specializing in ants. They say that just the paths he discovered for the first time already number over 10. By the way, where is the daughter who went with you the other day? Is she alone? Then the doctor said Min is waiting to practice the fight for the chairman to see. The old lady sat watching the match, right? Now the doctor says it will fight against a parasite of this kind. The three of them have to look at the screen in front of them, and the old woman sees blood splattering everywhere with a look of shock on her face. "Is Kamen ready?" the doctor said. Kamen turned around expressionless, then signaled that everything was done. At this moment, Dr. An presses a button. The door opens, and a worm-like creature approaches, continuously crying out in pain. The old woman is surprised, her face blank, recognizing that it's someone she knows. "I told you it hurts, you damn brat," the old woman shouted angrily. "Isn't it your husband who said it was bugs?" Doctor with a serious look stared intently at it. "Just watch, and you'll understand or not. Let's begin." Countless ants crawl out from the hole on the woman's body. The red ant crawled out and flew toward the man in front of him, who, furious, widened his eyes and shouted, "Don't bother me anymore." He went berserk, and then his body began to change. Kamazan's body also transformed into that terrifying creature, turning into a red ant. The creature facing her began to change into a bug, losing all human features. He screams in pain, thrashing wildly like a madman. The doctor says that is the true form of the parasite. Did that disgusting monster do this to her? In front of the two of them, the fight was extremely intense. The red ant rushes in. The two of them meet, and the old lady just watches, unable to help but marvel at their faces. That insect, that bug, kept delivering powerful blows, smashing the ground below, but when it reached the top, the red ant rushed in and stabbed it. That guy shouted, "Just a little more." It kept crying out in pain, then launched another punch. The red ant said, "Just hold on a little longer." Then Ko-Fi punched the insect multiple times. The red-eyed insect spat blood and was punched straight in the face by the red ant, then collapsed to the ground. The old woman lost her composure, but he said they created a monster exactly like it, right? At this moment, the doctor looked at her and calmly said that Min is different from them, and that the results of this project will not harm humans. Only the parasite is the only enemy. They will hunt and devour it. The old woman blinked in surprise. Eating? The doctor replied naturally. Absorbing the clone is thanks to the hundreds of millions of ants parasitizing her body. That is the mission we created. After hearing this, the old woman felt like she had been punched in the head, her mind in chaos, and she asked desperately what on earth you were doing. In front of her, like a scene from an action movie, the red ant defeated its first enemy and then turned to the side, saying, "Eat up and then go home." Immediately, countless red ants burst out from the girl's neck as if opening a buffet. The girl tiredly smiled and said, "That was tough." Then she suddenly shouted loudly and collapsed, causing the old woman to panic. "Is she hurt somewhere?" Doctor then said softly, "The girl is still lying there gasping as if she just ran a marathon." The doctor looked at the old woman and said, "It's not just one person. Why does she look so blank, like she just ate something and is questioning everything?" Then she shook her head vigorously and said, "What are you talking about? Are you even sober? How could you use your pregnant daughter as a test subject? Even if catching the person who killed my son is difficult, she is your daughter, and she has an unborn child. I didn't mean to bother you, but what kind of parents would do something like that?" The doctor then looked her straight in the eyes and coldly said, "Because we are parents, that's why." The fully covered figure is Kamazin, who softly steps forward and says, "Please don't blame my father. My husband was also killed by the clone during the experiment. I didn't know I was pregnant. I made a hasty decision driven by blind revenge, but I have no regrets because the future matters more to me than revenge. I can't let my child be born into a world where clones run rampant like a lawless land. Please help us so this project can continue. Please, do it for the future of the world." The old woman suddenly fell silent as if experiencing a connection error, overwhelmed by the shocking information. Then she clenched her fists and wondered how she could ignore the parents who do everything for their children. Finally, she looked up seriously and said, "I will support." Then she shouted, "But nothing too overwhelming happens to the child?" Half anger, half worry, she said, "Do you all understand what I mean?" The doctor bowed his head in gratitude. "Yes, thank you, Chairman." The two shake hands as if they just signed a billion-dollar contract. No notarization needed. Then the old woman turned to the doctor's daughter with a big smile, as if inviting her to try her delicious, spicy ribs, her specialty. Then everyone continued with their work. The doctor studied for the Olympic exams, while Kamin's belly kept growing bigger. The old woman carefully cares for every detail, eagerly and gently holding the baby in the bedroom, saying, "I know you've been through a lot, so small, so tiny." Tears streamed down her face like a prime-time Korean drama. She asked, "What's the little one's name?" Kamin smiled and said, "It's Kamison." The lady looked at the pretty doll-like baby and asked, "Are you holding Kamison?" The girl takes after her mother, so beautiful. Then she looked at the second child and asked, "What about the other one?" Kamin gently said to the side that Mi-chan is Miss Sun's younger sister. The child facing him has silver hair just like their grandfather and is named Kam-chan. Time quietly passed by as the two children grew up together, filled with days of laughter and calling out to each other playfully. They often played soccer together. One time the kid got excited and kicked a really hard shot forward. The ball flew swiftly and hit our grandmother right in the face. The sudden impact made her face grimace, her eyes wide with shock, and her lips muttered. The old woman let out a cry of pain and shouted, "Oh my God, parents." Her face flushed like a ripe tomato as she scolded the kids. Her eyes blazing with anger, she chased after them, raising the ball and shouting fiercely, "Take this ball!" Her high-pitched voice made the children step back in fear, trembling as they apologized. "We're sorry." A and Hung are too fierce. Inside the fire ant research laboratory, a warm scene appears. A mother and her child are smiling brightly at each other. The old woman gently held the two children in her arms, her eyes soft and full of love, smiling softly as she said, "You're already 5 years old now, aren't you?" The two kids snuggled close, their clear, bright eyes shining, chattering happily. "That's right, we're 5 years old." The old woman sighed softly, her face showing a hint of worry, then muttered sadly to herself, "Taking care of children at this age is really not normal at all." At this moment, Gami-chan's voice hesitantly called out, "Grandma," and she turned around slightly surprised, her eyes softening as she asked what was wrong. Gami-chan, with a longing look, asks, "When will Mom come back?" The old woman gently smiles, her eyes a bit sad. "Your mother? She will be back tonight, don't worry." Mi-sun also hugged her small hands wrapping around her waist affectionately and saying, "I miss you, Mom." The old woman gently stroked her head and softly said, "Mom will come back safely." That evening, her expression suddenly turned serious upon hearing the important news that they had found him. She looked thoughtful in front of the screen as the person on the other end said, "Yes, we are tracking him, and this is the footage sent to us by our surveillance staff. Even if I look, I won't understand anything. These are the chaotic images from Jeju Island not long ago." The scene confirms 64 deaths. Her face gradually pales, her lips trembling as she hears that the wounds of these victims all share many similarities with her sons, especially those from outside Ganana, and all are identical. She falls silent for a moment, her gaze turning cold, her voice firm and clear. He is the clone who murdered her son. So now Minin just walks in and asks for the location? The old woman is slightly startled and turns around, surprised, and says, "Mijin has come in, right?" The man in front of me says, "So far he still hasn't left Jesus Island. My team is still monitoring him closely." Minin spoke, her eyes full of determination, asking him to prepare to leave immediately. The man solemnly responded, "Yes." The old woman frowned slightly with concern, clutching her hand and saying, "Kane is not an ordinary person. And what about the children?" Minin said with a determined look, "It's time now." Then she gently smiled and told her that it was time to fulfill the promise to the chairman. The old woman looked at her with a worried expression, sighed, and said, "Even so," she gently added, "but with the president's help and the advancing technology, I can also reach a complete state." Her tone grew firmer. "I will catch him and return safely. Don't worry, Chairman." Her eyes still showed concern, but she nodded in acceptance. "All right." She stepped close to her deep eyes saying, "And also, I have a few things to say, very mysterious." "What is going on, my child?" Then the two of them walk together to the hallway beside the stairs. The atmosphere becomes quiet, only the sound of footsteps remains. The old woman frowned and asked if what she just said was true. She nodded gently and said, "Yes." The old woman frowned slightly, her voice worried. "Is he okay? When did he become like this?" Minnie spoke slowly, recalling the peaceful moment when she was sitting watching TV with the kids, both of them watching intently. "The superhero's exciting lines are blasting on the TV, sir. Just die and change into useless clothes." On the screen, Taser Blade unleashes a mighty roar as it slashes at the evil one who is in pain. "I won't let you go." Mi-chan's eyes sparkle with joy as she cheerfully says, "Tierman. This is so awesome." The little kid turns around with sparkling eyes. "Mom, I will become a strong man in the future." Minin gently strokes my hair with a gentle smile. "So Mi-chan has a dream now, huh?" M quickly interrupted and said, "Mom, buy a lottery ticket and bless me." At this moment, Minin's mother smiled and said, "We will go shopping next week." Little Mi-chan pouted and whined, saying now, but her mother gently refused, saying it's not allowed tonight. At this, Mi-trang angrily blushed and said, "I hate you." She gently comforted her child with a sad look, saying that her child makes her sad, and she will buy it tomorrow. Suddenly, from afar, Mi appeared with a serious face as countless insects flew around him. Mi-sun turned to her brother Kam Mi-chan with a slightly awkward expression. Mi-chan, who was throwing a tantrum, suddenly looked back with surprise and asked what was going on. Kamern's mother was terrified as she saw countless familiar insects flying before her. Suddenly, Mi-sun calmly drew a sword and said, "Here, take this." Lai Mi-trang's eyes sparkled happily behind her. Then Mi-chan grabbed the sword with an excited expression. And Mi-in's mother was extremely frightened, her eyes showing disbelief at how it was possible to do that. Mi-sun gently said, "Now you can't be sad anymore, okay?" "Ni-cha, right now." Mi-trang excitedly raises her hand to smile and talk about her ultimate move, then playfully grabs the sword. Their mother was not happy at all and with a serious face said, "Mi-sun, I am sorry," and then hugged her. Mi-sun's body at this moment makes anyone who sees it shiver because countless black ants are crawling all over her. Kam-jin continues to hold her son, her eyes filled with tears, and says, "Mi-sun, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. I was surprised and confused, asking my mother what was going on. Then, at that moment, my aunt recounted to the chairman with a contemplative expression, saying, 'The first time I knew was that day.' Mi-sun had already known about the insects living inside her body for half a year. After hearing that, the old woman looked worried and took a few steps, asking, 'So what about Trang, is he okay?' She nodded softly and said, 'Yes. I took her for a checkup, but luckily nothing was found. The old lady also sighed in relief, her face softening with happiness as she said, "That's really lucky." She continued, "Only her father and the chairman know about this so far?" The old woman looked a bit startled and asked anxiously, "What did Dr. Ka say?" The chairman gently hugs his grandson, his old face full of love, knowing his son's personality and only giving a few instructions to "my son." The old lady frowned and said angrily, and me softly replied, "I'm afraid that if I'm absent and the chairman sees, he'll panic. What is there to be afraid of?" Then she smiled brightly and said, "No crazy old lady would be scared when she sees her grandchild. All the kids are adorable." Then she gently swallowed her tears and tearfully said, "Min, you don't need to worry about the children. Be careful if you go. I'm afraid I might lose everything, including my daughter." Then she burst into tears, her face full of emotion. She choked back tears and thanked the chairman. When she returned to reality, the old woman lying beside the two kids had fallen asleep without her noticing. Gami-chan's younger brother nudged his shoulder and said, "Let's go tease the boss and fail." Mi-sun grinned happily and said, "Let's go." Then the two of them entered inside together, and through the glass they saw the man in front shouting in pain as he transformed, his face full of agony as he spoke to everyone about the green ant from the Andcastle project. His body trembled and kept moving, already halfway there. The fusion rate with the ant is 70%. Then it gradually increases to 73%. At this point, Mi-sun shows clear worry, thinking he might become like that too. Just being nearby might be enough. The two of them stared ahead with wide eyes filled with fear. Mi-sun, looking a bit pale, asked, "Is it really true?" Gami-chan looked seriously and said, "Is it not? With a 60% or 45% fusion rate in front of us, that's already strong. You told Dung Ngoan that imagination is very important. Remember the appearance when transforming, but the numbers keep decreasing." The doctor bowed his head sadly and said he couldn't do it anymore. Beside him, the assistant also sighed, saying the transformation had been cancelled. In front of the man, he returned to his normal body and skin, kneeling on the ground, crying out in pain, cursing death, his face pale and grimacing. I can't imagine anything at all, my eyes wide open as if my brain is spinning. At this moment, the assistant said, "Maybe you're still not skilled enough at giving orders. Letting the ants handle this, if they can't do it, you won't be able to become number one." Dr. Young Uno says calmly as if reading the weather forecast, "We will give it some more time and see how it goes." Then the angry man said, "Don't be so funny. How long do we have to wait? It's not your fault, is it?" My eyes bulged as if I was about to slam the table. I am Choi Sung-kwan Ma, the undefeated UFT champion. I gave up my promising athletic career and signed up because I could become a hero. But everything you do is just blaming me, right? The voice sounds choked with bitterness. I've been doing this for a year now. The assistant said, "Don't rush too much. If you can survive inside the body, you've already succeeded to some extent. But in the end, all that remains is the shapeshifter speaking softly like a lullaby, yet making the listener furious." The young man puts on his shirt, moving as if defeated, turning away without looking at anyone. The assistant beside him reminds him that this is his responsibility for Dungngon, and that we can't help him. The boy, frustrated, says only I can do this damn experiment, with a voice like he's been holding it in for a year. "You've left the lab again. How many times is this now? Damn it, your tone sounds like you're counting down to the end of the world." How did Senior Mi-tin manage to do it? With a dreamy look like a fan idolizing a great hero. At this moment, the two kids said, "This time, you can't become a hero either, huh?" Choi Sung-chuan, are you angry because it's the two kids playing Go? The two kids said, "Let's go play, let's go play." Choi Sung-chuan already said he doesn't like it. "I'm feeling down now. This uncle isn't in the mood to play anymore," sighing as if he's lost his youth. The two kids continue to follow behind. So once again, it's a failure. Ha, you really are a failure. Choi Sung-chuan told them not to call him that, but the kids yelled back as if punishing unruly students. Gami-chan then said, "Mi-sun can do it. What do you mean by just giving Sung-chuan a blank stare?" His mind spun around, not understanding a thing. At this point, Gami-chan said that my uncle could also control swords, but then he said that Kami's parents told him to keep it a secret, with a sneaky look as if afraid of being caught by Mom. Gami-chan excitedly said, "Let me show you," with bright eyes like flashlights, surprising Choi Sung-chuan. Then he said, "Son, how can you do that?" His mouth was wide open like a fish out of water. Countless ants are forming a sword on their own, and now, under Miss Sun's control, Gami-chan takes the sword and says, "Look at this. Isn't it amazing?" The little kid happily swings the toy sword as if cosplay superhero, then proudly holds it up and says his brother can do these things too. Are you jealous or not? Let Dungngon look ahead, both amazed and angry. You're grinding your teeth, huh? Fine. Long's eyes glare and say, "You're jealous." Then he picked up the kid, with a terrifying face. How did this happen? Choi Jung-chuan kept firing questions at the little one. asking if he inherited his mother's traits, eyes like they were examining a DNA record. Then he got angry and asked what was going on. Damn it. I just want to know how. Almost losing his temper, Gumi suddenly cut Zhongchuan's leg, questioning why he did that to his uncle, then let out a fierce roar as if unleashing an ultimate move when suddenly a voice announced that the Red Project number had returned. Number 0, the Red Project, has returned. Hurry up, the wound is very serious. The two kids are surprised. Is it the mother? Then the two of them also run inside and hear the old woman say, "Who entered? What happened? It's all my fault." The old woman was crying. Minin is bleeding severely. Check each part carefully. The two kids are extremely worried that their mother has returned. She is badly injured, her face pale and bloodless, but she still tries to stagger forward toward the chairman, her eyes shining with determination. The doctor shouted, his voice full of concern, "Stop right there." At this moment, her fragile body could no longer hold on, and she collapsed to the floor. The old woman, terrified and pale, burst into tears, then hurriedly ran with the child to Kamajin. Minin's mother struggled to get up with her last strength, her lips trembling as she asked, "Are you okay?" The old woman, tears streaming down her face, shaking her head and saying, "Don't say anything, Mijin." Mi rushes over, her face stern as she says, "We finally caught him, that bastard. We've got him." Inside the room, the deafening sound of giant iron chains echoed as countless chains tightly bound the struggling beetle, whose face was filled with fury and ferocity in his wild eyes. The assistant beside him coldly said, "That bastard is behind all of this. The most ferocious insect we've ever encountered is the horned hoodwen beetle." In the cold, sterile laboratory room, everyone is urgently trying to save Kamijin, while the old woman and the two children stand outside the glass, tears streaming down their faces and trembling lips. "Mom," the doctor said firmly, "her condition is no longer critical now." However, his face darkened, and it was very serious. She will likely have difficulty working in her role in the future. The old woman sobbed, her hands trembling as she said, "Please, she's still alive. I'm sorry, Minin." The two children hug each other and cry out loud, "Please don't die, Mom. Wake up." The old woman's gaze darkened as she looked at the children, her heart tightening as she wondered what she had done to these kids. Their pain was evident in every innocent feature. At this moment, a man entered with a serious expression. He is the grandfather of the two children. The old woman turned her attention to him, and suddenly the CEO doctor approached closely, his face calm as if carrying a heavy decision. The old woman asked the doctor, "Did she?" The doctor approached, speaking softly. "Everything is safe now." He nodded and slowly said, "Go outside for a moment." "Yes." Then he approached the bed, gently touching his daughter's face, his eyes showing a hint of sorrow. The old woman said, with a voice full of regret, "Dr. Ka, I have nothing more to say." She quietly shed tears, her eyes trembling as she begged, saying, "I want revenge and for this old man's daughter to stop suffering. I can't lose anything else." Dr. Ka pondered for a moment, then sighed softly, saying, "It's thanks to her." "Mrs. Ngok-Lien, what are you talking about?" And yet his face remained emotionless. Dr. Ka said without changing expression, "The enemy is a terrifying sperm monster. I've never faced such a creature before. The Manson prototype has been completed perfectly." He looked at her, his voice calm but clearly indicating that all of this was with the president's help. She frowned, slightly confused and distracted by the market, so he just chuckled. How could he be like this in this situation? Isn't he worried about his children? He calmly said, "I've worried enough." Suddenly he turned to the child, with a determined look demanding Misun to go. The two kids looked up in surprise as he reached out his hand, a cold smile on his face saying, "Let's go with Grandpa." Misun hesitated and asked, "Where are we going?" The old woman was startled, quickly reaching out to hold her grandson's shoulder and pull him back toward her, her eyes surprised at why the child. Dr. Tsamin smiled softly, but there was something unsettling in Misun's eyes. He was a special individual chosen by the swarm of ants since birth. "I will check the boy's physical condition and try to improve what Minin still lacks." The woman shouted angrily, her face furious. "He's lost his mind." "What are you talking about? He's just a child." She held the boy tightly, hugging him because he was still too small. Dr. Ka slowly shook his head, saying, "That kid is not an ordinary child." The woman shouted, "I know that," with tearful eyes. Michan stood far away, quietly listening to everything. "And he is my grandson." He held the boy in his arms, his face emotionless as he said, "The guy is chained up in the basement if the chairman wants to see him." Misun struggled and said in fear, "I want to stay with my mother," but he kept walking without stopping. He left calmly as if nothing had happened. The old woman collapsed to the floor, her face frozen, her voice choked up, "Oh my God, what have I been doing all this time?" The old woman, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling and choked as she said that bastard had already committed the crime and killed. She no longer cared. She cried out, calling Kamishin's name, her eyes full of suffering. The other kid slowly spoke up, hesitating as if trying to remember something. He said he heard his grandpa say something earlier while hugging his brother. Did he finish talking then? I'm number one. That's what he told me to repeat. Then Gami-chan also spoke, her eyes shining, saying, I also want to become number one. The old woman was momentarily startled, her face changing with fear, and she stammered as she called Gami-chan's name. Why would you say that? You can't say that. It hurts a lot. Gami-chan bowed his head, lips pressed tightly but still spoke, voice soft but clear. But if I become a farmer, everyone will hold me and protect me, marry me, cry for me. You, on the other hand, have a hardened face and shout angrily, you are the only worthless kid. After saying that, it turned its head and ran away, shouting loudly, I hate everyone. The old woman was panic-stricken, her face pale, and screamed like her father. Suddenly, there was a slight movement behind Minen's body, and the old woman turned around, her eyes wide with surprise, as she saw that all the red ants had been killed and were lying on the ground right next to Min. Speaking of which, after turning her back on the family, is that what the kid was trying to ask with Go? Mi-chan casually chews her sausage and says, yes, that's right. Chat glances at Choi Sung-juan and then says, you also want to become a farmer so you can be hugged, right? Song frowned and said, is it because of women? I just want fame. Mi-chan tilted her head and asked what fame is, and Choi Sung-juan replied with meaning, I want to become a superhero and be famous. Choi Sung-juan then said something about imagination, while the ants were crawling around him. He frowned, raised his hand to try to control them, and said if this thing worked, but in reality, cruelly, those ants disappeared without following his instructions. Mi-chan looked at him emotionlessly and said it was a failure. Uncle, did you fail? Choi Sung-kwan shouted angrily, gritting his teeth and cursing, then punched the nearby tree with frustration. Damn it, a kid can do it, so why can't I? At this moment, Mi-chan looked around and said, oh, uncle, making the river a little startled, then turning back, what's going on? Gami-chan blinked and said it was wasps. At this moment, Choi Sung-chuan jumped up and ran away, shouting as he ran, run away, kid. Then I rushed in, tense face saying, even if I can't transform, I can still catch a few wasps, right? Suddenly, the ants from inside Songhua flew out and started biting the wasps, but some vengeful wasps still attacked, making Zheng-an terrified and muttered, damn it. At this moment, Choi Sung-kwan shouted danger, while Gam also panicked and screamed, hurriedly retreating and accidentally falling down. At that moment, a wasp flew close to Gami-chan and suddenly disappeared inside her body. Choi Sung-kwan stared wide-eyed in shock and asked, Mi-chan, are you okay? What is going on? Are they just going in and out? At this moment, Gami-chan clenched his fist and softly called, Uncle? Choi Sung-kwan is looking at you with a worried expression asking, what's going on? Little Li-shi said he feels strange. His body is showing some signs of change. Kamishan looks pained. The boy exclaims, a confused face, I find it so strange. Suddenly, blood threads appeared on his skin, making his face grimace as if bitten by ants. Choi Dong-kwan was very surprised and asked, do I need to take him to the hospital? Kam-chan calmly replied, no. Then Kamishan smiled eerily, eyes shining, and said, I want to show my grandpa. In the laboratory, Kamishan stands there as bugs swarm around the child's body, still with a calm expression. Kamishan sees his own body and is extremely surprised. The ants keep crawling out from the child's neck, giving me chills. Outside the laboratory, Assistant Uigan says the connection rate is 90%. The old man stood there watching his grandson. The percentage kept rising to 93, then 96, and finally reaching 989%. Those ants directly emerged from the small hole in Kamishan's neck. Assistant Dr. J. Haigan said perfectly, even though it's not a combat armor type, its highest connection rate without fire ants is 978%. The boy has broken that record. At this point, the grandfather says, well done. Kamishan? The little kid continued speaking. But after playing with these ants, I feel very hungry. They keep crawling inside me. Are you serious? I will give the ants a little gift. A horrifying hand suddenly appeared from inside the door. Kamishan was terrified and looked pale. Outside, the voice continued, can I order the ants to eat this? The thing the old man was referring to was a beetle's hand. The grandson heard what his grandfather said and then ordered the ants to eat. The ants suddenly flew in that direction. The swarm of ants flew toward the arm and devoured it greedily. The old man watched and thought to himself, black ants, the most deadly creatures naturally existing inside Kamishan. even better than the fire ants and green ants we created. The black ants are superior in every way, in their bonding ability and speed of carrying out orders, the old man thought, but they are also very ferocious like wild forest ants, so it's still not too many. So they can't harm Camison's body yet. If the number of ants increases enough to form a suit of armor, whatever is swallowed by the ants will not only be the parasite, but also the boy himself. My grandfather thinks that will never happen. Inside the laboratory on the 83rd floor, the elevator door suddenly opens, revealing Cam Chan, who then runs quickly forward, thinking to himself that he too will have power. As Kamikin runs happily toward her grandfather, thinking about her powers to become a hero, she cheerfully says no to her mother, no to her older brother, and that she is no too, then happily nuzzles her own cheek, saying we are a superhero family. Hee. The fingerprint confirmation button has been pressed successfully. Kamichan runs quickly into the laboratory, shouting, Grandpa, look, see, I also have that power. When he went inside, no one was here at all. Cam-chan was surprised. Wasn't Grandpa in the basement? Then the boy thought for a moment, and suddenly a sound appeared in the dark corner that made him curious and look in that direction. That sound was from the fierce mutant Dwell. Suddenly a red alarm blared throughout the laboratory, catching the old man and his assistant's attention. Then an urgent voice sounded. The mutant has removed the control device, causing a loud explosion. All personnel gather at the mutant detention center on the 3rd underground floor. That mutant is staring at Kamisha with its red eyes. Kami-chan nervously says, Oh, that's what caused my mom to become like this. That mutant directly smashed the glass and rushed outside. A voice shouted, How dare you! Then the mutant quickly rushed out and punched him before he could kill Kamichan. Choi-sung transformed into a wasp mutant, furious, shouting at that damn mutant. Then Kamichan looked at the monster in front of him with great surprise and said, Uncle, Choi-sung is in trouble now. Choi-sung replied, I can't hold on much longer. Run away quickly, kid. And then he moved toward the monster DWS to continue the attack. The two fought fiercely, with Choi-sung constantly punching hard at Duel. Then he also looked surprised and said, that kid managed to do this afterward. The mutant didn't want to lose to Choi-sung and immediately struck him hard in the shoulder, causing him to bleed. He shouted, He's really a damn monster. While he was desperately trying to stop Duel, he was knocked down to the ground, exhausted. That clone Duel kept punching him in the face, making him unable to move. Seeing this, Kami-chan shouted in worry, Uncle, he's bleeding all over. Kami-chan was there, furious, crying as she said, Stop it, please stop, then shouted loudly for them to stop. The clone, after hearing his call, suddenly turned to look at him and then approached. It's not over yet. The kid nervously said, Uncle. Then Choi Zung-chuan transformed into his wasp-like form and said, Let's continue the second round. Then he rushed quickly towards Duel and used his technique to slash multiple times at Dwell. The little kid was so scared he was trembling and couldn't stand still. Seeing that, the uncle comforted him to stay still and not move. Then Choi Zung-chuan rushed quickly toward Duel, stabbed him hard in the chest, and threw him far away. Duel finally spat out a mouthful of blood. Kami-chan shouted, Uncle! At this moment, Duel saw Kami-chan right beside him, then shouted in anger and charged at the kid Kamisha. Kami-chan kept shouting, Stop, stop! Use your hands to command Dwell. Tell him to stop, but he actually did. The Dwell has stopped. Then he was pulled into his hand and he screamed in pain. Then Dwell was painfully pulled into his hand and disappeared from the world, leaving only the iron chain behind. When the old man and the child's assistant appeared, all they saw was Kami-chan holding Choi Sung-kwan's hand. On Choi Sung-kwan's hand and Kami-chan's hand, the light is shining. Suddenly, Choi Sung-kwan's injured body begins to heal. Then he smiles brightly. Things are getting out of control in New York. People are screaming in fear, Oh my God, what is that? What's wrong with him? He's really gone crazy. A car speeds by at full throttle. Inside the car, the mysterious man tilts his head and asks if he's ready. The man below nods confidently. Of course. The enraged bugs scream wildly like madmen, charging straight into the crowd of people. Mi-sun rushes forward and punches the flying bee fiercely. A faint voice calls out, Please someone help me. Mi-sun looked up at the sky with a serious expression as he saw a bug grabbing a girl. Without hesitation, he unleashed a deadly slash that cut the bugs in half. Then he gathered all his strength and delivered a powerful punch that caused the building behind to explode with a loud bang. The girl was thrown down. Mi-sun rushed to catch her without a moment's delay, and above, someone shouted loudly as if to the heavens, creating a scene like a doomsday movie. Inside the fire ant laboratory, the chief scientist is staring intently at the man in front of him. There is a report of 36 casualties. The man said in a heavy American accent that the media is reporting it's caused by a monster. We have ensured that the surviving witnesses remain silent. So, maybe it's my fault for not checking my skills properly. I apologize. I brought you to New York to eliminate the clone, not for you to kill people. Are you a hero or a clone? 2 abilities? Choi Sung-jun chuckled softly. I thought that a little sacrifice was unavoidable for the greater good, but it turned out to be greater than I imagined. 2 months ago after the incident, I was reborn with overwhelming power that I couldn't control. It's not entirely my fault. His voice was calm, but strangely confident. Dr. Kai slammed the table in frustration. We don't need a hero who can't control himself. Choi Sung-gun shrugs. What do I need you for? The world already has enough of me. At this point, your senior can't even handle farming duties anymore. He raised his face and said, You can't abandon me. If you're so confident, then let your amazing 5-year-old grandson do it. In the room, Minin cheerfully said, Mi-sun Miin, dinner time. She sent us some braised ribs. Mi-sun was so excited, really loving the braised ribs, getting ready to eat. The kid turned to ask his mother, But why can't Mom come here these days? Min-jin broke into a cold sweat, hesitated for a moment, then replied, It's because I won't be coming here for a while. Minini tilted her head and asked what she meant by that. The old woman smiled and said, I will continue to support, so don't worry. Minini heard that, took her hand and said, Please don't go. The old lady looked at the two of them with a sad smile. That little boy is feeling lonely. Take good care of him. Min-jin stroked her son's head and said she's been very busy lately. Mi-sun's mother wants to see her. Minin softly said, Let's visit her office next time. Min replied, Yes, that's great, let's go. Min-jin happily stood up and said, Let's eat and call Mi-chan out. Mi-sun obediently replied, Yes, mother. When Mi-sun goes outside, he shouts loudly, Mehan, where are you? Mom is calling us for dinner. In a distant corner, Mon is witnessing Dr. Kai Cello, his grandfather. Now Gami-chan stands beside him, sparkling eyes, saying, Look again. Gami-chan happily says, Now I can control the insects myself. With this power, you can make everyone stronger. If I have you, the unsuccessful uncle would have already become a successful one. Mi-trang is now smiling brightly, her face shining with hope like a small ray of light in the heavy darkness. Her voice, full of confidence, saying, You can also become a hero, right? Your grandson is like a swarm of insects. It can absorb not only insects, but also parasitic organisms into its body and pass that power on to others. When Gami-chan calls the butterfly, its eyes flicker with a strange look of confusion, as if it itself doesn't fully understand its own power. At this moment, the doctor and his assistant are talking, both looking thoughtful, a mix of worry and surprise. What do you mean? The assistant replies, Yes, just as you think, the boy is a very dangerous individual with the potential to produce mass clones. At this moment, Dr. Seitreo's hands tremble slightly as he embraces his grandson Gami-chan, holding him tightly as if afraid of losing something. Mi-chan was surprised, her eyes wide with curiosity, and asked Grandpa what he was doing. At this moment, he sighed heavily and replied. Mi-trang still smiles brightly, her innocent smile strangely out of place in such a tense atmosphere. Are her grandparents crying? At this moment, Dr. Ka hung his head, crying and shouting loudly, his voice breaking as he couldn't contain his anguish, calling her a failure that left Mi-chan stunned. The smile disappeared, and its face went numb with horror. When Mi-sun witnessed everything outside, he was also extremely surprised and stunned. Her eyes wide open, her hands gripping the wall in silence. In the kitchen, Minin's mother said, Come on. Mi-sun and Mi-chan, I just said, I'm really sleepy. Are you asking honestly? Minin was extremely sad, her eyes heavy with sorrow, but she still managed to put her 2 children to bed. Each child slept in a different corner, and the room was softly filled with the evening darkness. Mi-trang suddenly sat up, her eyes vacant and her face cold. Then Gami-chan approached her younger sister Mi-sun. Suddenly, your mother in the next room heard your son scream and asked what was going on. Stop it. The woman slowly woke up, and at that moment Mi-sun shouted even louder, her voice trembling with fear. Mom, Phi is here asking what you all are talking about. The older brother still kept saying, Stop it. In front of Minin, she stared at the scene before her, unable to help but be stunned, terror clearly visible in her eyes. She saw Mi-chan reaching out to drain all the parasitic creatures from Mi-sun's body, her face filled with anger as she said, More, more. And Mi screams in pain. At this moment, Gami-chan looks like a madman, with a distorted cold gaze. It only cares about the ants. When Mi-sun is completely drained, her body loses all strength, and she collapses in pain. Min-jin sees this and feels both terrified and furious. She runs over, her hands trembling as she slaps her son. Mi-chan, what are you doing? The boy fell flat on the ground, his eyes vacant and unfocused. Next to Mi-sun, he was in pain, his body severely damaged from being drained, crying out loudly. Min-jin, her mother, became even angrier, tears streaming down her face. Her father shouted loudly, asking what she was doing. What exactly is your mother questioning you about Tai? Minen's mother says, do you know how terrible it is to have an ant colony living inside your body every day, or do you still want that? She cried and said, Mi-chan, I was so happy to hear that you don't have ants in your body, so just be normal. At this moment, Mi-trang angrily said, you're not normal, everyone knows your power. Gami-chan was very sad, her eyes drooping as she said, but no one is happy about my power. I am a failure. Miran's mother, frightened and pale, said, Gami Mi-chan, what are you saying? Suddenly Mi-trang saw something and shouted, Grandpa? In front of Dr. Kasi hanging, Trang appeared and said, I will take Mi-chan with me. He angrily said that the boy was harming Mi-sun, but Mian's mother replied that it was just kids fighting. However, the old man continued to say that he should have done something sooner. At this moment, the old man coldly said, take her away. The guards beside him replied, yes, sir. Then the guards tightened Gam's grip and took him away. Dr. Kasi hung up and said, let's go. Mian was taken away. Mi-sun turned back and asked her mother, where are they taking me? Minin shouted in fear, Mi-chang, but it's already gone. Inside the laboratory, the system said Gamicha possesses a special power to absorb and release insect energy and is considered a dangerous individual. Until accurate research results, countermeasures, or improvement methods are developed, the boy will be isolated. Gami-chan is sad, head bowed, with a vacant stare, constantly saying he is a failure. Dr. Tie finalized the conclusion and said it was over, but Gami-chan kept thinking that he was not a failure. Gami-chan went crazy, her eyes also becoming more intense. Thinking she was the only one to succeed, Mi-chan seemed to turn dark, her eyes bloodshot. A powerful insectoid creature appears behind Gami-chan. A voice in Gami-chan's mind whispers that everyone will die. Kamazun's voice echoes in the air, clearly filled with worry and frustration. She looks at her father with a tense expression and says, it's been 2 weeks, Dad. Please reconsider, Dad. Mayin's face was burning with anger now, her teeth clenched, and eyes wide as she shouted about the experiment, wondering if anything would change and if Gami-chan would be okay. That is your father's decision. The doctor didn't look at her, his eyes tired but firm. I have thought and calculated about it. This entire axis will someday bring destruction to humanity. The voice is cold, as if prepared long ago for that conclusion. If we can eliminate that cursed power, the boy could return to being a normal child. But Jin, annoyed, interrupted with a look of extreme worry. What if we can't get rid of it? Minin couldn't take it anymore and shouted with a trembling voice. So what is your plan then? From behind, Shengchuan had been standing there all along, witnessing everything. He grits his teeth and says through the old bastard's teeth that there's nothing he wouldn't do to that kid. Suddenly, a painful voice cuts through the tense atmosphere as Dung Ngon hugs himself as if trying to hold back a fierce pain, and then shouts that this damn body must be sealed shut, this living castle is flying away. Stop causing trouble, immediately, as if affected in some way. Majini and Zhongquan froze, clutching their heads. Both of them were in pain for a moment before continuing. They looked at each other in confusion, both thinking this was a reaction to the mutants, while elsewhere her body seemed to emit strange energy, as if calling other mutants, causing the Central Army and Minin to feel an inexplicable tremor in the air, and Dr. Sa Shintreo, unable to stay calm, looked furious at the shaking data display and shouted, "What chaos is this?" standing nearby with clenched fists and a troubled expression. I can't stay calm inside and say firmly, "Dad, stay still." Then she turned around, her eyes full of determination, and said, "I will go check." Meanwhile, Sango was also furious, his face contorted as if he was about to devour someone, thinking this reaction couldn't be coming from Naidan being nearby. Then, when Deng Buan rushed over, he also saw that the original K. Menzin was rushing towards them. Inside the laboratory, numerous scientists are injured, blood everywhere making anyone who sees it shiver. Mi-chan is there controlling a giant clone, looking completely calm as if playing with toys. The guards are terrified, trembling as they shoot at the monster with sniper rifles. Gami-chan then says that with this power, I can do it too. Her eyes sparkled with a dangerous excitement. Mi-chang muttered to herself silently, as if she were acting out a scene from a TV drama. At this moment, the security guard, terrified, said to cease fire because he thought the boy was the professor's nephew, looking panicked as if he had just seen a ghost. But Gami-chan used her power to control and make the insectoid creature attack everyone. Gami-chan made all those guards scream in pain, clutching their faces and crying out. Elsewhere, Mi also sensed the strange aura coming from the creature inside her. The frightened child shouted, "Mom!" Tears streaming down his face, but there was no one in the room. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kamen ran to Gami-chan's side and shouted, "Gami-chan is!" Her voice breaking with horror. Seeing countless insectoids surrounding the boy, she fearfully said, "I will save you. Just stay there." Her lips trembled as if she had just drunk ice-cold water. When Minin called her insect creatures to rise, she couldn't control them due to her injuries, her face pale as if all her blood had been drained. Right now, Gami-chan says, "Mom, you're wrong. This is me, not being attacked." Her voice is firm, like declaring sovereignty. Mirin, trembling with fear, asked Gam-chan what she was saying, her body shivering as if having a fever. At this moment, Mi-chan must have shouted loudly, "This is my child. Accept me." The voice echoed powerfully. Then the swarm of insects obeyed Gam-chan's command and attacked Min's mother. When the single insect was about to kill Minin, her mother's voice rang out, clearly accepting her. A trembling sound like tears streaming from the heart. Gami-chan feels a bit shaken inside, her eyes slightly confused. At this moment, Minin continues to shout, "Who do you think I am? Mom will always trust me." Then she turned around and stabbed those insect-like creatures, acting fiercely like a mother tiger. She ran to Mi-chan, embraced her child, and shouted that she was wrong. Mi-chan is her mother. "Mom is sorry for hitting you." Tears streaming down her face like a long soap opera. The woman cried and said that Mi-trang is her child, please stop. But Mirin kept holding her son and said, "Good boy, my son." But the insect that Gami-chan called up pierced deeply into Mi-zeum's chest, leaving her unable to say anything more. Mi-trang angrily looked at the insect and asked, "What are you doing?" Its red eyes seem to burn everything. The insect says, "Turn around." At this moment, VC Mi-trang angrily said, "Disappear." But the insects didn't vanish. They continued to refuse to read the VEO code and attacked everyone inside. Choi Shung-kwan then appeared, swiftly cutting down the other insect creatures with action moves as fast as an action film. When the other insect monsters are completely defeated, a loud roar is heard from afar. Mi-chan screams in fear, "Mom! Laggyong-hu ang entronko hong, mitrang che tui ben, mevahoy mekosao kong, konfailam gide." But Mirin collapsed there, silent to a terrifying degree. At this moment, Dr. Seitreo approached and said, "Mi-chan, are you worried about Grandpa Gami-chan?" Then Mi-chan cried out, "Mom, Mom," her stammering sobs like an abandoned child. The boy continued to ask, what did that thing do to Gam-chan's mother? The doctor didn't say a word, then shot a bullet straight through Gam-chan's face and said, "Get out of my daughter right now." Mi-chan was stunned to hear that, her heart feeling like it was being squeezed tight. "Grandpa, why are you saying that?" At this moment, Dr. K also angrily stepped forward and said, "Why do you dare to do such a thing, you failure? Disappear from my history." Mr. Dai went berserk and kept shooting, but luckily Zhang Quan rushed in and shielded the kid. At that moment, Deng wanted to angrily say, "You damn old man, what the hell are you doing?" Her anger was blazing like it was about to explode. The doctor didn't bother listening and shouted to get out of the way. "That power is very dangerous. Move aside, it's an order." Choi Shung-chuen at this moment didn't listen. "Do you think I will obey such an order?" The doctor said, "If you don't step aside, I will abandon you completely." "Then just step up and do it," Shungo said calmly, but with a cold gaze. "Go ahead, the doctor and the clone are standing to the side." Doctor raised the gun with a trembling hand, his heavy eyes fixed on killing his own nephew. Then he looked at him, slightly pursed his lips, and said, "Have you given up being a hero?" Choi Shung-kwan's face shows a mocking expression. He slightly smirks and, giving up, says, "Oh, don't make me laugh," he said, looking at the unconscious kid. "Protecting him makes me more of a hero." At this moment, Dr. Kong clenched his fist, lowered his eyes, and in a low voice begged for mercy. He closed his eyes and said, "I understand now," then put away his gun with a serious expression. "Then I have to eliminate you first." He pulled out a red and blue button. Choi Jung-kwen looked a bit surprised, and everyone present turned their eyes toward him. Is he enough of a person? Suddenly Sungo lunged forward, his eyes blazing red, grabbing Dr. Cancel by the throat. He was furious, his voice snarling through clenched teeth. "What are you going to do with that?" The doctor looked at him and said emotionlessly, "I was more prepared after that incident, you mutated monster." "What about those fiery eyes, you damn old bastard? Are you saying you planted a bomb inside my body?" The doctor calmly, with an unshaken voice of course, then gritted his teeth, eyes flashing with anger, and said, "And there is something even worse in your body." After a long while, Gami-chan, bleeding, weakly said, "I'm sorry, uncle." Choi Seung-kwan, covered in wounds, looked pale. "What are you saying?" The kid bit his lip, tears welling up in his eyes, and said, "They said it's because of me that the clone gene in you has been activated." Gami-chan bowed his head and said, "I'm sorry." Choi Seung-kwan frowned slightly and softened his tone. "Don't be so foolish. Then he looked at the kid, forcing a smile as he said, "Don't cry. If there was a kid who was weak like Choi Jung-chuan, he would have been reborn already. I have awakened as a righteous hero. So, don't apologize to me then." Then he smiled, a gentle yet helpless smile, and said, "Because you're my hero." Michan also felt happy seeing that smile, his eyes shining. Then he raised his hand to clap with Choi Sung-chuan and said, "Yes, sir." The ants are going crazy. "You bastard old man." "What did you do to the ants?" the scientist said coldly as he carefully placed a new green queen ant into the boy, "and I just used a detonator to order the insect to attack the clone," the doctor said, his eyes flashing like metal. "In this space, the only goal is the insect seller who will be destroyed." "The doctor said it was you. Are you showing it right away?" Then the ants bite Choi Jung-chuan, the doctor muttered, his eyes shining with cruelty. "At least die as a human." Choi Sung-kwan was being torn apart, his face contorted in pain. The insect people are feeding on his flesh and blood. Gami-chan is furious, tears streaming down as she screams no. Then the kid runs to Jung-chuan's side with a determined face and extends his hand to give some kind of command. The little kid always remembers his words, "You are my hero." Gami-chan muttered to Jung-chuan, "No, you can't die." Then the kid reached out his hand, a faint light spread, and energy was transmitted. But he said no. Suddenly, there was a change within the central figure, and the clone had transformed into a completely different entity, evolving directly into a true monster. The doctor was panicked by this transformation and coughed violently. He looked ahead and saw a true insectoid creature, no longer Chung Eungan's fleshly body. The doctor was surprised, eyes wide open. He really has become a monster, but Michan beside him shook her head, her eyes shining with a mix of despair and hope. She says he's not a monster. At this moment, Kamichan's eyes are white and blank, as if he's lost all consciousness. She spoke in a slurred voice, as if she was having a nightmare and only just waking up. "Is that right, sir?" Choi Sung-kwan's screams now echo loudly, all growls and roars from something no longer able to speak human language. Dr. Ka hovers suspended in the air, his eyes filled with tension and concern. "He thinks I have to detonate it." Choi Sung-kwan's face is grim and twisted with rage. He raised his fist, aiming to deliver a deadly blow to the doctor, a voice full of determination echoing in the doctor's mind. "You only have one way out. I must detonate the bomb planted inside my body." As he prepared to do it, his body started to tremble slightly, but at the very moment he was about to explode, Minin, his daughter, suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Choi Sung-chuan's raised arm and stopping the punch. Her face grimacing in pain, she let out a grunt, her body trembling from the impact. He turned around in panic and trembling voice said, "Minin is." At this moment, Minin stared fiercely at her old friend as if begging. She shouted to wake up Sung-chuan and Gami-chan, but Choi Sung-chuan's face was now distorted, showing no sign of being human anymore. He roared, eyes wide open, lips twitching as if growling, "Don't be ridiculous." Elsewhere, Mai was searching for her mother, looking frantic, her eyes anxious as she kept calling out, "Mom, where are you?" The boy walks into a dark space, feeling dizzy and saying his head is spinning, and he's feeling really lightheaded. Meanwhile, Choi Jung-chuan throws a powerful punch that sends Minzin flying into the wall. Blood gushed out violently from the hole in her chest. She collapsed, her body trembling slightly from the pain. The doctor hurriedly called Majina, his old eyes filled with fear and pain. Choi Jung, the clone, continues relentlessly, his eyes filled with madness. The doctor now leans close to Min. "Quickly say, Min, I have a plan. I will handle things here so you and Miss Sun run away." Minjin froze after hearing this, her eyes flickering for a moment before asking, "No, you're taking Michan too, right?" The old doctor shook his head tiredly and said, "You don't understand the situation, do you?" He emphasized bitterly. "Gami-chan is gone, and what we need to do now is protect Myson." At that moment, a soft voice called out Mom, causing both of them to startle and turn around. Min looked towards the voice, her eyes trembling as if she couldn't believe it. Mi-sun is still calling Mom, her face confused and not understanding what is happening. Min-jin, terrified, shouts, "Run quickly and go up." Her voice trembling uncontrollably, Min, pale from blood loss, let out a painful cry and collapsed right in front of her son. Mi-sun panicked, tears in her eyes, calling out, "What's going on, Mom?" Gami-chan no longer looked human, her cold eyes and hoarse voice commanding, "Disappear so I can't see you anymore." Then she called Jung-chuan to approach. Countless guns fired directly at Jung-chuan, but all were useless and caused no harm. Dr. Ka looked away with a disappointed and choked-up expression and muttered, "I can't let humanity's hope disappear like this." Next to him, an unexpected voice rang out. Then I will become humanity's despair. That voice hit him like a punch. Mission. Gazing with empty eyes, he looked straight at his grandparents and uttered words that shook everyone. A second later, Choi drew his sword as if given a command, slicing through the hanging body of Dr. Kasi. He collapsed with a soft moan. Minin screamed in shock, tears pouring down her face like a broken dam. Lai also witnessed the scene, standing frozen like stone, her lips trembling uncontrollably with fear. Before dying completely, the doctor barely managed to say, "Miss Sun, protect him." His heavy eyes looked down as his body was torn apart and fell to the ground. He no longer moved, but his fingers still pressed the button to detonate the bomb. Seeing this, Millen screamed in pain. She rushed to hug Myson, trying to shield her son's entire body. She sobbed uncontrollably, holding the boy tightly as if to protect everything. Meanwhile, Mi still couldn't understand. He shook his mother and asked what happened to Mom Ha. The entire upper-floor laboratory exploded with a loud blast, flames and smoke engulfing everything. When the dust settled, only Minin's body remained amidst the wreckage. She is lying there, holding Minin's entire body to protect him. She used the remaining red centipede inside her body to shield her son, and then quietly collapsed beside him. Outside the laboratory, numerous ambulances and fire trucks are arriving. A major explosion has occurred. The representative, looking worried and long absent, gazes at the scene ahead with a tense face as if he has just lost something very important. She said it couldn't be true. She was overwhelmed with shock as she stared ahead, standing still like the sky had fallen. At this moment, the group with poisoned faces realized something and spoke over there. In front of them was Mi-sun, the little one, calling out, "Mom, Mom, Mom." My voice choked as if swallowing tears. The kid hugged his mother and said, "Wake up." Her hands trembling as if trying to pull her mother back from the world of dreams. When the group entered and saw the woman believed to be the mother had passed away, the child was unharmed. 8 people were extremely frightened and said, "What is going on with this?" Someone else continued to say there was something over there. The rescue team shouted in surprise upon finding the survivor, causing Jink's representative to stare in shock as if he'd seen a ghost. The authorities continued to say, "It's 1 child, not 2. The voice hurriedly, as if in disbelief, said that there are 2 children still alive. The rescue team is returning, still surrounded by the dusty, chaotic laboratory, the haze not yet cleared. The next morning at the hospital, Mi is lying peacefully on the bed, her face calm as if sleeping a long sleep. The old woman from afar asked, "Are Dr. Misun's condition and everything okay?" The doctor replied, "Yes. He said the child was completely safe with no scratches. When he found the book, he said you had saved her." Minijin, the man, is the assistant and always with Dr. Ka Chian. Jinok Jom painfully covers his face, crying out, "Mijin?" She wiped away her tears and said, "I will arrange the funeral for all 3 of them." Her voice choked with each word. Dr. Yan said, "Yes, I will inform the chairman as soon as the autopsy on Komajin is finished." Then the representative turned and asked where Gami-chan was. Right now, Jello always says that Gami-chan is being held in an underground facility on the outskirts of Super. The old woman was surprised, thinking that imprisoning a 5-year-old kid was nonsense, but she couldn't believe her ears. Dr. Yu Onean respectfully told the chairman that the truth remains unchanged, that Gami-chan is a dangerous individual. At this moment, she angrily thought, it's all because of that old man who begged for suspension, or it's also my fault. It's my mistake. At this moment, she cried and said, "I will withdraw from the construction project. You should also stop creating monsters to catch monsters." She said, "I am sorry, doctor." "Ah, you're going to be unemployed. I have a plan for that place in the future." The doctor said no. At this moment, the doctor was speaking as the assistant of the superhuman doctor who had been closely observing and researching. "I also have a part in it. I will go to the underground facility and feed Gami-chan." On the day of the 3 funerals, it rained heavily, and the old woman stood there, wind blowing through her silver hair. Mi-sun was beside her, dressed in black. My tired face said, "Mom, I am all alone now, am I not?" My voice trembling like a rain-soaked leaf. The old woman still had to hold back her tears and said, "Why are you, my good girl, all alone? Well, I'm still here. From now on, you will stay with me, okay?" Holding her hand tightly at Mrs. Raynham's company, the secretary finally said that he had sold the company. Golden V2 has ended. At this moment, she slightly bows her head, her gaze contemplative as if passing on an entire era. "Ms. Kim, I hope you will take over this place." Then she placed down a heavy stack of documents. Above is the business registration for a private pest control company specializing in fly swatters, with Secretary Kim as the main representative. The woman looked straight and said, "President, from now on you will be the chairman. I will only be listed as the founder and representative." She chuckled lightly, as if mocking herself. Retirement is just retirement. Now she recounted and said that this is how the pest control company was created. She looked up, her face a bit tired, and asked, "I've said too much?" At this moment, the doctor frowned, his face tense, and said, "No. I had no idea there was such a period." The young leader also sighed, his eyes slightly red, and then he cried his eyes out. Mi-sun stood there, looking down, silently, saying nothing. Dr. Titch thought to himself, now I understand why Kijima was searching through the insect collection company for the files. At this moment, the doctor asked cautiously where the boy was being held, and the old woman tilted her head slowly and said, "I came to tell you that." "If you know, what can you change?" the old woman said sharply. "Do you plan to hurt the boy?" The doctor quickly said, "No, that's not it." And the old woman narrowed her eyes, her face sad as she said, "I've seen a lot in the past. Don't raise false hopes for Yen to be kept in peace. Maybe that's for the best." At this moment, the doctor said quietly, "If we do nothing and leave it as it is, the Harvester Company will ultimately be destroyed by Kirier's relentless slaughter." The old woman then lowered her head slightly, her face showing clear pain, saying there must be a way. The doctor said nothing more for now. Suddenly, Misoni decisively said, "I will end it." The old woman widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "What are you talking about?" The elder also exclaimed in panic, "Are you planning to kill your own brother with your own hands?" At this moment, Mi-sun gently shook her head, gazing into the distance and saying, "No, I will erase its power. You said I have experienced this before, of course. Back then it was just an artificial specimen, similar to a parasite. But if the cocoon can digest the insect genome inside Gami-chan, perhaps its power will completely disappear." At this moment, Mi-sun's heart tightened with the thought that Mi-han would save her. In another place, the old man frowned sadly and said that working overtime for a day was because he wanted to earn a higher salary and better efficiency. Sung-chi rang and the blonde man were sitting in the car when they shouted angrily at that bastard. "What is going on?" The blonde guy said it was the name from before. Suddenly, a series of balloons appeared, causing the people managing there to be confused and call them balloons. "What's going on?" The guard anxiously stepped forward and said, "You shouldn't blow these things, brother." The security guard said adults are just joking around. Then these balloons caused the cleaning robots to beep, beep, beep. The guard looked surprised and asked, "What is that?" Suddenly the balloons burst. "Are you still worried something might happen?" Then all the balloons burst, partially destroying the door inside the building. The other two rushed forward as the six-legged heavenly Trung faced a big explosion, and the one who caused it was thrown out, standing in front of him indifferently saying he wanted to go home. He is the hexagon created by Gunan. Mi-sun's heart suddenly trembled sharply, as if something was choking his throat. The crawling ants all over him made him shiver. This is the reaction of a clone. Elsewhere, the laboratory was torn apart as if someone deliberately ripped it open, with alarms blaring loudly. The sound echoes through the building, making everyone frown. He asks Nan Truong what's happening. With a tense but controlled tone, urgent announcements blare as the clone attacks the control station, and the outer barricades are destroyed. Currently, the intruder is in a pre-transformation state. The internal security system continuously displays bright red warning signs across the screen. Everyone looked at each other tensely. The control camera flickered and suddenly lost signal, making everyone frown and worry. 2 suspects were identified, but all other assessments were impossible because the surveillance cameras had been damaged. The loudspeaker continues to announce in rhythm for everyone. "Patients who can move, please go to the underground basement immediately." The broadcast became frantic and tense like a stretched string. Combat teams are urgently requested to assist in the area immediately. Right now, Mi spoke up saying, "Those 2 are my friends. Don't worry." Her voice was soft, but her tense eyes couldn't hide her anxiety. Mrs. Rinusuk-jung turned and asked anxiously, "What's the mission?" Mi-sun looked over with a decisive gleam in his eyes and said, "Glasses guy, take them to Kamishan's place first." Then she turned around with a contemplative, unreadable look and said, "I will come later." Dung Chi-dong and Lyle Jine appeared on the screen, both with tense expressions. "So you're all here? Where's the other one? Why are there only 2 of you?" Luke Jiak, narrowing his eyes at Gunan, asked, "Have you reconsidered my proposal to become my celestial lord?" Lai Jin shouted in anger, unable to contain his frustration. "What are you doing here? Do you need a reason to attack the bug-squashing machine?" He spoke casually as if it were obvious, then added, "I didn't come here just for fun," then tilted his head and chuckled, saying, "I came to retrieve Lord Kojima's left arm and confirm the existence of that container." Sun-Chi looked confused and curiously asked what kind of monster the container was. Gunan replied that besides him, all the hexagons were now ready to attack the bug-sweeping company's base to find the container. Huh? Are you attacking the Beetle Harvester Company and all its bases? After locking the door together, are you saying you combined your ideas into one propaganda for humanity? How interesting. He said quickly because he hates being late for work. As he spoke, he checked his watch as if he was busy going to someone's birthday party. The people in the laboratory rushed over pointing and shouting, "There he is." Since Gunan was unfazed, he sighed and said, "It's really sad to have to deal with these low-level fools." Then he raised both hands casually and said, "So move aside and let me in. Don't interfere." Before releasing colorful, beautiful, and adorable bubbles that looked just like festival fireworks. Lai Yine, with a cold expression like a butterfly trapped in fate, said whatever she wanted, but you can't go inside. Zheng Shai is approaching, his face so close that it's too much. "Do you think I can deploy the human zodiac formation?" His voice trembled, but he did not retreat. Shang Qidong was stunned to realize there was a bomb inside those balloons. Lai Jane turned to call Zhang Qidong and said there was a bomb inside the balloons, but her face still showed no fear. She calmly said either way, they would still have to explode. As the two of them continued talking, the bomb suddenly exploded with continuous blasts, and she flew straight through the debris, feeling truly annoyed inside. Those who couldn't withstand the impact were directly blown up by the balloons in pain. Since Gunan is standing there with no expression, does that mean you still plan to interfere, or what? Silkworms pierced their necks and replied exactly that. After that, Gunan threw countless bombs-filled balloons. Rattling Beetle trembled all over, pale-faced as he watched the balloons drifting closer, thinking they were about to explode, and angrily said, "You really are making me angry." Then he threw more bubbles, confidently claiming they were defensive bubbles to block attacks and couldn't be pierced at all. At this moment, the two began to worry, Ret Ruanin serious with a tense face saying, "I'll stay here. You go ahead." Bam Tom also nervously shouted, "Ha! Are you planning to go alone?" While the two were still talking, the six-legged creature controlled by Gunan rushed in and rammed into you. He frowned in annoyance and said, "It's too troublesome. Just go all at once." Rhett was extremely uncomfortable inside, his eyes turning cold as he thought, "You bastard, aren't you going to introduce your name?" At this moment, the angry outfit clenched his face and threw a punch, saying, "Don't mess with me." But that guy was not hurt at all. He reacted very quickly, standing behind Rhett with a calm face and no trace of emotion, saying, "Are you surprised that I didn't reveal my name like the other subordinates?" Rhettbug was extremely surprised, his eyes wide open, thinking of what? When did he come out from there? That was quick. Before he could react, the Rhett beetle was punched, then kicked away far. Buam Tawan Sin saw that scene and felt heartbroken. Her eyes panicked, her lips pressed tightly as she said, "Rhett, this is really not good." The insect continued to punch into the RZR. He spoke in a deep voice. The more a creature loses control, the more it goes mad, repeatedly saying the same word, Rhett suffering in pain. He let out a cry, then fought back with a determined face, retaliating while gritting his teeth, calling the bastard. But that sperm creature was not intimidated at all, his eyes empty but still smiling faintly, as if he's about to earn that as his new title. Everyone hated Tung Chu for punching directly. He was furious, his face flushed, shouting "damn it" after being beaten. The mutant continued to say calmly, "Don't interfere with me." He kicked at the cold beetle, and he kept crying out in pain. That arrogant bug creature said with a slight curl of his lips, "I have no title because of that." He looked at them with the indifferent gaze. "You don't have one either, right? Because you are a cold beetle, and you are a silkworm larva." They were all stunned and speechless when they heard that. The insect continued, "Maybe I should choose a name that's easier to understand, like yours." He let out a light breath and said, What could it be? And what does it matter if Hanoi is just casually chatting? I am the cicada bubbletrung nun, confident and proud. I say I have another skill besides the bubble death in this form, but that's not a good name. As I mention that skill, suddenly the beetle shivers, face tense, teeth clenched, and quickly says inside, "I will show you all." Then he rushed forward and said in a stern voice, "It's useless. Just use it. Did you remind your friend?" 4 of them still couldn't quite grasp it and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" He said, "It's that leapfrog skill. This proud leap skill lets me jump onto the tallest buildings." The ice bubble cicada with shining eyes confidently said, "Can you catch that powerful kick or not?" Then he continued to rush forward. He charged with a speed faster than a missile, creating an enormous shockwave. The beetle sandal was extremely worried, eyes blazing, and he said, "Damn it." Leaving no trace, I now return to my human form and, with a distorted face from the pain, say I am following Asuo's path to test my limits. Zhongzhidangent thinks, and I get kicked in the ass over and over again. What kind of unbeatable champion am I? the cracked body trembling as I hold myself. The ret beetle now sheds its protective shell with a calm face but determined eyes, saying, "This heavy, cumbersome shell is not how I fight. I am a fighter, but I am a heavyweight contender." The #1 beefcake didn't even move in line, standing still while Tam Shin Butterfly had already fallen down. He walks over to Lai Jin, lifts his foot, and coldly says, "I will end this." Then he performs a reverse jump move, rushing swiftly toward Butterfly Quan Ziem, stomping hard on the ground, but when he lands, he cannot find Tam Jin's body anywhere. So Ret the Beetle has appeared and attacked him. Vespa Sour was angry, his face grim, and said, "Ha! What is it this time?" Wei Sao angry, sighing tiredly, "I guess I'll be working late again today." The Ret Ladybug carries Tam Jin Butterfly away from afar, but he doesn't leave, his eyes full of determination. He puts her in a position they hate, and then turns back to Wei Sao Bot, catching him off guard. Then the bubbly cicada smiled happily, eyes shining with excitement, while all traces of anger and murderous intent filled his face. Then he said he would finish with a knockout punch without any extra time, when a girl named Hannah, who was leaning into work, suddenly spoke up in a cold voice. "Are you not leaving yet? Can't you see I'm busy with my research?" Doonki, standing there with a puzzled look out of curiosity, asked if eating that total amount really makes a person stronger. Of course, think about who made it, all those nobodies. Again, it's all because of that thing, that scoundrel leading that person. Then she stepped closer, holding the worm up to Sung's face, her sharp eyes teasing as she said, "You should try it too. It doesn't taste good, but I guarantee its power is really impressive." Only at this moment is he staring with a pale face, stepping back reflexively and saying, "Don't bring it near me." "Do you think I have to eat it?" Sung-Chi is now holding his hand with a serious, determined face, looking ahead and saying, "I will become stronger on my own." Hanaku smiled, a half-smile full of provocation, saying, "Soon enough you will be trapped within your own limits." "Why are you so surprised and confused? What do you mean by that?" "This larva is just a temporary drug to borrow power," she continued explaining, her eyes sparkling as if enticing. "When your desire for power reaches its peak again, you will break your own limits." Then she looked at him, softly curling her lips into a smile, and said, "That is your second awakening." Dong-Chi fell silent, recalling when he was still in their bodies, a contemplative look flickering in his eyes before he said coldly, "I really broke free. That was the moment I truly broke free." The cicada buzzed loudly during the battle, face scrunched as if bitten by a thorn. This is quite strange." Then he sighed and said, "It's really troublesome." When the scarab was standing there, he looked a bit stunned, then nonchalantly said that his body felt much lighter, as if he could fly. Then the two of them, along with 2 other beings, attacked each other, dodging each other's moves. He said it could protect him, so there was no need to dodge anymore. Then he will start attacking. A punch, but he missed, and Wei Sao easily dodged it. Then he quickly punched Wei Sao in the face, catching him off guard, causing him to fall straight to the ground. He was furious, his face flushed red, shouting, He's really gone crazy now, shouting loudly enough it's so annoying." Then he rushed quickly towards him. The reddish beetle frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" That statement made the bubble cicada extremely surprised. His face froze, not expecting the reddish beetle to dodge so quickly. Before he could react, Ret the beetle punched Bubble Cicada so hard that it caused a massive shockwave beneath the earth. Bubble Cicada lay still as if it had escaped death. He shouted in anger, having only broken through once. "Don't be complacent." Vasau continued to fly forward with a fierce look on his face and said, "I've broken through countless times too, you understand?" Then the cicada uses a new move as it approaches, while he continues to dodge and block the attacks. The two are fighting, with the cicada constantly blowing bubbles, while Ret's beetle uses his pink shield and charges forward. The current battle is evenly matched, but Ret the beetle is furious, his face flushed with anger, saying these bubbles really drove him crazy. He stared intently at the belly of the cicada with a surprised expression and said, "Are these bubbles boiling, or what?" The cicada spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed in pain. At this moment his neck suddenly turned red, and his furious face looked at the person who had hurt him but couldn't do anything more. Ret Beetle now frowned and said, "Your title is no longer acceptable." Wei Sao, who was just injured both physically and mentally, shouted in pain, blood spattering out, then immediately turned into a huge explosion. Ret Beetle gradually transformed into a human, returning to Zhong Qidong's appearance. So I said, "Did he really defeat a celestial worm in the hexagon?" She was very surprised, her mouth slightly open as if she couldn't believe it. But suddenly a step approached from beside her, and the stranger was Kamison. "Hey, what are you trying to do?" Nianzin smiled and said, "The battle is over. Did you defeat that hexagon? He completely overwhelmed him. Suddenly me told that person to stand up. Kamison unexpectedly transformed into a different person. He said quickly, his eyes blazing red. Hearing that, Nin felt terrified and suddenly looked ahead, her eyes wide with shock. In front of her and him was an army of insect-like creatures flying across the sky, covering the entire sky. Sheng Qidang, in his human form, after a fierce battle with the powerful hexagon, looked surprised through the smoke and asked what was going on. I've been following you for a while just to see your face. My proud words say the fight is over now. He laughed loudly and said, I won. Don't look so surprised. He asked what this was, then suddenly he collapsed right after. Hannah, the girl standing in front of him, said, Sorry. To get my research recognized that day, this is the only way. Facing a sky full of flying insects covering the entire sky, she said in amazement, What are those insect creatures? Are they all celestial bugs, sir? Kamison replied. No, they're not insect creatures. They resemble the larvae from the red abyss. So you're saying those larvae are transforming into something else? Suddenly a missile flew in, causing the flying insect swarm to explode. Someone behind reports the personnel count. The team in the laboratory appears and states that there are 65 members in the combat unit present at the headquarters. This is all the personnel we have. What about reinforcements behind the man? Our research team is tracking its speed. We requested aid from all sectors, but it seems everyone is facing the same situation as us. Everywhere is fighting dangerous alien insects. Vajor and his secretary run after them. Damn it, with this many people it's truly impossible. Someone shouted in surprise that your grandmother is inside there. When they went inside, everyone discovered it, including Abra. Are you all really going up? Lai angrily asked Jin, So are we going to fight those guys together too? Kamison said calmly, Please. After hearing that, Lai angrily said, What do you mean, please? The two of them were chatting. The box suddenly rushed at everyone and then said, They are coming here. Then she used the 9 golden diamonds technique to block and penetrate deep inside. Countless insect creatures fell freely to the ground after contact with her palm. Some of them pierced through easily. She was scared and angry, saying, Yeah, they've already pierced through. That monster appeared right in front of her and roared. She had to use a different technique to push them away. Suddenly, Kamison's insect creatures appeared and crawled everywhere, then devoured those monsters. She was surprised, and the many black ants showed that it was Kamison. He gathered everyone together, then used the black ants to attack the swarm of duplicates. The scene became extremely chaotic. The ground trembled, the air seemed to freeze, and the beastmen charged through the protective barriers, roaring as they advanced to attack humans. Amid the chaos of screams and smoke, everyone desperately fights back, their eyes filled with tension. Inside the laboratory, it is silent, only the sound of hurried footsteps. The woman looked around, her voice sharp and serious. Speak quickly. Some of them are still doctors, still working tirelessly, confused, pulling and moving the experimental sample arms. But then suddenly an unusual event occurs. What's going on? He said that if she entered without orders, she wouldn't be able to. Before he could finish speaking, the two men in the room were unable to resist. They collapsed to the floor, their eyes wide with shock. In front of them, the nurse's skin was slowly cracking and detaching from her body, an action no one could stop. Behind A's family, they witnessed everything, their bodies trembling, eyes wide with fear. The nurse at this moment shed her original form, her body gradually separating, her skin transforming into shimmering scales like some reptile. She said coldly, Yes, I've secured it safely. A car will soon leave through the back gate. Follow it. At this moment, her body transforms rapidly, limbs curling up like a strange creature. Seeing that, her hands trembled. She hurriedly covered her mouth and gasped, her eyes following the support. But the nurse continued speaking. It sounds like through the phone. I'll take this thing, not that fancy bill car. Inside that car is the doctor. If I follow the trail, I will find the location of that thing. The clone suddenly soared into the sky, its insect-like wings spread wide, sunlight shining on each cold, glowing wing. It laughed, its voice blending with the wind, saying, Well done. Now, it will be mine. My research is not like yours. You did it because you are a good person. She stood below, squinting her eyes, smiling softly, clasping hands as if making a vow. Telling this beast we will be together forever, so that DNA can see everything. Her heart sank, tears uncontrollably streaming down her face. She muttered, her lips trembling, unable to believe what she was hearing. In front of her, the woman gradually transforming into a butterfly, delicate yet strange, was Jin's gang. The nurse, with a calm face and a half-human, half-butterfly body, suddenly saw Jin's gang flying in from somewhere. The surprised yet slightly radiant expression on her face shows she knows you're here. She gently lifts Chojia's chin, her eyes sparkling, as Ara continues to cry. Jin says it out loud, "Come with me." The girl looked surprised with wide eyes and asked, "What is that?" Jin smiled softly and teasingly said, "So what do you think?" Bang Zarinko looked away with a vacant gaze. "I know even if I tell you, you still won't understand," she said calmly. "But I am a very rare individual, one of the few larvae that retained consciousness among all those others, which is why I am stronger than them." Jin's gang then smiled gently, looking at her friend and saying, "There's no need to tremble in fear of that pathetic madness anymore. You don't need to rely on those useless humans anymore. Come on, let's go together." "Bang Sejin," she said. A sparkling fragrance emanated from her hand, capable of making others sleepy. Her voice echoed in his ear, saying, "I will protect you." Her eyes dreamy and her gentle voice promising to be like him. "Are you okay?" Bang Sejin asked in surprise. "Are your eyes wide open? Why are you asking that?" Suddenly, from afar, a hospital bedrail whistling through the air sped straight toward them and stopped in front of the two people. Bang Sejin hurriedly jumped aside, eyes wide with panic, while Choi Aegea was knocked over, her face covered in dirt, with the dangerous container of arms impaled by a spear and leaking a thick, viscous fluid. The man in front rushes forward like a madman, his face tense. He aims something at Jin's car, causing her to scream and grimace in pain. Who is he thinking of? Could he really fight me with just one hand and one foot? At this moment, Cho-Ra hugs the man tightly, her face tense and shouting, "Stop it!" The young man narrowed his eyes and asked, "What are you doing?" Kodung, looking confused, replied, "I'm sorry, but I can't say anything more." Now Bang Shin frowned and said, "Why do you have to do that? I was clearly trying to harm you." But Cho-Ra's head was bleeding, her eyes hardened, and she said, "Go now. Hurry up." At this moment, Bang Shin hesitated, her gaze filled with regret for causing your injury. Then she quickly flew away to another place to escape, her face a mix of worry and determination. Before fleeing, she looked back and saw her friend, Cora, badly injured, with a pale face and signs of unconsciousness. But she didn't stop and continued to fly out into the sky. As they return to another location, chaos erupts with monsters and laboratory guards clashing, the monsters going berserk and caring about nothing. Their eyes are blazing red as they feel the hands of the guards holding guns. The faces of the guards are tense, but they still refuse to back down and fight back. The two sides clash back and forth, sweat and blood mixing. The man in front of me roars in fury, his face full of rage as he says, "Why bother provoking these guys? Why don't they all just die?" It's really terrifying. Next to the other boy, Dam Chiu's eyes said that trying to hit their heads is useless against these creatures. They fall down and then get back up again. It's truly terrifying. But despite that, they keep fighting the monsters without stopping. Suddenly, a man rushes in from afar, his face cold as he beheads the monsters. Kamison has appeared and says, "You suddenly told me to remove the larvae from your neck and handed me the larvae." Then he directly put the larvae he just picked up into his mouth to eat in front of everyone. Lejeune saw this and felt like vomiting, her scarred face turned away. He said it was really terrifying, but Sun still didn't care, and just bit into the larvae to increase his strength, looking like he was eating chips, completely calm. When the protective net was shattered, all the bugs rushed in, even more than the swarm of flies. Damn, they have many eyes and noses. If it were in real life, people would be terrified of these groups with their limbs, eyes, and many teeth, looking like a jumble of mismatched toys. When Lin could no longer bear it, she accidentally absorbed a type of power. She officially transforms into a new generation of insect human, a silk moth with glowing eyes, as four people leave together inside the car. Dr. Pugh inside sighed secretly, looking ahead and saying, "Is this really the place?" His expression was indifferent, as if he couldn't believe it. Nan's older brother also said this is the place, which is actually an apartment complex. Everyone asked each other, "Yes, this is thanks to my studies." The security guard smiled and said, "Oh, hello." And the old lady also smiled brightly and greeted back as if she had been waiting. Everyone here happily greets her loudly, saying, "Hello, ma'am, hello, sister, hello, madam," in unison like a choir, that even Dr. Pugh had to bow to be polite. The old lady waved and greeted everyone like a beauty queen, with a confident demeanor. She said everyone should work, but today is the only day off. Suddenly, everyone's faces fell, as if they had just been told they wouldn't receive their year-end bonus. At this moment, the group stood there and bowed, saying, "Yes, ma'am, we will leave now." Pugh and Head Nan were stunned. "Are you pretending to be civilians or what is going on here? You look stunned like you've just walked into a spy movie." The old woman said goodbye. "Go now. She's already at the destination." Pugh asked if there was nothing here, her voice tinged with suspicion. The old woman continued, "Wait there for a moment. Then she will give the order to Mr. Kim." "Secretary Kim receives the order?" "Yes, ma'am." At this moment, the two of them each place a button with strange patterns inside their shirt cuffs, both positioning them along the boundary line in front. Suddenly, the boundary line glows with an extraordinary light. At dawn, under the blinding sun in a harsh, arid place, a butterfly quietly flies to the den. She rushed into a dark cave where countless monsters were sleeping, the scene silent to the point of suffocation. Inside, she carefully takes the arm she stole from the laboratory, her anxious eyes lifting as she offers it to the monster called Kojima. With what? Hyson, the sixth pillar, bowed her head and offered the arm. I have safely brought back Lord Kojima's left arm and also found the location of the core. Then he reached out his hand to take it from me, directly absorbed the arm, his face turning cruel and satisfied. Kojima seemed stronger than ever, with murderous intent filling the air. Then he grabbed her head, his hand tightening, his eyes cold and ruthless. When he grabbed her head, she felt her life hanging by a thread and trembled, her lips turning pale with fear. But as he passed by, he only said to spare your life. His voice was even but cold to the bone. As soon as those words finished, all the insects and monsters hiding in the cave were attacked and torn apart by the servant of that man. The scene was horrifying. The insect person, Kojima, said, "Lead the way for me." She didn't ask, lying still with trembling eyes but not daring to resist. Then he continued speaking about the soapberry. As soon as the words echoed, an extremely long and narrow staircase appeared before us, seemingly endless, leading into darkness. The four of them quietly descended the stream before the stairs. Bio frowned and said, "I didn't expect there to be a secret basement right in the middle of this dry season inside this body." As the leader, he calmly said, "I'm getting used to things like this now." His voice even and emotionless. The old woman smiled faintly and said, "I also come here for the first time to apologize for causing everyone trouble." Nan Leader nodded slightly and she said, "President, you're too polite." "It's okay at all," and she softly added, "This building was constructed right on the site of the research of the fire-burned ant strategy team." Her voice was calm as if she was telling an old story. "This is the Nemone apartment complex. This is where Kamison and I live and also where Kamison is held. Deep inside the basement, in front of a sturdy and solid metal gate, Mr. Kim presses the red button and then says that from now on, taking the elevator down will get you there." The man's voice echoes through the cold steel corridor. "At this moment," he says, "when you suspect Sun will arrive, I will come down afterward." The representative then calmly said, "See you later," with an unchanged gaze as if everything was planned. After they went down directly, closed the basement door and descended, an unfamiliar voice greeted the old lady, "Long time no see." A nostalgic sound echoes as the man in front of me is the former assistant of Dr. Kamishal. "This is Dr. Juagon, right? Is the chairman still in good health?" Your tone is friendly and your eyes light up. The chairman then took Juagon's hand, his eyes shining with emotion, as he said, "I should be the one asking you that." Dr. Juagon smiled gently and replied, "It's a pleasure to see you again, Chairman." His voice is deep and warm. Now he is smiling brightly and saying, "I am living very comfortably thanks to the unlimited support in food and supplies from the chairman." My eyes are filled with sincere gratitude. The chairman slightly raised his gaze, with a serious yet appreciative expression, and said, "I will not forget your kindness." He smiled faintly, waved his hand lightly with a nonchalant expression, and said, "Please, save that for later." Then he turned his face forward, his gaze contemplative as he looked towards Vu Hung. The door ahead is marked and he says, "She's here." At this moment, the two behind exchange glances and say, "Let's step back for now." "Yes." The old lady sighed softly, her face showing clear worry. She said she doesn't know how it turned out, while the doctor is pressing buttons with a serious face, as if adjusting something extremely important to start seeing inside. The old woman's face is full of longing and sadness. Mrs. looks ahead, where a young man is tied up and unable to move. Through the glass, she tearfully says, "Michaoi." Suddenly, a disturbance appears where the battle is taking place. Butterfly Tamshin hurriedly shouts that the ant nest is gradually disappearing. "Are you panicking and looking around saying, 'Kamison, where is he?'" Then she charged forward with determination, swinging at those monsters, while Gam Min Sun was devouring the bugs he had taken as spoils from killing the monsters. Long Song's eyes flickered with pleasure as he devoured and absorbed everything wildly. Then he raised his hand and said clearly, "Let's regroup." All the black ants he summoned gathered into a large whirlpool circle spinning around him. He screams in pain, his eyes blazing red, as his body mutates and evolves. At this moment, Butterfly Tam and the others are stunned, staring blankly and asking, "What is that form supposed to be?" Kamison nodded, slightly proud, and said, "Thank you. Veen, I have evolved." Then he said, "Follow me." After saying that, he suddenly disappeared into the chaos, moving so fast that only the wind remained. She gasped and shouted, "How can that idiot go so fast that I can't keep up?" The two of them floated in the air, handling everything that happened with incredible ease and agility. The people below stared in amazement and asked, "Who are they?" They handled the trouble in an instant and just left. Someone else shouted, "They're closing up. Are you surprised?" Sam frowned and asked what was going on. The young man hesitated and said, "I don't know anymore, but they are coming back to life in human form." Back in the laboratory, the old woman looked sadly at her grandson in front of her. The old woman's face seemed to age even more, and she said, "My child." The boy remained silent, lips pressed tightly, lowering his head as if lost in thought. After a moment, the boy whispered, "I miss you very much, Grandma." The old woman then looked at her grandson, her eyes softening, and said, "Micha," the child who keeps questioning, her voice quiet. "Why did it take you so long to come?" The old woman hesitated, her eyes avoiding, her voice lowering as she apologized, saying she only dared to stand at the gate. At that moment, Bu from afar narrowed his eyes, observing and saying that the child is Gami Cha Nuong. Just as Nam often said, a perfect match. Miran continued to stare directly at his grandmother, suspiciously asking, "Who are you with?" He looked straight ahead, his face tense when he saw Bu behind him holding a huge sword. Kamchan suddenly frowned and asked if they came to kill her. At this moment, the old lady was surprised, her eyes wide open, and she quickly waved her hands anxiously, saying, "No, it's not like that, Mitrang." She shouted loudly, urgently, saying, "I want to explain to my grandchild that they are employees of the company she founded, not here to destroy her." At this point, Kamishin continued speaking, her voice cold and icy. "Then why are you still coming to see me now?" The old woman was extremely shocked. "Kam-mi-chan, my son is coming here soon." "Mi-chan, are you surprised? What are you here for?" Mrs. said in a low voice that maybe Mi-san could help you. Kam Mi-chan raised an eyebrow, with a look that was half confused and half suspicious, and asked what she just said. Then he laughed like a madman, his face no different from someone who has lost his mind. And then he laughed even louder, laughing as if the whole world were just a joke. Ha ha ha. After the wedding, he spoke with such a cold, chilling tone as if ice was running down the old woman's spine, making her go senile, huh? His voice was like mockery. "It's been a long time since I heard someone mention that bastard's name." After saying that, he continued shouting loudly throughout the laboratory, "What can a bastard who keeps ants inside him do?" His eyes seemed about to burst into flames. To eliminate this cursed power, the boss had tried every method, but no matter what he did, it wouldn't disappear. He said through clenched teeth, "I have been trapped in this room for 11 years. His tone was like holding back all his hatred. At this moment, Kam-chan, like a madman with bloodshot eyes, shouted that no matter what he did, she didn't need it. She didn't want help from something born from the finish line. Her voice choked as he sneered like he was already satisfied and continued, "You'd rather die like a failure, your face distorted but your voice still so firm." Hearing this, the old woman was deeply heartbroken and said, "Don't do this, please." She couldn't hold back her tears. Suddenly, the laboratory behind exploded. Everyone inside the room was stunned, their faces pale. What on earth was happening? It was Kojima. He had entered inside and then threw Mr. Kim's body forward as if tossing a sack. Everyone shouted in fear, "Is the boss okay? Secretary Kim, the situation is getting chaotic." Everyone was extremely worried, but the leader quickly intervened, urgently telling the president to come closer with a serious expression. Could it be that Kojima is now stepping closer? Everyone trembled with fear, unable to believe it was really him. Could it really be that man? The room almost held its breath, everyone choosing to stare forward silently, daring not to breathe heavily, communicating with their eyes. "The person behind this perfect appearance, your words are like a knife. You're the one, right?" Bu, holding a knife now, his hand trembling slightly. Nantrung also stepped forward and said firmly, "Protect the chairman. Kojima, he is my hero." Then, like a whirlwind, he used his power and shot forward. Bu was struck by a powerful punch, crying out in pain, mouth wide open in disbelief, then immediately exploded in the video, blood splattering everywhere along with numerous cuts and bruises, a scene resembling hell. Everyone shouted, "Is the chairman okay?" The sound shattered everywhere. The chairman is lying there, motionless. Everyone anxiously says, "Chairman, please wake up, chairman." Her voice was choked in her throat as the old woman was cut in half by a single strike, leaving everyone stunned. Kamison suddenly evolved, flying through the air with intense turmoil in his heart, his eyes darting constantly, showing a tense expression, feeling that something was very wrong. he said, a huge and powerful energy like never before. At this moment, he was terrified, his eyes wide open, his face pale. Could it be? He worries a little, secretly thinking it can't be. He rushed forward like crazy, his face like someone racing against death. In his mind, he was only thinking one word: Grandma. Lan Tuong's eyes widened. He is Kojima. At this moment, the old woman cried out, her faint breaths escaping from her dry lips. Chairman, are you okay? The chairman is still alive, but he keeps fighting on, his eyes cold as he continues to battle with the general. Mr. Pugh was truly in great pain, his face pale, and he could hardly endure another blow. Prima raised his fist to strike down, but Dr. Pugh quickly managed to counter this move. At this moment, Pugh was surprised, his eyes wide open. Wasn't he aiming at me? It seems like his action is trying to destroy something. Suddenly from behind, two robotic hands rushed quickly and grabbed Prima. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind saying, "Act quickly." It was Dr. Julian controlling a giant robot. Chief Lan, hearing that, coordinated perfectly, gritted her teeth with a determined look, formed a fist, and punched toward Prima. Both she and Dr. Pugh lunged forward, officially setting the explosive charge to destroy the sovereignty. Dima was attacked from multiple sides and was in great pain, his face contorted and his body trembling. At this moment, Dr. Jiangan said, "Quickly get the chairman out of here first." Dr. Pugh worriedly asked what about the lock, and at this moment, Revelvale Ugonan said Kamishan had tried to escape in an emergency before, but due to a system error, the door couldn't be opened. Then Leon Ganan continued shouting, "Leave the rest to me, everyone run now." Everyone heard that and hurriedly carried the chairman away, leaving only Kojima, Kugan, and Kamichan. At this moment, Doan said he never thought he would have to resort to this method. Then Unan said that Kam-mi-chan, if he stays inside, at least he won't die. Mi-chan's face is pale, and her eyes are blank as she looks ahead. Dr. Yahogo says, "Dr. Gassi is teasing. I think it's time I follow you now." Then he looked at the red button in front, clenched his fist tightly, and then slammed it down on the red buttons, saying, "Please forgive this incompetent disciple for only now following you." Suddenly his hand trembled, and he said, "Why can't I move my hand all of a sudden?" Hana then took his hand, held it back, and said, "Self-destruction is very bad." At this moment, Kami-chan slowly stood up, with a cold gaze and a determined face, and said, "I won't fall into the trap a second time." Dr. Gon was extremely frightened, his face pale and stunned. He stammered, "How is it possible that Kamicha managed to escape?" Hanakota smiled with a hint of smugness in his eyes and said, "I let him go." Mian then stepped forward slowly and said coldly, "Don't even think about stopping me." Rayun-gon keeps sweating cold, his face pale, as if he's about to cry. Kamicha looks at him and calmly says, "The main boss has been through a lot lately, but your brother says it's impossible." Mi-chan frowned and signaled to stop, but Kam-chan ignored her, coldly raising his hand to channel his power into Rayun-on, causing him to cry out in pain, his face contorting as if struck by a blow, and his body gradually transformed from an ordinary person into a zombie. Now I understand why Kim Demong refuses to acknowledge me. The four of them have already reached outside the gate of the apartment building. At this moment, the leader's face hardened, and he said, "Take the two of them to the car and leave immediately." Pugh widened her eyes and asked, "And what about you?" The team leader responded calmly, prepared for the worst-case scenario. "I will stay and fight Kojima." Suddenly, while the two of them were arguing, Hannah had already embraced a clone and flew away. Everyone's face was stiff as stone. Then a voice rang out beside them, full of excitement, saying it's been a long time since they last saw the sky. They were both extremely shocked, mouths agape. He continued, "I thought I was going to die and have my bones pulled out in that basement." At this moment, Mi-chan turned to Najima and smiled slyly, saying, "Thank you." Mi-trang was saying she had been trapped in the basement of this apartment complex for 11 years, which is truly unbelievable. Nan Truong looked at that and turned pale with fear, but she wasn't curious at all. "Why does he look so excited?" Suddenly, Kam-chan's voice rang out, her eyes sparkling as she asked if she was badly hurt. Nan Truong worriedly said, "I don't see it. The chairman has lost a lot of blood right now." Kami-chan said seriously, "Let me help out." Then he reached out his hand and said, "I won't have much time left anyway. I have to spread my wings and fly away." Then he used his power on her chest, his eyes devoid of mercy, and said, "I need a chance to take revenge." The two reacted quickly, their faces tense as they moved aside and shouted, "Get out of the way!" As they dodged, the bird flying in the sky suddenly stopped, and the terrifying insect-human hybrid emerged from the attack. Mi-chan, surprised, opened her eyes wide and said, "Oh, I did it." Lan, not noticing, gasped in fear. "What kind of lock is this? Why did the dove turn into an insect?" Pio was just as surprised, stammering, "I can't believe this power exists suddenly," that Clone attacked the two people, causing them to cry out in pain and lose a lot of blood. At this moment, the male leader accidentally dropped the chairman, panic-stricken, shouting, "Chairman!" The insect is rushing toward her, about to swallow her. Suddenly, that insect was bitten to pieces by a swarm of red ants. The instinct then appeared. At this moment, Mi-chan saw the red insect and was surprised, saying, "That's the color of her mother." Mi-sun approached, knelt down with worried eyes, and asked, "Are you okay, ma'am?" Lan Tuang anxiously said the chairman is in critical condition and must be taken to the hospital immediately. Right now. Pio also apologized for not being able to protect the chairman. Ajins, at this moment, Kamison sternly said, "Quickly take her to the hospital." The head of the team calmly and steadily replied, "I am still here." Then he said nothing else, staring straight ahead to destroy 30 pages. Since seeing this, Kojima was furious. He stared straight ahead, his heart filled with Kamison. At this moment, Kojima began to act, rushing directly at Kamison and punching him in the mouth and the middle of his chest. Kojima grinned and said, "It's been a while since I met the number one." Mission cried out in pain, distorted his face, then the two of them launched an attack together. My son's move pierced straight into Cinema's body, causing him to tremble. "Sim, you're quick to praise." A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes before he kicked to attack Kamison again. That kick split a building in half, with a cut so sharp it was like a blade slicing through paper. "That presence appears everywhere." Kojima frowned and asked, "Is that the power of the fire ant?" Then the number one ant soldier stabbed deeply into Cat Ima in front of Kaim. At this moment, Kojima casually smirked and said, "Having that power and not knowing what to do with it is truly disappointing." Number one, with a tone of slight boredom. Then he used his hand to slash into Kamison's stomach, causing him pain, his face grimacing before being thrown far away. That small pain was enough to pierce through 3 apartment buildings in a row. "Kojima still hasn't forgiven you?" He rushes over with blazing eyes and then punches you down to the ground. He cried out in pain. Kuz continued to crush him and said, "I have always admired her. Every time I see her, my dream of becoming a hero rises within me." Then Kojima said, "So you can't become a hero. So don't even dream of becoming one either." Yu Watt's eyes turned vicious. Then he repeatedly struck Kamison's neck, smashing it in half with a punch, tearing off Kamison's head and sending it flying away. But then a new neck grew from behind him, and he said, "Don't mess up." His face was flushed red, and he looked forward coldly and said, "Play tricks on me after that, Kamison." He thrusts his sword into Koyaman's chest, his eyes empty of hesitation, as the insect swarm ignites in pain. Then Kamison ordered the swarm to kill him. Countless ants inside his body emerged and covered Kojima, devouring Kareem's body and causing him to scream in pain. At this moment, Kamison chants a spell from another place, and Kojima's voice echoes. But right in front of me, I am utterly stunned. Half of Keimer still says, "Don't mess with me." You look at the remaining half eyes wide and say, "So you're already dead?" But the other half of your body can still move. Keep talking and say, "Don't face me," then raise your hand. Suddenly, Kamison's body became immobile. His whole body froze as if locked up. At this moment, a voice suddenly said, "Stop." A man with a terrified face is running, his eyes full of despair and his face twisted with fear. The man, missing one arm and soaked in blood with his torn shirt stained red, was attacked countless times as a cold voice echoed like a blade slicing through the night. "From now on, you will become prey for the insects." The man in front of us appears, confident as if he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Here it is, the 10th one. The man is terrified, trembling, and unable to stand steadily. "Please, spare me. Losing one arm isn't enough." Right now, that guy has a devil face. His twisted face and half-smile look terrifying as he says, "Don't lump us together with your kind of low lives. Today, I will upload your kind to become a parasite at birth. Your tough, torn life will let me evolve." 2 years ago, a major disaster occurred in the Deep City when a bird ate some gang leaders and insects that had been there for a year at the end of the food source, yet they are now trying to rise to the top of the food chain. "Come on," the promised 10 people. "Hand over the medicine as agreed. Make me your fellow clone and see if the guy in front of you dares to say that." Yes, then he said 9. 7 people are missing on that side because of that guy. The man is furious, his eyes blazing with anger. "Huh." Then that guy directly attacked with his flaming hand at the person who brought the M people. He shouted in pain, "What are you so hot-tempered about?" Tin Keem said, "I promised I would do this." Then he handed the man a crystal containing a trapped insect and said, "Try feeling that person's power." He looked very happy, a smile spreading on his face as if he had never known fear. "All right, From now on, I'll feel it myself. I will become a parasite now. A voice rang out from afar, cold as wind, slipping through a crack in the door. In front of him was the church where the boy said the black gang had been for half a year, right? The guy opened his mouth to eat the insectoid creature, but suddenly all of them were wrapped up by a silk thread. It's a super butterfly, she said to proceed with destroying the pests. At this moment, the insectoids were terrified, their eyes darting around as they muttered, "Wow, those shippers." Before they could react, another man swooped in and shot countless lines onto their heads. "You fools, who do you think you are to interfere with us? Let me see you all go together with the pest harvesting machine company." He charged forward, his eyes cold, then continued to shoot countless bullets at the remaining targets. Someone angrily said, "Do I really have to wear this? Looks stupid, I can't stand it." Water and electricity witness Park My-noon, furious and with a red face from frustration, says, "Just untangle the wires. If you dare oppose Captain Ha, be careful with what you say." A furious voice shouted loudly and clearly, "Stop it, both of you. Our team has been active for half a year now." Then everyone continued fighting, the shout still echoing. An ex-high frowned, as if suddenly realizing something, and said, "That's right. We forgot about these guys." Then he continued fighting the insect creatures, so he said he was the target of our mission here. Menin's face was bloodthirsty, eyes wide with rage as he stared straight ahead and said, "I can't believe you're the Black Ant." The Black Sword Spirit shot a palm strike forward, forcing him to retreat. The Black Sword Spirit continued its attack, stabbing deeply into the man's chest in front, but he was hit by a barrage of bullets. The black-clad guy smirked, sneering and saying, "At all those petty tricks." Then a loud explosion went off right above his head. She used her words to wrap around him, making him unable to move. At this moment, Bak Min-woo's face changed slightly, his brow furrowing as he said something else I don't care about. "But if a bug bites me, I just can't stand it." At this moment, everyone was worried that Bak Min-woo wouldn't make it, but Bak Min-ungon's eyes were determined as he rushed into the trap to right, when suddenly a person stopped the Black Ant. Bak Len was furious. His face flushed as he shouted, "What are you doing?" Kamen announced a change in the plan to divide the fan blades, then the two of them used the pair of fruits to split it. As expected, that person was right. Everything went according to their plan. Dr. Man ordered them to capture the valuable individual alive again. At this moment, Lideozin calmly said, "Okay, he's still breathing. See you all at the construction headquarters later. I have to leave first." "Yeah, it's been a long time since I came back to Lemon Ward, so be careful," the man said with a frown and a sneer. "I don't like him at all, he just likes to mess with my mother." "You think Kamenson just puts on a show to seem strong, huh?" Lai Jin slightly frowns, looks over and says, "He is the strongest person. Warm water is flowing in the shower, washing away the bloodstains on his body. His face was as cold as ice right now. He remembered a woman who once told Misun, and she kept on talking about Misun. Her voice echoed in his ears like a sound from the past, and then everyone frantically shouted for him to be separated immediately. That kind of shouting loudly like watching a horror movie. Misun gets what she wants, but when I try to get out, I get blinded. It's been a long time since we last met, face to face." That voice echoes steadily. "It's Pugh. He said you've been through a lot." Then he dropped the glass. Everyone was so surprised that their mouths opened into an O shape, and they said, "What's going on?" Misun suddenly snapped in anger, his face now like a ripe chili, and said, "Even the promise to find my mother for me, even the promise to protect Ara." Then all the Koreans stepped forward and said if not, they would shoot. But Bak Min, stupidly pointing the knife at the Black Ant, said, "If I don't, I'll stab him," with a voice almost biting. The video says, "Stop. He is in pain, his eyes like he's moaning, but Kamason still can't forgive him, grabbing his collar as if lifting a bag of rice and pointing there. Leave, everyone." And he only says, "Wait for me." After a while, someone asked, "Hey, is everything okay?" The video from the greenhouse shows that we offended him again. Misun looked at the half-screen in front of her and said, "Are they losing their minds?" Her eyes full of suspicion. The old man said, "Yes, maybe we should keep watching, but for now, that's my opinion. You mentioned finding her in something that looked like an egg sac or cocoon, right? So that means she has transformed into a complete insect." At this moment, Misun was extremely angry, her hands clenched tightly as she asked, "What did you say?" Levi was also surprised, eyes wide open, unable to believe it. "We have never heard of such a thing. But the doctor said I have studied many insects, but this is the first time I've seen a case like this. The people in front of me keep calling her Miss E, then seem to go crazy." The old man said, "It seems your name has become her nickname." Inside the bathroom, he constantly remembers the painful past he can't escape from. His face was expressionless, as if frozen in emotion. He changed his clothes and then lay down to rest. Suddenly, Lyric opened the door to his room and shouted, You haven't eaten for 2 days, right? Her voice echoed throughout the building. At this moment, Camison was just speaking softly, and he said in surprise, "But are those guys coming here later too? Because there are countless instant noodles outside. Suddenly a bug flying over the city gets struck by lightning and can't get in." Camison was surprised, her eyes shining as if she had caught an enemy. "Has it been half a year since we last met?" Following Rico, he reached out and drew Camison's item, then took out A, but she couldn't write. Suddenly she disappeared and returned in that form. Cayman sadly said it was because I couldn't protect her. At this moment, Mi-sun, with a stern face, said we must find that Gami-chan no matter what. Lin, hearing this, felt a bit worried, fidgeting with his hair, but he said everything would be resolved. Lijin at this moment smiled, then said to his head, "Indeed, it's Na's skill." She comforted him a bit, then he warned to be careful. She stepped outside, sighed, and said, "You fool." Her eyes were slightly red, and she sadly thought her face looked like she was about to cry. Inside the room, screams echo loudly as if coming from nowhere. She is in the laboratory, shouting like a snarling beast. And then old Dr. Mann said that she is still in an incomplete awakened state, so he needs to figure out what kind of guardian she is. Then he sneered lecherously, his face twisting in disappointment. Then he raised his hand to look ahead and said, "Let's see." He was a bit surprised. Suddenly, her body transformed into countless legs, belonging to a many-legged species. His mouth curled into a very smug and wicked smile. At Beng Mountain, heavy footsteps echo loudly as a tense face reveals the frantic eyes of a person trying to escape, an employee from the Beetle Harvester Company. He clenched the gun in his hand, sweat streaming down his forehead, then fired forward and with a voice full of despair and rage said, "Die!" He is shooting at a monster. The monster collapses and his face shows a triumphant expression. "Then try to come closer again. You bastards, I am from the Bug Sweeping Company. I don't give a damn about you guys," he said arrogantly as he walked away, a smug smile on his face. Suddenly a foot appeared behind him, his eyes fixed ahead, wide with horror as he saw countless employees of the Bug Sweeping Company wrapped in white cocoons and hanging upside down. His face turned pale, mouth agape. He gasped in surprise and shouted, "Agent, isn't it?" A cold shiver ran down his spine, and he fearfully fell backward, hands trembling on the ground. Suddenly, another bug growled from behind, its breath blowing against his back, making him shiver. Then it directly used its sharp hand to stab fiercely or smash his face, blood splattering in streaks of red and black. After a long time, in a dazed state, he wondered if he was still alive with a lost look in his eyes. He asked himself where the clone was. Damn it! Then he angrily shouted, "What the hell is it?" His face covered in blood, eyes blazing red. Meanwhile, Camison is working out elsewhere, his chiseled physique and six-pack muscles bulging as he trains. He lifts a 20-kilo weight, sweat glistening on his forehead, then moves deeper into the doctor's perimeter. The dim light casts shadows on his resolute face. The doctor smiled and said, "Ah, the sales guy has arrived. The video didn't have any special reactions, did it?" The doctor said nothing, remaining silent as a clam. Suddenly, Camison asked, "What do you want to tell me?" His eyes are calm but filled with deadly intent. "Just answer what I ask and don't say anything unnecessary." His voice deepened. At this moment, Camry is questioning the black ant Kojima about where Kamichan is. The black insect clone smirked and said coldly, "That girl," then uttered something that suddenly drove Mission into a frenzy, his eyes burning red with only the yellow sclera showing. "What did you do to Aaron?" the clone asked as he stepped forward, smiling as he said, "I was just passing along that person's wishes. My mission is to relay what your partner wants to say. Searching for the black one, it says there are no heroes left now." His voice was steady, but his eyes were sinister. Suddenly, Bang Saren ran over, looking worried as she said they had completely lost contact with the Special Forces team sent to that exact location. She continued, "We have to see. We need to go there right now." After he said he understood, I went upstairs. His voice was firm. Suddenly, he looked at the doctor and sensed something was wrong, his gaze darkening. But due to the mission, the Special Forces team had to leave. "Are you telling them I messed up? The situation is somehow far away. Who is this clone talking to? This whole mountain is covered with teeth. It's unbelievable." "So, you mean Mi-sun should come back immediately and go straight here?" Then Mi said, "Okay, let me send a message to stir things up." At this moment, NC manages to steady himself, lying on the beam, then shoots a web in one direction. He says, "Well done, you pierced through." What is this sudden reweaving of the web as if it had never been torn apart? His eyes widened as the suddenly reconnected web was attacked by powerful strands, his face turning pale as he worriedly said he couldn't move. Another guy stared wide-eyed at him and shivered in fear, looking just like a trapped insect. At this point, he probably drew his sword and struck me lightly. "Oh, wow. Our usual uncle is really in trouble without you here. Thanks for making it to the scene." He remained calm as if everything was within his calculations. If the Black Beetle team appears simultaneously, then search for the missing communications of the agents. "There are countless suspicious things ahead," Miss Sun said seriously, but with mischievous eyes. "First, let's proceed to rescue the agents who are guarding the enemy troops." All right. He senses a parasite and a clone. When he arrives, his face tightens as he says he might be able to detect something coming this way. Suddenly, a prisoner emerges from the ground, and when he faces us, his face is clearly furious, saying, "You damn harvesting machine company bastards, no one will escape today." At this moment, he frowned and said, "The whole team from the Beetle Harvester Company?" Then everyone took their positions and prepared to act. Camison suddenly shouted, his tone urgent. The whole team, Reaper, activated their maximum 20% instinct. The necklace on Mingun's neck causes Line and Sei to react. They transform into insectoid forms, but their transformations are not complete. Lil Jin launches the attack first. "Come on." She uses her silk threads to tightly bind this giant clone's body, then Min Ngun charges forward. He told Eljeans to hold him tight, silkworm. Min Ngun delivers a series of rapid strikes to the giant clone's body before stepping back. Min Hun stepped back, shouting excitedly. Dragonfly, Zahai immediately takes action. Zihai's gun gathers a powerful energy. "Let's do this." An energy shot is fired by Zihai. The energy stream he unleashes is incredibly powerful, striking directly at the scorpion mutant. Mingun smirks confidently at this power. That's reputation. The next second, the scorpion's tail swiftly lunged toward Lil Jin and Mingun. His tail struck down, and Line and Mingun hurriedly jumped to dodge. Zihai shouted. Watch out as the scorpion creature's claw lunged toward him. The speed of the claw's charge was too fast for Zihai to react. I can't dodge in time. He silently thought that Camison was taking advantage of the flying rocks to use as a platform to dive down. He swung his sword at the scorpion creature's claw, causing its attack to miss its target and successfully saving Zihai. Camison lands on the ground. Min Hun is stunned. What exactly is that monster? Lejean also feels shocked. Our attack has no effect on it. The scorpion hybrid remains standing confidently in front of the Camison group, completely unscathed, as he speaks with utter disdain. Ha ha! A bunch of amateurs, your ordinary attacks won't work on me. I am Viber Janstalker, and I am also a divine insect. Viber said smugly. This is the perfect form chosen by Lord Kojima. Seihai felt confused, looking at that body which was clearly a scorpion, just like the spider-like monsters earlier. Are there only insects among the mutants? Min Ngun explained. Not exactly. It's just a common term based on their more typical appearance. Kamen said seriously, Min Ngu is right. I've seen a few like it before. If it were Gamichan now, he would probably be a much stronger version of that guy. Viber shouted angrily. Yeah, nonsense. He used his claws to smash the rock in front of him while shouting. No one is stronger than me. Min Hun and Lion are currently behind him. Min Hun contemptuously said, You're just big and strong, he shouted, but your speed is far behind ours. Viber's tail swung in, slicing through Lin and Min Ngun like a sword stroke. Leo Jin and Min Ngun were hit, and both fell down together. Zihai and Hen are their names. Viber smugly said, Is that fast enough? Damn it, if we awaken, you're nothing. Do you want to know what it feels like to die completely? Let me show you the true power to open your eyes. As he was speaking, Mingun suddenly spat out a deep purple blood. Ah! Ha! Viber chuckled confidently. It seems the poison has taken effect. Just a small scratch is enough for the toxin to work. His claws are also accumulating. Poison. He shouted, You will die from the poison. At this moment, bullets started hitting him again. Hai's vehicle kept firing at Viber. Viber scoffs at those petty tricks, using his claws to prepare for an attack. That won't be enough to scratch my itch. But Lil Jin shot his silk to bind his arm, and Min Ngu helped pull his arm away. Viber shouted angrily, Damn these bastards. Both Min Hun and Lo Jin's bodies are turning purple now. Mingun shouts, Attack! Camison's sword emits a stream of electricity as he charges down, aiming his blade at Viber's chest and unleashing a lightning trap, releasing arcs of electricity. But his sword not only failed to pierce him but also broke into pieces. Camison was stunned. It shattered into two. His shoulders blazing with fiery hatred, the brat attacked with his tail, but Zihai stepped in to block the attack. Both of them fell to the ground. Zihai rolled a few times on the ground while he quickly regained his balance. Camison, looking panicked, shouted loudly, Hey, Zihai! Seeing Hai's car lying motionless on the ground, Camison silently thought he rushed in to protect himself. Kamison looked around to assess the situation. Both Liljin and Mingun are in critical condition. In this urgent situation, Kamison knows he has to do something. He grits his teeth. What can I do? But I have no insects. I can't do anything. At this moment, Kamison saw his backpack on the ground. Viber stepped forward in front of Liljin and Mingun. His huge shadow loomed over them, his tone full of sarcasm. You pathetic traitors. He swung his claw down and shouted, I will sacrifice you so that Lord Kojima recognizes and promotes you to Hesagon. Kamison then charged forward like a lightning bolt. He holds two swords in his hands, and Kamison's attack speed is extremely fast, swinging deep cuts into Viber's arms, causing his arms to be sliced into pieces and making him scream. That hurts. What the hell is this? Viber shouted angrily. What the hell did you just do, you bastard? Kamison's dual weapons have strange shapes. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and muttered, I will make Kamison pay. He looked at Viber with eyes full of fury. His two swords also emitted a strange energy. He continued, I will tear you to pieces. Returning to before, Kamison arrived at Pongkong Mountain. His expression shows surprise as he mutters, That was Dr. Man who gave you a pair of knives. In a calm tone, I made it for you, take it. Kamison's tone carries anger as he questions Dr. Man. Why did you do it without permission? We could have gained more information from him. Dr. Man replied, I can't wait any longer. How could I not take the ant venom? So I separated it from him. Kamison was stunned and speechless. Dr. Man? Dr. Man cut him off firmly, telling him not to get so angry. You know that yourself. He spoke slowly. The ants can no longer reproduce inside your body. Now you only have a stronger than normal body. Do you think it's enough to fight the insect clone? That body is no longer effective against insect corpses. He hands Kamison the pair of knives and the backpack. The only way for him to fight now is to use these. I hope you understand that. Dr. Man handed the backpack to Kamison, telling him to take it. Back in the present, Viber shouted angrily, What the hell did you just do? Kamison rushed forward, his voice dark and ominous. I will tear you to pieces. He rushes at Viber. He put one hand behind his back, his eyes burning with blood-red fury. Kamison slashed deeply into Viber's remaining arm like a saw cutting into a tree, causing him to scream in pain. That arm of Viber falls to the ground and he roars angrily, Ah! You low-life bastard! How dare you! Then he controls the tail to chase after Kamison. Using the snake poison technique, he quickly dodges back. Then Kamison easily cuts off his tail, turning it into pieces. Viber was so stunned he was gaping. Before he could react, Kamison charged forward, stabbing him in the chest with two knives and causing him to fall backward. Kamison drew out the two knives, blood splattering everywhere. His eyes burned with fury as if a raging fire was burning inside. Viber no longer moved, and Kamison's demeanor seemed to soften. He plunged another knife into Viber's chest, causing him to scream in pain. Kamison warns clearly, no matter how strong you are, you can't beat us. He shouts, So tell us quickly, where is Kojima? So far, Viber still laughs mockingly. Ha ha, what do you know about that person's location? You absolutely cannot compare yourself to that person, because you have no matching strength. Suddenly a giant monster appeared, many times larger than Viber. It opened its mouth wide to swallow him. Kamison was filled with amazement. What the hell is that? This monster was about to swallow him along with Viber. But luckily, Sea-Hi's vehicle managed to save him from the monster's mouth. Kamison hurriedly asked Sea-Hi, Where are the others? Sea-Hi calmly replied. While he was fighting it, our team and the captured agents have been moved to a safe place. Sea-Hi and Kamison look down at the huge hole on the ground from above. Sea-Hi asks him what kind of strange thing they have caused this time. The scene shifts to B-Ripper's base in the infirmary, where the nurse tells Mingun, Elgin, and Sei, The treatment is complete. Everyone take a rest now. Silence fills the room. The three of them looked at each other with wide eyes. To break the tension, Minyu spoke in a calm, composed voice. You say he used it? That damn weapon, he doesn't see us as anything at all. Leal frowned and told Minhoon to stop. If Kamison hadn't done that, we would all be dead. Mingung pinched the necklace with two fingers and gritted his teeth. Damn it, if we hadn't been treated like this from the start, I would have taken care of those damn bugs already. Mingun turned away annoyed and said, God damn it, I should have destroyed those damn alien bugs to get revenge, but now I'm being controlled like this. He angrily kicked the wall. Buka, it's all because of those bastards. Sei-Hi now said in a low voice, because we could cause danger. I think we have to accept that. Hey Dragonfly, do you think it's normal for us to be controlled like this? Sei-Hi coldly replied, I didn't mean it that way. Mingun's tone was again sarcastic. Or maybe working with humans makes you think you can become a person again? Min reminds Sei-Hi not to forget what you've done to get here. Stop pretending to be normal anymore, Mingun said sarcastically. I really respect you. How many people died back then? 2 Marine squads, 1 platoon. Leal now told Mingun to be quiet, but Min continued saying, I wiped out an entire high school. Oh, wow, let's see. You killed more people than I did. You deserve to be controlled. Lei Jin finally snapped and grabbed Mingun's shirt. Say stop already, I told you. But Mingun hasn't stopped, so why ask Lei Jin? Is there something wrong with what I said? Come to think of it, it's because of him that we got controlled. Lian, stop yelling. You're going too far. You bastard. Oh wow, my bugs are still so lively. A voice suddenly spoke, causing Lin and Mingun to stop, as a leader appeared to praise them. Different species recover so quickly. He chuckled and said, I'm a bit jealous. This person is the general leader of Jack Reaper's team, a former branch manager named who possesses an insect-like body. Mingun looked at Yu with a mocking expression, never having seen his face before, and now, suddenly he appears as the team leader. Yu chuckled softly, covering his eyes with his hand. That's right, I also forgot your nickname. Are you perhaps a rude person, huh? Said. Red veins appeared around Un's eyes as he smirked. That name suits you. If you want to fight, I'm not afraid. It's been a while since we met. Do you dare to look down on the leader? A pair of wings appeared behind Un. His right hand turned into a claw and his legs transformed into insect-like limbs. Raised his voice, saying, Today I have to teach you a new lesson. Lin coolly told to stop pretending. He's not scary at all. Mingun contemptuously said, No need to act all tough for no reason. Really wants to pull up his pants. He shouts loudly, these guys. Does ask if they know why he's here to mess around? He came because of the issue with controlling the limit of instinct levels that they are most dissatisfied with. He doesn't think it's reasonable at all. Looked a bit smug, so I came directly here to negotiate with the director about this issue. Have you seen me at the ceiling of the climax? Mingun smirked. Then take this opportunity to tell them to forget that deadly limit index. Un cleared his throat and said, You're a bit greedy. I'll try to guarantee it first. Nothing is certain yet, said calmly. Since it's a high-level meeting, the team leader also has to attend. He asked them, Where is your leader? Camison is now sitting in front of a glass door, staring intently inside. Although A is asleep with chains around her body, she still calls his name. A wave of sadness rises in Camison's eyes. With that small body, she managed to eat a whole pig. Amazing, isn't it? A voice came through. Dr. Mann asked Camison if he had something he wanted to say to him. Camison paused for a moment and then asked, How will you handle A as well? Dr. Mann smirked and said, You mean the duplicate weapon? What are you talking about? She was speaking when he stopped upon seeing the two swords he gave to Camison lying on the ground. It seems you've changed your mind after using it, huh? Dr. Mann asked. Are you here to return it? Camison raised the sword and said, No, I will use it, Kamen replied. Dr. Mann let out an amazed sound. Camison stood up, emphasizing his tone. I need strength. The scene shifts to Michan sitting silently, a black ant crawling on his face, while his arm sprouts insects like centipedes and ants. A horsefly and a wasp approach him. Camison grits his teeth. Currently, Michan is sitting on a throne in a dark place. In a dark place, on both sides of a road leading to the king's throne, there are standing stone pillars. At this moment, a centaur-like creature runs up, dashing along the road before stopping to look around. Human centaur figures appear on the stone pillars, one of them descending from the sky. It takes a deep breath, then loudly shouts, Hexagon appears, and a swift slash is aimed at the tiny centaur. Its head immediately separated from its neck. Ahan spoke with an annoyed tone. Clearly only the Hexagon team gathered. On Hagon's hand, he was wearing a blue gemstone. Suddenly a stray appeared. The On-guy continued, The one he's talking about is the sixth pillar, Bang Shin. But Jin's vehicle pillar doesn't care about what he's saying. The one mocking her all along is actually the fourth Hagon pillar. He pointed his sword at Jin's car, emphasizing his tone. This position isn't low enough for someone like her to climb up and stand there. Get down! Seijin glanced at his dagger, then suddenly threw a punch. This punch directly hits Dukong's blade, and Dukong's eyes flash with a flicker of anger. That bastard's punch from Hexagon radiated a strange power. Hexagon also didn't hesitate to remind Dukong to watch his words carefully. He is the fifth pillar of Hexagon, my family. Sungta speaks firmly. This is Lord Kojima's choice. Stop complaining and accept it. When Kongxia points his sword at Sungta and asks, Sungta, have you forgotten where your place is? I'm not afraid either. Yeah, don't get cocky. I'm always ready to fight to break through. A prisoner who has finished his sentence speaks up. As expected, this place really is terrifying. He said while using a straw to suck on a human head like drinking sugarcane juice, pretending to be scared. It's so terrifying that I can no longer taste the sweetness of human brains. He's the third pillar, subordinate of Zhang John Li. He laughed and said, Does a lowly person like me have any stake in that battle? Immediately, a sphere of energy shot through, directly blowing up the head in John's hand and taking both of his hands. John Lai pretended to be in pain and said, "Oh, my brain and hand." A golden Hagon glanced at John Lai with a cold glint in its eyes. "Oh, you have aura power? Want to fight me?" Jang John's little foot. He smirked and told John Liu to try his luck. He is the second pillar of Hagon. Nenho, John Le sweats and refuses to fight Zanho. "Oh no, how could I dare to fight you, Zanho? I still love life too much. If you fight Downin, who has disappeared like foam, maybe you'll have a chance." At this moment, a bullet grazed John Lee's face. The bullet lodged in the wall, causing it to crack, and one side of John Lee's face was also damaged by the bullet. "Hey, you little errand boy," Cian Ho said calmly. He lifts one leg, a look of contempt on his face. "Say it again. If you fought Dune In, do you really think you would win?" Xian Ho jumped in front of John Lee, causing him to stammer as he explained, "I mean Jur, the one who killed Gunan. He's not too strong." John Lei. Hearing that, Xian Ho hesitated for a moment and let out a breath. John Lei said, 3 years ago, I fought him in the underground arena of Klobe run by Gong Dae. Back then, he was only my equal, and since he died at the hands of someone like him, I thought I could beat him." John Lei smiled and said, then immediately dodged Zanho's kick to his body. "The more we hold back from you, the more you think Hagon is a joke. Beating a petty thug like you isn't something to be proud of. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. Hagon is Kojima's most valuable weapon. To mess with Hexagon is to challenge Kojima himself." Cian Ho's gaze at John Lee was like piercing through him, as if to say that daring to look down on Hagon was the same as disrespecting Kojima. "So I won't let anyone who kills with a gun get away with it. I will use it as a warning to others." Ciano turns and walks away. With an angry tone, those who dare to touch Hagon or insult Lord Kojima will face the consequences. At this moment, Sung Ta throws a punch that hits Doang's shoulder, injuring Do Kang. Du Kang points his sword at the ground. Sung Ta braces himself, his fists radiating energy as a man falls to his knees, crying out loudly. Du Kang and Zheng. To rush at each other, the man shouts, stopping them. He suddenly screams. At this moment, Du Kang and Sung Ta were about to clash, but both quickly retreated. The man's scream was so piercing that San and John Lee had to cover their ears. "I am the same. Du Kang is no exception," Cian screams. "Now, that bastard told you not to speak carelessly." Na hurriedly covered his mouth with both hands. "He is Hagon, the first pillar," Nu whispered. "Sorry, I told you to stop." The entire vehicle is also damaged. The stone wall is now cracked open. Xian Ho frowned at the destroyed wall, then grimaced and panicked. He turned to John Lai and told him to clear everything out of here. A look of surprise suddenly appeared in his eyes. John Lai's recently injured hands and face have now fully healed. I am also filled with amazement. The wound on my left hand caused by Kong has also healed. Du Kong saw something now, a bug human running over, it shouted loudly. "Ha, everyone gather together." Her tone was surprised. "That's Hagon," Du shouted. "So, it's still me." Her tone is a bit sarcastic. "You guys are too absorbed in it." She emphasized that it was just my hypnosis trick. She is none other than Shin, currently in a butterfly clone state, as Kang looked on in shock. "Since when?" A loud laugh echoed. Cian Ho looked at Shin and said, "We were fooled by that imposter girl. It's really frustrating." Sung was stunned. He didn't recognize her at all. No Hu nods in response to Zhung Ta's words. A beast's paw stomps heavily on the ground. "What's so funny?" A deep, gravelly voice echoed, each word emphasized, and the entire Hexagon team felt fear in response to this voice. An eerie silence enveloped everything as the tiger appeared with glowing red eyes, fierce and baring its sharp teeth. "Are you threatening humanity? I'm starting to doubt your abilities." This voice speaks slowly. A white-haired person appears sitting on the back of the leopard, and he continues, "I think humans are fighting against the progenitors as if they are all equal." "How ridiculous," he says, emphasizing each word. "Remember, we are the hunters." His voice is grim. "To us, humans are just prey. Using the word fight is too generous. Remember that well. It's time to go hunting. This white-haired man is none other than Gammon, and he has ordered that no one should be missed. He emphasizes killing them all for me." At the BC Rebase meeting, the team leaders are also gathered in full. Yeon is sitting with his chin in his hand, feeling bored, while Min is chewing gum and scrolling through his phone. Next to them, Du and Sam are quietly observing their surroundings. Moon's expression still looks as cheerful as usual. Kamison is also present here. Tae speaks. "May I start the meeting?" Pio nodded slightly and pushed the pile of documents on the table. It was a plan to increase the limit of Dark Reaper's instincts. Jack Reaper is a project group formed to fight against the insectoid hybrid clones. The group includes the UN General Manager, ACF Leader Number 1 Kamasan, and all the warriors are insectoid clones. Tai displays images of Lejin, Mingu, and Sei on the screen, telling everyone that these three are the insectoid warriors currently active in the Jack Reaper group, and they have a history of causing significant damage to humans. He clears his throat. According to him, Line is not among them. Tai calmly said, "First, he will introduce Liu Jin. She is a Trungnian who actively participated in the recent battle alongside Kamasan, fighting on the side of humans. To record her achievements, she joined Book Reaper and was supposed to be unrestricted while on missions. But as soon as Jacker was established, she confessed to having a criminal record related to human trafficking in the past, so the limit index was set. In addition, although she is a clone, her social skills are superior to later Kamasan's." Tai's words made Kamasan's eyes widen in surprise. T continued, "She is the only potential candidate for increasing the limit index," Yuan said to a team leader. "Elgin may seem cold, but she's a good girl." Tai turns his gaze to the screen as he prepares to introduce the next character. Un looked disappointed, as everything that was meant to happen would happen. Minhun, also known as Jaik Na, doesn't need much explanation about this character. A true villain. Tai calmly said, "Min Nagun has a shady past, running an underground fighting arena, making clone drugs and killing many people. Thanks to that, he has many fights against B Reaper. The main reason he joined Jack Reaper was to avenge Thien Trung. Those who abandoned him after revenge might be the ones he will face again." "Book Reaper," Min Hung said as he wrote and tilted his head. "He has made a list of targets to eliminate, including the one with gun in, but he's already logged out." Min drew a few lines through the question marks. "Maybe now he's going to eliminate from bottom to top?" Un explained himself. After all, since joining the team, Min has done very well and hasn't caused any trouble. He thought that to make the most of him, he should lower the limit stats. Un looked at Kamasan again, thinking it might not be a good idea. In the end, why did we accept Min Un into the team? Kamasan straightforwardly replied, "We need more strength." Un suddenly mentioned Zheng Qirang, saying, "If only I could have that champion back from before. If you're still here, fight with me." Kaman spoke up. "Zheng Qirang, without you, it wouldn't be the same," Zheng Qirang said without a hint of emotion. "Kamasan really knows how to make others feel weak, huh?" He turned his face and pointed his thumb at himself. "He understands me well. I am a fighter." Zheng Qijiang clenched his fist into a punch. This fist suddenly swung towards Kamasan's face. Zheng Qirang's fist stops just before hitting his face. Zheng Qirang calmly says, "It's not meant for noble things like taking responsibility for others' lives." Zheng Qirang's demeanor is full of arrogance, fighting the strong, winning, destroying everything. "All I want is to win." Zheng Qijiang relaxes his fist and says, "This punch is only for those things." He places his hand on Kamasan's shoulder and tells him, "I will enjoy my own battle." Zheng Qirang's face shows determination. "I will absolutely not accept defeat and will hold my position no matter what. So see you again later." Qijiang turned around, waved to Kamasan, and reminded him, "When we meet again, call me Sir." "You're leaving now." Kamasan's expression now looks somewhat contemplative. The next character, Ta, spoke loudly, having caused 256 deaths in just 2 days. "The most dangerous mutant, Anare," Tai calmly said. At that time, the vehicle had been transferred to the medical station after being captured by Kamasan and the branch director. The battle broke out while he was imprisoned in the camp. The iron door was damaged. Taking that opportunity, he escaped. The nurse hurriedly told the patients, "Everyone move quickly to the hiding place." She urged them, "Hurry up, everyone." And then dozens of patients ran towards the hiding bunker as the monsters outside broke through the glass and stormed in. All of them extremely fierce. Zehai looked at them. A blast erupted, causing the nurse to be amazed. Zehai has taken care of these zombie-like creatures. The patients have been protected by similar infected. Since then, while still being held, Seia was recruited by Kamasan. He has gone from a frail, withered face to a happy, smiling appearance. Currently, Zehai is living with his family at his uncle's place and working with the Jack Reaper group. I speak loudly. Here is the full background of all the members. Today's meeting is to gather your opinions on increasing their primal limits. Immediately, the blonde team leader objected. Hearing that, he just shrugged. Min, the head of science and technology, explained. They are still strong enough despite the limits. I think that's enough. Min emphasizes, you can't just let the pets wander around without knowing when they might bite someone, can you? But that's a dogfight. Is that a fair comparison? Min's words made a surge of anger rise in Kamasan's eyes. Bluntly scolded Min, that little brat. A leader speaks. At least dogs know how to obey, but they are just bugs. How can I trust them? She's the head of the secret bunker protection team. You immediately retorted, "Stop overestimating you." He agrees that a restriction is needed to keep them safe, but the current limit is too strict, preventing them from unleashing their full power. This time as well, the entire team pushed their limits but still couldn't hold on. A team leader said, "Indeed, Bee Reaper needs support in terms of strength." Unexcitedly points at the team leader and says, "It's worth it. I trust you." Strategic leader Joe immediately poured cold water on and then struck him. But it wasn't from the clone. "We lost 2 branch directors in the battle 2 years ago. I also barely escaped from the hands of the Hexagon gang," Joe emphasized. "It's true that strength is necessary, but I can't trust the kind of power they used to commit those cruel acts in the past." Snorted in anger. Sam continued, "I am also a bit worried about those 2. Kamen then asked, "Are they afraid?" "They're afraid of being betrayed and killed by Dark R. I think that's for the best." His eyes burned red, his tone filled with deadly intent, because at least it only happened after the insect swarm had been destroyed. A silent atmosphere enveloped the entire meeting room. Pierre slightly curled his lips and smiled softly. He places his hand on the stack of documents and declares the meeting over. Pill raised his voice. "This meeting is to discuss and come up with better development strategies. Please consider that," he shouted. The scene transition ends. Hai's mother asks if he's leaving right away. "Stay overnight," Sahai said with a smile. "Well, since I don't know when the order to deploy will come, I have to leave first." Behind Hai's car, a pair of wings appeared. Sahai's parents watch him fly away. This feeling of flying makes Sahai feel very comfortable. So happy. The wind flowing through his hair made him feel even more refreshed. Sahai realized she forgot her hat, so he quickly flew back. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something. Sahai wondered why his parents were going out again at this hour. Where could my parents be going at this hour? A look of surprise appears in Sahai's eyes. "What are your parents doing, pulling aside that bush to reveal a hole in the defensive wall?" Hai's car was filled with curiosity as he watched them. Mom and Dad. Hai's parents crawled through that hole. Hai has no idea where they're headed. Kamison returns to his room, sighing with a sense of disappointment. Aileen appeared in his room and asked, "Why are you sighing?" She was drying her hair and said, "Just looking at your face. I can tell how the meeting went. You've been through a lot." Kamen calmly asked Elgin, "Why do you keep coming to my room all the time?" Aileen straightforwardly replied, "Because the water pressure in my room is too weak." "Did you manage to persuade them? The bosses don't really like us." Kamison slightly turned away, softly saying, "They are very determined. I tried to say a few more words, but I don't know if it will backfire." Suddenly, Ijin grabbed both of his cheeks and praised him. "You did a great job," she said with a smile. "I don't know exactly what you said. Even if the outcome isn't what we hoped for, we just have to try. Keep your expression bright, ramp up from 20% to 100% strength, and be as strong as before. So don't worry too much." Yin's words of encouragement made Kamison smile softly. He replied briefly with a single sound. Where are the others?" Kamson asked. "It seems Moon is sleeping in her room, and Zehai probably will sleep at her parents' house before coming back." Ayn replied slowly. "Right now, Zehai is trying to crawl through the hole in the wall of the base. Zehai can't understand why it happened. When did my parents dig this hole? Zehai blames himself. I should have shouted to stop them back then, but I was too panicked to say a word. Now, I have to quickly bring them back and ask why they left the hideout. Could it be that the reason he left the hiding place is because of him? Both of Zehai's parents are veterinarians. Their son, who dedicates himself to saving tiny lives, is actually a murderer. They found out the truth not after the incident, but after the battle a year later when he joined the Reaper Squad. Before that, they both thought Athi had died in the marine zombie attack. They were extremely grateful to heaven and earth when they saw he was alive and had returned. As the culprit in that incident, he no longer bears a human body upon his return. They embraced him. Zehai also managed to crawl out. He doesn't care about anything else. Zehai looks left and right. First he must find them. It's very dangerous outside. At this moment, Zehai suddenly noticed something. Footprints on the ground, which he immediately recognized as those left by his parents. He quickly followed the footprints. These footprints lead into the forest. Zehai's eyes widened, veins bulging around them. Where are they? Zehai's vision is enhanced. I have also found them. I found them, but there is a girl in front of them. The girl with her eyes completely white looked very terrifying. Seeing this, Hai was startled. He quickly hid behind a tree, feeling anxious inside the car, and there was another person. A girl. But who is she? And another thing. Why is there a girl in the forest? Suddenly, a painful scream rang out, startling Hai. Ba Zehai told the girl to stay still and asked her mother not to shout so loudly. The girl's face was full of pain, her teeth clenched tightly, while Hai's car looked at them with confusion. Zehai's mother looked at the wound on the girl's leg. It was severely infected and needed to be scraped out. She told her husband to take her to the hospital for surgery. Mom Hai quickly treated the girl's wound and told her to endure the pain a little. After a while of treating the wound, Mrs. Si Hai asked the girl, "How do you feel now?" The girl's expression also softened. She politely replied, "I feel much better now." X Hai's father gently said, "As long as you bandage it for a few days, you'll be fine." Si Hai finally let out a sigh of relief and chuckled, "So you guys went out of the hideout to treat the villagers' wounds?" Zehai's eyes welled up with tears as he looked at the three of them, wiping his eyes with his hand in shock. But at that moment, a Trunghan's foot stomped down on the ground, and Zehai immediately froze. A loud snort echoed as a Trunghan appeared in front of Zehai and the two parents, and Zehai immediately rushed forward. The hair-cutting mutant grinned happily, never expecting to find humans here. He opened his mouth wide, truly a stroke of luck. Zehai immediately kicked him. The girl looked at Zehai in surprise, her eyes now shining with a golden hue, while her gaze was drawn to the Jack Creeper emblem on Zehai's shirt. The hair-cutting mutant was kicked back a bit, and he shouted angrily, "Who the hell is it? How dare you buzz around here?" Zehai rushes towards him, the hair-shaping mutant preparing to punch. "You damn fly!" But Zehai's speed is extremely fast. He forcefully hits the face of the mutant with his shoulder. The hair-cutting clone fell down. Zehai's parents screamed in terror. Zehai. Zehai is pointing a gun at the hair-cutting mutant's mouth. He cried out in pain. What the hell is going on? Zehai, burning with rage, the collar around his neck beeping warnings. That bastard dares to threaten my family. He gritted his teeth and said, "You will die immediately." Zehai fired a shot into his mouth, smoke billowing everywhere. Zehai stands up and is no longer in his transformed state. He turns around and asks softly, "Are you all okay?" But Zehai's father was caught by another hair-cutting clone. Zehai shouted in terror, "Dad, is there one more?" That hair-shaving clone bites Sei's shoulder, causing it to bleed. He challenges Zehai, "Try shooting." "Dad," X Hai, in pain, shouted, "Run, everyone!" Hai's mother was so scared her face turned pale. "Hey," Zehai froze in place. "No, you can't." He shouted, "Don't do this." At that moment, the girl focused on Zehai's face. The villain cuts his hair, opens his mouth, and prepares to bite into Zehai's father's head. It's been a long time since he had such a quality meal. Ba Zehai, terrified, told her to close her eyes and not look. Mom Zehai had her eyes tightly shut. "No, please don't." Zehai's tears flow down her face, "Dad." But at this moment, sharp-pointed sticks suddenly appeared and lunged at the hair-cutting clone. The sticks pierced deeply into his body and then were pulled out, causing him to fall backward. His blood splattered everywhere as the hair-shaving clone collapsed, and Zehai's mother hurried over to ask her husband, "Are you okay?" Ba Zehai hugs his shoulder wound and says, "I'm fine, but the identity of little X Hai," Zehai's mother said hesitantly. Zehai is startled when she looks back at the girl, her face full of surprise. This girl is a ghost, her eyes shining brightly in the night. Zehai made a gun with his thumb and shouted, "Step back now." "Are you okay, Zehai?" His father's gentle voice sounded. He reached out to block in front of him and said softly, "It's okay, son." Father Zehai said, "The girl is not a bad clone." The girl has now returned to her human form. This girl's name is Junie. The clone who killed Basay told Say that Junie is a good person, just like you. Zehai's face remained tense. "Are you okay?" "Junie. I asked my parents if they knew her. My dad slowly recounted that before meeting you, while they were wandering to find a hiding place, they treated those who were injured. You know about that, right? They met a girl with red hair. On the way, my parents met Junie. When the high car saw Junie lying on the road with her unusual blood, they were about to leave because they knew she was a clone. At this moment, a zombie appeared behind them, opening its mouth to attack, but suddenly sharp iron rods pierced its face. Junie used her hair like iron bars to stab the zombie in the face, and after being stabbed, the zombie fell down. Johnny also fainted and immediately collapsed at their feet. Since then, Johnny has been with Say's parents. Thanks to Junie's help, Say's parents reached Bee Reaper's hideout safely. The three cars looked at Junie and slowly said, "After parting ways with Junie near the hideout, through verifying the identity at Bee Reaper, we only then learned of your existence, and finally met again. Mother X." Hai put her hand on his shoulder and said Jay is a good person. Suddenly, Zehai shouted, "Is it good or not?" She is still a clone. But when it comes to being human, Zehai speaks in a very soft voice. Looking down at his own legs, he is also a human. "Zehai, huh?" His mother spoke up, her voice barely above a whisper. Parents apologize, and Zehai's father is also confused about causing more trouble for her. Zehai asks, "Did you break through the wall to get out?" Si-Hai's mother was startled, saying that couldn't be true. X-Hai's father hurried to explain. How could my parents have broken through a 5-meter-thick wall? X-Hai's mother calmly said we only accidentally discovered that hole. And also, my parents are worried about how Junie is doing. Si-Hai feels full of unease inside. If that's true, it's very dangerous. The protective wall of the station's hideout has been breached. How do your parents contact her? Before saying goodbye to Uni, we gave her the walkie-talkie your mother used. It can connect with the one your father still uses nearby. Si-Hai quickly snatched the radio from her father and said, I will confiscate this. Let's go, we need to get back right away. Si-Hai said. Si-Hai's parents took off the backpack from her shoulders. X-Hai told him to wait a moment. Si-Hai watched them. Si-Hai's mother gives food to Junie and tells her to throw away the trash somewhere no one can see. Si-Hai's father gives her medicine and reminds her to apply it when she gets injured and asks if she remembers how to use it. Si-Hai's parents return. They look back at Junie with affection, reluctant to leave her. Junie bows his head to thank them, and the scene shifts to the beeper base. In the training room, Yeljin uses her silk to form a sword. Si-Hai swiftly dodges her silk, throws a punch, and Line raises her leg, ready to deliver a kick. Si-Hai leaned back to dodge her kick, then quickly countered with a kick from his other leg, knocking Yin away. Si-Hai sat against the wall, wondering if she was a bit too much yesterday. Lin asked Si-Hai if she was tired. Si-Hai smiled and replied, You've been practicing hard lately. Your skills have definitely improved. I couldn't keep up at all. Lin's face showed a hint of joy. So, it was worth all my training. Yeah, that's right. No need to say. Lin jumps up with joy. Meanwhile, Kamazan and Mingun are fighting each other. These two are practicing swordsmanship, neither willing to admit defeat. Mingun jumps behind Kamazan to dodge his 2 strikes. He presses his sword to Kamazan's neck. Do you want me to kill you or spare your life? Min looked a bit condescending. His technique is still rough and inexperienced. He whispered into Kamazan's ear, Hey kid, you need to try harder. Now you're no longer a black ant with superhuman strength. The opponent swings another strike, and Min-Yu jumps high to dodge. He lands and stands behind Kamazan. Let's stop here. Min-Gun sheaths his sword and prepares to fight again, fearing he might accidentally kill him. Kamazan signals him to stay silent and continue the fight. He gritted his teeth, ready to face him. But at this moment, Kamazan's knife hand suddenly reacted in a strange way. A source of energy radiates out. Kamazan looks at it, surprise flashing in his eyes as he gazes down at his hands. The 2 blades fell from Kamazan's hands and lay still on the ground. Minhun saw this and laughed as he asked, What's wrong? Are your hands completely powerless now? I told you to stop already. Kamen now looked at his hands with surprise. What is this feeling? Someone outside is playing a flute and Kamazan immediately detects the sound. He looked left and right as if searching, then asked, shaking his head, Does he refuse to admit he was defeated by me? Kamazan now realizes the energy source is from the insectoid beings, and a serious expression appears in his eyes. It can't be. The source of this energy is outside the station. Just as Kamazan sensed, 3 giant insects appeared outside the hidden station, each carrying a barrel with a person standing on each insect. Kamazan's eyes show tension. It's happening. He runs away, shouting loudly to everyone, Dark Sea Reaper is ready to fight. John Liu took a deep breath, making his stomach swell like a balloon. Time to strike, huh? He spoke, then took a deep breath and blew forcefully into his straw. A blue flame shoots out from his straw and destroys the base below. John covers his eyes with his hand and takes a deep breath. That's right, he is John Lay, the 3rd pillar of Hexagon in the surveillance room of Base B Reaper. When I looked at the screen, I saw 6 objects approaching the base, and he quickly reported that 6 insectoid creatures about 1 kilometer away at 3 o'clock were heading towards us. The zoomed-in screen first shows 3 giant insects, then 3 clone creatures standing on them. Ngudi Onan becomes anxious. This is bad. Target them. We will intercept. Tay responds briefly and clearly. The guns all aim at the swarm of duplicates. John Lee took a deep breath, causing his stomach to swell, and my face showed shock as I looked at the screen. Yang quickly asked him what was going on. They are attacking first, he shouted with a look of disbelief on Yang's face. From that distance, John Liley took a deep breath into his pipe, and a blue flame shot out, destroying the base's protective wall. Zhou Lai carefully observes. Indeed, some damage has been done. A large section of the wall has been destroyed, and he urgently reports that the wall has been breached. Immediately, Ye ordered to activate the red alert and notify that the hideout was under attack. Yan's face turned serious as he gave the command. Take them down, and absolutely do not let them infiltrate the hidden station. The 2 guns in front of the base are activated, firing 2 volleys of energy bullets aimed at the swarm of monsters. At this moment, the 3 mutants did not react to these 2 shots. Suddenly, one of the mutants rushed forward toward the 2 bullets. He used his mutated arm like a shield to block the 2 energy shots as the cannons kept firing streams of energy. That mutant used his mutated arm to block all the shots and finally destroyed all the defensive cannons outside B Reaper base, causing them to explode. Sparks fly through the space above the ground, and at this moment a black pillar rises up. John's face turned sinister. "Dear Hagon team, let me be the one to sink B Reaper." A hint of joy appeared on his face. Lord John must be very proud of himself. The duplicate girl let out a long, sneering sound. "Don't dream. I'm the one who will sink B Reaper." Her face is full of confidence. She winks, and the gong bell falls silent. She is the 6th pillar of the Chingong gang, Chuim's subordinate. Chuim told John L to hit him again like before. He's still making that squeaky noise. She doesn't usually like to go to places like that. John Lai hesitated a bit, but he accidentally dropped the straw. Chuim emphasized each word with a dripping tone. "He's really annoying. I'm super disappointed. Let me go pick it up right away," John Lai shouted. "Stop acting so stubborn." The mutated clone spoke irritably, Chuimo's face slightly furrowed as he looked down at him. The mutated clone glanced at Uncle Imo and said, "Go ahead and charge in. I'll lead the way. He is Hagon, the 2nd pillar, subordinate of Nasionho Gusion." Chuim's face turned red and he replied, "Okay, let's all go in." Gusion said quietly, "Let me go first." But at this moment, a spiked foot was coming down on his head. By the time he looked up, he had already been crushed flat by this foot, like stepping on an ant. The mutant insects were bewildered when they saw the robot. "What the hell is that?" B Reaper, the head of the science and technology team Min, is controlling the deadly insect robot to activate. The robot follows his command, its eyes glowing as it stares intently at the insectoid creatures. John Lai suddenly remembers something. The huge steel insect assassin. Could it be that Chuim now drew her weapon from behind her back, trembling uncontrollably as she spoke tremblingly? That is the one who fought against Lord Zhang 2 years ago? Chuim jumps down, furious and shouting that she will crush it in the name of love, but immediately gets hit square in the face. She was knocked away by a punch from B Reaper, her face hitting the ground. This must hurt a lot, and it's not a beautiful face anymore. The tactical leader, wielding the insect clone weapon, gloved fists, sneers and says, "Your love for your bugs only harms the country and its people." At this moment, Gushin used his strength to lift the robot's leg, pressing down on him. He gritted his teeth and said, "You lowly humans." Min's face showed a bit of surprise as he kicked away the robot's leg and shouted angrily, "Do you dare to trample on me?" He transformed into a Julicus hard-winged beetle, voice stern, "You will pay the price." Standing firmly, he said, "Get up, you insect creature." But suddenly, a strange smell appeared, drifting toward Joe's face. Smelling it, he grimaced and covered his nose, asking, "What kind of disgusting smell is she emitting?" Chuim transformed, sounding a bit angry. "What kind of stench would a young lady emit? You bastard, she is actually a stinkbug insect." Her tone was full of reproach, unable to distinguish between the fragrance and the foul smell. "I must teach you a lesson." John Lai still sits carefully on the insect, observing with a somewhat bored tone, "I am the most dangerous character, after all." John Lai, while devouring the brain, wondered why no one paid attention to him, or maybe they just barged in without care, but something about it felt off. He wondered where his opponent was. While John Lai was lamenting, a person appeared behind him. "Here I am, it's me." John Lai immediately turns around and gasps in surprise. Un put his hand on his chest and said, "This is his opponent." John Lai laughed and said, "Let's go." Un immediately unleashes his insect-like form. Kaka Suit Mo, his arm transforms, and then Un quickly punches him hard in the face. John flew away and crashed to the ground. Un continued to summon the insect corpse. Wings grew on his back, his legs transformed, and his remaining hand also changed. Un walked over to John and said, "Let's see. Let's get started. That's right, now we're talking." He smirked, a look of excitement on his face. He wiped the blood from his face and said, "I'm proud of myself for destroying all of humanity before I even had a chance to fully evolve. But what's with that appearance of yours?" John Lai looked at Un and then continued speaking. He heard that in B Reaper there are monsters even stronger than the mutants. He paused for a moment before saying, "So it was Chimea after all. You are that monster, huh? Tell him to shut up. Who made him become a monster anyway?" Un grinned and told them they would have to take responsibility. John Lai put on a pair of glasses, his smile dangerous, and of course he would do his best to take responsibility. He loudly said with arrogance, "Open your eyes wide and see clearly. I will show you the strength of the general." While John Lai was feeling proud, Un had already moved behind him at a very fast speed. Not bad reputation, huh? John Lai quickly turned around, startled, not knowing when Un had moved. Un shouted, "Ho Keech," delivering a kick to John Lai's face. John was knocked back, clutching his cheek where he was kicked, and sneered contemptuously. As expected, humans attack while he's deploying. John Lai angrily asks if Yu likes to cheat. Un once again flies in front of him. Of course he did that. Why would he stand and wait for him to deploy? Un raises his sword arm. I'm not stupid. Un swung his blade, executing Man Tiet Lazo. A slash was immediately launched, cutting into John Lai's arm and deeply slicing his shoulder. Before he could react, Un stabbed straight through his chest. John Lai let out a painful cry, his facial muscles tensing up. Jiao loudly calls the hummingbird. The hummingbird flies over, shooting its poison darts at Un. Yu shows a hint of surprise before flying up to dodge the poison darts from the hummingbirds. A large crater appears on the ground after the hummingbird's attack. Un grabs the head of a hummingbird with his hand and throws it at another hummingbird, causing them to collide, then loudly commands, "Get lost." The hummingbirds drop the water jars they were carrying, and both jars fall to the ground and shatter. Un quietly looks down below, surprised to see the scene in front of him soaring high above, observing. He couldn't see John Lily anywhere, only the newly formed pond from the two fallen water jars and the hole, with bubbles rising to the surface. "Are you hiding underwater?" Un said excitedly. He is standing by the water hole warning him to be careful, or he might suffocate. When he was still speaking kindly, "Come up here," or Un will unleash the mantisless skill with rapid slashes into the water, but there was no response at all. I wonder if I've already taken him down. Un looked at his insect arm and smiled. Saying that in this situation is asking for trouble, isn't it? Of course he knows that well. As expected, Big Brother is really clever. At this moment, a strong, intoxicating scent wafted into Un's nose, making him grimace. Un looked towards the source of the scent and shouted in anger, "Who was the one pushing during the fight?" Un frowns. These guys really are something, but just as Un is complaining, a claw suddenly appears. "Catch him." Un still tried to finish his sentence, completely unaware of the rules, and he was dragged into the water. Under the water, there is a clone with bloodshot red eyes waiting for prey to fall into the trap. Cut 2, Joe sits down, coughing violently at Chuim's scent. Joe's face suddenly showed a look of pain as he looked at his hand and saw blood on it. "How about it?" Chuim raised his voice. She said it casually. "Clever, isn't she?" "It's my scent." Joe rushes forward, ready to throw a punch, and you have to ask if the stench is unbearable. Chuim was shocked that Joe could still move after smelling that scent. Joe then punched Chuim from under the chin and said, "Of course I can still move." Chuim, after taking this punch from Joe, wants to grimace, with an expression full of anger. "My windpipe has been trained with chemical weapons." He kept talking. "No matter how high the mountain or deep the abyss, Chuim never expected you to sing." Du threw a punch at Sunha. Is he crazy? Since he simultaneously threw 2 punches without saying a word, Chuim chose to knock Joe's fist away and then it bounced back like a ball. She continued to prepare for another punch as snow fell on the battlefield. Chuim clenched her weapon tightly. "Damn it, I don't even know how to punch or kick." Her weapon touches Joe's fist. Chuim jumps behind Joe and raises her weapon, igniting a flame that engulfs Joe's body, burning like a torch soaked in oil. He keeps singing. We keep moving forward. Chuim looked at him, full of smugness. "Are you surprised yet? I also don't know why it's emitting fire anymore. I heard it's because of toxic gas that the fire burns more easily than that damn monkey." In the end, I have no idea. Chuim blinked and struck a Sailor Moon pose. "Just pretend it's magic." On the other side, the assassin robot was knocked away, and its fingers are about to break. Gusion carries the robot's arm on his shoulder, a threatening look in his eyes. The clone assassin robot remains motionless, out of energy. Min sat inside the robot, looking exhausted as if drained of all energy, his hazy eyes gazing down at the shattered lollipop on the floor. Sion throws away the robot arm, slowly approaches the assassin robot, switches from a defensive to an offensive ability, jumps onto the assassin robot, raises both hands above his head, then slams his palms down on the robot, causing its parts to detach from its body. Meanwhile, Un is dragged underwater, only able to make a few muffled sounds. The one pulling him down is none other than John Lay. Right now, he's in the middle of transforming, and a surge of anger rises in Yoon. That bastard. He's probably feeling pretty pleased with himself. John Lay is the waterbug clone. He controls his tail to stab into Yoon's chest. Un immediately sensed a strange feeling arising within his body. He wanted to scream, but how could he do that underwater? Un clenched his teeth in pain. What the hell is going on? This is not an ordinary attack. John Ellie's 2 claws release on. Un felt his whole body weaken as if all his energy was being drained. his body gradually losing strength. At this moment, John Lai realized something and threw a punch at Yoon's face, shouting in anger. Wow! Amazing! Un was knocked to the ground by his punch. The spot where he hit his back caved in. Un smirks triumphantly. So this is what bad quality food tastes like. Immediately, John Lai attacks Un's face, launching a continuous barrage of strikes, the most disgusting blood he has ever tasted in his life. That terrible monster. In the face of John's relentless attacks, Un can only defend himself. Who's the real monster? Un thought to himself. How can John move so quickly underwater with his attacks? If this keeps up, he's definitely going to die. While Un was thinking, John's claw was about to stab into his forehead. Un quickly dodged the attack. He knows he's a water parasite and there's no escape from him in the water, but Ung is completely exhausted now. If I had known, he would have already injected the remains of the aquatic insect earlier. Dr. Man had given Un a dose of insect remains and also suggested he might want to get another shot of aquatic insects, but he flatly refused because he hates water. Dr. Man immediately replied, "That's exactly why you need the injection." Un struggles to swim, trying to reassure himself. "It's okay. This puddle isn't deep. I need to get out quickly." Suddenly, two sharp arms appeared in front of Un. "Where are you going?" John Lai said in a deep voice. He held Un back and said grimly, "You want me to take responsibility." His sucking tube touched Un's neck, and he said with a smile, "The smell of your blood is a bit disgusting, but also quite addictive. Like sweaty feet, let me try a little more." He extended the tube, ready to suck blood, and joked, "Just a little pinch." Un wanted to scream, "Stop right there, you pervert." The suction tube just touched his neck and then stopped. It's as if something has invaded him, causing his body to become paralyzed. John's head shows signs of mutation, as if infected by a parasite, and he doesn't know what this thing is. Un sees the mutation on his body, the insect remnants in his blood causing side effects. The opportunity is here. He activates Hopper Kick, using his body as a springboard to swim forward. Un successfully escapes from the lake and takes a deep breath with his mouth wide open. Un turns to look down at the lake, thinking to himself, "I'm back at my playground. You pervert, just wait." But John Lai has also flown out of the lake to chase after him. "You're definitely going to die," he shouted. "Where do you think you're running to?" John L. unleashes a full-scale insect corpse fusion, summoning a giant insect sword in Un's hand. Un charged down and cuts the body in half with the insect sword. Joe screams in pain before falling into the water. Un tells him to remember well that eating low-quality food is okay. "It's fine. Just peel away." Transition to a scene with the whole body engulfed in blazing flames. Chuim lowered her weapon, feeling that perhaps she really was shameless. She slowly said, "Using this method, what dignity does the princess have anymore? I thought it would destroy her." But at this moment, a sudden singing caused a young soul to depart, and there, the pine tree was destroyed. "Did you forget what I said because you slightly turned your face away?" He turned back to look at Chuim. "Comrade, can you hear me?" Seeing this, Chuim couldn't help but feel afraid. How did she do it? She panicked and swung her weapon at Joe's face while shouting, "Die, comrade!" Still singing, Chuim's eyes widened in surprise as he threw a punch, his fist blazing with fire, yet he kept singing. Can you see it? In the next second, a huge explosion occurs. Chuim's weapon flew far away and broke in half. Now blackened by fire, his eyes vacant but still singing, his gaze filled with hatred. After finishing singing, he also collapsed and Chuim had already fallen. Min's gaze shifted into a dazed state. He looks at the crushed lollipop on the floor. Sion uses the demon's iron hammer skill, smashing the assassin robot with both hands, causing its parts to fly off. Book Reaper, you're truly disappointing. If I had known your skills were only at this level, I would have crushed you long ago. At this moment, a gunshot rang out. Zion looked towards the shot, and behind him appeared objects resembling torpedoes. These torpedoes are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, and finally 5. The assassin Aerosam appears, surrounding Sai with a slightly annoyed tone. "Too many tricks, huh?" he said contemptuously. "What kind of game is this now? Use human techniques and don't expect to defeat me." Min now removes the candy shell to give him a taste of my power and see if he can still stand. Min opened his mouth ready to put the candy in, a determined expression on his face despite the treacherous diabetes. Laser insectors are activated. Torpedoes are launched simultaneously, their powerful beams of laser targeting Zion. Sion still stands firm against this attack, his tone filled with contempt. His petty tricks are useless against me. Min is also pushed back by Sion's power. The torpedoes also hit the ground, so walks the robot that Min is in to take control. He slowly said, "Don't struggle to die anymore. I'll make you taste defeat." Suddenly, a crack appeared on his leg, and then his foot was severed. Insect mistakes will target the most vulnerable joints and destroy them. No matter how proud you are of your strength, you are still just a bug. Modern technology will destroy you in the blink of an eye. Don't underestimate humans. There's still a hummingbird among the insects in the sky, watching carefully before releasing its water jar. The water jar shattered on the ground, and from inside it a mutant appeared, with the smoke dispersing to reveal his face. Is that him? The energy of the clone you mentioned, right? Asked one person. The other person replied frankly, yes, he's not someone to be taken lightly. Kamison, Minhu, Lane, and Sei launch their attack. Minhyun suddenly asked Kamison, idiot, what do you mean by not being someone to mess with? Kamison said firmly, he is Hexagon of the third true of Thin Trung, that is Jiang Zhan. A moment of silence fell and Zehi's eyes were filled with amazement as he stared at Jiang Duang watching over them. Hey, he's the third hexagon pillar, Jiang Zhan, with a tall and muscular build. Zehi's tone is full of worry. Look at his body, he hasn't even started to transform yet, right? Min Ngu looks up at Zehi and tells him not to gape like that. Min Ngun's face shows a mix of triumph and disdain. Today we must show them our strength. After the calamity, even the dung beetles are enough to catch them. Are you joking? If it were Zheng Qirang, maybe then? Min Ngun immediately reacted, pointing his finger at his own face. Are you serious? You're backing down? Are you crazy? Why are you backing down? Who is this Min? Liu Jin's face shows a serious expression. As you said, I have fought Hexagon before, and we can win. Kamen has been silent all along, and he nods slightly at them. Because Elgin's collar was activated, Elgin immediately transformed. Zehi did the same. Min Ngun was gradually transforming, and all of them regained their full strength. All three of them have fully transformed with 100% power. 30 minutes ago, the alarm bell kept ringing. Jack Reaper's team quickly moved, but at this moment someone appeared on the road, surprising Kamison and Yijin. Pai and Dr. Man appear on the path where Kamison's group is running. Kamison coldly asks, what are they planning to do? You sound a bit annoyed. Get out of our way. Pew slightly lowers his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. Min becomes frowning. Do you have something to say? If we don't deploy quickly, it'll be a mess. Min, the three captains have already gone out first. Furthermore, Captain Do and Captain Min have refused your help. Line's expression is full of confusion. What do you mean? Min felt confused and refused. Do they want to destroy themselves completely? Kamison said firmly. The three team leaders aren't enough to handle them, especially since one of them exudes a very strong aura. Let us go, Pure said indifferently. According to him, during Jack Reaper's last operation, no matter where you went, the situation didn't change much. Line asked Pai if we should stay here. Pure replied, not fighting, right? He lowered his voice and called Dr. Man. Dr. Man reached into his shirt and nodded. He pulls out an explosive device from inside his shirt. Mingyun is startled when he sees Dr. Man aiming the device at the group. What is that, old man? It looks suspicious. If you press it, don't blame me. A long Pai sound echoes from Line's necklace. Sei and Min gun. Min is a bit scared. Detonate? The limit has been lifted. Pio spoke in a low voice, calmly saying, in the last meeting, after hearing what Kamison said, I realized something. We were wrong in our judgment. He bowed his head sincerely and said, I apologize on behalf of Jack Reaper and ask for your help in protecting the people and the hidden station. The entire Kamison group looked at Pio in silence. Don't worry. Sei is a bit worried. Am I okay? Suddenly my limit was lifted. Line enthusiastically replied, don't worry. If there are any problems, we will support you. Kaman was about to follow the three of them when Dr. Man called him back to hold fire. He hands Kamison something. This is for you. Miss Sun looks at what's in her hand, her eyes filled with amazement. This is, I will explain over the radio later, you should go now. Dr. Man's tone is urgent. Kamison runs past Pio. Pio softly said, remember to protect the members. Kamen sped up and responded loudly. Understood. Returning to the present, Jiang Zhan roared like a fierce beast. Liu Jin, Sei, and Minhun are all ready to fight. Lian shouts loudly, he's coming. Minhun immediately replied, I'll go first, but at that moment they all froze when they saw something. Kamison suddenly charged at Jiang Zhan's face, panic flashing in his eyes. To Kamison, he appeared utterly unbelievable. His knife couldn't hurt Jiang Zhan at all, and he seemed to go berserk, repeatedly stabbing the blade into him. A look of surprise appeared in Kamison's eyes. Jiang Zhon had transformed, glaring at Kamison with an angry expression. He pushed Kamison away. Kamison let out a painful cry. But luckily, Mingun managed to catch him in time. He asked Kamison why he was in such a hurry. Let me go, he's about to unleash it. At this moment, Liu-jin is also preparing to attack Jiangjan with his silk. Zeihai aims his gun at Jiangjan and keeps firing shots that hit his body. Lane stomped on the strands of her own silk and then charged down, delivering a powerful kick to Jiangjan. Zeihai keeps shooting at Jiangjan. He wonders why he remains so calm. It's suspicious. Elin also agrees. That's right, like a monster that only roars. At this moment, 2 energy spheres burst out from the smoke. These 2 sources of energy target Yin and Se simultaneously, causing an explosion in the air. This attack is none other than from Jiangjan, the insect-human hybrid. Seeing this, Kamison shouted, "Dekper!" 2 things are flying out of the smoke in the sky. Kamison opened her eyes wide, her expression full of shock. Carefully, Legion and Seihi managed to avoid that attack. Seihai feels lucky to have dodged it. Elin's tone becomes more urgent. If it's like before, we're definitely dead. Mingyun closely observes Kamison's face. What's with that expression? Aren't you happy that everyone's safe? He asked Kamison, probably regretting his impulsive actions earlier that affected his teammates. Kamison, annoyed, told Min Nangun to stop talking nonsense and get ready to fight. Min stepped forward and coldly said, "Yes, I will handle the rest. Later can just hide somewhere and watch casually." Mingun looked up at Kamison with a somewhat sarcastic expression. Since there's nothing else to do now, he emphasized the tone for you to do it all. Minhun's words made Kamison suddenly freeze in surprise. Min told Kamison to clearly see how powerful the members are when they are no longer restrained. Then Min suddenly vanished without a trace before Kamison's eyes. Kamison's face shows clear anger, his hand clenched around the sword, cursing in frustration. The scene shifts to Jiangjan, his fist clenched and raised. He waved his hands and fired shots. One of his bullets hit Line's wing. "Oh, my wing. Luckily, that shot only grazed your wing. She is still able to fly." Seihai hurriedly told Line to support from behind for me. Lejin immediately wrapped her silk around Sei's leg. She praised Zeihai for doing a great job. Keep it up. Seihai and Elin move quickly, dodging the bullets fired by Jiangjan. Seihai uses her ability again. He sheds his body and transforms into Scarlet PH. Zeihai points his gun at Jiangjan and fires a shot. The bullets Jiangjan fires are completely made of stainless steel compared to Zeihai's shot. Xhai's shot flies straight at Jiangjan's face, then explodes in a burst. Jiangjan leaps up, opening his mouth with a fierce growl. He swooped past Zeihai to attack him. Seihai realizes something. Jiangjan's mouth is holding Sei's arm, and he's aiming at Azin. Azin unleashes her second transformation, shedding her physical form to become a super farm. In her hand is a sword made from her own silk. She gently uses the sword to cut off one of Jiangjan's legs. Elgin suddenly felt something different as Jiangjan flew past her to attack. He landed on the ground, then turned to look at them. Zeihai hurriedly flew away with Lai Yin. Jiangjan now plants one foot on the ground. Yin is startled and turns to look at Zeihai. "Be careful." Jiangjan flies up behind Zeihai. He grabbed both of them, his gaze fixed on the protective wall of Dark Reaper's base. Jiangjan throws Ijin and Sei away. As they touch the base's wall, they are struck by high-voltage electricity, causing them to scream. Legend tries to control her hair like iron bars aiming at Jiangjan. Line's hair pierces through his body. Legend is furious. That damn monster, both of them got electrocuted, but this bastard is completely fine. Lane urgently calls out Seihai. Seihai immediately understood her meaning. Got it, he performed a combo attack, firing bullets at Jiangjan's body and pushing him away. Seihai's dragonfly bullets pushed Jiangjan away, causing him to fall into Jianlei's pond. After a while, smoke started rising from the surface of the lake. Jiangjan crawled out of the pond. "Where are you going? Did you think you could escape easily? Some terrible creature has sprayed water all over the ground. Now this is my stage. Stage 2. May I begin?" He initiates his second phase of escape. At this moment, Lian and Sei also fell down. Kamison hurriedly ran over. Seeing the current situation of the two of them, he was amazed. Sei and Liu-jin have now returned to their human forms. Kamison sat down beside Liu-jin and asked, "Are Sei's hands okay?" Seihai gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm fine." Legend was just seriously injured. Oh, Kamison. Yin calls Kamison softly, asking in pain, "What are you doing?" Mission still doesn't understand what Line means. Line told him to go. She struggled to sit up. Misun asked her what she was doing. "Don't move." Lejin interrupts him. "Your job is not to rescue us." Yin's serious gaze tells Kamison, "Fight." She emphasized that he was still alive. "Kamison, you have to kill him." Kamison hesitated a bit, "But right now Lejin raises his hand and says he can do it. She took hold of his cheeks and smiled softly because it was him. Line's encouragement made Kamison more confident. He responded with a brief nod. "Yeah, mission, run away." Sei looked at Liu-jin with worry. "Will it be okay?" We are in this situation now, Liu Jin whispered softly. Of course it's not okay. A look of determination appeared in her eyes. It will be very difficult, but Kamison has always managed to overcome it. This time, he will definitely succeed, because he's a hero. At this moment, the walkie-talkie in Kamison's ear crackles with Dr. Man's voice. Miss Sun, do you hear me clearly? Kamen responds. I understand. Dr. Man told you to take what he gave you earlier. Kamen holds what Dr. Man handed him. From now on, listen carefully to what I say. Dr. Man said with a look of inscrutable cunning on his face. I will explain to you how to use that. Kamison's eyes were filled with amazement as he looked at the object in his hand. With this thing? Dr. Man said in a deep voice through the microphone. Sorry I didn't have time to test it before giving it to you. I hope it works as well as your research suggested. Kamison speeds up and runs forward. I understand now. At this moment by the lake, Kamison suddenly halted. Jang John was pierced in the head by something sharp. Kamison's eyes are filled with shock as Min stands atop Jang John's corpse. Min Hun's legs pierced into Jang John's corpse as he looked at Kamison with an annoyed voice. What do you mean? I told you to hide somewhere. He laughed. Well, it's okay. You arrived just in time. Look at this. I personally defeated Hexagon. Mingun used his sharp iron leg to threaten Jiang John by stabbing it deep into his body. Min Ngun's armor shatters, his face full of malice and contempt. Jiang John, 3 worthless bastards. He turned around and walked away, smugly saying, I've become unusually strong in just 2 hours. Mingun approached Kamison and said, It's been a while since I had a little relaxation. He put his hand on Kamison's shoulder and said, Let's go back to the headquarters, Ngun's friend said. Hearing the words, my friend, Kamson's eyes widened. He immediately swung a knife at Ko Myung-gu, then quickly jumped back. A wound appeared on Ko Min-yu, dark blood oozing from it. Kamen clenched his weapon tightly, watching Ngun with a wary gaze. Min-gun slightly tilts his head, raises his sword, and asks, What the hell are you doing? Kamen looks sharply and dismissively. Since when am I your friend? Min-hung remained silent, lost in thought. Something crawled out of the wound on Min-ngun's neck, and it spoke with a resentful look. Damn it, you're too cocky. A look of shock clearly appeared in Kamison's eyes, while Min-ngun's eyes were now empty. It's obvious this bastard thinks you're his friend. Min paused for a moment, then continued. Isn't that right? That's why the parasite that crawled out from the wound on Min-ngun's neck said proudly, I told you to say less. Haha. A tense atmosphere envelops Kamison and Min-gu. Kamison's eyes are filled with astonishment. How did you get into his body? Who are you, really? The parasite sneered contemptuously. Can't you see? Of course he's an idiot. He thought I would recognize right away. He's a parasite that crawled out of that bug's body. That's right, he is Hagon, the third pillar, a Zhangjian, the parasitic species. Misun rushes forward at incredible speed, swinging his sword to strike Zhang Zhou. Zhang Zhou laughed again, planning to crush him to the ground. Don't even dream about it. He attacked Kamison's waist, causing it to bleed. He's not easy to defeat. Kamison quickly covers the wound on his waist with his hand as Zhang Zhou circles around him, looking smug. Hey, why are you covering up the wound? Are you afraid he'll parasitize inside? He punches Kamison in the face with a contemptuous tone, not caring about human bodies. Zhang Zhang calmly says, the only thing he desires is a powerful parasitic creature. He slowly said, Siafarax is strong as hell, but still nothing compared to this guy. So Zhang Dan looks at Mingu, I have to invade his body. He immediately crawled back into the wound and said, Min-hungun suits him well, both despicable and quite talkative. Zhang Doan controlled Min-hun's head to turn backward and said with a sinister tone, I will use this body to wipe out all the humans in the hidden station. Min-hungun transforms, shedding his skin to take on his second combat form. Suddenly he pauses and says reproachfully, Who told you not to listen? Min-hungun shouted angrily, What are you doing sneaking here after I told you to run away, you idiot? A look of surprise appears in Min-hungun's eyes and he pauses slightly. Huh. Wasn't it that guy just now who said that? Min-sun speaks quietly. I don't want to run anymore. Min silently looked at Kamison, who remained calm in both expression and tone. I won't fall behind anymore. Take off the tape from your neck. Eye on. Take what Dr. Man gave me to evolve, Kamison emphasizes. He injects that into the hole in his neck, and Min-hungun's eyes are filled with shock. Kamison shouted. Large veins bulged from the hole in his neck and spread around. His hand also bulged with veins as he clenched the weapon. Earlier, Dr. Man asked him, Have you noticed anything unusual when using the insect weapon recently? Mi-sun honestly replied, Yes. During training, just before going into battle, I felt as if my body was absorbing the energy emitted by the weapon. Dr. Mann slowly said, I actually discovered something suspicious in your test results after the fight with Desticker, which was a large amount of Gina from bullet ants. This statement of Dr. Mann left Camison stunned. Maybe during the previous battle, while you and your brother fought, part of his power was absorbed into your body. I guess so. Dr. Mann continued. What do you mean? Camison's voice rose sharply. Dr. Mann told him to stay calm and listen to what he had to say. He amplified this source of power and gave it to you. In other words, it's body evolution. Camison's reactions become more and more intense as Zhang takes control of Min Ngun's body and rushes forward. You bastard, don't mess this up. A surge of power from Camison's body directly hits Min Hun, smoke billowing everywhere. Mingun said in shock when he saw Camison at this moment. You bastard. He paused for a moment and asked, Are you a clone? Camison had now transformed and the red ant appeared within him. No, I am Camison. He is Ara's top ant soldier currently asleep. She suddenly sensed a strange energy and immediately woke up A to sit up, calling out for Camison. She looked outside softly and said, Camison. Min Hun and Camison stand facing each other, a distance between them, Min Hun's eyes suddenly glowing red. Min Hun softly asks in a tense voice, Camison, why don't you rush in? Kamen remains silent as if organizing his thoughts. Min is moving now, so I'll strike first. Min Yun uses his two strong legs to attack Camison's shoulders, shouting for him to die, but in an instant, Min Hun's face shows a look of shock. This time it's my turn. Kamen punches Mingun, but Min Ngun quickly regains his balance and crosses two swords in front of his chest. Camison is a bit surprised by this strength. Is this the new power? He charged forward like an arrow, and Min Ngun also lunged, both striking at the same time. After the attack, they both stood still and glared at each other before engaging in a fierce battle, punching and slashing without anyone willing to give up. Min Ngun cut through Camison's shoulder, tearing off a piece of armor. In return, Misin also punched through a piece of armor on Min Hun's helmet. Both quickly separated. Min Ngun slides on the water spirit and splashes water at Camison. This attack from Min Hun is like a towering wave crashing down. Water poured down on Camison, but he simply swung his hand and split the water in two like chopping vegetables. The sword in Min Hun's hand was knocked away by Camison's punch. Zhang Duang inside Min Hun was full of confusion. What exactly is going on? Min Ngun's eyes widened in fury, and more importantly, he had no information about Camison at all. He was getting more and more furious, neither a normal friend nor a clone, so what on earth is he? This useless, hostile bastard. Misun is about to throw a punch now, his fist ready to hit Min Ngun's sword tip. At the moment Kamen's fist hits the tip of Min Hun's sword, the sword deforms. Misun punches Min Hun, causing Min to stumble backward, and Jiang Zhou inside Min Hun becomes frantic. There's no other choice. I have to take him by force. Min Hun jumps up, and Camison has already lightly kicked his leg. He stomps the ground to gain momentum and rushes forward again. But suddenly tentacles come rushing toward him. Behind Min Hun, tentacles are spreading out. He suddenly stops. Zhang Zhan is in Min Hun's mouth, taunting him with a provocative voice. Come here so I can take you. The tentacles behind Min Hun grab Camison's arms, but he breaks free and seizes them. He continued to charge forward. Camison prepared to throw a punch. Camison's fist rushes toward Min Gun's face. He suddenly senses something's wrong. Jiang Zhou is nowhere to be seen in Min Ngun's mouth right now. Min Hung said in a voice, It's behind you. He emphasized, You idiot. Zhang Zhou is now behind Camison, crawling into his body through his back, and now he falls, clinging tightly to Camison's back as his tentacles burrow into him. He looked at his body through Camison's perspective, sneered coldly, and said, Ha ha ha! This body is mine now. Camison tightly grabbed one of Zhang Zhan's tentacles and pulled him out of the body. Jiang Zhan suddenly flew backwards, surprised by his actions, full of contempt in his heart, wanting to pull him out of the body. Dream on, sweetheart. Camison punches him hard, forcing his body to crash onto the ground, his eyes bulging and mouth wide open in pain as Camison keeps hitting him repeatedly. Zhang Zhan chuckled. The idiot thinks those petty tricks can defeat me? Camison's hand now has a knife, speaking arrogantly. You still have a long way to go before you can kill me. But before he could finish speaking, Camison cut through his body. Two X-shaped cuts appeared on Jiang's face, and he exclaimed in confusion, What is going on? His entire body had been cut into pieces by Camison, and Jiang Zhan's body was falling to the ground. Camison remained standing still. The two blades in his hands kept emitting energy, his armor gradually melted away, and in an instant he returned to his human form. Camison sat down. Heisey and Liu Jin rush over to Camison, quickly approaching him. Liu Jin sat down to support Camison's back and asked if he was okay. Line. Camison speaks softly, a hint of joy flickering in his eyes. I met my mother, in Camison's mind. In front of him, 5 large crystals appeared, and within the central crystal, a shadowy figure emerged, with his eyes filled with astonishment. Could this be a suit of armor on the crystal? Perhaps it's his new power. Moreover, this power originates from Gamihan, and becomes his strength. While Mayon was lost in thought, Gyang Johan infiltrated his mind, using his tentacles like threads, binding his limbs and crawling onto his body. Misun grits his teeth as he watches him parasitize. Could he not have avoided it in time? Jiang Johan invades his body, forcing him to open his eyes wide and roll them back. At that moment, Red Ant appears once again. Red Ants shove Jiang Johan away from Camison and break the tentacles constricting him. Jiang Johan falls to the ground, coughing heavily. Red Ant stands behind Camison with a fierce look, while Camison sways all over and is about to fall. Are you still looking at the Red Ants? Fire Ants? Another person appears and places a hand on Camison's shoulder. That is his mother in her transformed form as the Red Ants fly past Camison. He lifts his face, his eyes filled with amazement. The armor on his mother's body disappears. Camin looks at Camison with a gentle smile, leaving Camison speechless in surprise. He held Camison tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, calling out, "Mom!" His voice choked with emotion. So it turns out my mother has always protected me. Thank you, Mom. But Cam Minin didn't say a word to Min. Minin stepped back and placed her hand on Camison's head. Kaminjin gently pats his head as Minin's tears suddenly start to fall. Why is Mom crying? Kamin asks. Minjin suddenly begins to fade away, her appearance now like a blazing fire. Camison still gazes blankly, and now the Red Ants have crawled onto his face. One flies into the hole on his neck. Camison wakes up, again dreaming of her mother. Seeing Camison wake up, Zahai loudly calls out, "Liljin, Miss Sun is awake." Line quickly ran into the ward, holding 2 flowers in her hand. She loudly asked Camison, "Are you awake?" Camin looked at the 2 flowers in Liljin's hand and asked, "I still don't understand what's going on." "Why am I here?" Line replied, "I had to be transferred to the medical station because you wouldn't wake up. You've been unconscious for 3 days. She asks Camison if he's okay. "Line is very worried about you," Camin whispered. "I'm fine. Thanks." Line looked away and replied, "You're welcome." At this moment, someone pulled back the curtain behind Lyelin and said angrily, "These kids," this person told Camison. "You're making me sad." Line looked at him indifferently. "What's going on?" The young man pushed up his glasses and jokingly said, "You should care about me too." Cayman was a bit surprised and asked him, "Who are you?" The young man lowered his glasses and straightforwardly said, "I am your manager." An begins to complain in his role as the manager. "Seeing you guys handle the cleanup this time, I feel really proud. We've been under pressure and insulted constantly lately, but Leo Jine doesn't care at all." Camison thought for a moment and then replied, "I feel a little hungry," which surprised Lin and Se. An asked everyone, "Do they not hear him?" Si-Hai immediately went outside to find some food. Line excitedly told Si-Hai to bring everything here. Si-Hai felt touched. Lane was so happy because she was also a patient. Unexpectedly, Zehai ran into Minhoon. Se-Hai pointed behind and asked Mingun why he was standing here. "Kemen is awake now." "Not meeting him?" Minhun replied coldly. "So what? Just woke up, is there anything to be proud of?" Se-Hai passes by Minhun. "After all, you're friends, so you should go see him." Mingun's face shows anger. "That damn fox." "How do you know? I just heard you talking in your sleep." Zehai replies. While Moon was unconscious, he was talking in his sleep. "Hey, am I not your friend? Damn it, you sound so desperate." Se-Hai tells Mingun, who angrily grabs a hot weapon and chases after Zehai. "Hey, stop messing with me." Zehai hurriedly runs away. "Ah, isn't your leg injured?" Dr. Man looks at the screen and ponders. No matter how he calculates, the result still falls outside the norm. It's clear that something has developed inside Camison's body. We need to check on him as soon as he wakes up. "Your radio just lit up, I'm listening." Camison's voice echoes. Dr. Man answers the call. "Is that you? I understand now." "Just in time?" Dr. Man glanced back. "He has something to tell you. Please stand up, eh?" "Excuse me, sir." Her voice was soft. She finally asked where this place was. Dr. Man stood in front of the glass. He tapped his cane on the ground and told Camison whether I should tell A to help push against the glass in a pleading tone. "Please let me out of here." Dr. Man's glasses glow as he looks at A and continues speaking to Camison. Maybe not then. The scene shifts outside the base, where staff are cleaning up the bodies of the mutant creatures. C's head is thrown into the car. An employee looks up, sounding somewhat bored. "Oh man, my back probably won't hold up much longer. I wonder what they plan to do with these monsters' bodies since they keep bringing them back every time." He scratched his head and looked at the employee who helped him. "Luckily, I have you working with me. You look pretty strong despite that. I'm not joking." The staff member grins. Oh yes, I just look weak. Just kidding. What's your name again? The uncle asked. Oh, I am Zodong, he replied. No Sodong, he smiled brightly. No Sodong. Unholding a coffee cup and looking out the door, I have to say, this angle makes Un look very handsome. Behind Un, Line's voice rang out. Here, eat this too. Seihai asked if Kamison had ever eaten a real meal before, and the two of them took turns feeding him, causing him to choke on the food. Seeing them, I pouted. Then Kamison also stood up and put on his coat. Seihai asked, Where are you planning to go? Kamen quickly replied, I'm just going to see Dr. Man for a moment, and then I'll be back. Seihai stepped forward and said, Let me go with you. Kamen asked Seihai what was wrong, his tone a bit hesitant. He wants to ask you about something. When they arrive at Dr. Man's office, they see the door is closed and a sign saying he's away. Seihai was a bit surprised. Where could he have gone? He hardly ever leaves his office. Let's think about where he might have gone. Seihai told him to go there. The scene shifts to the zombie corpse processing center. The staff here unload the zombie corpses from the carts. One corpse is placed on the conveyor belt and disassembled by the workers. I heard this is the place where materials are sorted to create zombie weapons. I think he might be here. An X-High calmly said as a truck full of zombie corpses passed by. The cart driver said, We're just hitching a ride. An X-High nodded and said, You've worked hard. Came and hesitated and asked Ants, Hi, are you okay in this place? And she replied, It's fine. A calm voice sounded, causing Kamison and Ants High to hear it. What do you mean? Dr. Man instructed. Just leave the bodies of the designated mutants here. Today, this is enough. Everyone can go home now, a calm voice said. The uncle staff asked, So just leave it here without sorting? Is the salary still the same? The manager smiled and replied, Of course, you too can go now. The clerk's mood brightened. Today we deserve a good celebration. Zogyang now stared intently at the corpse of the insect, his gaze dark and menacing. The uncle turned to ask him, What's wrong? Let's go back. Hearing this, a look of surprise appeared in Kamison's eyes. Sodong turned his face back and smiled. Yes, I am here. But Sodong's expression suddenly froze when he met Kamison's gaze. They looked at each other in silence. Kamison stepped forward, heading towards Sodong. You! Kamison's voice was cold. He glared at Zodong with murderous intent, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. What do you want? Zodong was a bit surprised. Is something wrong? At this moment, Kamison reached out to Zodong. He clenched his fist and lifted him up. How dare you? Kamison's tone is dark and filled with anger, making his expression look terrifying. He continues, Do you bring the corpse here? Uncle anxiously asked. What are you doing? Let go of Sodong now. An X-High quickly grabbed Kamison's arm and asked hurriedly, What's wrong with you? Let go quickly. Sodong tightly gripped Kamison's arm, telling him to let go. His grip so strong it aimed to break his arm. Kamison was startled and immediately punched Sung hard in the face, causing him to be thrown back several meters. Kamison continues to rush forward. Zodong struggles to sit up at this moment. An X-High immediately stopped Kamison and asked what was going on. Kamison gritted his teeth and said, And High, don't stop me. That bastard, Song shouted. I am human. Blood is flowing from Zodong's nose and mouth. Kamison's eyes widened in surprise. Zodong's blood is a clear red. At that moment, Zane had poured a lot of larvae into Zodong's mouth, and he had turned into a monster. Miss Sun? An X-High gently called him. He spoke calmly to Miss Sun. I don't know what happened, but you should go back to the dormitory first. I'll handle this here. An employee approached and asked what was going on. An X-High apologized and asked So Jiang if he was okay, while the uncle, the staff member, shouted angrily, Are you blind? If you can't see, why are you asking? Sodong told the uncle, Uncle, I'm fine. Just now I saw him spread his wings. Damn insect bastards. The uncle shouted, Sorry, let me take him to the clinic. An X-High spoke apologetically. Mi-sun still stood there watching them. Even as night fell, the uncle still muttered angrily, Why did they sneak in here? Sodong replied, I don't know either. The uncle asked, Do you know the person who hit you? No, he lowered his voice. And you know I have amnesia. I don't really remember anymore. Oh well, forget him. He's not worth your concern. The uncle shouted loudly. Sodong bowed his head to greet him and told him to go home safely. Uncle waves goodbye to Sodong. See you again tomorrow. Sodong walks away. He has no idea who that person is. Why? For what reason? Sodong's hand clutches his neck as they do it. He tears open his shirt to reveal a darkened chest with two types of blood, one red and one purple. Sodong was furious. Why did they keep targeting only him? In Mi-chan's territory, the monsters all stood silently on stone pillars, watching. All right then, bringing the corpse back alone? Come on, show me how cowardly you really are. Faceless human, you are nothing. In Chu-Im's eyes, fear overwhelmed him as his voice faltered. I am Gong Chu-Im, a subordinate of Lord Bang Zhe-Zin, the sixth pillar. During the fight I fainted, so I will recount what I remember through the eyes of a hummingbird. John Lee from the third pillar and Guzhen from the second pillar, my subordinates, were defeated by high-ranking officers of Bee Reaper. Those two have died. Lord Zhangjian, after revealing his true form, also lost his life. Seeing the position of the third pillar, it was completely empty. Dekang's eyes were filled with surprise. Jiangjian, I am also shocked. Who could it be at the end of the day? No Hu covered her mouth but couldn't hide her surprise. The culprit is the one who claims to be the number one of the ant colony operation. Chu-Im's voice trembles. Suddenly, Mi-chan burst into laughter, waking the tiger beneath his feet. He laughed loudly as if watching a comedy show. Mi-chan's mood is full of excitement. Is he still claiming to be that way? You managed to defeat Jiangjian, so you must have found a new method, right? Mi-chan paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. An interesting, arrogant person. At this moment, swarms of black ants appeared around Chu-Im, merging into black ant people who refused to submit. Mi-chan spoke slowly. He sneered, his eyes full of hatred. Truly a worthless piece of trash. The black ant people stood on both sides of the path leading to Mi-chan's seat. Well done. I will reward you, he said to Chu-Im in a deep, husky voice. Upon hearing about the reward, Chu-Im's face became excited, but it quickly turned pale when he heard what Mi-chan said. From now on, become a part of me. Mi-chan waved her hand, commanding the ants to gather. The black ants surround Chu-Im, and Mi-chan orders them to kill her. The black ants swarmed over Chu-Im, her screams echoing across the ground. At this moment, Shin's bracelet appears. Mi-chan's eyes turn cold as she sharply says, What are you doing? Sixth pillar, Shin successfully saved Chu-Im, but she lost her arm. Witnessing Shin's reckless act, Dukang couldn't help but be angry. You idiot. Sijin lands on the ground, her tone hurried. I'm very sorry, Lord Kojima, she told Kojima. This girl is my only subordinate. I am willing to sacrifice one of my arms. Please forgive the girl. Mi-chan stroked his chin, a sly smile on his lips. Well, what if I refuse? The black ant soldiers surround Jin and Chu-Im's car. Mi-chan's voice was deep and hoarse, but the others seemed displeased. Shin's face showed a hint of pain. Please give me a chance. If even I end up empty-handed, I will dedicate this body to you, Kojima. Mi-chan's tone also softened as she said, You're impressive, quite spirited. Suddenly, the black ants formed into an arm and strangled Chu-Im. Chu-Im is pulled away, her hands also held tightly by the black ants. She is suspended in mid-air by the black ants. Mi-chan said sarcastically, If I were you after making a bold promise and failing, I would never come back. He reminded Zhe-Jin that no matter the outcome, he should return here. And then, we'll see. Mi-chan lifts her chin, a smug look on her face. You promised. The scene shifts to the insect monster's corpse being lifted by a crane. Sodong is filled with amazement. This was the first time he saw such a large insectoid creature. The uncle replied, Me too. Kamison stands behind them, watching. Who did you say you wanted to find earlier in the surveillance room? A voice echoed outside. No one else. A resident joined the station shortly after it was completed. Kamison's tone is indifferent. Kamison asks if you love. Is it true that he is human? Yang was a bit surprised by the question. Of course, duplicate humans can't pass the station entry procedures. Yan calmly said, You wouldn't know because you haven't experienced it. The process is very strict. The test results show he is 100% human. Yen asked Kamison, Are they someone you know? Kamen replied briefly. Yang calmly said, The hospital report notes a burn all over the body and no memory of the past 2 years. Kamison felt a growing sense of unease inside, unsure of what to believe anymore. If you look at him now, is he really a clone? A deep voice sounded beside Kamison. Dr. Man calmly said, This clone is big and strong. Kamison asked in surprise, Where have you been? Dr. Manon calmly replied, You had to be away for a bit. He asked, Is the evolution still going well? Oh, I see. If before the swarm of ants would surround and protect my body, now after evolving I feel like I've transformed myself, Kamen said slowly as he looked at his hand. Dr. Man snorted. Kamen asked, Do you have a problem? Follow me for a moment, Dr. Man said to him. Kamison follows Dr. Man as he leads him to a dark room. The door opens and Kamison steps in, only for the door to suddenly close behind him. Dr. Man stands outside watching him, softly saying, I'm sorry, he wants to see your evolution firsthand. At this moment, Kamison senses the energy of the creature, quickly turns away, and something massive with a heavy aura of resentment is approaching. That creature gradually revealed itself. Kamison's eyes widened in surprise as it slowly approached him, looking utterly insane. Dr. Man told Kamison, Show him how you've evolved. The creature stared at him with a bloodthirsty look. Camison asked, "What is Dr. Man doing? Isn't there any other way to test it?" Dr. Man replied calmly, "What better battle than the King of Insects battle?" Camison looked at the insect in front of him and asked, "What is that insect?" Dr. Man smiled. "Isn't it magnificent?" A sinister expression appeared on his face. "That's Gitch Anti, the strongest killer insect. Using it for testing would be a bit of a waste." Camison becomes aggressive, not understanding why there are insect creatures here. Dr. Man's tone is hurried. There's no time to explain. Here it comes. The killer bug swung his hand behind Camison. Trung Nan Giet's hand strikes down hard. After this attack, he stands completely still, as if deep in thought. Camison managed to block Trung Nan Giet's hand as Dr. Man smiled with satisfaction. This is the ant bullet inside Camison's body that has been released. Evolve into the ant bullet form. Dr. Man grins mischievously and says, "You're not bad yourself." He becomes excited. "He's very strong. Show me what you've got." "What battle?" "Dr. Man wants to see how you fight in your evolved form." Camison pushes away the attack of the retching monster. The retching monster extends its super long arms to strike at Camison. Camison tilted his head to dodge, and the spider-like creature's hand brushed past his head. Camison shot forward like an arrow. The wall was punctured by the fist of the insectoid creature, with poison still lingering in the dent. The insectoid creature raised its arm to strike down at Camison. In the eyes of the insect doctor, full of amazement, from toxins to power-up, always the same, the kill insect slams its hand down like crushing an ant. Trung Han Giet's arm suddenly trembled at this moment. A slash appeared on the ret creature's hand, and Camison used his two blades to tear through the ret's arm and escape. The retching monster let out a painful grunt and retreated as Camison charged forward, assessing him in his mind. As expected, Trung Han Giet is very strong, but he's quite clumsy. Camison raises his poison needle, ready to take him down with one strike. Camison aims his poison needle directly at Trung Han Giet's face. Trung Han Giet suddenly calls out to Missen. Immediately, Camison shifts his attack to the wall behind Trung Han Giet. The wall behind his attack was dented and cracked, and Trung Han Giet retreated a distance from Camison. Seeing this, Dr. Man was also surprised and asked, "Are you deliberately missing? Why is that?" "This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to see the poison of bullet ants. Hurry up and do it again." Camison suddenly swung a strike at the door, startling Dr. Man. The bars were cut apart by his blow. "Shut up," he growled. "Are you asking what Dr. Man did to the Choe family? Because right now, the Choe family is rushing forward, shouting your name." "Camison," Dr. Man's face darkened. "It's over. We've been caught." Camison pointed his poison needle at Dr. Man in anger and shouted, "You damn old bastard! Now let A use his arm to push Camison away." Camison's whole body slammed against the wall, and he slid down as Choe rushed toward him at full speed. Choe yells his name again, Camison. Camison lifts his face to look at Choe and calls her name. At this moment, Choe punches Camison in the face, shattering his helmet. This scene even makes Dr. Man terrified as Ada keeps throwing punches at Camison. "Why are you just standing there taking the hits?" "If you do that, you'll really die," Dr. Man said urgently. "Are you trying to oppose me?" "Camison." Dr. Man shouted, but Camison remained still, unbothered by his words. Dr. Man's face was so shocked he couldn't speak. Camison glared at him with eyes full of resentment. His gaze terrified Dr. Man, as if blaming him with resentment. Dr. Man fears that he wants to use death to make him regret. Book Reaper is the strongest army and his most passionate research project. No, you must not let that happen. Dr. Man took out a device from his shirt. "That's right, because you're curious. You really want to see what Giganti will look like when he becomes a zombie." After waking up, A has become more obedient. The researcher told Dr. Man that the insect index is decreasing. So he had to amplify it so Gia A would raise both hands, ready to strike down hard, shouting out loud, "Camison, forgive me." Dr. Man shouted for A to stop now and pressed the switch towards A. His face slightly lowered, Camison remained seated without lifting his head. Mission's voice became gentle for A. Camison finally looked up as Ara's armor disappeared, and Cho A returned to her human form, tears streaming down her face. She asked, "Are you okay?" Kamen looked at her and softly replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Ara kneels down and places her hand on his shoulder in B Reaper's examination room. "It's just a warning." Leo Jin's voice echoed outside. She looked at Camison. "That crazy old man hasn't died at your hands yet. That's truly a miracle." Kamen calmly replied, "Anyway, he's someone we need." Dr. Man, locked in the room, kept knocking on the door with his cane, telling him to go back to the research lab. He still has a lot of work to do. The loudspeaker announcement echoes, so he has to stay here for now. Chairman Pieux has given the order. The second personality test begins. The loudspeaker announces again. Lin's tone becomes cold. Forget about that. What is the food you want to eat the most? The speaker asks AG about the hot pot, and A responds briefly. Line and Kamison look into the examination room. Line asks Kamison, "What should we do with Choe now?" The loudspeaker asks A. The next question, "Who do you want to see the most right now?" A replies, "My brother. Is she going to join Book Reaper?" Line asks Kamison. Kamison assesses, let's see if Ara still can't control herself when arranging to meet Ani again. So Dong and those who have had conflicts with her could trigger her agitation. Line replied indifferently, "We need to consider this further." She told Kamison, "I just met So Dong." Kamison asked her, "So how was it?" "It seems he really has lost his memory. The thing is, you accidentally bumped into Sung's shoulder." Lil Jin squeezed her arm after hitting So Dong, saying it hurt a lot. So Dong hurriedly apologized, his face also turning red. "He didn't recognize me at all. I was the one who bumped into him first, yet he was the one panicking and apologizing, and he even blushed because of the beauty. He really knows how to read people." Lian calmly said, telling Kamison as if he had truly lost his memory. "The important thing is what human ability he uses to survive here, right?" Line feels that So Dong is the one who really needs to be locked up in Dr. Man's research room. The sky has turned to evening as a cleanup staff pulls the corpse cart to the collection point and dumps the corpse onto the ground. Zodong looked at the corpse of the clone, swallowing hard, a faint twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zodong reached out and grabbed the clone's arm. Uncle suddenly called him, asking what he was doing. "Hurry up and go home." Zodong quickly hid his hands behind his back and told his uncle to go ahead. His uncle looked a bit puzzled and asked, "What's going on?" "Since it's on the way anyway, let's eat dinner together and head home." Zodong replied softly, "Yeah, at the restaurant." He lifted his bowl of soup and drank eagerly. The uncle chuckled, seeing how much he was eating, and said, "You really eat well. Watching you eat is enough to satisfy me. Have another bowl." "Hey, you're really annoying. It's always like this." Zodong's tone suddenly changed, and the uncle was surprised to hear it. Zodong's face became excited. "Why not order 2 more special bowls?" The uncle laughed out loud and told him to eat as much as he wanted. "Thank you so much, Uncle," Zodong said gratefully. The uncle turned his back and walked away, waving goodbye to Zodong. "See you tomorrow." Zodong bowed his head and told the uncle to go home safely. He then walked away but suddenly stopped. Zodong turned around, and now he was the only one left on the road. Suddenly, he vanished. Zodong runs very fast, looking frantic and unable to wait any longer. Even eating more rice and soup wouldn't be worth it. I'm craving it so much I have to eat it now. The thing he must eat at all costs. Zodong, with a crazed look, pulls down the bushes, and a hole in the wall hits him in the face. For a moment, Zodong was nowhere to be seen. He was sitting on the ground, busy doing something. It turns out he's happily eating the corpses of the insect people. And he doesn't even realize when he started liking these things. He chews the insectoid meat with a craving like he's been starving for days. Zodong speaks excitedly. "After dealing with the corpse of the insectoid, I always crave this flavor. Still, it's impressive how well I can hold back. Damn it." Anger once again filled Zodong's eyes. This morning, if it weren't for that bastard, when the uncle asked Zodong if she knew who she was, why was her face so red and flustered? Zodong was a bit embarrassed and replied, "No, that's not it, Deckburn. She's a clone," the uncle said, and hearing that, Zodong was startled and quickly turned his face away. He smiled with a look of desire on his face. Zodong even smiled lecherously. "Wake up, you don't stand a chance," the uncle shouted. Zodong thought to himself, "Wow, she's really delicious." He's also had enough to eat. Zodong lies on the ground, still biting the insect's arm, now craving it again. Even though it's just an electric-grilled insect, it's still delicious. If it were fresh, how much better would it taste? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. It was him. Hearing someone approaching, Zodong was startled. This person standing in front of Zodong calmly says, "You punctured that hole." Zodong quickly releases the arm of the insect he was holding and nervously asks, "Who is that?" The other person replied in a deep voice, "Isn't that so?" Turns out this person is Anjuni. The clone kills. She asked Zodong, "Could it be a clone?" Zodong hurriedly explained, "I am human. I didn't make that hole. I was working at the hiding station and just fell asleep here." When I was about to go back, JNY calmly told him, "Not to worry. Are you also a clone?" Zodong exclaimed in surprise. Johnny spoke in a deep voice. "So that makes it even more terrifying?" Zodong thought in horror. Why would he encounter a duplicate outside the hiding station? He was afraid he was going to die for sure. Johnny stepped closer to Zodong and told him not to be afraid. "I'm not going to hurt him, so Dong, please don't." He suddenly charged at her, shouting loudly, "Don't lie." Suddenly, Junie's hair helped her block Zodong's punch. Junie said, It's Zodong who is lying. Zodong is stunned now. Oh no, he messed up. Only then does he notice his arm. Zodong was pushed away by Junie's hair. His hand grew abnormally large, with veins bulging visibly. He hurriedly apologized. Sometimes his hand would swell like this. He had no intention of provoking her. Please spare me. Johnny's hair now stands on end, ready to attack at any moment. Johnny shouted, I told you I wouldn't eat you. Zodong whispered, please forgive that fierce attitude. Junie softly said, you just want to thank the one who created that hole. Zodong was a bit surprised. Thank you. With that power, are you also Jack Reaper? Junie asked Zodong. Zodong wondered why. Jin took out a radio and said, the Dark Reaper's people are supposed to come here. She asked Zodong, could it be someone you know? But Zodong had disappeared without a trace. Junie softly said, I guess they are not someone I know. A person approached Junie and said, sorry for being late, I have to patrol the opposite side. Junie calmly replied, no problem, I just arrived too. What do you think about that? Junie replied indifferently, yes, I want to try too. X-Hai looked excited and asked her, really? Then he has a favor to ask her, Junie asked Sei. What's going on? Sei-Hai begins to recount the incident. Suodong stood some distance away from them, took a breath, and almost choked on his feed. He peeked out to look at them, puzzled. Dark Creeper is still dating outside the station, huh? What is this? There is a blue butterfly flying in the sky. These glowing spots also come from the butterfly. Zodong looked up at the sky, filled with doubt and suspicion. In Base B, a man was running and shouting, desperately calling for help. His face was filled with fear as he shouted, the mutants are coming, while the insect creatures were chasing after him. He grew more and more frightened, running with all his might. Help me. The streets are now extremely chaotic. A young man sees another young man on the street hitting someone with a stick. He shouted, what the hell are you doing? The young man hitting people didn't care, and hit even harder. Die, his face filled with anger. This damn bug. To that young man, the one fighting is a clone. A woman with a shocked expression. Why are you doing this? The Dark Reaper's employee holds a gun in his hand, his tone cold. This is the second hidden number location on Route 19, where he discovered the clone during patrol, his face showing a cold expression. We have to destroy it. The gun in his hand is gathering energy, ready to fire. A streak of energy whizzed past, slicing through the buildings. The woman clutched her head, tears streaming down her face. What are you doing in front of someone else's house? Darkree's employee shows surprise in his eyes. You're Park Min from Jack Reaper. Min clenched his hand holding Jack Reaper's employee's gun and asked sharply what he was doing. A cold glint flashed in Reaper's employee's eyes. I'm the one who should be asking that question. Didn't you see the clone behind you? Min Nungun turned to look at the woman. The woman looked terrified, shaking her head repeatedly. Jack the Strong emphasized dramatically, immediately destroying him right away. Minhun ducked into his neck, causing him to faint. What the hell is going on? All the incidents are happening outside, and we suspect it's caused by the blue powder falling from the sky. Therefore, we have restricted residents from going outside. Captain Min and Jack Reaper have arrived at the scene to investigate, Yong calmly said, with a look of unease in Pia's eyes. No direct attack occurred, yet this dangerous situation arose, and the clone is growing stronger. The loudspeaker issued a warning, restricting residents from going outside. Please be advised, all residents must absolutely stay indoors. Anne's mother nervously told her husband, I've closed all the doors. I don't know what's happening. Ba-an is anxious and worried about whether Si-Hai is okay. Switching scenes, Junie says with surprise. Fight. Si-Hai nodded. Yeah. To protect humans. Johnny hesitates for a moment. But fight whom? Si-Hai smiled and said, You're not supposed to fight right now. He calmly said, controlling the master's instincts is not easy. I mean, you have to learn to control your instincts and fight to protect humanity. Can you do it? Jin replied to Sei briefly. Yeah. At this moment, the alarm siren sounded outside. Zei-Hai looked tense. Watch the warning. What's going on? Joe, try going to check it out. Zei-Hai replied, All right, I'll go ahead. But suddenly the ground shook unexpectedly. Zei-Hai wondered why. And an earthquake? Jay suddenly saw something, didn't he? She remained silent, looking ahead, and saw something massive approaching. It heads this way. Scene transition. Lin asks Min where the dragonfly is. He is moving faster now. Min confidently replied, Don't worry, I'm even stronger than that pile of scrap metal over there. You're pretty confident, huh? Yin asked if Min saw anything. Where did this powder come from? Min replied. He didn't feel anything at all. What? I thought you were so capable? Line scolds, and two objects appear on Min's screen. He told Aileen, Wait a moment, I see it now, with amazement in Min's eyes. Two creatures, Legend asked him urgently. Where is it? You can't see anything. Min told Elin to turn right and follow him. Min and Elin flew toward Hannah and Sejin. Sejin coldly said, "It seems they have figured it out." Hannah smirked. "Leave everything here to me." Sejin suddenly called Hannah, and she responded with a grateful tone. "Thank you for fixing my hand and for coming here with me." Hannah glances at Sejin with a cold expression, telling her to go quickly before her clairvoyance takes effect, then looks at Sejin with tears in her eyes and says, "Don't get hurt." "Damn brat." Sejin looked at Hannah's expression and also felt confused. "I understand. Lil Jin and Min are still heading to Jin and Hannah's location." Min detects on the screen that someone has left their position. Min speeds up to chase after them, trying to escape. But at this moment, something pierced through the head of the robot Min was controlling, causing it to explode immediately afterward. "Don't even think about touching my sister," Han said. She also appeared. Jin recognized her as soon as she saw her. "She is the one who took Jin's car back then," Han admitted. "It's really me." The scene shifts to Min Yoon knocking out the two young men who were about to fight. They immediately fell down. He frowned, a look of discomfort appearing in his eyes. Miss Sun is now tying the people under the illusion to a pole, wearing a gas mask on his face. Mi Sun looked at Minhun. Minhun walked past him as if he didn't see him. Kamison hands Minhun a gas mask and says, "If you breathe in this green powder, you'll hallucinate." Minhun keeps walking. "Do you want another punch? Can you hear me?" Anger showed on Mingun's face as his veins bulged. He snatched the mask from Kamison's hand and said, "Put it on and it's done, right? Forget the formalities. We're friends after all." He lifts his leg to kick Kamison, but that's just that parasite talking nonsense, right? "I'd rather punch your friend than you. I'm 3 years older than you." "Damn it, why do I have to get involved with that arrogant bastard?" At this moment, Minhun accidentally bumps into a young man, and surprise flashes in his eyes. Kamison's eyes are the same. He slashed at Mingun's body, then stepped aside. He spoke in a low, grim voice, with a dark expression and a contemptuous tone, calling them a bunch of lowly scum. Sodong ran away headlong, his face filled with fear. "Don't look." A flash of light flickered in his eyes as he begged his former classmates. "Don't look at him with those eyes. First it's Missen's gaze. Then comes Aaron's gaze, followed by his plea for Zodong En to turn around and look at him with the face of a monster as he pours the larvae into his mouth. Zodong's expression becomes more and more terrified as his legs start to swell and his torn shoes fall apart. Zodong transforms into a monster and desperately begs them not to look at him with such hateful eyes. The scene shifts to Minhun being slashed by Dukang, falling to the ground. Dukang looks at the blood on his sword. "A mutant?" Then Kamison's eyes widened in panic as he shouted Mingun's name. Kamison drew his weapon and charged at Dokang. Dukang Kang quickly blocked his attack with his sword, a look of contempt in his eyes. "You must be one of the traitors of Darksea Reaper." He swung his sword at Kamison with incredible speed. Kamison was thrown aside before he could react, but he quickly regained his stance. His gas mask was also shattered in two by him. Kamison thought to himself, "He's too strong. Could he be one of Hexagon's people?" Mi-sun crosses her arms in front of her chest, initiating evolution. Dukong's arm changes shape at this moment, and he looks at Kamison with a grim expression. "Oh, it's you," Dukong said in a deep voice. "It really does look authentic." A strange energy radiates from Kamison. Minhung-an glanced vaguely at Kamison. Dukong said in a low voice, "He should have used all his strength." His shadow on the wall takes the shape of a praying mantis. Dukong unleashes his awakening and swings a blade at Kamison. Around Dukong, slashes like a raging storm radiated out. He has fully transformed. I will offer him up. "Your head?" Dutent said in a deep, hoarse voice. He is a Mantis Shield insect clone. Shin successfully infiltrated the BC rear base. "It's a mutant." Sejin, with an indifferent tone. "Is the shield no longer effective?" The Bog Ruin employees are about to attack Shin. A loud employee ordered it to protect the residents. Red light radiates from the dots on the jean's wheels. She shouted, "If you're so capable, come at me." Then instead of attacking the jean's vehicle, Bookreel's staff turned to attack the civilians as the scene shifted to Director Bill's office. "Pai, don't just sit there watching the screen." He grabs the cigarette box on the table. His face was emotionless at this moment. A scream echoed out. "Ah, those duplicates." The two guards outside his room automatically start shooting at each other. The door opens, Jin's car drives into the room, and immediately a sickle is pressed against her neck. Pugh puts on a gas mask and hoarsely says, "It's you, Ga." He pauses for a moment, then continues, "The one who caused this tragedy." Pugh coldly said, "You came all this way to find me, so you must have a reason. What do you want?" Pugh's sickle cuts into Zazin's neck. She speaks coldly, with a sharp and keen tone. There was something you needed to know earlier. The dots on Zizin's wings emitted red light aimed at Piu. A look of terror appears in Piu's eyes. The scene changes. Piu realizes he and Sane are in a flower forest. Piu is stunned. What is going on? Piu's eyes turn red as Sane, with a determined tone, speaks. From now on, everything of his will be under my control. This statement is like an unchallengeable declaration. The two stand facing each other, the surrounding scene heavily damaged from the recent battle, with broken walls forming obstacles. Mi-song carefully assesses the mantis shield creature, a dark energy rippling through the air making him cautious, sensing that although it looks like other creatures, its energy is very unique. Suddenly, Mi-song leapt up with a quick jump, initiating a fierce battle. The mantis also reacted swiftly, using his foot as a pivot to block the incoming strike. Mi-song suddenly leaps forward, one hand raised high as he charges at the shielded mantis, but to his surprise, his strike is decisively blocked by the mantis. He swung his hand to push Mi-song back, facing the powerful force, causing Mi-song to involuntarily be pushed backward, kneeling on the ground with his knees, creating friction with the ground to prevent himself from retreating too far. A sharp gust of wind sounded, and Mi-song, startled, looked toward the grasshopper. Seizing every opportunity, he swiftly charged at Mi-song to attack. In an instant, Mi-song raised his iron-hard hands to block the sudden attack of the praying mantis, and as the two forces collided, a fierce whirlwind of power erupted. The tense atmosphere is torn apart by the overwhelming power of the two warriors facing off, as a colossal vortex of energy whirls through the raging tornado, ripping apart the surrounding scenery. Fragments of bricks and stones flew in all directions as bursts of energy flickered amidst the tremors. Amid the chaos, Mi-song and the shield mantis stand firm, their fierce eyes locked on each other, like two opposing forces in a decisive battle. Duo Tang suddenly sneered. Going for a surprise attack, huh? It doesn't suit you at all. The two of them simultaneously swung their swords, blades clashing with a resounding clash that echoed throughout the space. One side is the mantis insect warrior with a sharp green sword, the other is an enemy with a blazing red blade like blood, unleashing evil energy. Mi-song responds fiercely, I dare to do anything. Then, he threw a circular punch straight into the left side of the mantis. The red flame flickered as if it wanted to tear through any obstacle in its path. The mantis dodged swiftly, blocking a tremendous burst of power from Mi-song. A beam of light cuts through the ground, shattering rocks and debris that fly apart in all directions in space. Du Kong realizes this is the power that defeated Jianggan, and he throws out a blue claw, instantly transforming it into a deadly spinning blade with incredible rotational force. The scorpion confidently challenges, I won't be eaten as easily as that parasite. Saying that, the mantis-human hybrid shield jumps into the air. His body stretches out, emanating a sharp and powerful aura. In his hand, the golden shield shines brightly, spinning to form a deadly energy ring, with waves of piercing air shooting out and tearing through space. Du Kong swings his shield and charges at Mi-song standing below, sharp gusts like blades spreading around the shield. Mi-song Yang narrows his eyes at the scorpion, just as the blade machine is about to strike. Suddenly, heavy footsteps rush toward them from somewhere. Meanwhile, Mi-song skillfully pivots on the tip of his toes to dodge the deadly blades of the mantis. Suddenly, a giant hand from somewhere grabs his head and pushes him away from the mantis's second strike. Now, No Exo Rang is transforming into a mutated state, charging forward while shouting, Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Each of his steps like a hammer pounding the ground, leaving cracks all around. In just a moment, No So Rang finished carrying Min and ran away from the shielded mantis. He stood there in surprise, wondering, is there another one? After saying that, he quickly leapt into the air and disappeared from the area. At this moment, a silhouette of a mutant appeared in the sky. A loud explosion echoes as white smoke billows from the creature, and Yin yells out, flying away. Han stayed right behind, his voice full of challenge. Is that all you've got? I just started it up. Yin growled in anger. Go away. Han steps in front of Elin, snorting. Aelin threw her weapon in front of Hannah and noticed that the bright blue powder in the air had disappeared. Hannah muttered, The blue powder is gone. Did Jin succeed? Ko Jian glared at Yin and said, Can you move aside now? I don't have time. Chin. Was the one from the Chin gang just now? Hannah swung her sword at Yin's web and shouted back, Yes, it's Hexagon. The sharp blade was full of tension and charged forward recklessly, but was easily blocked by Yin's web. She asked Hannah, Hexagon? Hey, what are you doing to her? Han coldly replied, I haven't done anything. She just grew on her own. Stop with this damn insect screen. Are you still daring to give me orders? You're no match for me if you want to live. Wake up now. Han struggled to break free from Izin's annoying net. She stepped back, still covered in a few strands of Elan's silk. She gritted her teeth, looking so terrible that it was almost unbearable. Unexpectedly, the silk on Han's body suddenly tightened, and a force from the other side yanked Han back fiercely. She shouted, "Then you'll die beautifully." Just as she was about to get close, Han suddenly spoke up. "We're about to become human again." Yin suddenly froze, pulling Hannah closer to her in surprise and asking, "What do you mean?" Han explained, "That's why we came here." Yin hesitated, clutching the thread tightly, unable to believe the truth. Ridiculous. "Are you still talking nonsense now? You guys are causing chaos and still dare to snore," Han replied calmly. "It's here. The key to becoming human again." At this moment, in an abandoned construction site, something suddenly flew through the air, knocking over the barriers. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, Mi-song was thrown to the ground, feeling pain all over, and her protective armor was shattered into pieces. You gasped for breath, overwhelmed with confusion. What is going on? No Xo Rang has now appeared in front of you, rushing over and grabbing your head, squeezing tightly. No raised one hand and lifted me into the air, glaring into my eyes and threatening me. "I told you not to look at me with that kind of gaze." He suddenly roared, his deadly red eyes fixed on you. Dekang appeared out of nowhere, watching the scene before him with curiosity. "Isn't he your teammate? Even that monster shows a very different energy. I have to deal with both of you at the same time." Suddenly, a powerful golden sword shot toward the praying mantis from nowhere. He instinctively turned around, blocking the incoming blade with a swing of his hand. Min Kyun casually walks up from behind and greets, "Don't disturb their date. Play with me instead." The praying mantis asks, "Was it the one from earlier?" "All right," Minun replied. "I'm a damn bastard." He swung his pair of golden swords in front of his chest, emanating a strange energy. Rotang was a bit surprised, quite shocked. He said, "Oh no, that's disgusting." He looked at the sword Mainunan was holding, an orange energy circle constantly swirling around it. "I know humans use clone creatures to make weapons, but I never expected to see clone creatures using the same type of weapon made from their own kind. Don't you feel guilty?" Rokang asked. From Minun's eyes now, a cold glint flashed. He remembered 2 days ago when he was in the resting room, she brought him a strange object. "The doctor told me to show this to you. We've been through a lot lately. I think you should give it a try. This is a sword made from rhinoceros beetle shells." Minun looked at the sword, feeling as if its eyes were staring back at him, making him feel terrified. "Whoa." Min Kyun gritted his teeth and said, "Get that damn thing out of here or die with me." Then he turned away, not wanting to see it anymore. Zehai hesitated, thinking that without this he would keep stammering like that. Min Kyun looked confused and directly asked, "So what?" Zehai continued, "You're supposed to die first, right?" Mikyunun angrily threw the book at Shi's face, ruthlessly kicked Shi out the window, and roared in anger. "Get out now!" That bastard Shi flapped his wings and flew away. Minkyun in the room muttered angrily, "That damn Anji lately is asking for trouble. I can't stand him." Suddenly, he bumped into something lying scattered on the floor. Looking down, he realized it was the beetle-shaped sword, set that had been discarded earlier. He rushes out the door, angrily watching Anji sneering and shouting loudly, "Hey, take this, you bastard!" At this moment, Kang Min-noon was truly holding the set of swords that An had discarded that day. He said with annoyance, "Shut up. Do you want to become weapon material right now?" Minun challenged as he charged forward, sword in hand, approaching Kang closely. The blade emitted a powerful glow, its sharp edge pressed right against Do Kang's neck. He uses the poison tip to block, the sound of weapons clashing, creating a deafening noise, sparks flying to reveal the intense power of the battle. Lightning tore through the sky, golden light flashing with each step of Ro and Minun. Moving faster than the wind, he charged forward, his electric sword carving a deadly arc through the air. Far away, Nozo Jiang remained motionless. A lightning bolt from the battle struck, tearing his shirt open at the back. "If you care so much about your kin, why did you abandon Zichsot?" Du Kang had no memory of this at all and wondered what Zichsot was. Min Kinun grew even angrier, stopping for a moment, feeling as if his heart had stopped. A loud clang echoed as Minun swung his arm and charged forward, shouting angrily, "You bastard! Remember this clearly. This is where the vengeful demon Rich Na was born." Then, Min Kinun, wielding his broken beetle sword, used all his strength and rushed toward the other side. Du Kang also spun his sword to counter, dismissively replying that he's only good at talking nonsense. The two clashed, delivering fierce strikes, creating a whirlwind that swept everything around. The ground begins to crack under the relentless impact. Minsong widens his eyes, trying to see the giant clinging to him. He snorted softly, a familiar name flashing through his mind. No So-Rang. Seeing that, his bloodshot eyes grew even more furious as he charged forward, throwing a punch and shouting, "Don't look at me like that." His face contorted, red eyes flashing with murderous intent, growling through clenched teeth, an instinctive beast awakening. A cracking sound echoed as his massive muscular arm clenched his opponent, and without hesitation, he delivered a straight punch from above, down at Min Song. He raised his hand and, in a stern voice, issued one final warning. "Get out of the way." He clings to Noso's arm, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I shouldn't have spared him." Then he uses his strength to brace himself and stabs his finger straight into Noso's teeth. He groaned in pain and let out a long scream. Outside, Yeljin and Hana were still engaged in a fierce battle. Yin pulls the thread and speaks up. "Listen, if you think a few useless words will help, don't even dream about it. You won't get out of here." Surrounding Yin, layers of barriers appeared to block Hana's escape route. She kept denying that the clone could ever return to being human. This is completely unreasonable. Suddenly, the image of a cavity appeared in Yin's mind. She was startled and panicked. "Could it be?" Han smirked and continued. "Seeing that reaction, it seems you've figured it out. It's No So Jiang." He was hurt by Min Song's punch, was groaning in pain, then angrily threw Min Song aside and shouted, "Don't even think about bullying me." Min Song, thrown off balance, used a nearby pole as support. He pushed off with his foot and immediately charged forward to punch No So Jiang in the face. Min Song rushes forward like a bloodstorm, each punch exploding like a cannonball into the muscular figure blocking his way, blood splattering in streaks of red amid So-Rang's furious growls. He roars in pain, blood streaming from his face onto the ground. No So Jiang suddenly felt a surge of incredible power rising within him as he leaned back, seemingly about to collapse onto the ground. He roared a deafening scream, his eyes blazing red as if about to shatter. Min Song stared in surprise, dodging the sudden attack from the strange creature inside No So Rang's mouth. He swung his hand to cut off No So Rang's tongue. Blood spurted from his throat like a shower, and he howled in agony and despair. Min Song spoke, ready to end it. No So Rang. He swung his hand and defeated the monster in an instant. No So Rang now collapsed to the ground, kneeling with a look that had returned to that of No So Jiang, bare and unarmed. Min Song was surprised, unable to hide his astonishment at the scene before him. A desperate cry of apology suddenly breaks the silence. No So Rang sighed deeply. "Sorry, everyone." At this moment, Min Song finally notices the fight between Mai Nun and Zhou Kang behind him and turns around in shock to look at the scene before him. Over there, Mikanun swiftly circles around Rokong, quickly unleashing deadly strikes that shatter Joka's sword into pieces. After a fierce battle, their faces were covered in bruises, their armor shattered into pieces, and blood was splattered across their faces, with Do Kang collapsing onto the ground, in exhaustion and pain. Mikanun glanced at the situation and finally let out a relieved smile. "Ha, we won. Hexagon." Only now does he dare to slump down, exhausted, sitting on the ground. Min quickly runs over worriedly. "Does Min need my help?" Min Kyun gasped and replied, "Don't interfere. Let me enjoy the victory." He looked at Kang lying exhausted on the ground and said tiredly, "That monster is only the fourth pillar. I can't believe it. If you don't have this, then just pick up the sword and mutter to yourself." Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke. "It's not over yet." Min Kyun cautiously turns to look at Kang Chang, whispering, "I haven't activated my second form yet." Minun was stunned. "What?" Dekang continued, "Let me show you my power." Second transformation, escaping the body. A strange, eerie energy radiates from Dukang now. He stood up straight, a whirlwind howling around him, a dark power surging through the space. Minzong repeated, "Do you need my help?" Manun has no choice but to say, "Damn it, if you get in my way, don't blame me." Minzong replied, "I'm the one who should be saying that." The two raised their weapons, ready for the decisive battle. No So Rang, now somewhat alert, feels the dull ache all over his body and lets out a cry. It hurts so much." You clutch your bleeding arm, dazed as you look across. Suddenly, did he see something? On the other side, a fierce battle was raging. He tried to get a better look. Recognizing the familiar face of Gamin Song across from him, he muttered Gamin Song's name, wondering what was going on. Suddenly, a slender, cold hand gently covers your mouth from behind. You slowly turn around, somewhat surprised. "Who's there?" Suddenly, without understanding how, Hannah appeared from behind and raised a hand to signal No So Rang to be quiet. You are surprised she is the commander. In an instant, Hana and Nosa vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Rokong is undergoing his second transformation. radiating a dark aura like a blazing fire consuming everything that dares to approach. Like a praying mantis entering its molting phase, when the insect's power exceeds its limit, its skeletal structure transforms to accommodate that strength. That is the second transformation process Zhou Kang is performing. His eyes gleam, and a sinister aura continuously emanates from him with horrifying growls. He whispered, "It's been a long time." The tense atmosphere made every sound seem incredibly amplified. Min Kyun and Min Song watch Kang cautiously, without taking their eyes off him. Rokang has now fully evolved, clad in a special armor set, with a sleek, modern sword in his hand. Dukong sighs, "It's really been a long time since he looked like this." Min Kyun roars in anger, rebellious, just shedding his shell and already shouting loudly. He rushes forward in anger, shouting loudly, "Don't underestimate my power. McMin will finish behind me before you can stop him." He shouted loudly Bak Min Kyun's name. His rhinoceros beetle sword also changed shape into a combat stance. He sneered and shouted, "What do you think, body possession? I'm not inferior either." Saying that, he charged forward, transforming into a half-insect form. He keeps attacking rapidly with deadly strikes, lightning fast on Zhou Kang's body. Bright golden sparks burst out, showing incredible speed. Zhou Kang remained calm, swiftly dodging all of Miniki's attacks. Then Un angrily swung his twin swords at Zhou Kang. I didn't expect Zhang to have slipped away already. The two swords of Min Kun clash aimlessly in midair. Bang Huang didn't have time to realize the situation. Rokang beside him dismissively said, "A drain trying to compare itself to the ocean. In terms of combat experience, are you even close?" As he spoke, he turned and swung his sword toward Min Kin Un. Min Song quickly grabbed Min Kin Un's head and pulled it back, avoiding a sharp strike from Rokang. A beam of light streaked past Min Un's head, slicing the wall behind like cutting paper. Min Un shouted, "You bastard, let me go." Over there, Rokang ran forward with his sword to attack. Min Song seized the moment, grabbing Min Kyun's hair with one hand, jumping up and raising the poison tip high while shouting, "I am here to prepare for the fight." Zhou Kang's sword of the Emperor now gathers dark power, tearing through the wind as it rushes forward. Min Kyun and Min Song simultaneously raise their weapons to defend. A deafening clash rings out, sparks flying from the fierce friction. Faced with the overwhelming power of the Sword Emperor, Min Song and the other are stunned into disbelief. A spin from Rokang causes Min Kyun and Min Song to lose their balance and fall backward, while a fierce whirlwind blows away everything within radius. Compared to before, he has become much stronger. The two of them shout out simultaneously. Before he could regain his composure, Rokang charged forward like lightning. He sneered, still chatting away, huh? He roared, spun around like a tornado, and charged forward. Dukong swung his sword, which immediately radiated a powerful aura swirling around it. He angrily said, "You underestimate me too much." In just a blink, Dukong's sword streaked past Min Song's face. He spun around and swung his sword toward Minun beside him. The boy, stunned, raised one hand to block the sword and pushed Min Song back with the other. When Min Song finally managed to stand firm on the ground, he was stunned to see a spray of blood shooting up beside him. Min Kinyun had been cut in half by Kang's sword, blood splattering into the air. He collapsed to the ground, the remaining sword stuck in the floor. Min Song lost all control of his mind, shouting loudly, using all his strength to fight Rokang to the death. Faced with Min Song's countless deadly strikes, Rokang dodged and used his sword to block everything, forming an unstoppable fortress. The poison needles in Min Song's hand were shattered by Dukong's sword, and his last weapon was taken away, leaving him no chance to rest. He charged forward to say his final farewell. "Let me send you off on your final journey." Rokang rushes toward Min Song, threatening him. Suddenly, a sword flew past and pressed against Kang's neck, making him freeze. Min Song grabbed Minun's sword, spun around, and pressed it close to Kang. He paused for a moment, unable to help but marvel. "Not for nothing are you his brother, but unfortunately your swordsmanship is too clumsy." Before he could finish, the remaining Thundone sword pressed tightly against Rokang from behind. Min Kai Unun, covered in blood, jumped from behind and roared, "You like to cheat and cut twice. That's painful enough. Now let's see how you like my sword." Facing the two swords pressed against his neck, Rokang sighed and said, "Not bad." The two of them block both ends of Zhou Kang, forming a pincer with their swords to trap Rokang under control. Min Kai roars, "You bastard, now it's our turn to send you on your final journey." Both of them roared simultaneously, their swords scraping against Dokang's armor, trying to pierce through the sturdy shield of the mantis and reach his carotid artery. Blood splattered, and suddenly Rokang's eyes turned blue as he shouted out, "Ring!" Immediately, a devastating explosion blasts them into the air, a terrifying gust of wind with immense power, destroying everything in its path and carving through layers of terrain to form a colossal tornado. At this moment, chaos and disorder erupt inside the center, as loud shouts and commands come through the radio from the regional commander reporting the situation. The staff are now all unconscious, their eyes blank as they respond in unison. Reanimated. The presence of the clone requires immediate action. An employee, after hitting a soldier with a baton, responded. The corridor leading to the chairman's office is inaccessible because the soldiers have been hypnotized. Another person added, they keep blocking us. On this side isn't any better. He replied, it's the same on this side, we can't attack them right now. The soldiers around are all under Saken's sleep spell, fighting to hold back Dark Creeper. I have to eliminate the clone. Are you not recognizing the chief manager? Get out of the way, watch out for this guy. No way. She ordered an observer below to report Jack Reaper's situation. Currently unable to contact Gamin Song and Bak Min-yoon, Ansi is fighting a giant insect outside the hideout station with an unregistered mysterious insect from Jack Reaper. The staff reports the situation. He continues speaking. Kanan hadn't finished speaking when she raised her hand to signal silence. She connected the radio to Jai and kept checking the situation. Aizen, is Captain Min still okay? Aizen responds. I'm here. Yeah, it's fine. She is carrying a wounded person on her back, leading the group of residents to the designated location. Jin recounts that after breaking the hypnosis, we rescued the residents and are now heading back to the underground hideout. Dion was stunned. Huh? What did you say? Why did you go there? Guin recounted Hannah's words from the previous battle about the possibility of the clone returning to human form. Dion was stunned and asked softly, Huh? Really? Daejin replied firmly. I believe it's true. Now is not the time to explain. Hurry up and act, be urgent. The alarm in the prison cell suddenly blared loudly on its own. The loud ringing of the alarm bell echoed through the area, and Janti sat up on the bed, anxiously asking the guard outside. What's going on? I hear chaos outside. She looks at the empty glass window and asks anxiously, Is anyone there? Suddenly, the face of a guard appeared at the door. Janti hurriedly ran to knock on the door, a sense of unease rising in her chest. Hey, brother, what's going on outside? The iron door slowly opens, and Janti's face turns pale. She looked up at the guard and nervously asked, Oh, you're not allowed to open the door. I'm a dangerous person. Dianti stammered. The soldier's eyes, which had been vacant, suddenly flashed with a cold glint as he, like a programmed robot, slowly announced the detection of an alien. Janti, still stunned and confused, looked on in terror, trembling. Yes, that's right, I didn't get to finish speaking before the guard pulled out a gun and aimed it directly at Janti. He coldly ordered, Eliminate immediately. She trembled, her facial veins bulging like a self-defense mechanism. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Dr. Bak suddenly struck the guard's head with an iron rod and shouted, You dare! Don't even think about touching my precious Dian! The soldier was caught off guard and collapsed to the ground. She looked at Dr. Bak in surprise, speechless. Dr. Bak, panting heavily, gestured for her to go outside. He said, Get out now, quickly. Seeing his trembling hands, Janti still hesitated, feeling unsure and hesitant. No, I can't. Given the urgent situation, Dr. Bak has no patience to explain. He shouts loudly, Follow me quickly. At this moment, Min Song stands alone amidst the desolate ruins of the building. Jo-Cam towering alone in the surrounding dust and debris, as the chilling howls of the wind add to the terrifyingly cold scene of the battle. After Min Song and Min Noon's fierce resistance, a fragment of Joang's sword fell to the ground. He looked at Min Noon, helpless and lying among the rubble, and sighed. I didn't expect to meet you all when I followed the sixth pillar here. Is this how it ends? Min Song collapses amid streaks of blood and light piercing through the thick smoke, as the suffocating air is filled with a foul stench, and heavy breaths echo like the screams of an unyielding soul. Dukang raises his sword and says farewell. Then I will take your head and bring it back. He slowly approaches Min, each step echoing with deadly threat. The boy sits slumped on the ground, but his eyes still burn with a will to survive amidst the devastation. Min Song just picked up the fragment of the Emperor's sword, and a thought flashed through his mind. The limit of the power of the swarm is only this far. He clenched the fragment of sword in his hand, veins bulging as he absorbed the power of the Sword Emperor, when a sudden shout from behind interrupted him. Hey! Dekong turned around cautiously. Have I not earned the right to be your opponent? You bastard! If you're so good, just rush in. It won't end easily. Dukong was already annoyed and turned back to reply, persistent as a hungry leek, happy to play along or ignore it. Min Song had already appeared from behind, swiftly leaping forward to attack Kang. Hearing the noise behind him, Do Kang was startled and turned around, swinging his sword to retreat. Just in time to avoid Min's surprise attack, he angrily swung his sword and roared, again resorting to a dirty sneak attack. Min Kyun quickly and skillfully rushes forward, grabbing Do Kang's elbow to block his attack. He shamelessly says, "As long as I win, why not play?" Minu smiled with satisfaction. Do Kang roared, his voice hoarse as he said, "That's reputation, you damn bastards." Min Song never misses an opportunity. While Kang is distracted, he rushes in with full force, delivering a punch that pierces through Do Kang's tough armor, causing him to grunt and sneer. Cheap shot. Suddenly Min Song shouted out, "Ring!" Immediately, a miraculous storm of power surged forward, focusing all its strength on Zhuang's wound. He shouted once more, "Guima!" Immediately, Rokang's body seemed to be torn apart by a strange, swirling force like a supernatural whirlwind. A scream, tearing through the chaotic whirlwind, echoes through the air. In excruciating pain, Kang is stunned and terrified as he points at Min Song's transformed arm. How is that arm possible? Min Song said nothing, slowly reaching up to his mask, grabbing it and pulling it towards himself, his eyes showing a cold, deadly glare. Kang is shocked and yells, "What do you mean?" Then charges into a chaotic energy state with eyes burning with deathly intent. "Come here." A strange red energy circle erupts, engulfing Min Song's body like flames, burning everything in its path. Rokang screams in agony. He was stunned, realizing that this power was the power of Kim Ma. He saw the familiar figure of his lord within the strange energy that Min Song was wielding over him. As his scream faded into silence, Kang was completely turned to dust, his soul and power gradually subdued by Min Song's terrifying call, and by the time the last stream of energy was swallowed by Min Song, his hands had already become numb. The body and the ultimate power of the shield mantis have become part of Min Song. Min Kyun stands beside him, speechless with amazement. He carefully looked at Min Song and asked, "What are you doing?" As the swirling light gradually faded, Min Song revealed a new, powerful, grotesque, and commanding form. The hurried breathing echoes amid the twisting electricity around the body, signaling a hidden power gradually awakening. Continuous moaning sounds escape from Min Song's throat as the power of the mantis shield sweeps through his mind, awakening an unstoppable new strength within him. Praying mantis shield power. The mantis wings gradually dissipate into the air, leaving behind a mysterious, naked figure with hidden strength. Min Yonan angrily shouted, "Damn it! If you had that secret move, why didn't you use it earlier?" Seeing Min Song remain silent, Min Kyun hesitated for a moment and asked in confusion, "Aunt, no. Now I should call you the praying mantis, right? How could you do that?" Suddenly, Gamin Song raised his hand toward Mainun. He startled, quickly stepped back, and shouted out loud. "Ah, don't touch me," Min Song whispered. "I've already bet." I decided to risk it and charge at it, but it turns out I can absorb not only weapons but also parasites. Min Song vaguely recalls the earlier battle with the shielded praying mantis. The two stand silently, saying nothing in response to Min Song's confession. Suddenly, Min Song coughed loudly, his eyes wide open and his body tense as he tried to block the dark energy within him, unable to withstand it and spitting out a mouthful of bitter blood. The swirling energy inside him makes Min Song temporarily unable to control himself, and he clutches his chest, coughing repeatedly. Min Kyun stood beside him, worried, and spoke. "Hey," Min Song explains, "it's stirring inside me." "That bastard." Min Kyun's face turned pale from the fright. "Are you okay with this?" Min Song wiped the blood from his mouth and quietly thought, "I'm used to it. Just the pain of being tormented by something inside my body. It's been a while since I felt it, so I'm a bit shocked." He let out a laugh. Min Kyun grimaced in fear, thinking to himself, is he crazy, bleeding all over and still able to smile? The warning alarm sounded from the center. Minun turned around and asked, "What's going on?" "Why is the warning bell ringing again?" Min Song, clutching his stomach, said, "Let's go, it's not over yet." He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, an unknown shadow suddenly lunged from somewhere behind the two of them. A warning voice rings out, "It's best not to go." The two turn around cautiously. Min Kyun saw a familiar face, his eyebrows furrowing instantly as he growled out, "That bastard." Min Song opened his eyes wide in surprise, unable to believe what he was seeing. Min Song stammered. At this moment, the alarm bell in the center suddenly fell silent. Dion hurriedly asked, "Where is that sound coming from?" The staff below responded from the director's office. An emergency activation notice is spreading. Book Reaper announces the launch of Protocast to all members, with Bio's voice coming through the announcement station. When the final announcement is made, the twin symbol on the screen flashes brightly. Bang Sin stands in a corner observing the situation, monitoring Bio as she continues to deliver the message under her control. From now on, Bio's voice speaks through the microphone built into her emotionless face, her eyes shining with an enchanting blue light. In the illusion, Bio stands stunned, gazing outward from a corner. He saw a different version of himself being controlled by Zeichin and asked in fear, "What is going on? What exactly are you doing?" Zeichin appears in the illusion, slowly recalling the protocol for human extinction in the worst-case scenario, the last resort to protect humanity being to blow up Bob Reaper's headquarters. Mayo, with a serious face, asks again, "How did you find out about that?" "Calmly explain. I read that in your mind." Her cold eyes straightforwardly declare, "My plan is to destroy B Reaper today." "Stop talking nonsense. I don't care what your plan is. As long as I am here, that will never happen." Bio's strong mind has partly awakened him from Seichin's spell. A stream of blood flowed from the corner of Bio's mouth as Seichin stared in shock. More and more blood flows out, dripping onto Bio's chin as the drop hits the ground. At that moment, Bio regained consciousness, leapt up quickly, grabbed the sickle on the ground, and charged toward the chin vehicle. She was surprised, a bit shocked, and muttered to herself, "Has he escaped the realm of consciousness?" She spreads her wings, and the red spots on her wings instantly turn into weapons attacking the enemy. After locking onto Bio, a bullet is fired straight at his face. He quickly dodged Seichin's attack. Bio charged straight at her, his eyes filled with a terrifying resolve and intense focus. Bio roared, "I will never let humanity be destroyed." He roared. Blood immediately spurted from his mouth and flowed backward. Chin's vehicle was shocked. Is he biting his tongue to avoid the attack? Bio had already closed in on the vehicle at some point. He swung his scythe in a curved motion, instantly splitting one side of the Chin vehicle in half. Bio raised the double-edged scythe on his shoulder, carrying the hope of humanity to fight against the dark insectoid monsters. Seichin does not give up. She activates the automatic fire mode and screams fiercely. Immediately, hundreds of bullets are fired to attack Bio. He spins his sickle to form a shield, firmly defending against Seichin's continuous barrage. His eyes are cold and deadly, with an astonishing calmness as Bio weaves through Chin's barrage of bullets like a tornado. The scythe in her hand spins swiftly, slicing Zeichin's wing into 100 pieces. She is furious, her eyes bloodshot with rage. Janty and Dr. Back are fleeing from the basement with a strong instinct, sensing a strange energy deep within the ruined corridor. She slowed down, staring intently down the long, dark corridor. Dr. Back hunches over, carrying the guard on his back, assessing the situation. "If we activate Pro, all features will temporarily shut down. We need to get out of here quickly. By the way, I want to apologize for what I did to Toe." He hesitated. He said as he turned to look at Janty, "Can she forgive this old man?" Unexpectedly, Janty had already vanished long ago, leaving only the employee stunned after a blow to the head. "Yes." He called out to Janty loudly, but Janty paid no attention. She rushes like the wind toward the source of the mysterious energy. At this moment, a flash of blue light flickers inside the control room. Surrounded by fresh blood, a strong stench, and an overwhelming coldness filling the narrow space, Bio's sickle is planted in the ground as he slowly pulls out a pack of cigarettes with a special symbol. Bio pulls out a small yellow key shaped like a cigarette. He takes the key in his hand and inserts it directly into the symbol panel with the clone icon from before. Immediately, the notification board lit up brightly, flashing with a blinding blue color. The protocol activation command was instantly executed. Bond muttered, "Sorry, everyone." He looked up, his body completely out of control, a blue light flickering in his eyes as he said, "I followed the plan exactly. Remember to keep your promise." Bai uses her last will to negotiate. Behind Chin, a clone appears. She sneered and plunged her hand straight through Bio's head, ending his life in an instant. Outside, Yellen and the B Reaper staff are quickly evacuating residents from the underground bunker as urgent shouts ring out, everyone moving swiftly and with urgency. The residents walk with heavy, worried faces, unsure of what is happening. A terrifying force erupts and B Reaper's headquarters is quickly engulfed in smoke and dust. All areas are self-destructing completely in a blaze. Minin stands above, witnessing the horrifying scene before him, and asks again, "Is this real?" Min Song was also stunned and asked, "Is everything really okay?" When no one responded behind him, he lost his temper and repeated, "I'm asking you, Song Chidong." Bang Sin took Bio's body in her hands as the room around her was engulfed in raging flames. A familiar voice called out, "Zeichin, when did Jizanti appear?" She gazed through the blazing fire, her eyes filled with emotion. Chi looked toward the call, momentarily stunned. The involuntary tears welled up in Chin's eyes as her last bit of reason flickered, and Si Chin's eyes shone with a sudden light. She cast a spell, putting Ajia into a coma. After a moment, outside the center, a flash of light appeared in the fiery sky. Minsong watched the light and muttered as he looked on. There, in the sky, Seiken carries Janti out. Below, a strange insect also grabs Pio's body and flies away. Seichin and Bai are covered in blood after the fierce battle. Seichi-chin gently lands on the ground. She carefully places A down. Min Kyun is stunned. That is the girl from the basement. Min Song hurriedly ran over, shouting Ara. He carefully helped her into his arms, wondering what happened to Director Bio. Chin quietly said, "It's time." She flew up and slowly said, "Let's go. I never expected we would meet again in a situation like this." He helped AG to stand up and asked Chidong to explain everything to him. At that moment, a giant insect suddenly soared into the sky. Chidong looks steadily at Min and says, "For now, follow me." A while later, Janti lies unconscious on the back of the giant insect. She slowly wakes up, seeing the familiar figure of Minsong in front of her. She softly calls out, "Minsong, I dreamed of Shin. Am I still dreaming?" Chidong and Minkyun are now riding on the giant creature, observing the situation and preparing to move. We're almost there. The insect spreads its wings wide, carrying Chidong towards a desolate cliff. From afar, a petite girl stands atop the mountain, watching the insect's path. She shouts out, her sharp eyes sparkling with mischief. She shouted, "They're coming!" The insect people on the cliff immediately looked in their direction. Under a deep, dark abyss, giant insects carry Minsong and the others straight into the underground tunnel below. It lands on the ground, and the surrounding dust and smoke quickly disperse, filling the space with haze. Chai was familiar with this place, so he quickly and quietly jumped down, calling out to everyone behind him, "Come down, we're here." Minun stepped down behind, looking at the wet ground, and couldn't help but feel disgusted and criticize. "Oh, it's so damp. What are you guys planning to do in this cave? Are they even bugs to live here?" he whispers. You look up at a squad of insectoid beings standing on the cliff and ask, "Who are they? Could this place be a forbidden realm of heaven and earth?" Minkyun starts to distort the truth. Chidong immediately denies it upon hearing. "Nonsense, Minsong and the A family jump down afterward, and you walk beside A family, carefully reminding, 'Be careful. There are humans here, but mainly insect people.'" A family jumps down quickly and calmly replies, "Don't worry. I am an insect person now, too." "You're late, huh? You have to stick to the schedule, right? Where did Yin come from?" She happily waved hello to me and her friends, and Song Chidong saw it and happily returned the greeting. "Hello, sis." Elin also looked surprised and pointed. Ms. Red happily approaches and greets with a kick. Chidong gently sidesteps, reminiscing about how long it's been since they last met. Elin angrily retorted, "So the damn monkey himself ignored me." Chidong shamelessly replied, "So meeting now is enough, right? She's angry because your head needs a good beating." Minsong wondered why Elin was here. What about the residents at the station? She happily played with Chidong, feeling more at ease. "Oh, you don't need to worry about the residents. X-Hai said just leave it to him, and there's also your new friend. That's why I followed her here." Minkyun looked at the familiar figure in the distance, speechless. "Could it be that the person you followed here is her?" Hannah confidently walks up from behind, leading a person chained up, happily waving hello. "Huh." Minsong's eyes widened, filled with murderous intent. You rush forward, grabbing Hannah by the neck and growling, "Why are you here?" Hannah smiles softly and cheerfully shouts out, "Oh, I knew you'd react this way." Suddenly, a series of loud noises erupted all at once. Ara shouted anxiously. "Minsong," Elin also exclaimed in surprise. "Step back." The clones in the tunnel immediately surrounded Duong, weapons aimed at Minsong as a threatening voice rang out. "Step back. We're not to be underestimated." Green Palace Girl spoke up. Chidong held back Min Kyun, who was rushing forward furiously, and he spoke angrily. "Hey, are you going to give up or not?" Chi hurriedly stopped him. "These guys are as hot-headed as ice cream. Calm down a bit." Minsong looks at Chidong with a sharp gaze, questioning in a stern tone. "Song Siudong, what's going on here?" He rushed forward and shouted, "Everyone stop, let me explain." Hearing the familiar voice, Misong couldn't help but be surprised. He widened his eyes and instinctively lowered his guard. That voice continued to echo. "We want to become human again. We want to coexist with people. We are symbionts. Everyone lower your weapons." They all turned their gaze toward the man in the white coat, slowly approaching them. The doctor spoke, and hearing this, Gami-chan's younger brother looked on with complete astonishment. "The symbiotic director, the scientist explaining to eliminate Kichima, we have gathered here. Under Kichima's territory, Sichin alone leads Bio's body to meet Kichima. The other Hyagon couldn't help but be amazed, all focusing intently on her every gesture. Lord Kichima, I have successfully submerged the Bee Reaper headquarters and returned area. Kichima says, good, well done. She continues, this person is Pio, the director of Bee Reaper. Kichima gasped in surprise. I had met him once before. It turns out he had taken my grandmother's place. Kichima suddenly roared wildly. Where did you hide my grandmother to climb up to that position? That bastard. He laughed maniacally, but it was just his own chest mocking him. How could she have survived that explosion? Kichima praises. Did you really think you would fail? Impressive. Too bad that Dusang went there and didn't get any information. Shin's vehicle lowered its head and spoke. I did my best, Kichima asked again. For what reason? She answers. Of course, Ji-do remained silent. She thought to herself that at that moment, stepping forward to take responsibility wasn't because she wanted to protect Ji-do. It was just a perfect excuse. Kichima continued, Oh, I see. You want to save your subordinate, right? Seichin nodded. Yes, that's right. Please forgive Gu. Be quiet. Kichima calmly replied, All right, go. Seeing the scene before her, Seichin's eyes widened with a sense of disappointment and rage erupting inside her. She thought to herself that she hadn't expected too much, but as she looked at Gongdu's soul and the vacant eyes of the person she once guided with her own hands, her heart couldn't help but feel a sharp pain. She had never dared to hope too much, that was clear, but when she saw Kichima's indifferent and arrogant yet disgusting attitude, and even when he challenged her, Come on, say goodbye to the prince, she could no longer control the surge of emotions rising within her. Her eyes widened, her face contorted in pain as she screamed out, Kichima, you bastard! In a flash, Kichima rushed forward, his large cold hand grabbing Shin's face and forcefully slamming her down to the ground, growling menacingly. Do you think you can fool me? He pressed his hand, stabbing deeply into Shin's eyes, roaring, These petty tricks won't fool me, you worthless bastard! Then Ma pressed even harder into her eyes once more. She desperately struggled in her pain, crying out in despair, Just die. Go to hell. A gust of wind suddenly sounded, and Kichima paused for a moment. Huh? What's that sound? Shin continued to shout loudly. The opportunity is here. Kill him. The corpse suddenly moved in the air. He pulled out a long sword from the insect's mouth and, following Shin's bitter call, charged toward Kichima, swinging his sword. The sword, charged with lightning-like power and concentrated energy, struck fiercely at Kichi, but halted midair above him, a chorus of agonized groans echoing through the sky. Kichima let out a long groan and said, Humans are truly nothing but fools. Dungtae rushed forward and shouted, Lord Kichima. A wave of green energy from X-Chin immediately spreads, covering the entire space. Ji Sung-Ti quickly covers his nose and exclaims, I can't approach him. Nayeonho from behind reminds him to step back and leave Tae alone. He turns around in surprise and asks, Na Sonho, what do you mean? Nayeonho explains, Do you think Kichima can be easily defeated in your eyes? Stay there and wait. Nayeonho gritted his teeth and said, I don't know what agreement he made with her, but there's no way. Even if he's human, a clone, or any other being, Kichima lifted his finger from Seichin's eye and punched Bio hard in the stomach, making him cry out in pain. Kichima sneered arrogantly, saying, No one can destroy me. Bio whispered, Do you think so? He took a deep breath as a strange energy from Kichima's body was instantly drawn into Bio's mouth. Kichima was momentarily surprised, then he swung his arm and threw Bio far away. He crashes against the wall in pain, coughing hard, blood and a strange object expelled from Bio's mouth. Kichima keeps coughing, blood flowing from his nose and mouth, dripping onto the ground. Kichima growled, Damn it, you bastards, countless insects crawling out from his skin. Kichima shouted, What do you think you're doing? Ex-Chinduida stood up and said, That is a type of gas created from the synthetic toxins of all the insect-human hybrids to fight against you. We've been planning this for a long time. She painfully said, The one who turned my dear friends into mutants and threatens humanity will have to die. Kama trembled with rage and muttered, Damn it! He growled, reaching out his insect-like arm toward Zek Chin. Who do you think you are? A bunch of damn worthless scum. Shin stood still as the storm of an approaching arm loomed over. Suddenly, Bio rushed from behind, stepping in front of Sekchin and blocking the deadly slash from Kichima's arm on her behalf. Sekchin was stunned, her eyes wide open, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Pai responded calmly. Stay calm. Your body gradually dissolves into the air. He glanced at Seichin one last time and warned him, You must keep your promise. Seichin remembered the agreement that Vio had made earlier. She suggested that Bio play the role of the trophy and lure Kichima into thinking she had successfully defeated Bob C. Reaper. "Help me distract him," she said. Bio simply sighed. "So that was her plan. I underestimated her," Seichin said as he held up the poison needle. "Then leave the rest to me." Pio quickly snatched the poison needle from X-Chin's hand. He twirled the poison needle in his hand, glanced around and said, "It looks like a cigarette, huh?" X-Chin was startled. "Hey, that's Pio stopping her," and he said, "It's obvious. Leave this to me. I am the representative of humanity. Although we are enemies, I am willing to do anything for the future of mankind. You must survive to create a better world for humanity. Promise me." His final words of Bio echoed in his mind, just as he was consumed by Kichi's dark power and completely vanished from this world. After swallowing Bio, the swarm disperses, and a strange purple energy approaches, swirling around the infected ants. The mysterious energy causes all who breathe it in to die. Kichima stared in shock as the swarm of ants around him gradually disappeared, panic rising. Could there be another toxin inside them? Seizing the moment when he was distracted, Seichin grabbed her sword and charged at Kichima, shouting loudly. She thrust her sword through his body, blood splattering onto her hand. Kichima blocks Seichin's head with his hand and asks, "Do you know what the decisive factor is that prevents you from killing me?" Seichin, overwhelmed by pain, kept muttering, "I must kill you." She paid no attention to Kichima's words. Kichima casts a spell, his hand glowing with a blue light full of magic power. He repeats her and Han-Na's previous words, hoping to become human again. "You think I don't know what you've planned? Because you're chasing that false hope, you can't kill me." Kichima's hand gathers more energy as he drains her strength, speaking as he does so. Seichin closes her eyes, a tear rolling down her face, having accepted reality and surrendered everything. Kichima continued, "I have long abandoned all hope and given up my humanity to seek revenge," he muttered as the energy from Seichin was gradually swallowed into Kichima's body. Only then, when he fully controlled her energy and the darkness around returned to its original gloomy state, did he say his final words. "That is the reason." He knelt on the ground. Jia Sung-tae hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Are you okay, sir?" Kichima started laughing maniacally. Jia Sung-tae was surprised and froze in place, not understanding his intent. Then he smiled and said, "Ha ha, just a bunch of useless trash." Then he looked at Jia Sung-tae and gave an order. "Jia Sung-tae." "Yes," he replied. Kiima pointed at the swarm of swords and said, "Go to the place the ants lead you." Jia Sung-tae immediately excitedly asked, "Is that their hideout? Should I go there right now?" Kiima blocks the way, grinning with a terrifyingly insane look in his eyes. "I will go there myself." A familiar voice called out, "Hey, Mosquito." Hannah was startled and turned around. Minnie-kun was standing outside the door, nodding in greeting. "I didn't expect to see you here. I remember after Big Brother Gongdai's death, that day Sichsot also collapsed. I got caught and beaten up by my dad Zyper. What did you do back then?" Minkyun approached Hannah's desk and observed. She replied, "Of course I brought 50 of those insect soldiers and then left quickly." "Are you planning something? You're always creating those fake insect creatures." Han sneered, "Even more than some bastard who sided with humans in the battle against the clones." Minkyun was hit right in the heart, angry, and turned away saying, "Shut up. I do it just to avenge myself." Hannah continued, "I also only do my personal research. Do you think which form is our true appearance, the one we have now, or when we transform? If it's a parasite, then it's obviously the form it takes when it manifests. We are just transforming ourselves to live in human society." She set the vial down on the table and asked, "That's right. But what if I can no longer transform?" Minkyun imagined himself as a spiky insectoid creature lying on a soft bed, and replied, "It must be really uncomfortable. My body is full of sharp thorns, piercing everything I go through. Damn it, how am I supposed to lie on the bed like this?" Han complained. "Is that the best idea your brain could come up with?" She continued speaking. "Symbiosis mainly involves Trung Han that can no longer maintain a human form." Minhyun asked back in confusion. "Huh?" Han continues to explain. "According to research, even a small number of human cells remaining in the body are completely consumed by parasitic cells for transformation. Neither I nor you will be able to maintain this form forever. And so we have to live in an ugly form forever during the transformation. Understand? I don't want to lose this beauty." Minyan blushes. Yin is still sulking outside Qidong. She gently punched his arm and said, "So you said you wanted to become a lone warrior who only cares about your own victory?" Qidong replied, hearing such a huge number. Who could refuse? "What, doing it for money? Are you a mercenary or something? You're truly trash." Qidong calmly said, "You didn't promise to pay me, so why are you so worked up?" Ara watched the two arguing from afar. She sighed, probably the first time they've met again in a long while. Inside the room, Hana called out, "Right now, he's our only hope." She took the paper bag off her face and said, when he was caught, he kept demanding to kill Sichin, so I had to erase all his memories and let him go. Noso's teeth were chattering as he gritted out, "Yes, get it done immediately." "Hurry up." Han recounts that Kichima turned Sichin's friend into a monster, losing their human form. "Everything changed after that incident, so I need the special serum centrifuge from the Research Institute." "Please bring it to me," Minkyun replied comfortably. "Yeah, just send some of your subordinates." In another room, Min Song is sitting and talking with the doctor in Uyghur. You speak up and ask, "Doctor, you've been in Uyghur for a long time." He politely responds, "We should have met earlier, but some things happened." Min Song asked, "Do you know any information about my grandmother?" The doctor sadly shook his head. "I am very sorry." He continued, "It's okay." He looked at the doctor's arm and hesitated. "Did he cause you to end up like that?" He bowed his head and said, "Yes, it all happened in an instant. I became a monster. Maybe Michan really hated me for holding her captive for so long." Gammon then sat across, looking thoughtful. He replied, "That's not the doctor's fault. It has become a monster." The doctor glanced at the pair of wings firmly attached to his back and continued, "It's becoming harder and harder for me to maintain my human form. I'm glad you were still in your human form at that time." Min Song looked up, lost in thought. "Doctor, at night in the cave, Hannah and her assistant stand on the cliff looking down at Min Song's group. She asks, 'Have you all heard what Minun said?' The people below, drunk and spirited, reply, 'We've heard.' Yes." Song Chudong even yawned loudly. Song Chudong shamelessly replied, "The reward for the Research Institute mission will be how much?" Yin beside him muttered, "Well, what a money grub. Of course, there has to be payment. This kid will lead the way for everyone." The assistant shyly bows and says, "I'm pleased to meet you all." She introduced herself saying, "I am Min, Hannah's research assistant. The path is very dangerous, so everyone follow me closely." Min Song nervously told AG to stay here. She refused and replied seriously, "I'm fine. I also want to lend a hand," Min Song pondered. "All right then," Yin asked again. "Was what Beiming-kun said yesterday?" "True." Chidong nodded. "Yes, it will be very difficult to maintain a human form in the future. Let's go, Min Song. Gather the team and get ready to depart." At this moment, in the middle of the water reservoir at Hana's Research Institute, someone had arrived earlier and tampered with the equipment. A voice echoed. Kaima had said he would personally intervene, but clearly his condition was not good. Jia Sung-ti holds the medicine in his hand, muttering, "I've got the supplies I need. Before returning, I probably need to deal with a few more." Everyone set out for Hannah's Research Institute with Min Song and A at the end of the group. "Be careful, because A is falling behind. I see she still hasn't regained her strength and is struggling to keep up with the group." Min Song is worried. A, covered in sweat, tries to say, "Don't worry about me." At this moment, giant blue dung beetles suddenly rush out to block Min and his group, shouting, "This forest is our dung beetles' territory." Immediately, a blue arrow is shot directly at their heads, causing them to cry out in pain and roar. Min quickly and quietly drew the arrow from the tip of her horn and soon took down the giant beetles, causing them to fall to the ground. Everyone quickly sped through the territory of the dung beetles. Yin praised from behind. "She's pretty good," Chidong replied, looking at her, "but in terms of symbiotic abilities, she's only second to me." After walking for a while, Min turned back and shouted, "We're almost there." Min followed closely behind. Suddenly he felt something strange trembling in the air. He froze and shouted, "Stop right there." Everyone was surprised but also stopped and dropped to the ground as Min Song instructed. Yin was puzzled. "What's going on?" Min Song asked. "The zombies' reaction, there's been a very strong one recently." "Are you sure about that?" "This place is full of duplicates," Chidong replied dangerously. "This energy source is very different. I can feel it too," Yin said suspiciously. "You." The group looked silently toward the Research Institute. "That is the source of power for the strong." Suddenly, a loud noise erupts, and a tremendous force from inside the institute causes the research center's wall to explode. From the gap, the figures of two strangers gradually emerge. Jia Sung-tae and the ant colony step out from the wreckage, and seeing Minya on the other side, Jia Sung-tae can't help but be surprised. He sneers triumphantly. "So you came here to die yourself? Traitors." Min Song stares intently at Takin with a cold, dangerous gaze. Min's arrow is immediately shot out, heading straight for Jia Sung-tae's head. He looked at the hive and ordered, "Hive, go back." The hive nodded and soared into the sky. Yin quickly rushed forward. She kicks him hard, the powerful kick shaking the space. Jia Sung-tae easily blocks with both hands and grits out, "So there's no need to bother looking for you." Yin furrowed her brows in anger and asked, "How do you know where to find them?" Suddenly, an unexpected force made Yin lose her balance. Jia Sung-tae spun Yin in the air, tossing her so she flipped once before she could find a foothold. Seeing her unsteady, Jia Sung-tae raised a leg, intending to kick her to the ground, and threatened, "You will be the one to say it." Just before he could deliver a kick to Yin's head, Chidong suddenly rushed in and punched him hard in the knee. Jia Sung-tae was momentarily stunned, then immediately spun around and aimed a hook kick at Chidong's head. "You are the one, huh?" Jia Sung-tae's eyes sparkled with danger as he replied, "Exactly." Chidong, feeling even more excited, let out a thrilling cry that heightened his adrenaline and made him feel incredibly exhilarated. Bloodshed is starting to cloud his mind. Over there, Min recognizes Jia Sung-tae. She shouts in panic, "It's Jia Sung-tae, the fifth pillar of Hexagon." Ara is surprised, Hexagon. Min is worried, why is he here? Suddenly, the swarm of ants surged up from somewhere. Aras was stunned. That's the end for him. Min was also surprised. Could it be that he came here to get all the antidotes? Maybe he achieved his goal and is now trying to escape. Min immediately shot an arrow at the swarm, but it passed right through him without any harm. Min clearly realized that her strategy had been effective. Jiang hiteve, moteichi kwitam kao do bongdang trao trongan woiko. Koti tham, kangwei bardao nua len duongan, chuan bitian vao drang tai kaitri. In that case, he must absolutely not be allowed to escape. Takin Lao Bang Bang is searching for a way to escape in the forest. His eyes lit up, scanning all obstacles in his path. Suddenly, Min Song appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of Tokin. His eyes radiated deadly intent as he stared fixedly at the ant nest. The nest didn't hesitate and charged forward, raising his hand to punch Min directly in the face. As the distance closed in, Takin's arms suddenly transformed into thousands of ants, causing his body to disintegrate into tiny particles that circled around Min Song. He stared intently at each ant flying in front of him, his mind filled with complicated thoughts as the swarm around Min Song reformed into their original shape and charged forward. Min Song glanced back and challenged, "Why not do anything? Is it because of old feelings? You want to devour me alive like before? Come here." Min Song taunts. The ant colony narrows its eyes and stares at Min Song, growling a threatening roar. Min Song at this moment decides to activate his expansion state, softly saying, "Evolve." The ant nest lifts one leg and turns around, running away from the edge of the forest. Suddenly, Ara rushes in from nowhere and crushes the ant nest with her arm, smashing it into a pile on the ground. Ara exclaimed, "Min is finished, we can't let it escape," he shouted in panic. "Ara, get out of the way." At this moment, thousands of ants start crawling up Ajia's arm, gradually making their way toward her eyes. Ajia is now completely covered by a swarm of ants, millions crawling all over her body. Ara clenched his fists in pain and shouted, "No, I will not let you escape." Takin. Dan withdrew, leaving the antidote in Ajia's hand. They disbanded and took a bottle of medicine and ran away from the forest. "Black Ant, what should I do now?" Ara said while holding the remaining antidote bottles left by the black ants. "This should be all the antidote, right?" Min Song sat down and gently comforted him. "Probably yes. You did well." On this side, in Hannah's research institute, Jia Sung-tae is fighting alone against Chidong and Izan, gripping Elzen's neck with one hand and blocking Chidong's attack with the other. The force on her neck grew stronger, and she gasped in pain. Chidong muttered, "2 against 1, and you haven't even unleashed your power yet, but still managed to block my punch. You really know how to make me furious." Chidong roared in anger. Sung-tae chuckled with amusement because what could be more meaningless than a fight about to reach its end? However, he half closed his eyes and slowly sat down, using his strength to push Chidong and Yin away, causing them to fall to the sides. They struggled to keep their feet on the ground. Sung-tae was proud as he raised his hand to activate his technique, a mysterious energy blending blue and red swirling around his hand. "If you really want to die, I will show you. But remember one thing, you must not die in vain." Jia Dung-tae activates her spell, transforming into a shrimp-like creature, determined to finish off her opponent. Chidong and Yin also fight fiercely, fearless and confident as they step forward to face the battle. "Nonsense. Let's fight and see what you're afraid of," Chidong said proudly. Iojin also chimed in. "Let's settle this now." They enter their second transformation, shedding their bodies, fully equipped with advanced evolution, radiating an undeniable, overwhelming energy. On the roof of the research lab, Hannah's assistant Min is carefully watching the battle. Duangsung shot 2 golden arrows aimed at Yin and Chidong. Min muttered, "Please forgive me. I am truly sorry," she shouted, decisively releasing the bowstring and shooting 2 arrows at them. The 2 arrows tore through the air, flying precisely toward Yin and Chidong. A strange surge of power hits, leaving both of them a bit stunned. Jia Dongtae is also amazed, not understanding what is happening. The arrow glows strangely. Yin feels a vague pain. Ugh, this arrow is coming out. Chidong beside him pulls the arrow out of his body, annoyed and grumbling, "I told you not to mess around with this nonsense with me anymore." He threw the arrow behind him and looked up at the hole in the ceiling. Sure enough, Min was standing there, secretly shooting arrows as she pleased. Chidong shouted loudly, "Min!" She immediately panicked and shouted, "I'm sorry for acting on my own, but this is my mission." Yin was angry. "Is your mission to shoot your own teammate?" Unbelievable. Yin stared blankly for a moment, looking at the arrow shot into her and wondering, "But why don't I feel any pain?" On the contrary, she looks even more vigorous than before. Yin's whole body radiates a stronger energy than ever. She turned to ask Chidong, "Is this okay?" He waved his hand. "It's fine. That's called a bump." "A bump?" "Wait a moment. The body will adjust itself soon. Until then, let me handle him," Chidong confidently said. Suddenly, a burst of light suddenly shot straight up towards the ceiling where Min was standing. A giant ring of energy pierces through the ceiling, bricks and stones falling and shattering into pieces. The gunman below threatens, "Dare to ruin my fun?" Diego fires another energy shot directly at Min, charging straight at him. Two giant bullets closing in on Min with no escape. Suddenly a web shot out from somewhere and grabbed Min. Before the two bullets could collide and explode, Min had vanished from the spot. Jia Sung-tae was stunned as he watched. It turns out Yin had quickly spun the web to pull Min back to him. The silk thread gently caught Min and lowered him to the ground. Yin reminded him to stay alert. At that moment, Song Chidong rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch straight to the face, knocking him back a long distance. Chidong roared, "Where are you looking?" and charged forward again, as Jia Sung-tae took a defensive stance. Chidong throws a blazing punch like blood straight into the enemy's face. Sparks fly as metal clashes. He spins around and delivers a powerful punch to Sung-tae's right cheek. Jung-tae stepped back, swung his arm wide into a powerful punch, shouted a battle cry, and fired a cannonball at Chidong. The shell hit Chidong's beetle robot, shattering its wings into tiny pieces. Chidong dodged the attack, excitedly acknowledging it was a top-tier move. He throws a fierce punch, his hand blazing with intense power. Sung-tae also responds with a full-force government punch. The two strike simultaneously, unleashing powerful blows that collide with opposing energies, creating a burst of energy. The two are on opposite sides, the floor trembles, and the air seems to tear apart from the devastating clash. Amidst the wreckage, Chidong's orange beetle gently stirs. He steps out from the smoky pile and confidently says, "Why stop here?" Dongtae refuses to give up, battered and scarred but stubbornly saying, "How can we end it so easily?" The mask on Dongtae's face is torn in half and he declares, "The battle is not over yet." Chidong replied, "Well done on your martial spirit." He clenched his fist and said, "Sorry, but for you this is a decisive duel. For us, it's a battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Min Song and Yin rushed forward, surrounding Dongtae, ready for a final showdown. Chidong's final words revealed a terrifying killing intent in Jia Sung-tae's eyes. He said, "If you like, just charge in all you want, I'll handle it." Then he unleashed a powerful shockwave from beneath his feet, soaring into the air before howling, "Let's see who is truly the strongest." Everyone is surprised by Sung-tae's unexpected move. A terrifying electric explosion erupts, blowing the roof off the research station. Jia Sung-tae soars into the sky and then disappears. On the other side, Ara is taking care of Min, who is seriously injured. She looks at the destruction and can't help but worry. "Hey guys," she muttered. The surface of the lake ripples violently as the three stand on the rock, carefully watching Jia Sung-tae's movements. Min Song speaks. "He's disappeared." Chidong immediately replied, "I think he sank into the water and maybe he has already escaped his body." Chidong assessed. At this moment, Jia Sung-tae had sunk deep into the water, his eyes flashing with a dark light. "Izin, I don't understand why you didn't deal with him right away and let him escape. You had enough power to do it." Chidong shook his head and said, "No, actually I don't have enough strength to kill him." Yin asked back in surprise. "Huh?" He clenched his fists, feeling the cracks spreading across his armor, and spoke. "Even my ultimate core can't withstand his attack anymore. His offensive power is the strongest among all I have encountered." He recalls last year's battle and concludes that he is no longer the hexagon from 2 years ago. At this moment, Min Song notices the water surface moving and says, "He's coming." At this moment, the entire lake trembled violently as if a giant monster was moving beneath the water, and a huge water sphere suddenly emerged. Jia Sung-tae stood inside that water sphere, eerily reminding you, "Remember what I told you? Do not die in vain." As soon as he finished speaking, he deflected the water bombs towards Min Song and Chidong. Thousands of powerful energy orbs shot out to attack the enemies. The two struggle to block Gung Ti's relentless attacks. Qidong yells out, Yin watches from above and fires a projectile, bringing Jia Sung-tae into the fray. He looks up with disdain and says, "Is it that noisy girl again?" At this moment, Jia Dong-tae has activated his second form, entering a state of full internal energy martial arts. He summons a ring of energy that circles around him and launches an attack towards Yin. She immediately flew away and said, "This kind of trap is really easy to fall into." Jia Sung-tae then fired a shell after her, roaring, "No way you're escaping." The cannonballs chase after Ijin, hitting her side, causing her to cry out in pain, and Ijin immediately decides to fight back. She unleashes countless threads, which swiftly and flexibly attack Sung-tae. A strand of silk pierced through his shoulder, twisting around and pulling Jia Sung-tae forward. Taking the opportunity, Min Song charged. Jia Sung-tae lost his footing. He raised his hand and let out a loud snort, dodging Min Song's attack while countering with an explosive strike on his arm, causing Min's armor to shatter into 100 pieces. He knelt down, one knee on the rock. Jia Sung-tae was stunned when he saw this. Why? "How did you manage to take on Dukong's form?" Min Song glanced and let out a small sound. "So it's someone I know. Now's the perfect time to use that bastard stirring inside me." He takes Min's arrow and shoots, saying, "I will now use his power." Chi looks surprised at the arrow in Min Song's hand. "Ji Song, when did he get it?" Min Song, without hesitation, directly drove the tip of the arrow into his body. A terrifying power surges through him. Min Song shouts, and his evolved mantis shield strength erupts within him, revealing itself. Jia Sung-tae looked at this scene and laughed out loud. "Ah ha, I see now. This is interesting. By the way, I also want to settle the score with that Kang guy at the 4th tower, and Min Song has now fully evolved, so Sung-tae couldn't wait and charged forward, shouting loudly to move out." Jokang Min Song, wearing the mantis armor with shield, weapons, abilities, and energy surging through him, creates a new form. Min Song raises his sickle, easily blocking the punch of the shrimp-like insect. The two fight fiercely, sparks flying from their fiery clashes as Sung-tae's crab claws collide with Min Song's mantis sickle. The two of them separated to gather strength and then charged at each other again, fighting fiercely for 300 rounds, with every lightning-fast strike being blocked by their opponent. The two of you are showing skills that are not inferior, like an internal battle between hexagon pillars. Jia Sung-tae shouted loudly, "Surprised to be fighting you in this form. It's exciting. However, if you dare to damage his reputation, I won't let it go," Jia Sung-tae said. Min Song responded confidently. Jia Sung-tae plunged into the water, retreating backward, firing a barrage of cannonballs at Min Song at close range. His full strength, worthy of the 5th hexagon pillar. Min Song swings his sickle to block everything, forming a sturdy shield to counter Ji Sung-tae's attacks. Min Song retreated, then turned around and instantly teleported next to the Tom Tit clone. The deadly sickle pressed close, leaving him no time to react. You immediately cut off Ji Sung-tae's left shoulder with your sickle, blood splattering along the wound. Jia Sung-tae counterattacks with a straight punch to Min Song's stomach. A series of powerful punches are exchanged as both retreat to maintain distance. One wielding the deadly sickle, the other armed with a barrage of tiny cannon shots, each launching their ultimate attack in a tense showdown. "Why did you throw away your weapon? Have you thought it through?" Min Song blocked the tidal cannon that Sung-tae just fired, a powerful water explosion stopping it and shaking the entire lake surface. Sung-tae suddenly lifts Min Song from behind, flips him over, and slams him to the ground, causing Min Song's helmet to shatter into pieces. Sung-tae flicked his tail, tossing Min Song into the air. GXD Sung-tae smugly said, "That's pretty weak." On the other side, Qidong quietly observes the battle. Jiadong turns to see Qidong signaling behind him, confused, unsure what that gesture means. Qidong gestures across his throat in a provocative cut motion. Without hesitation, Min Song rushes out, raising his sickle straight at Ji Sung-tae's neck. Min Song spun the sickle in a quick circle, and at such close range and suddenness he only managed to tilt his neck to dodge the attack, but one side of his face still got grazed by the sickle. The blazing red energy swirls around anything it touches. Jia Sung-tae, in pain, is overwhelmed with frantic thoughts, thinking, "How dare you? Even if you are Kichima's brother, I cannot forgive you," Jia Sung-tae roared, struggling to grasp his last hope for survival. "This body is not meant to be sacrificed for someone like you," he shouted, immediately unleashing a barrage of water cannon and crazy artillery shells beneath the water. Countless shells explode, creating a blast that engulfs Min Song. The misty smoke after the naval battle swirls violently across the terrifying lake surface. From within the smoke and dust, Min Song's eyes flash with madness and death. Jia Sung-tae looks up in surprise, seeing Gam Min Song still standing there like a death god, ready to carry out the execution. Min Song raised his sickle, and all Gungtae's eyes could show now was astonishment and despair. Impossible. He froze in place. Faced with Minsong's absolute power, Gungtae had no choice but to accept his death sentence. Minsong raised his sickle, officially ending the life of the fifth hexagon pillar. You take Gas's head in your hands, your eyes blazing with deadly intent. Minsong casts a spell, absorbing all the energy and power of the gun into his body. When only the swirling red aura remains, signaling the end of the battle, Chidong stands by the side, watching Minsong clean up the aftermath. The flickering red light and the power of the shrimp clone finally fade into a faint energy, and Yin can't believe his eyes, asking in a deep voice, "Is it over?" The two of them have returned to their human forms. They stood by the shore, still unable to hide their amazement. Yin sighed. What now? Is this the peak? Min's new power is truly impressive. Chidong responded cautiously. I've seen it once before. A source of incredible power. After the great battle of the division, the sky has brightened again. The fog gradually cleared, revealing a desolate scene after the battle. Yin helped Min up, exhausted. Chidong stands beside, bored and complaining. I'm so tired of running errands. Yin complains. Do you still want to choose a job now? The assistant beside them spoke up. If everyone is talking about the centrifuge, don't worry. Before they were shot, I took the machine during the chaos. Hi! Yin happily praised Koi. Oh, you did very well, little one. Era hurriedly ran over to check on Minsong, panic-stricken. Minsong, you're bleeding, Dyuda replied. It's okay. Chidong watches the sun gradually rise in the distance. It's morning, Chidong said. Let's head back now. Inside the secret base on the mountain of the Symbiosis Society, the sun gradually shines through the hole at the top of the mountain. Mini Unun wakes up, yawning and complaining. Yeah, it's too dazzling. He yawned, and somehow the collar on his neck suddenly snapped off. Mini Unun was confused. Why did this dog collar suddenly come off? He enters Hannah's room, planning to complain. Hey, are you taking this off? At this moment, Hannah, listening to Minion on the phone, exclaimed in surprise, Why hexagon? The other side said something else, and Hannah sighed in response. Oh, I see now. The goal is the antidote, so I understand. Everyone has worked hard. Minion, getting anxious, followed along. Hexagon? Who? And where did you meet? Han calmly reports that everything has been resolved. Huh? Mignon asked again. They say we've won. Han was gradually losing patience. What? Mignon pouted. Tch, I should have gone there myself. Han stood up and headed for the door, but was nowhere to be seen when needed. Let's go, Minion wondered. Where are you going? Han explains. They've worked so hard we should prepare some food to wait for them to come back. Min Kyun followed behind, not forgetting to tease. What? Are you planning to prepare breakfast for them? It's really a strange thing. Han froze in surprise. Bak Min Kyun, are you really talking about preparing breakfast? Min Kyun replied. What about breakfast? Could it be dinner instead? The last words you uttered, you even had to slow down, looking up at the dark hole at the top of the mountain blocked by something, as black as ink, and the gloomy dark atmosphere vanished in an instant. Min Kyun, are you surprised? It was bright earlier. The residents are waking up one after another, all surprised and talking about it. What's going on? Why did it suddenly turn so dark? Dr. Weigon is also observing the situation. What's going on? A resident standing nearby explains, suddenly everything went dark in an instant. Let me go find out what's going on. A duplicate insectoid creature speaks. He volunteers to fly to the top of the mountain to check the situation. I muttered to myself what exactly happened, as if something was blocking the way. As he neared the top of the mountain, he saw something that made him gasp. A scream of terror echoed out. The doctor froze in shock, unable to believe his eyes. The clone volunteers to check the situation, now covered by thousands of black creatures falling into the base. The doctor hurriedly shouts. Be careful, another person shouted. Let me help you, Dr. Hygon intervenes. It's very dangerous now, as the insect creature's body has been torn apart into hundreds of pieces, completely lifeless. Everyone was pale with fear. Minun shouted loudly, Hurry and get out, everyone run away from here. At this moment, on the mountaintop, the number of black ants grew even more crowded. A horrifying voice echoed. Oh, so this is the place. Where did Kichima come from along with millions of ants? His crazed eyes and his large hand emanating a mysterious green energy. He laughed loudly and shouted, So this is the grave of the trash. Thousands of black ants crawled out of nowhere and attacked the coexisting residents. Everyone shouted and screamed for Latoan to help, as two unfortunate residents were attacked by black ants, their limbs torn apart, and in a moment they collapsed, only able to say their last words, run away quickly. Meanwhile, another insectoid creature was covered in black ants as Kyung rampaged, slaughtering all the residents. The insect warrior soldiers all charged forward together, trying to take control of the situation. Praying mantis, scorpion, and drill insect soldiers rushed at the same time without warning. Who is attacking Kai-Kima with all their might? He remains unfazed, using black ants to form a solid protective barrier. Under that protective shield, no weapon can touch Kaima's body. He touches his face with his hand and summons an ant soldier from above to charge down. It has a cure in its mouth taken from Hana's research institute. Kichima watches and sneers, "Yeah, slow as a snail." The swarm of ants charges in to boost Kichi's strength. With the antidote in hand, Kichima recovers her full original power. The swarm of ants launched a full attack on all the insect warriors surrounding Kaima. Everyone was easily defeated by the ants, each crying out in pain. Kichi scratches his chin, thinking about something. He said, "You seem useful. Come here." Kichima summons a blue circle to turn the clone warriors into his subordinates. Over here, Hana rushes in to unlock No-Sang. The chains are unlocked and the mask is removed. Nosa rubs his wrists where he was bound and asks in surprise what's going on. "Why did you suddenly let me go?" Han simply said briefly, "Run quickly." No-Sang surprised, huh? Han explained. "Kichima absorbed the Chin vehicle so he would know information about us. You too, so run now," she said coldly. Out here, the ant colony is attacking a monster carrying a baby. She shouts, "Nah, you know." Before the swarm could reach them, Dr. Huigon stepped forward to block the attacking ants and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Doctor, you just used the fire wing to stop the swarm." Besides the warriors, all the other members run quickly. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. "Are you talking about these warriors?" Kichima appears in front of Dr. Huigon, surrounded by the ghostly warrior insects he has defeated. He grinned eerily with vacant eyes and said, "Hello, uncle. Long time no see." Dr. Huigon stared in shock as Kichima immediately ordered the ghost warrior spirits to attack him. He struggled to hold on, shouting out loud in front of his furious power. The doctor yelled in anger, "Gami-chan!" Kichima immediately pressed his hand against the face of the doctor, like a familiar move he often used before absorbing someone. Kichima approached the doctor and coldly asked, "Did you build your faction in this terrible place? Is it just to kill someone like me?" The tone growing more deadly with each word. Doctor calmly called your name and said, "Michan, you are the calamity." Kai sneered, his eyes instantly turning cold with a chilling aura, revealing only madness and loss of reason. He replied, "I don't need you to tell me that, I already know. The disaster was created by you all." Then he cast a spell, intending to absorb Dr. Huigon's energy. Kichima roared, "So watch closely how I will destroy this world." At this moment, Minyonen suddenly charged out, slicing Kichima's arm with his sword, causing him to quickly pull back, wide-eyed in surprise. Kichima turned to look at Minun with a cold, judging gaze, a streak of blood splattering from his injured arm. Minkyun cursed in his mind, "Damn it, I missed. You keep following Kichima and complain. Those damn ants are so annoying. If this keeps up, I might get PTSD." Kichima couldn't see through Minkyun's true form and arrogantly asked, "What kind of bug are you?" Minkyun calmly replied, "Pleased to meet you. I once served the heavenly insect faithfully, but after being betrayed, now I am an avenging demon. Jishna is currently your close friend, and he raises his sword to confront. I've always been curious about his appearance, and in the end, it's still that familiar face. To be precise, you look even more pathetic than Gamin. Minkyun, in his insect form, can't help but mock Gamin a bit more." Kichima grinned eerily. It seems he doesn't know how to choose his friends wisely. Don't expect to die in one piece. You talk big, huh? Just as I expected. Then they step into battle against the hive entities created by Kiima. Over here, everyone is hurriedly returning to the base. Song Chidong carries Min on his back, followed by Ara carrying Min and Yin, until Min Song collapses on Chidong's back. He closed his tired eyes and drifted into sleep as a childish voice called out. In his dream, Min Song slowly wakes up. "Hurry up and wake up." The call continues to echo. Min Song is still just a 6-year-old child in front of you at this moment. Gamin-chan's younger brother is happily jumping up and down, even when you play together. The wild call echoes, "Hurry up." Min Song smiled happily and replied, "I'm here. What game shall we play now?" Min Chan rests his chin in thought. Let's see. Let's play Tigerman." Min Song happily joins in. "Then you be Tigerman." Min Song looked puzzled. "Why? You're always asking to be Tigerman." The sword in Min Chan's hand touches your chin. "From now on, you'll play the villain." At this moment, he looked up. And in an instant, Gamin-chan had grown up, no longer the innocent, cheerful appearance from the beginning. Min Song faced his younger brother in his current state, pausing for a moment before responding. "All right then," Min Song snapped out of his dream, exhaling heavily with a frightened look. Shidong asked with concern, "Are you okay? I'll slow down a bit." Min Song sighed and said, "Everything's fine. We need to hurry. I have a bad feeling." Min Song was worried, a sense of unease rising in his heart. A moment later, at the secret cliff, the entire group had gathered at the base. As soon as they stepped onto the mountain peak, the unusually secluded rocky outcrop, a chilling wind howled ominously above the summit. Around, the corpses of the insect people killed by Kiyama are scattered on the ground. Ara anxiously asks, "What exactly has happened?" Yin was panicked. "What's going on? Could it be?" Chidong is sure he's not mistaken. Min Song's eyes are now buzzing, her mind in chaos as she stammers. "Why are the ants here?" Chidong observes his condition and tries to stop him, saying, "Let me go down first to check the situation, wait here." Min Song steps forward firmly and says, "No, you all stay here." Min bent down to check on a bug person, gently asking, "Are you okay?" But as she touched him, his arm automatically detached, his body shriveled and lifeless. She screamed in fear as the figure beside her darted past. Gamin Song, without hesitation, jumped down into the base, rushing down quickly. As soon as he touched down on the ground, Min Song was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. The figure of Min Kyun Tio Tui, struggling to stay strong amidst the devastated battlefield. Min Song shouted loudly for Bak Min Kyun. At this moment, he was trying to stand upright with his last bit of willpower, his armor shattered and his body covered in fresh blood and pain. He turned to look at Min and said word for word, "Why are you only arriving now? I could only hold on until here." Min Song opened his eyes wide, his heart pounding with tension. A streak of blue light appeared. Min Kyun was dragged into becoming a sacrifice for Kichima. Min Song rushed forward in pain, trying to hold on to his body and shouting, "No, stop me, Noon." Until Min Kyun was swallowed by Kichima's hand, the familiar figure of his younger brother appeared, but instead of his face, there was a blank stare and a crazed smile. Min Song rushed forward in pain, shouting, "That bastard Gami-chan." Min Song's eyes are filled with rage. Kichima sneered and charged forward recklessly. "Come on!" Kichima's brother shouted, and the two clashed like a storm, their opposing red and blue energies fiercely suppressing and dominating each other. Both of them try to use their absorption abilities to defeat each other. Kichima, surprised and excited, asked back, "What, you have it too?" Min Song replied, "This cursed power is not like yours. Move aside," the two shouted in unison, standing before two opposing but equal sources of power, yet the situation remained unchanged. "The energy source keeps fluctuating more and more," Kichima roars, punching backward. "How can they attack when they're pulled together?" "Idiot!" Gamin Song also clenched his fist and threw a punch, shouting loudly, "Shut up," his arms swinging past. Min Song blocks a punch from Min Chan right in the face. Min Tran also takes a hook from Min Song, blood splattering everywhere, and the two continue to clash, only one of them stopping, and the fate of death ahead will be ready to claim them. Min Song stepped back to gain momentum, while Kichima swung his arm behind him, launching relentless attacks at each other until they both exhausted and let go, falling backward. Kichima grits his teeth in fury, lets out a shout, then orders the ants to attack Min, and his flesh is for the ant nest. Kichima roared. The swarm of ants charged at Min Song as commanded, and he shouted, "They are useless." Indeed, the swarm of ants automatically disintegrated to clear the way for Min Song, and Kichima roared in anger, "The stupid ants, I am your master. Obey my orders immediately." The termite nest once again charged at Min Song, swarming to tear him apart. Min Song barely managed to escape from the swarm of ants and gritted his teeth as he shouted, "I'm used to being torn apart like this." He transforms into a mantis soldier form. Kiyama shouts in anger, "What the?" What kind of ridiculous look is that? He commands the warrior species to rush at Min Song, who raises his scythe to meet them, slicing through the spirits with ease, unleashing overwhelming power that cannot be stopped. Kichima was stunned, eyes wide open as Min Song charged like a missile, swinging his sickle to cut across Kichi's body, causing him to grimace in pain and spit out a mouthful of blood. Ajia heard footsteps running down the mountain and turned to see No. So desperately running out of the base, running as if he had never run before, sweat pouring down his face, she used her spider arm to block him. No-So's teeth suddenly clenched, his eyes wide, he snorted, and upon closer inspection of the clone in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Are you due, Ajia?" She blocked her. "Where are you planning to go?" Everyone around is staring in amazement. "An acquaintance, huh?" Chidong asked with a glance. Yin glanced and replied, "You're so used to this, huh?" Assistant Min thought to himself, even his expression is exactly the same as before. No Rang hesitated awkwardly. "Well, of course you're trying to find fault and escape." No Rang awkwardly tries to come up with an excuse. "Huh? At least because of you guys I had to find a way to survive, so I did this." Her face darkened as she spoke. I don't care. Just finish your story and go wherever you want. No, Zhoujiang, are you surprised? She asked. How did you manage to climb up here safely? Are you sure you want to go down there? You'll definitely die. Even if you reach safety, you'll just be eaten by the ants. Everyone else is already dead. Since when do you care about others? Whether we live or die isn't your concern. I don't want to lose another friend, she said firmly. Leading the way, No Exo's face was pale. He had no choice but to accept. All right, follow me, No Jiang said reluctantly. They all follow No So Jiang's guidance into the secret passage, a door with long, deep stairs hidden inside the mountain. Qidong was surprised. So there is a secret passage here? I had no idea this way existed either, Min replied, and No Exo pointed inside the tunnel to explain. Hannah, she created it because she didn't know when the wings would disappear. Just follow the stairs down to get there. Ara entered and coldly responded. Thanks, now go away. Noserang hesitantly pushed up her glasses and shyly said, all right. Someone asked, is Hannah still here? Noserang likes her. She suddenly disappeared, so I don't really know. Yin patted Song Chidong's shoulder impatiently. Hurry up. He frowned and replied, hey, don't mess around. Yin saw through it, don't make a fuss. Suddenly Song Chidong glanced back. Yin kept urging Qidong to move faster, completely unaware that Neon Ho had appeared out of nowhere, ready to poison her. He quickly pushed Ain aside, blocking the dart with his hand and redirecting it elsewhere, a surge of energy radiating out as he fell backward. Neon Ho also, therefore, drove the poison needle into the nearby cliff wall. Surprised, Min turned around with wide eyes and shouted, Lord Red! Yin shouted loudly. Song Chidong, struggling to sit up, whispered, yeah, still standing there. Run now. Song Chidong shouted with all his might, and at that moment, Neon Ho suddenly covered his ears. First pillar, Nogu covers his mouth and coughs, then whispers, this. He takes a deep breath and shouts loudly, please forgive my rudeness. As he raised his voice, a terrifying wave of sound erupted, piercing everything in its path. The sound wave turned into a raging tornado, causing rocks and debris to fly everywhere. A wave of sound powerful enough to turn the scene into ruins in an instant. Song Chidong sat on the ground, looking up at Nayan standing arrogantly beside him, his eyes full of murderous intent. Now covers her mouth and approaches closely to Yin lying exhausted on the rubble. Due to the impact of the sound wave at close range, Yeljin has fainted and lost consciousness. Down here, Min Song and Min Chan are locked in a fierce confrontation, and he asks, do we really have to go this far? Kichima has now entered an active state, clad in white armor with a sinister gleam in his eyes. When Ma turned around, he said harshly, I will make you see. Min Song was furious. Gami-chan, Kichima shouted, the third ant operation. He turned around, his white hair soaring into the sky. Around him, thousands of black ants were surrounding Kichima. He has unleashed his power, determined for Gamin to see this form of himself. Outside, after Nogu emitted a superwave, everyone was stunned by his enormous strength. Min leapt up suddenly to avoid a deadly blow. Nearby, Nozo Jiang grimaced and struggled to stay on the ground. Suddenly, a giant tentacle reached from behind, pulling Noexo into the pit, as rocks shattered and fell in chunks down the slope, and the space was violently devastated after a terrifying scream. The desolate, ruined landscape. Nu suddenly kneels before Yin, who has collapsed on the ground, covering her mouth and crying in despair. Did I die again? Sob, 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 as if it wasn't my fault. He holds Yin in his arms, cradling her head as he sobs. Such a cute girl, and they haven't even exchanged a single word. It's so heartbreaking, the twisted Nu wails and laments. Suddenly, a thread emerged from Yin's shoulder. Meanwhile, Nogu was still lost in his tearful performance. He roared loudly, overwhelmed with grief. These 3 words, echoing from him, became a terrifying power that spread across the vast, rocky mountain space. Suddenly, a strand of silk appeared out of nowhere, forming a magic circle that wrapped around Nog. The silk moved swiftly, rushing in front of him, and in an instant transformed into a divine thread that tightly sealed Nu's mouth. The thin but incredibly strong silk threads follow their master's guidance, pulling Nu forward. He loses his balance and falls face first to the ground. At the moment he was about to kiss the ground, a beam of light shot up from below into his face. Naguran muttered softly, then with a graceful somersault, he kicked directly into the face of the pervert. Be quiet, you damn loudmouth, she shouted loudly, deafening everyone. You damn pervert, she growled as she tightened the thread stitching Nao's mouth shut. He grunted in his throat, his face pale with fear, as Min was knocked back by the shockwave. She struggled to stand up, holding her ear and grimacing, feeling like her eardrum was about to burst. Luckily, she managed to fly up in time to avoid the deadly blow. "Hey, is everyone okay?" She turned around worriedly to check on everyone. Seeing the scene before her, Min widened her eyes in shock as she looked at Aegea's severed clone arm on the ground. She muttered and called out to Aegea around her, but there was no response. Suddenly, another wave of sound echoed loudly. Min, holding his head, said with difficulty, "It's that noise again." Now unleashes a series of sound waves directly at Aegean. She dodges to the side, causing the rocks and dirt to crumble into pieces. Yin counterattacked by throwing a web to trap Nog. The web tightly sealed his mouth. Taking advantage of Nu's momentary distraction, she quickly moved behind him and rushed to ambush Nog. He turned around just in time, and as she closed in, he swung his arm and fired a sound bomb straight at her face. Yin couldn't dodge in time and was knocked down by Nogu's silent cannon, crashing into the nearby rock outcrop. No fired several more silent shells, their immense power piercing through solid rocks. Yin cried out in pain. Min, now transformed into a bug-human hybrid, hurriedly ran over and shouted for Elin. Now Nu flies close to the cliff he just pierced, muttering threats under his breath. "Did you hear that? He's floating in the air." The formidable power of the cicada insect truly lives up to the reputation of the first hexagon pillar of the celestial swarm. Now continued, "This is my thunderous cry that shakes the mountains and sky." In another corner, Chidong sat heavily against a nearby rock, affected by the sound waves, while Na So-ho stood arrogantly in front of him, eyes full of judgment. He opened his mouth, red hair, and said, "So it's you." Chidong looked up in confusion. Naeun-ho continued, "The one who killed Doug Y?" He laughed provocatively. "So what now? Want an autograph?" Nason-hoon smirked with a twisted smile, radiating deadly intent. A stream of dark energy runs through his body, ready to unleash his power. He grits his teeth, his deep voice echoing. "Use that last bit of strength to sign your own tombstone." Chidong also stood up, replying cheerfully, "All right, I'll sign it and leave it on your tombstone." Two streams of deadly aura burst forth fiercely, red and yellow heads entwined like two dragons about to swallow the sky, their eyes locking in a fierce battle, intent to devour each other. An intense battle between armored beetle monsters and wasps is about to begin, with people sprawled unconscious on the ground and debris scattered on their heads. He struggled to open his eyes, whimpering weakly. The entrance to the tunnel was blocked tightly, with large stones stacked without a gap. Nozen suddenly woke up with a start, scratching his head and muttering, "Wow, I'm still safe and sound, not a single wound?" A gradually entered the deep tunnel, small drops of blood trailing with each step she took. Nozen only then noticed A in front of him. He looked at the bloodstains splattered on the ground, as if he had just realized something. Era is struggling to bandage her injured arm with one hand, her half-elbow cut off during the tunnel rescue of Nozen. He let out a cry, recalling the painful memory of fainting when he felt a giant arm pulling him back. The two of them fell backward into the pit. Because Ara's arm protected Nosang from Nogu's explosive attack, her left arm was completely destroyed. Nosang grits his teeth, overwhelmed with guilt and regret. In the end, he is just a mortal with feelings of joy, anger, love, and hate. He stammered, voice trembling, "Oh my God." The haunting memories gradually surface in his mind. The cowardice he showed when only caring about his own life and affecting others is still vivid there. He accidentally pulled a classmate back, causing her to fall and hit her head on a nearby rock. No So Rang Ri looked at Aegea with tears in her eyes. "Why would you save someone like me?" The muffled crying echoed throughout the cave. "I don't know either." The more Nose spoke, the louder he cried, tears streaming down his face. Era simply responded softly, "I also don't understand why I did it." "No." So Jiang bowed his head in shame and apologized. "I am truly sorry." Inside the base, Minsong and Kichima are still facing off in tense confrontation. Standing before Kichima's insect-human form, Minsong was surprised. That form is Kichima arrogantly giving orders, "Look carefully." He focused his energy. The nearby ant colonies began to rally to Kima's call, and he declared, "I will teach you how to use these damn ants most effectively." Focusing the super swarm. Then, millions of black ants began to gather around Kaima, his body shining brightly as they swarmed all around him. Kichima lifts a finger, and instantly a swarm of ants rushes up like a sharp blade piercing through the air. The ants pass through Minsong's body, piercing through his armor. Minsong let out a cry of pain as the tiny but terrifyingly strong ants gnawed away at his cells. He roared loudly and immediately transformed into his insect-human form, with his tough armor instantly blocking the attack of the ants. Minsong charged forward, swinging his hand to punch Kama. He remained unmoved, standing tall like a statue, waiting for the punch. As soon as the armor on his arm touched Kichima, the pieces shattered into fragments as if an otherworldly force that weapons couldn't pierce. The armor pieces were covered in black ant nests, and in an instant, Min Song was left completely unarmored. Standing before Kichima with empty eyes, he arrogantly replied, "Trying to struggle is useless, brother. The superhive can swallow everything into it." After gaining the insects, I realized why I was treated like such a useless person. The insects under Kichima's control swarmed to entangle Minsong like a spider's web with no escape. They pierced through Minsong's body, entering his internal organs, causing a pain that multiplies 1,000,000 times, burning through every vein in his body. Minsong roars in agony, his eyes bloodshot from the brutal torment. Kichi's ambition has reached its peak. With no one left to stop him, he will now devour the entire world. In the blink of an eye, all the endless sources of power Minsong had gathered were drained by Kichima. He marveled that from someone with nothing, he had finally found a way to fight. Big Bird, Rokang, and Ji Sung-tae come here. Kichima reaches out and pulls the endless source of power that Minsong gained after the battles, and they fly towards him at his command. The cruel energy has become even stronger now. Kichima concentrates to feel the new flow of energy rushing through his body. Until the last bit of energy was drained by Kichima, he began to laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, everything finally belongs to me." Kichima laughed maniacally, continuously marveling. "Well done, keeping them inside your body like that." This ignorant source of energy, Kichima feels an overwhelming excitement as every cell in his body is stimulated to the limit, nearing the moment of victory. "That's right, brother. You're truly an unlucky one. Did you try to endure even worse pain than death itself, just to take revenge on me? This empty corpse will never be filled again, and I absolutely won't let you stand in my way anymore. Come here." The enchanting Kichima suddenly pulls Min out of his position with a sudden force. Kichima and Hut look around cautiously, only to find the space filled with swirling dust and an empty black void. Where did it disappear to? Kichima muttered to himself. A giant octopus tentacle suddenly lunged out, delivering a precise punch to Kichima's face, catching him off guard and preventing him from dodging. What the hell is that? Is Gami finished? He wondered silently. Another strike swung across Kichima's body, followed by a series of fierce blows pounding into him. Kichima finally realized that someone was using stealth techniques to attack. Even the sharp black ants couldn't find the target. Kichima was caught off guard and attacked until he had no armor left. He screamed in his mind, "Who are you, really?" Not knowing that Jizanti was rushing to attack, he was frantically seeking revenge for his friends. Just a moment ago, she was still with Nozo Rang, trying to find the way back to the base. The two of them remained silent and deep in thought. The awkward atmosphere lingered for a long time until the moment their eyes met with Dr. Ugon and Hannah, and the silence was finally broken. Hannah looked at Nozo Rang in surprise, her eyes wide. "Why are you still here? I told you to run away already." Han struggled to help Dr. Ugon, who was injured, out of the tunnel. Nozo Rang stammered Hannah. She listened to the two people recounting, still in constant surprise. Everyone planned to go down to the symbiosis area in this condition afterward. "Are you crazy?" Dr. Ugon also replied. "It's just like hell down there now." Ara tightly hugged his bleeding arm and whimpered. "I can't let Mi-song fight alone." Dr. Wygon tried to stop him. "Don't go down there, we can't do anything, we need to treat the wounds first." Hana also tries to stop her. "Does she think San will fight for others?" "Calm down," Ajia still stubbornly responds. "I don't want to lose another friend." Hannah threw up her hands and sighed. "I'm going crazy, seriously." After a moment of thought, Hannah spoke. "Fine, if you want to die, then go ahead." She turned around, Dukda Ajia. The doctor called her back in surprise, and Hannah calmly gave her instructions. "Doctor, stay here with Nosrang. Kichima is stronger than before. I thought there was no hope and ran away, but now there is hope. You're jaunty, right?" Jia hesitated and replied. "Yes," Hannah continued. "I will help you hide completely." Ara was surprised, but Hannah calmly outlined the only plan. "Use all your strength to break through that bastard's armor." With Hannah's support, Jizanti successfully concealed herself and launched a fierce attack on Kadaima. She swung her tentacle arm, knocking Katsama back. Somehow the black ants discovered Ajia and crawled onto her, forming a blurry ant arm. With the shape and position of the arm in mind, Kichima growled, his eyes flashing with anger. There it is. Jia is surrounded by ants and realizes her position has been exposed. She silently thinks, "Oh, I've been discovered." Ajia no longer hides. She faces Kichima directly, swinging her hand to punch him in the stomach. Kichima is knocked back into the wall, his whole body aching intensely. Ajia stands across and shouts, "Hurry up and act." Suddenly, a mosquito's proboscis rushes over from somewhere. Hannah, holding the poison in her hand, confidently replied, "The rest is up to me." Then she transformed into a bug-human hybrid and lunged to deliver a deadly sting to Kichi. He cried out in pain and growled, "What the hell is this?" Han replied, though he didn't want anyone to see this ugly face, but if he wanted to be completely invisible, there was no other way. "Quite a surprise, isn't it, Kichima?" Han provocatively said. Kichima kept suffering from continuous, uncontrollable coughs. The poison she injected is spreading throughout his body, and this toxin is completely different from what Kichima absorbed before. Because the dosage was increased more than tenfold, Kichi is in agony. The sensation of every cell being burned and scorched, with millions of insects gnawing inside him, makes him roar. His eyes bloodshot with madness, his scream echoing through the base like the cry of thousands of lives he has taken. Noso Jiang is desperately running back to the symbiote base, panting heavily as he goes. Just a few minutes ago, he was at the tunnel entrance with Dr. Yui Gon, rummaging to pull out something. The doctor turned around in surprise to look at the centrifuge that Chidong's team had struggled to bring back. He asked Nu to explain, and Ara had brought it here. "If I have this device, I can do something with my blood, right?" The doctor replies, "That's just for testing. We need more time to verify." Before he could finish speaking, Nozo Rang suddenly bit his own hand fiercely, blood splattering onto the ground. The doctor was shocked and froze, asking, "What are you doing?" Nozo Rang took out the blood-stained centrifuge and confirmed, "This should be enough, right?" The doctor carefully held the centrifuge. No XO Rang said, "I will go down there and see what's going on." The doctor was stunned, but he didn't wait for him to say more and ran into the tunnel, leaving the rest of the story to the doctor. The only thing on Noso Jiang's mind right now was that he no longer wanted to live cowardly and uselessly. "This time I will act." Nosrang was captivated. When he ran out from the symbiosis door, the scene below made him gasp in amazement. "Noso Jiang trontomart, suken hetrangaptren komart, fiadui handang vuimungnoi. We did it, we succeeded." A strange blue light flickered in her eyes as Ara clapped and praised beside her. "Very impressive." Finally, Kichima Nosang roared loudly, "Han, what the hell are you doing? The person you stabbed was Doa." At this moment, the enchanting glow in Hannah's eyes finally shattered. She looked back at the face before her, seeing a bloodied body slumped unconscious right in front of her. Thanks to Nosa's warning, Hannah finally realized that the person she had stabbed was none other than him. The surrounding space was filled with blurry green bushes all around. "Why is this happening?" Hannah stammered. Next to her, another Ara is still clapping like a programmed puppet. The puppet Gia keeps shouting, "We did it!" Seeing the hypnosis no longer work, she let out a cry. Kichima's voice rang out. "I completely forgot." Han absent-mindedly pulls the poison needle out of Gia. Kichima gradually reveals his true form, appearing as Seach-Chin, calmly saying, "You lost your arm, didn't you?" Nosrang quickly rushes down from above, catching the injured A and repeatedly calling her name. "Ara, wake up quickly," Ara whispered with her last strength, telling Noza to take her away. Nosrang was surprised. "Huh?" Han was stunned. "Why are you using Sechin's power?" "Those two are friends." Kiima calmly dismisses the accusation, saying, "Don't get it wrong, you're the one who stabbed her." Han frantically rushes forward, roaring in shame and anger, "You damn evil demon!" Kichima calmly replies, "Why do bugs keep rushing into the fire? Aren't you afraid to die?" He reached out a hand to block Hannah's view, quickly absorbing her power with ease. Nosrang gently helped A to Min's side, her body badly wounded and unconscious on the ground. She carefully laid her down, and she looked at Min one last time as if trying to hold on to her final memories. Nosrang looked at A with wide eyes, slowly taking Min's hand, the fiery red hand carrying humanity's last hope and strength, and placed it into his. At that moment, Kichima from below spoke with disdain. "I'm tired of these games." Suddenly, a huge blazing red tail charged in from somewhere, striking Kichima fiercely. He glanced in shock and recognized the familiar scorpion tail, while Kima cursed bitterly, a swarm of leeches hungry for blood. "Damn it!" he roared when he saw Min Song standing in front of him. Min Song shouted out, advancing, and immediately unleashed the final clone form. Jizanti, outside, Yeljin was seriously injured after Nogu's counterattack. She fell backward, her body covered in blood and pain. Nogu examined it for a moment before speaking. "Looks good, but I still have to say goodbye to you." Then he fired a cannonball at Ain. This move would instantly kill her. Suddenly, a blue-clad stranger appeared out of nowhere, pulling Y-Skin away to avoid the cannon fire. She glided past Nogu's face and in an instant darted toward the mountainside. Nogu sneered. So fast, you're quick to escape, but your time for flying and jumping is over now. He fired a cannonball at the insect creature as it flew by. Unexpectedly, the blue butterfly insect had appeared behind No from nowhere. She shot an arrow as fast as lightning, piercing through the armor beneath her. Nu was stunned. Since when? Before he could finish speaking, the insect creature suddenly teleported in front of Nog, swinging its sharp sword to knock him down to the ground. Nu lost his footing and fell onto a nearby rock ledge. The blue butterfly clone quickly shot an arrow at him. The arrow hit precisely into his leg and hand, pinning him to the mountain wall and rendering him immobile. Immediately after, she unleashes a storm of arrows tearing through the wind, charging straight at him. Nogu growls, curses, "You bastard." He unleashes a wave of sound to block the volley of arrows, then Nogu roars again. "Who are you, really?" Nog's fierce sound waves crash layer after layer toward the triangular blue butterfly clone. Ming stood firm amidst the crashing waves, unscathed. The sound cannon grew more intense, but still could not affect her. "My echo can't reach you." "Huh. My sound speed is incredibly superior. How is that possible? That can't be true." He used supersonic force to shout loudly, shaking the heavens and earth around him, causing the arrows embedded in his body to be dislodged. Now transformed again, evolving into a colossal form, with his armor turning into a super loudspeaker, increasing his power 100-fold. Min quickly slipped away before Nogu's sound wave could reach her. Taking advantage of his distraction, she returned to the cave where the agent mark was. Min muttered anxiously, "What should I do now?" The eyeball must rupture the eardrum. The hair-like layer on the body helps prevent bones from breaking, but the muscles are severely damaged. Min shot a golden arrow from her wing directly into Yin's body, thinking that the golden arrow helps transmit her life energy to others and improve their physical condition, making it a great healing tool. Using this can help restore some of her condition, but she's still in a very bad state. Yin suddenly regained consciousness, cried out, and looked around hazily. Min immediately asked, "Aelin, how do you feel?" Nuo is now outside, activating the loudspeaker in his hand, sending out sound waves to hunt the mysterious clone. He looks around and mutters, "Where is it?" Min, hearing the commotion outside the cave, couldn't help but worry. "He's coming back to find me." She quietly calculated in her mind the first pillar of the hexagon. Currently, Lord Red is facing off against the one believed to be the second pillar. "I'm the only one left. I have to fight him. Even after unleashing my power a second time, I'm still not strong enough to defeat him. Luckily, there's still the divine speed." At this moment, Yin gently tapped Min. She is weak, trying to speak each word carefully. "Give it to me." Min didn't understand and stammered to ask again. Yin gathers her last strength, extends her hand and says, "Quick, give me all the arrows." Outside, Nu keeps clapping, creating shockwaves to find Min. He clapped his hands repeatedly, his rhythm growing faster and stronger as waves crashed against the mountainside. A sharp wind howled, and Min soared into the air, drawing the enemy's attention. Nogu is excited now. He raises his hand in front of his face, aiming inward. Her hand kept opening and closing when suddenly thousands of web-like threads appeared in the sky. The threads grew thicker and more numerous, covering the entire sky in an instant. By the time he realized it, he was already enclosed within the silk membrane. Inanna was surprised. "Is this an acoustic barrier?" A familiar figure stands outside, and she playfully speaks, "Hey, can you hear me clearly? You're so noisy that I had to make a separate soundproof barrier inside. Just practice your singing comfortably in there and don't think you can escape." He struggled in the web, thrashing around for a while, then shot out a flash of light with a firework to escape. He brushed off the remaining silk on his body and continued, "Do you think these petty tricks can block my voice? The concert will officially start now." Suddenly, he paused for a moment, looked at the silk thread stuck on his hand, and glared at Yin, who was slumped over, then spoke irritably. "What kind of stupid joke is this again? The final act of dying? That looks really ugly when you try to kill. What do you mean? How could you look so pathetic anymore?" Now sneered and continued, surprised. "Aren't you planning to fight me in that state?" Elin suddenly pulls out a golden arrow from somewhere. She wipes the arrow on the cliff and sharpens its tip. Elin slowly speaks. "How can you enjoy the festival like this?" Sparks fly from the friction point, forming a blazing torch of fire. "Ajin, go ahead and enjoy yourself." "From this moment on, the fireworks festival officially begins," she said dangerously. As she finished, Elin shot an arrow directly into her throat, and her whole body burst into fierce flames. Now, frightened by the heat, shouted, "Are you going to self-destruct?" Elin replied, "As long as this fire burns, I will not die any time soon." Her hair turned into a flickering flame full of power, her body covered in fierce, blazing fire. Yin unleashed the strength of the silk moth clone in a striped butterfly form. She now appears as the embodiment of destruction and rebirth, ready for the final battle. The flames grow stronger and stronger, and to keep the fire burning, she must continuously release her silk, determined to defeat her opponent to the very end. Yin surrounds Nogu with a fiery trap, the blazing silk forming layer after layer of challenge. Nogu is terrified. Wow, the amount of heat being emitted is incredible. Is the clone using flames? How is that possible? He exclaimed in surprise. Now suddenly leapt back, thinking it's best to escape first and trying to get as far away from her as possible. I didn't expect Aylin's fiery thread to have already spread to him, blocking Nogu's escape route. The flames began to spread to different parts of his body. Soon, Nu was burned alive by the terrible flames. He screamed in pain, sending out thousands of sound waves to hold the team. Ajin stands from afar watching him scream in pain. The power of the sound waves no longer had any effect on her. On this side, Nu kept screaming non-stop. It's so hot. He spreads his arms and shouts loudly. Extinguish the fire immediately for me. At the moment they collided, Nu saw something appearing closer and closer. He clapped his hands together, unleashing a vacuum slash with fierce heat that partially pushed back the flames surrounding him. Yin held the fiery thread in his hand, the strands extending and intertwining into a sturdy rope. She swung the rope toward Nogu, forming a perfect arc that looked like a sharp, vacuum-cutting sword splitting into two halves. He was surprised. My voice is being split in two. Aylin controls the fiery silk in her hand. She spins around and unleashes her divine silk. The rope strikes fiercely at Nogu's face. He struggles to block the immense heat, unable to do anything but keep retreating to avoid the attack. Ajin unleashes thousands of lightning-fast strikes in succession, each one seamlessly following the next without giving the opponent any chance to counter, showcasing the power of supersonic speed. Now roared in pain. If this stage ends early, it will be the end of my performance. Ajin's heat intensified fiercely, determined to burn Nogu to dust. Nogu struggles to break free, shouting, "No! It can't end like this." And at his final moment of glory, he unleashes his full strength, singing a deafening song as wave after wave of sound crashes like a raging storm. The superstar's singing blast will make you and this land disappear forever. He roared, sending a wave of sound straight at Ajin. The deafening wave of sound suddenly fell silent in an instant, leaving only the crackling of smoldering flames. No shouted himself hoarse, staring in shock at the front, where an impenetrable wall of fire had risen to block Nogu's sound waves. He was stunned. What is this? Yin is now in a new position. The power of others is just a child's play to her. Ajin taunted, "Show me all your tricks. Your cruelty only makes my flames burn even brighter." Then she shot out two fireballs from her wings, rushing straight at Nogu standing opposite her. The projectiles pierced Nogu's body like thousands of needles, unleashing a barrage of fire. His internal organs seem to be burning. He struggles to breathe, unable to move at all, and begins to beg. "Save me! I am Hexagon's ace. If you spare me, I will do whatever you want." He shouted loudly. Aoshin straightforwardly replied, "Sorry, but I can't hear you clearly anymore. Even if you scream, I won't hear a thing." The flames spread over Nog's body. The heat was terrifying, burning him into a roasted cicada. Now roared loudly, unable to stop. An explosion erupted, illuminating the sky and burning everything around, signaling a fate that was now clear before him. The charred head falls to the ground, rolling around in the dust and smoke, as the small figure of Aylin gradually appears through the haze. Her clothes are also burned away, and her entire body is covered in wounds from the fierce battle. It's a success. Elg looked up at the sky, murmuring bitterly, "Everyone." As soon as she finished speaking, she fainted and collapsed to the ground. Elsewhere, Chidong and Naeon-ho were engaged in a fierce fight. Chidong keeps throwing punches like a boxer, while Naeon-ho responds with a hook kick to counter him. The two are fighting fiercely, one strike after another, exchanging blows in turn. Chidong taunts, no longer hearing the strange sounds. "It seems my friend has won." Naso lifts his pillow and smirks. Don't celebrate just yet. After I kill you, I'll personally go there and teach your friend a lesson." Naso fought and spoke at the same time. Chidong, battered and bruised, still responded with unwavering confidence. "You think I'll let you go easily? Fool." The two not only fought hand-to-hand but also engaged in a heated verbal duel. Chidong suddenly stepped back, creating distance from Sanho. He took a breath and continued. "So, this fight won't end easily. Are you planning to keep that form?" Naeon-ho walks forward confidently, the stripes on his body highlighting the power of the wasp clone, and he arrogantly says, "I don't think I need a soul escape technique to fight someone like you. Just try me." Song Chidong also kept pace and replied, "I'm not sure if fighting in that form is safe for you now." Naho looked a bit puzzled. "What about this form?" Chidong said dangerously. I will become stronger. Are you delusional? You've already escaped your body, so how can you be stronger? You've reached your final limit. Look carefully. This is the true awakening skill of a bug person. As he finished speaking, Song Qidong advanced into the highest stage of Tai Tien, his whole body igniting with flames, gradually transforming, unleashing his third expansion, shifting from a fierce red light. A beetle-like creature burned and partially destroyed emerged from the light, soaring high into the sky. Third evolution! Nyan shouted in surprise, his eyes blazing red, fury burning within him. There's no way you can fool me. That kind of trick doesn't exist, right? Qidong said with a lofty attitude, still unable to believe what he saw firsthand. So, let me show you. At this moment, Qidong has fully evolved, with red light swirling around his body and black spots of the insects he has developed appearing all over him. What's this third evolution? You look just like a human now. The beetle wings gradually emerge from Qidong's back. He calmly replies, it's just an appearance. It is born from the anger and desire of insects to evolve endlessly. In the final evolution of the parasite, Qidong resolutely declares, his entire body exuding an ominous aura, with energy surging wildly within him. Neon Ho laughed loudly. Ha ha, desire. How ridiculous. Why would beings chosen by the gods like us need to yearn to become someone else? He roared, stop belittling the insectoid beings. That only makes you look more pathetic. Without another word, Qidong suddenly rushed forward, slipping beneath Na Sun Ho. What are you looking at? You damn fanatic, I don't care what you say. He clenched his fist, shouted loudly, and swung it straight at Zan Ho's face. His fist streaked across his face and shot straight into the vast sky, with such force that it tore through the sky itself. Neon shouted through gritted teeth, damn it, just one punch and it tears through the sky? Qidong tilts his neck and says, I still haven't gotten used to this feeling. My body feels so light and uncontrollable. Next time I have to aim better. At this moment, Neon soars up into the sky. Qidong was surprised. What's wrong? Now you're feeling nervous, aren't you? Naso sneered, his body beginning to emit waves of blazing gold energy. Ha! I will show you the difference in our powers. Take a good look. As I said, Neon Ho enters his second expansion state, shedding his body. His wings spread wide, like a cocoon enveloping his body, with the streaks on his skin becoming more distinct. Nasono Ho enters the second state, the queen bee form. Qidong's eyes flash with a glint. Then he burst out laughing at Neon Ho's ugly appearance. Ha ha. Wait, I forgot. It looks so weird. Maybe the gods mixed up his gender. Qidong chuckled confidently and pointed upward. Like, now I understand why you never used the body escape technique. While Qidong was busy mocking, Neon Ho spread his wide wings, and the hive on his wings transformed into exploding bullets, beginning to fire the first cannonballs. A bee suddenly darted straight toward Qidong, who instinctively dodged by leaning away. Suddenly, thousands of horned bees swarmed forward to attack him. Qidong is surrounded by a swarm of worker bees, but remains unshaken and fights back. Oh, that's nothing. I also have backup when I use my escape technique, and the number is pretty impressive. Qidong sneered, clenched his fist, and activated his red punch move. Under the sturdy armor of the fist, Nasun Ho's poison needle shattered instantly. Qidong simply turned around, easily breaking through the swarm of bees. His limbs moved swiftly, like a whirlwind, tearing through everything, rushing forward. The worker bees are torn apart. Qidong creates a strange red circle that surrounds the remaining bees, and instantly the red ring unleashes its power, destroying all the bees in an instant. Taking advantage of Qidong being preoccupied with the swarm he created, Nianho rushes in like lightning. He spun around and kicked toward Qidong. He quickly blocked the kick with his hand, smirking provocatively. That's right. The queen bee should have come out earlier. Neon-Ho gritted his teeth and said, I will tear that rotten mouth apart to see if you can still talk back, if you're so brave. Come at me. Qidong shouted and threw a powerful punch at Neon-Ho, who stepped back as if his fist was blocked by an invisible force. Before he could understand what was happening, Neon-Ho slipped behind Qidong and attacked. Qidong's fist was now covered in sticky honey, and he was surprised. What the hell is this Neon-Ho, now like a moving drill, charging forward without hesitation and stabbing the poison needle toward him. The poison needle pierced through his right shoulder, blood spraying out fiercely. He grimaced in pain and growled, So you like to play dirty. Then, in the blink of an eye, Neon-Ho suddenly reappeared in front of Qidong, unleashing a barrage of bee attacks, continuously assaulting him without pause. Neon signals with his hand, the long-tipped worker bees continue to pour out from the queen bee's wings, rushing towards Qidong like moths to their doom. A full-scale attack by the swarm of bees has begun. Neon, fighting alone, collapses in pain and screams out loudly as the swarm of bees rushes toward Qidong. Thousands of venomous needles pierce into his body like hundreds of tiny syringes injecting poison throughout him as Qidong silently endures this brutal torment. Nasonoho at this moment rushes forward, kicking Qidong's head into the ground, blood splattering everywhere, while the swarm of bees disperses, leaving behind a scene of destruction after the fierce battle. Nasoho arrogantly says, "Do you understand now?" He stomped his foot down and continued, "Your abilities are nowhere near mine." Then he kicked Qidong's head far away. Neon-ho sneered, not realizing he was already under attack. Then he walked away, feeling confident because he thought he had won. Suddenly Neon-ho felt something was off, hesitated for a moment, slowly turned back. That disgusting mouth. His eyes flashed as if he had just realized something. Could this be a memory? Yes. Just as he predicted. Qidong suddenly threw a punch at him in a familiar tone, daring him to come on, the iron-hard fist smashing into Neon-ho's face, sparks flying everywhere, like thousands of needles piercing his head, with the tremendous force of a close-range grenade causing blood and flesh to spray out. The fight is only truly over now. Qidong, covered in wounds and looking cool, responds confidently, "Do you understand now? Your abilities are still far from matching mine." He ruffled his hair and left Nasoho's lifeless body wandering behind. He slowly walks away from the ruined battlefield, his mood complicated. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out. Lord Red Qidong looked at Min and Yin battered before him, and couldn't help but be alarmed. Min and Yin cheerfully responded, "Indeed, you are still safe and sound." Qidong looked at Yeljin, who seemed about to faint on Min's shoulder, and hurriedly ran over shouting, "Yin, are you okay?" Min Than honestly replied, "Not quite. She fought and defeated the first pillar. Her eardrum was severely damaged. At this moment, Yin is also starting to regain consciousness. Seeing Qidong, she instinctively raised her hand to greet him. "Are you here?" Qidong shouted angrily. "You idiot, are you still able to laugh?" Bin spoke to calm the situation, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely treat her." Qidong then calmly replied, "All right, I'll count on you." Yin, tired, closed her eyes and guessed based on Qidong's attitude. "He's insulting me, isn't he?" Now the three of them are silent for a moment before all looking down at the base in thought. So now it's only Gamin Song's battle left, right? Now underground, after gaining a family's power, Min Song is like a tiger with wings. His red arm is strangely abnormal. Nox Orang stood to the side, horrified by the scene before him, staring at Min Song, whose body was covered in red, vein-like marks, stammering, "Is that Gam Minong?" He growled, red streaks marking the scars on his body. One of Kichima's arms was tightly held by Min Song, the crawling ant colony spreading uncomfortably from his arm. He laughed maniacally and taunted, "How long do you think you can keep this up? It's over now." His eyes flashed, and in his frenzy, he charged forward, roaring, "Die." Kichima unleashes the power within his body, summoning Jiasung-tae's ability to directly fight Min Song's raptorial arm, while he sidesteps to engage in close combat with him. His hand radiates a strange purple glow, continuously summoning powerful clone bodies he has subdued. Min Song was pressed by the mantis insect's sword, but he didn't hesitate for a second and pushed it away from his attack. Kichima muttered a curse, then unleashed his trump card, targeting Min Song's psyche. A flash of gold appeared, and Minen's true form emerged, charging at Min Song. He said with amusement, "So what about this friend of yours?" Min Song indeed wavered, momentarily stunned as Nguyen Minen's piercing sword passed through him. Kichima, seeing this, screams wildly, "Give me the power of Minong's killing. Return it to me." He rages. Even though Minong wounded him, Min's power remains undiminished. He swung his arm, easily knocking Kichi back. He kept his sword sheathed and charged forward to deliver a staggering kick to Kichi. He was thrown backward, and before he could land, the deadly arm struck him in the stomach. With its flexible length and incredible strength, Kichima was slammed down to the ground by the spider arm. Min Song spun around and delivered a spinning kick. The red arm swung with force, pinning Kichima to the ground. Min Song pressed close to Kichima, letting out a painful scream. In despair, Kichima summoned a super swarm. Instantly, millions of black ants appeared and covered Min Song's arm. Black ants appeared everywhere, covering an entire wall. Nosu screamed in fear. "What the hell is this?" Kichima shouted. "Ant colony. Fall upon him for me." The ants, following orders to attack Min, roared loudly, and the stingray arm stabbed straight into the ground, burying Kichima deep into the floor. Kichima spits out a mouthful of blood, seemingly at the end of his life. Min Song raises his stinger, aiming straight at Kichima. Suddenly he paused for a moment. The armor disappeared, returning to normal. Min Song gazed blankly at Mainyan. At this moment, he lies weakly on the ground, his body covered with wounds. Min-song is deep in thought, as if contemplating something, and Kichima's armor disappears, prompting the swarm of ants to gather around his body. Nuosuojiang stared in amazement as the swarm of insects did not gather around their master Kichi, but instead converged towards Min-song. Surprised, are the insects returning to Gamin now? Even the main character is still surprised, watching the swarm of insects gather around him. Min-song's lips tremble. As the demon's last breath escapes him, he coughs once more, and the betrayal he feels from what he sees before him overwhelms him. Cough, cough, damn ant colony. I've brought you so many insect people. Do you guys even want to abandon me? Min-song was gradually sinking into despair, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Gamin-chan continued, Do you really think you can defeat me? Min-song asked in surprise. What are you talking about? Kichima laughed maniacally. Min-song, trembling with anger, asked again, What are you laughing at? Kichima growled provocatively. Not for a long time. Don't even dream about it. I can't do it. Kichima's tone is extremely provocative. Someone like you would never dare to kill my brother. Kichima firmly asserts himself. Min-song grits his teeth. Yeah, Kichima didn't stop and continued. You were born a hero, and I am the villain. I want a perfect ending. As he spoke, he gathered strength in his hand. Min-song stared in horror at the scene before him, Kiima reaching towards her face, ready to end her own life. He slurred, I'm sick of these games. This will be the final battle. Number 1. Min-song shouted to stop him. What the hell are you doing? When the demon had no intention of stopping, he mindlessly moved his hand closer. Min-song shouted in despair. Gami-chan, with only one last thought in her eyes, saw a flash of blue light before entering her final transformation state. Outside, Chidong heard a humming sound and immediately stood alert. What is that sound? It's coming from the symbiosis zone. Mien looks towards the sound and responds. Suddenly, from the symbiosis zone, a giant monster emerges from nowhere, opening its enormous mouth and charging forward. What the hell is that? Min quickly dodged away from the monster, and the three of them struggled to avoid its enormous body. The insectoid creature keeps crawling forward aimlessly, and at this moment, inside the monster Kichima's body, a new form appears, leaving Min-song stunned. Finally, Kichima immediately replied yes. To become the Lord of Insects, at least you have to reach this level. He turned around and declared, I am the Lord of the Insects. I am Kichima. He emphasized these last 3 words, revealing Kichima's new form under the light, radiating a strange aura with sharp wings behind him. His previously severed arm by Min was replaced with a dark blue prosthetic arm made by the Hive. Ready for a final showdown, the monster rushes towards somewhere, as Kichima and Gam Min-song face off intensely inside it. Min-song said, What kind of trick are you planning? Things can't go back to the way they were, you know. Min-song swung his arm and shouted angrily. Kichima dismissed this action, thinking Min-song was just pretending. After all, he was the one who had just aggressively tried to kill his brother. Why do they suddenly care about each other? He said mockingly, Get rid of your delusions of power. Min-song snapped angrily. What did you say? Kichima paid no mind, raising his hands with absolute magical power and continuing, I am the Lord. Do not even think about opposing me in the slightest. He unleashed a strange swarm of monsters, commanding them to attack Min, and the monsters clashed with Kichima, shouting loudly. Min-song was surprised as the swarm of monsters surrounded him, blood splattering everywhere, the black insects on his body withering, his eyes blazing red. The clone charged at Mavung. Min-song quickly jumped up, avoiding the deadly attack. The insect creature missed its attack and instead stabbed straight into the monster's inner gut, causing it to scream in pain and spew out a mouthful of blood. Kichima inside responds, sticking close to Min and then looking at his brother in front of him, saying, finally revealing himself, the number 1 of the Gamin-song Black Ant Insect Hive operation. Returning to his original form, Gamin-song's power doubled, and with a flick of his hand he could split the insectoid enemy in 2. The black insect's eyes were cold, its legs moved swiftly, and after shifting Min out of the way, it ordered its body to dodge with venomous claws aimed at Kichima, who narrowly avoided the deadly strike. Min-song Lap's legs grip the ground firmly as he spins and shouts for teleportation, a deadly glint in his eyes as his body strikes with full force, piercing through Kichima's armor and stunning him. Kichima quickly recovers, regaining his composure, and commands the remaining insect to attack Min-song. It turns out that's how you control the black ants. But it's a shame. He said that while unleashing a beam of light toward Min. Those petty tricks won't work on me. He shot out a blade-like beam of light. The unstoppable beam of light leaves no room for Min-song to escape. He raises his hand to block and says, All right, next move. Gather together. Minsong shouted. The black ant immediately rushes forward, engulfing and devouring Kichima's power. The brilliant light shatters into tiny pieces before gradually vanishing into the dark tunnel. Suddenly, a faint blue light flickered at the dark bottom. A terrifying beam of light shot out, like a giant meteor ready to burn Kichima. He unleashes a giant rage to serve as a shield, blocking all the terrifying power rushing toward him. The rage dissolves as if it had met a deadly acid, sizzling hot fumes emanating from the decayed corpse in the middle. Minsong still hasn't used all his moves. Another wave of blue crashes in, and he releases countless copies of the monster. Their mouths open as if swallowing a mysterious power. A triggering sound echoes, and the light inside the monster's mouth seems to gather, like the explosive force of an atomic bomb shooting toward Kai Mei. He also didn't fall behind, proudly shouting, "I can handle this," then unleashed the powerful spirits of the insect-human hybrids he had seized. Countless streams of energy collide so intensely that they melt the inside of the monster. Taking the opportunity, Minsong rushes forward and shouts loudly, "Gami-chan!" Kichima also did the same. He rushed forward, shouted Gamin, and then the two clashed like a storm, their opposing powers like water and fire shaking the heavens and earth, sparks flying everywhere. No one expected that two siblings could turn against each other to this extent, with shouts echoing through the damp space, heightening the determination to eliminate the opponent. A blazing burst of gold erupts. The monster writhes in pain from the scorching heat. It coughs once and then blinks, its body exploding into 100 pieces under the terrible power. Its flesh scatters across the ground, leaving a battlefield filled with the stench of blood from various monsters mixed with dust and smoke. Gaminsong and the ant colony shielded themselves from the earthquake explosion. In front of him appeared a devastated city with heavily damaged skyscrapers. Minsong was stunned and muttered, "This terrifying voice of Kichi is echoing again. I really want to go back to this place with him. The place where he once lived and where I was held captive." Kichi appears in the sky like a blazing fire. His figure exudes the loneliness and mystery of a tyrannical overlord. He continues speaking, his voice faint and distant. And then it was left open. Kichima didn't understand the hidden meaning behind the words. He glanced over with a look of utter shock as the insects on the other side were wrapping around his venerable grandmother. Kichima's emotionless voice echoes, solemn yet mocking. "Our Lady with the sword is also here." Seeing the figure he had been longing for, Minsong shouted out loud, "Mom, in this ruined cityscape, on one side is Kichima in the sky, and on the other is Gaminsong." Stunned, an insect-like creature sprouts up, wrapping tightly around both of their grandmother's body. Minsong's eyes show clear surprise. "No way," he said. "Why are you here?" "Grandma!" Minsong called in despair, quickly rushing the IV closer to her, eager to touch her beloved body. A loud thud echoes with all its might, and at an unprecedented speed. Gammon immediately jumps up and rushes toward her. He shouted loudly, "Grandma! Grandma, it's me!" Unfortunately, she still lay there silently, unmoving. Suddenly, a trembling voice called out, "A puppy!" Minsong was stunned, as if she was trying to say something. Just as Minsong was lost in emotion, Kichima rushed over and knocked Minsong to the ground. "What the hell are you doing?" When Ma coldly replied, "It's not yet time for the tearful reunion of Dienso. It's not just me who remembers her. I miss her too. Our respected person." He said this as he approached her. Minsong angrily shouted, "Explain, why are you still here looking exactly like 2 years ago?" Kima mockingly said, "My taciturn brother. The moment he sees her again, he starts talking nonstop, huh? What does that matter? Anyway, just being able to see her alive is already a stroke of luck." He glanced at his grandmother and continued, "Unfortunately, she's just barely existing. And that's the real problem." The words immediately crushed Min's last remaining hope, and his mood darkened as he stammered out. "Huh?" Kichima said. "She's just holding on with nutrients from the bugs. It's all thanks to me." Minsong was so angry he couldn't speak a complete sentence. Gami-chan Kichima interrupted him and said, "Listen to me first. I have a reason for saving her, too." He extends his strange hands toward her, teasing, "So guess what I'm going to do now?" A blue wave appears, and he approaches her without hesitation. Gamin shouts, "Is it not allowed?" But he didn't use it on her as you thought. Kichima turned around and directed that power into the ground. A strange creature emerges from the wreckage, lightning crackling around it. The creature grows rapidly, gradually revealing a huge, terrifying appearance. It stands tall with arms wide open like an invincible being. No Exo stares from afar, amazed by the strange creature. He is scared. I don't know what kind of strange thing is happening. I have to hurry up. Minsong is just as surprised, hesitating. "What is that?" Kichima proudly announces, "This is the power of God." I will use this power to turn all of humanity into insect people. Min Song was stunned. What did you say? He points at the creature and says, challenge, you choose. Do you want to save all of humanity, or just this dying woman? He roared wildly. Min Song shouted in helplessness. Stop talking nonsense, just stop it. The swarm also roars and charges forward. Kichima waved his hand in frustration. Do you dare? He struck the swarm apart with a single blow, the sharp claws of the monster slicing close to Min's body, and at this moment he could only helplessly beg for mercy. Stop it, Gami-chan replied indifferently. If you can't choose, there's no other way. I will turn both of those into reality. This is true. Evolution for weak humans. He reached out his hand closer to the sleeping woman. Min Song couldn't stay calm and shouted loudly. Gami-chan, calm down. That's our grandmother. And besides, let people be who they truly are. Kichima found it extremely ridiculous, repeating, let people be who they truly are. Then try to save all of them, he challenged. Huh? Hero. Min Song knew he couldn't sway with words. He could only helplessly beg, stop it. The mysterious monster begins to spread its terrifying power. It unleashes a wave of blue energy, ready to conquer the world. Gami-chan continues, goodbye, secret beloved. Min Song struggles desperately. Helplessness consumes his entire body. The power of the Lord keeps emitting strange blue waves. When no XO Rang has now unleashed his abilities, where does he rush from? He grits his teeth, stomps hard on the ground, and Lu Min rushes to face the monster, shouting, let me handle this. He bravely charged forward like a moth to a flame, ignoring the scorching heat emanating from the advanced monster, with Nos Rang's body no longer intact, wounds splitting open and blood flowing freely. He chose to sacrifice himself for that monster, as his final effort to save humanity. A spray of bright red blood erupts from the giant monster. Min Song watches this scene and can only roar in pain, his eyes devoid of reason. His mind was buzzing. Driven by Nos Rang's rebellious strength and sacrifice, the monster that was holding Min tore apart itself. He immediately charged forward, every second now precious as gold. He roared loudly and charged at Kichi, who was pressing close to his grandmother. Kichima stubbornly shouted, don't even think about stopping me. Suddenly, both of his hands are blocked. Kichima glances at the souls of Minyunun and Sechin, holding him tightly. A familiar figure appears with a gentle smile. Holding him tightly, Kichima is stunned and whispers the words he has long forgotten. Mom, just like that, Min Song rushed forward and stabbed straight through Kichima's body. He felt pain and a momentary loss of his soul. Ugh! Part of Kichima's body has been pierced, and now Min Song's hands are covered in blood, the blood of his own brother. He lands on the ground, leaving chaos behind as if recalling something, then quickly turns back and shouts loudly, Mom! A blue light flashed in his eyes. Min Song was stunned by the illusion. Before him, he watched her vanish into the magical green dust, muttering to himself, Mom. The green dust disappears, leaving only despair in the void. The weak, ghostly figure said, no. Huh, where is she? Huh? Kichima continued, I also can't find her. Min Song was surprised, so why did you end up doing this? Kichima laughed until the very end. Ha ha, I had to do it this way. Only if I caused enough chaos would you finally kill me. He lies on the ground, his body with a large, clear hole. Lying in his own blood, he mutters. His eyes gradually dimmed, but deep inside a faint smile appeared. This is the ending I have been longing for, he weakly said. Min Song hurried over, kneeling beside him and shouting, Are you turning this entire world into chaos just to die aimlessly? Don't die. Bring everything back to the way it was, Min Song shouted desperately. Kichima continues, saying it was all ruined because that guy suddenly charged in earlier. My plan, your mother, and even your brother. It's so good to see everyone again. Kichi utters his final farewell before sinking into the eternal end he longed for, as Min Song desperately kneels beside Gamchan's body, his last loved one, and also departs in the way he'd least expected. He muttered Gami-chan. At this moment, Min's team also caught up, and Min shouted loudly, They're over there. A shout of surprise. Wait. Chidong looked around in surprise. Is it over? Yin couldn't hear clearly, but faintly guessed. She called out loudly, Is it over? Chidong calmly said, Let's wait a little longer and see. They looked at Min Song's lonely figure, feeling that something was wrong. Min Song's heart now seemed to have a crack somewhere inside. He stared intently at Minan in front of him, a blue light emanating from his body. The duplicated souls from before finally found their freedom, bursting out from Kichima. A red light suddenly wrapped around Min Song's arm, and he looked up in surprise at the light. There, A's soul finally found freedom after a brave and long journey. She looked at Min Song and smiled gently. Hey, Ara, another hand reached out to her. Up there, the souls of Sechin, Han, and others who sacrificed in this battle are waiting together to lead her to a better world. A bright smile appeared as she took Sechin's hand, and then their souls vanished before Min's eyes. He knelt on the ground, feeling the despair of loss as he watched his loved ones finally leave him. But then tears fell, and suddenly a familiar sword was held out before Minsong. You look up to see Minin standing beside you, saying his final farewell to Minsong. Minsong, surprised, calls out back Minin's name. The two of them gaze at each other as if they have 1,000 words left unsaid. Minun suddenly points his sword to the side. There. The teammates who journeyed with you still exist, reminding you that you are not alone in this world, Minsong muttered. Yin and Chidong are also stunned as they watch Minun's soul calling out his name like a farewell. Minin nodded with a smile in response. Then his soul dissolved into streaks of light. The journey of a brave warrior has come to an end. Minsong feels even more pain. He covers his face, unable to face the painful truth. The swarm of spiders crawls around him, muttering, "That's right. At least it's better this way." Yin looked at Min and softly called out, "It's over." He didn't respond, only looked up at the sky, tears lingering on his lips. It's all over. Under the blazing red sunset, the final battle finally comes to an end. The fiery red light emanating from the power of the Lord has turned all the zombies back into normal humans. But after losing the people he loved, Minsong seemed to have lost his soul as well. He stood in front of the memorial stone, remembering the insect people who sacrificed themselves in the battle, touching the familiar names. A speck of red dust touches Minong's hand. He pauses, lost in thought for a moment. A familiar touch on the shoulder. Yin is standing nearby, reminding him, "Let's go." It seems that after that battle, Minsong lost his emotions and light. He sat in the car, gazing at the street in black and white, as if he had 1,000 things to say but couldn't find the words. Minsong has truly become a shadow of black. Yin drives Minsong to a house in the suburbs. The two meet an assistant in front of the house. Minsong approaches, surprised, and speaks up. "Are you a member of Bee Reaper?" The girl answered cautiously. "Sorry for arriving so late. My weak condition took a long time to get here." "Go in. They are waiting." Just waiting for the right moment. Minsong rushes into the house. "There is someone you've been waiting for behind that door." Minsong threw open the door, and a blinding light left him no time to react. Minsong opened his eyes and saw the figure of the grandmother he longed for. She ran over to him, her hunched posture still like the gentle grandmother from days gone by. "Ah, my beloved pet, you're finally home." Tears overflowed from Min's eyes as he trembled, feeling as if everything around him was just a distant dream. He clenched his lips tightly, trying to hold back the tears. At last, the light has returned to Min. He smiled brightly, his eyes wide open after the storm.